Book 1, Chapter 1 of Round the Block. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Round the Block, an American novel by John Bell Bouton. Book 1st, New Year's Day. Chapter 1, The Block. On the east side of the block were 4 brownstone houses, wide, tall, and roomy. Seen from the street, they had the appearance of not being inhabited. In the upper stories, all the curtains or blinds were closely drawn. In the lower story, the heavy lace that hung in carefully careless folds on each side of the window seemed never to have been disturbed since it left the upholsterer's hands. Whatever life and motion there might have been in the basement were sheltered from observation by conical firs or square-clipped box borders, set out on strictly geometrical principles in each of the 4 front yards. The doors were ponderous and tight-fitting, as if they were never meant to be opened, and the vivid polish of their surfaces showed no trace of human handling. No marks of feet could be detected on the smooth, heavy flagstones which led up from the sidewalk, or on the great steps flanked by massive balustrades. The 4 mansions, in their new, lofty, and apparently tenantless state, looked like the occasional residences of people for some purpose of ceremony, rather than the dear homes of the small, loving, domestic circles that really lived there. Such was the outer view of the east side of the block, and it is the only view that the reader of this book will get, for it is the author's intention profoundly to respect the select seclusion of the occupants. Now the west side of the block was in all respects exactly opposite to the east side. The houses were built of bricks, dingy with the whirling dust of 20 years. 2 of the 3 stories swarmed with women and children, always visible at all seasons, and the lower story was devoted to some kind of cheap trade. Wholesale business is gregarious in its ways, but it is the habit of retail business to scatter, so as to present, in the same neighborhood, no 2 people in exactly the same line. Thus it happened that, on the west side of the block, there was only one dry goods dealer, whose shop front and awning posts were festooned with calicoes and other fabrics, ticketed with ingeniously deformed figures, and bearing some attractive adjective, expressing the owner's private and conscientious opinion of their excellence. There was one bootmaker, who strung up his products in long branches like onions, and although his business was not at all flourishing, solaced himself with the reflection that he had a monopoly of it on the block. There was one apothecary, between whose flashing red and yellow lights and those of his nearest rival there was a desirable distance. A solitary coffin-maker, a butcher, a baker, a newspaper vendor, a barber, a confectioner, a hardware merchant, a hatter, and a tailor, each encroaching rather extensively on the sidewalk with the emblems of his trade, rejoiced in their exemption from a ruinous competition. The only people on the block whose interests appeared to clash were the grocers, who flanked either corner, and made a large and delusive show of boxes, barrels, and tea-chests, and it was strongly suspected that they were identical in interests, under different names, and maintained a secret league to catch all the custom of the vicinity. The south side was a gradation of buildings, from the 2-story brick grocery on the west corner to the grandest of the stone mansions on the east. With the exception of 2 or 3 houses built in the early history of the block, and occupied by obstinate old proprietors, it presented such a regularly ascending line of roofs that a giant could have walked upstairs from one end to the other. Although each house was built upon a plan peculiar to itself, and supposed to reflect the long-cherished views of the original owner, there were certain resemblances among them. This was sometimes the effect of a jealous rivalry, sometimes of imitation. In 12 houses there was a costly struggle for supremacy in window curtains, In another dozen, the harmless contest pertained to Grecian urns, crowned with flowers, or dry dolphins, tritons, or naiads, arising from the bosoms of little gravel beds in miniature front yards. In a third dozen, there was a perspective of broad iron balconies, elegantly constructed for show, and sometimes put to hazardous use on warm summer nights by venturesome gentlemen with cigars or ladies with fans. About the middle of the block was a colony of doctors, who had increased in 5 years from 2 to 10. Their march was eastward, and it could be calculated to a nicety how long it would be before the small black gilt-lettered signs of their profession would press hard upon the great house at the corner. Why they thus congregated together, unless with the friendly purpose of relieving each other's patients in each other's absence, and so saving humanity from sudden suffering and death, was a mystery to everybody but themselves. The north side lacked variety. One part of it, comprising 20 lots, had been built up on speculation by an enterprising landowner. The houses were precisely alike, from coal cellar to chimney top, with front railings of exactly the same pattern, crowned with iron pineapples from the same mould, encompassing little plots of ground laid out in walks similar to the fraction of a hair, the sole ornaments of which were 4 little spruce trees, planted at equal distances apart. This row of houses was very distracting even to the occupants, with whom it was a feat of arithmetic to identify their homes in the daytime, and much more so at night, when the landmarks were shadowy and indistinguishable. Occasionally, well-meaning tenants found themselves pulling at wrong doorbells, and there was one man who got tipsy every Saturday night, and rang himself quite through the row before he tumbled in on his own hall carpet. It was in counting the spruce trees, he said, which had a perplexing way of doubling, that he invariably lost the track. In nearly every house on this block there was a piano. The piano was the great equalizer of the block, and though in the loftier houses the pianos might have been larger and costlier, and unquestionably noisier, it did not follow that they were better played or pleasanter to hear than the humbler instruments which served to swell the tumultuous chorus in hours of morning practice. With regard to these pianos, it may here be observed that a gentleman with a passion for statistics, who chanced to be well acquainted through the block, made the remarkable discovery that the players were usually unmarried ladies, and that, when they acquired husbands, as they occasionally did on that block, they put aside the piano as something quite incapable of contributing to their new-found happiness. End of Book 1, Chapter 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Book 1, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3 Bachelors. Near the center of the north side of the block stood a house in which 3 men, who have much to do in this story, were whiling away an hour before dinner, at the edge of evening, in the month of December, 1850 blank. The house had strange stones let in over the windows and door, and was broad and sturdy, and was entered by steps slightly worn, and was shaded by a tall and old chestnut tree, and showed many signs of age. It was because of these evidences of antiquity, although the house was in good preservation and vastly comfortable, that it had been picked out and rented by the 3 men 2 weeks previously. Yet the 3 men exhibited no marks of age, past or coming, upon them. The oldest, Mr. Marcus Wilkison, looked no more than 32, but frankly owned to 36, being 6 feet and 2 inches high, having a slim figure, round face, smooth brow, gentle eyes, perfect teeth to the utmost extent of his laugh, and a head of hair free from the plague spot of incipient baldness which haunts the young men of this generation. His appearance, now that he was confessedly a man, was very much like that of an overgrown boy. On the contrary, when he was really a boy, his extraordinary height, 6 feet at 16 years, had given him the outward semblance of a premature man. Probably his long legs and arms, which were exceedingly supple, and were always swinging about with a certain juvenile awkwardness, contributed much to the youthfulness of his appearance. At the time of his introduction here, his legs were as quiet as in their nature they could be, having been elevated for the greater comfort of the owner to the top of a pianoforte, and presenting an inclination of 45 degrees to Mr. Wilkison's body, reposing calmly and smoking an antique pipe in his favorite chair below. One of his long arms was hanging listlessly by his side, and the other made a sharp projecting elbow, and terminated in the interior of his vest. This was the attitude which, of all possible adjustments of the human anatomy, Mr. Wilkison preferred, and he always assumed it and his pipe the moment he had put on his dressing-gown and turkey slippers. He was well aware that popular treatises on the art of behavior and the code of politeness were extremely hard on this disposition of the legs. His half-sister, Philomela Wilkison, who was high authority, had often visited his legs with the severest censure, when, upon suddenly entering the room where he was seated, she found the offending members confronting her from the top of the piano, or the table, or a chair, or sometimes from the mantelpiece. While Marcus Wilkison admitted the full force of her strictures, as applied to legs in general, he claimed an exception for his legs, which were always in his own or other people's way when they rested on the floor, or were crossed after the many fashions popular with the short-legged part of mankind. Marcus Wilkison's heretical opinion concerning legs was part of a system of independent views, which he entertained of life generally. He had given up a profitable broker's shop in Wall Street a year before, because he had made a fortune 10 times larger than he would ever spend. Having fulfilled the object for which he started in business, and for which he had toiled like a slave 10 years, he conceived that nothing could be more sensible than to retire from it, make room for other deserving men, and enjoy his ample earnings in the ways which pleased him most, before an old age of money-getting had deadened his 5 senses, his intellect, and his heart. Persons who knew Marcus Wilkison well were aware that he was a shy, self-distrustful fellow, amiable, generous, and that the only faults which could possibly be alleged against him were an excessive fondness for old books, old cigars, and profitless meditations, and a cat-like affection for quiet corners. And when his half-sister Philomela, who had no hypocritical concealment about her, thank heaven, and always told people what she thought of them, pronounced the first of those luxuries trash, the second disgusting, and the other 2 idiotic, he met her candid criticisms with a pleasant laugh, and said that, at any rate, they hurt nobody but himself, to which Philomela invariably retorted, "But suppose every strapping fellow, at your time of life, should take to novel reading and such fooleries, what would become of the world, I would like to know?" And her brother, puffing out a long stream of smoke, would respond, "Suppose, my dear sister, every woman was destined to be an old maid as you are, what would become of the world, I would like to know?" The conversation always terminated at this point, by Philomela declaring that coarse personality was the refuge of weak-minded people, when they could not answer arguments, and that, for her part, she would never take the trouble to say another plain, straightforward word for his good, whereupon there would be a truce lasting sometimes a whole day. Fayette Overtop, the second of the 3 young men, the one looking out of the window, drumming idly on the glass, and continually tossing back his head to clear the long black hair from his brow, over which it hung in an incurable cowlick, was a short, compact, nervous person, 25 years old. Mr. Overtop had been educated for the law, but, finding the profession uncomfortably crowded when he came into it, had not yet achieved those brilliant triumphs which he once fondly imagined within his reach. For 3 years he had been in regular attendance at his office from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., as per written card on the door, except in term time, when he was a patient frequenter of the courts. During these 3 years he had picked up something less than enough pay for half of the rent of 2 small, dimly lighted, but expensive rooms on the 4th floor of a labyrinth in the lower part of the city. Mr. Overtop, when asked to explain this state of things, about which he made no concealment, always attributed it to a lack of clients. If he had clients enough, and of the right kind, he felt confident that he could make a figure in the profession. Having few clients, and those in insignificant cases only, of course he had no opportunities for distinction. He could not stand in the street and beg for clients, or drag men forcibly into his chambers and compel them to be clients, and he would not degrade the dignity of his calling by advertising for clients, or taking any means whatever to get them, except by establishing a reputation for professional learning and integrity. The only inducement which he ever put in the way of clients was a series of signs outside the street door, on the first flight of stairs, at the head of the first landing, on the second flight of stairs, at the head of the second landing, and so on to the 4th floor, where the firm name of Overtop and Maltboy confronted the panting climber for the 8th and last time, painted in large gold letters on black tin, nailed to the office door. Mr. Overtop was willing to give clients every facility for finding him, when they had once started at the bottom of the building, and would, as it were, lead them gently on by successive signs. But good luck and a good name, slowly but surely acquired, must do the rest. A snug property, of which Mr. Overtop spent less than the income, fortunately enabled him to indulge in these novel views, and to regard clients, much as they were desired, as by no means indispensable to his existence. In his unprofessional hours, Mr. Overtop was everything but a lawyer. He was chiefly a philosopher, a discoverer, a searcher after truth, a turner-up of undeveloped beauties in everyday things, which, he said, were rich in instruction when intelligently examined. He could trace out lines of beauty in a gridiron, and detect the subtle charm that lurks in the boot-jack. As not unfrequently happens in partnerships of business and of other descriptions, Matthew Maltboy, the young man standing before the blazing coal-fire, and critically surveying his own person, was quite the opposite of Fayette Overtop. Maltboy was fat and calm. Portraits were in existence, showing Maltboy as a young lad in a jacket and turn-down collar, having a slim, graceful figure, a delicate face, and a sad but interesting promise of early decay upon him. Other portraits of the same original, taken at later periods of the photographic art, represented a gradual squaring out of the shoulders, a progressive puffiness in the cheeks, lips, and hands, incipient folds in the chin, and a prevalent swollen appearance over all of Matthew Maltboy that the artist permitted the sun to copy. Portraits of Maltboy for a series of years would have proved a valuable contribution to human knowledge, as showing the steady and remarkable changes through which a man who is doomed to be fat passes onward to his destiny. But Maltboy stopped sitting for portraits when he reached the age of 20, deciding, as many other public character has done, to transmit only the earlier and more ethereal representations of himself to posterity. By some compensating law of nature, there were given to Maltboy a light and cheerful heart, a tendency to laugh on the smallest provocation, and a nice susceptibility to the beautiful. Not the beautiful in rivers, forests, skies, and other inanimate things, but the beautiful in woman. And as Overtop was gifted to discover charms in material objects which were plain in other eyes, so Maltboy possessed the wonderful faculty of seeing beauty in female faces where other people saw, perhaps, only a bad nose, dull eyes, and a pinched-up mouth. This mental endowment might have been a priceless gift to a portrait painter, who was desirous of gratifying his sitters, but it was for Matthew Maltboy a fatal possession. It had led him to love too many women too much at first sight, and to shift his admiration from one dear object to another, with a suddenness and rapidity destructive to a well-ordered state of society. Though these multiplied transfers of affection occasionally caused some disappointment among the victims of Mr. Maltboy's inconstancy, it was widely ordained that he should be the principal sufferer, that every new passion should involve him in new difficulties, and subject him to a degree of mental distress which would have reduced the flesh of any man not hopelessly predisposed to fatness. As Mr. Matthew Maltboy stood by the fire, he was not taking the profitable retrospective view of his life which he should have taken, but was glancing with an expression of concern at the circumference of a showy vest pattern, which cut off the view of his legs. The apartment in which the three bachelors were keeping a meditative silence was large, square, high, on the first floor back, commanding an ample prospect of neglected rear yards, and all the strange things that are usually huddled into those strictly private domains. The furniture of the room was rich and substantial, but not too good to be used. The chairs were none of those frail, slippery structures of horsehair and mahogany, so inhospitably cold to the touch, but they were oak, high-backed, deep, long-armed, softly but stoutly cushioned with leather, and yawned to receive nodding tenants, and send them comfortably to sleep amid the fragrant clouds of the after-dinner pipe or cigar. At one end of the room was Marcus Wilkison's library, consisting of about 500 volumes of poems, novels, travels by land and sea, histories, and biographies, which the owner dogmatically held to be all the books in the world worth reading. The admission of a new book to this select company of standard worthies, Mr. Wilkison was vain enough to regard as a high compliment to the author, and as a final settlement of any disputes which might have been abroad as to its merits. On another side of the room was a grand piano, open, and covered with the latest music, and sometimes played on in a surprisingly graceful manner by the fat fingers of Matthew Maltboy. On the walls hung some pictures that were not unpleasant to look at. There were 2 portraits of danseuses with little gauzy wings and wands tipped with magic stars, one large full-faced likeness of a pet actress, taken in just the right attitude to show the rounding shoulders, the lightly poised head, and the heavy hair, to the best advantage, some charming French prints, among them Niobe and her daughters, and Di Vernon, and a half-dozen pictures of the fine old English stagecoach days. Over the fireplace were suspended several pairs of boxing gloves, garnishing the picture of a tall fellow in fighting attitude, whose prodigious muscles were only a little smaller than those of all the saints and angels of all the accredited masterpieces of ancient art. A pair of foils and masks, neatly arranged over each corner of the mantelpiece, completed the decorations of the room. The 3 bachelors had gone into housekeeping by way of experiment, as a relief from the tedium and oppression of hotels and boarding-houses, and as an escape from female society, which was beginning to pall even upon the huge appetite of Matthew Maltboy. But 2 weeks of this self-imposed exile, with no female society but Miss Philomela Wilkison, and Mash, the cook, proved rather too much for Matthew's fortitude. He yawned audibly. "I understand you," said Marcus. "You are sick of this." "Well, it's a little prosy at times." Maltboy yawned again. "Incorrigible monster!" cried Marcus. "What shall we do with him, Top?" The person addressed swung back the rebellious cowlick from his forehead, as if to clear his thinking faculties from a load while he considered the grave question. "Do with him? Do with him? "Oh, I'll tell you." Here the speaker's eyes flashed with the light of a great discovery. "Tether him like a horse, with a certain limited area to feed in. D'ye see? D'ye see?" "A horse? Can't say that I do," returned Mr. Marcus Wilkeson. "And I can't say that I do, either," added Mr. Matthew Maltboy. "A horse? Why not say a donkey? I should see it quite as well." "As you please," resumed the impetuous Overtop. "A donkey, then. Perhaps the metaphor will be better. What I mean, what you two are so dull as not to see, is to put this unreliable Maltboy on a moderate allowance of flirtation. To keep him, for example, within the limits of this block. D'ye see? D'ye catch the idea?" "It begins to dawn on me," said Wilkeson. "And I catch a ray or two of it," added Maltboy. "But—" "Excuse me," interrupted Overtop, stepping between his two companions, and gesticulating wildly at each of them in turn, as if he would dart conviction into them like electricity from the tips of his fingers. "Here is a block full of people. Their houses are joined together, or nearly so, all the way round. The inhabitants hear each other's pianos playing, and each other's babies squalling all day long. If a fire breaks out in the block, it may be all burned down together. If the measles make its appearance on the block, it probably runs through it. Is there not, therefore, a community of dangers among us? And if of dangers, why not of pleasures? Why should not the inhabitants of a block be regarded as a distinct settlement or tribe, whose members owe kindness and good-will to each other before the rest of the world? Looking at it in the light of humanity, is it not our duty to know our neighbors? And Matt would say, to love them too." "That is, the young and pretty ones," observed Wilkeson. "Precisely," said Maltboy. "Excuse me," continued Overtop, deprecating further interruption with both hands. "That is the point I was just coming to. Since Maltboy must have female society, and cannot be kept out of it by main force, why not give him the range of this block? Catch the idea, eh? In its full force and bearings?" Wilkeson and Maltboy implied by nods that they caught it. "And, I think I'll take the same range, too," added Overtop. "Not because I care a pin about female society, but just to test my new theory." Cries of "Oh ho!" from Marcus Wilkeson. Overtop laughed. "You'll be a convert to it yet, my good fellow." "Never," said Marcus inflexibly, "so long as books and tobacco hold out." "We'll see," replied Overtop. "But let me think how we are to begin." He rubbed his nose with a forefinger, then tossed back the cowlick, and said, impetuously, "I have it. I have it. We know Quigg, the grocer, at the corner below, for we are customers of his. Of course, he has an immense number of customers on the block, and will make New Year's calls on all of them, in the way of business. Why can't he take us in tow? It's as plain as daylight." "Plain enough, I admit," said Marcus Wilkeson. "But what will Quigg's customers say?" "Poor fellow," returned Overtop, "how feebly you hermits reason about society. If you had knocked round town on New Year's days, as Matt and I have often done, you would know that visitors are valued only because they swell the number of calls, and that it is entirely immaterial who they are, or who introduces them. The militia general, the banker, the judge, the D.D., the butcher, the dry goods clerk, are units of equal value on that day, each adding one more to the score which is privately kept behind the door. We shall be welcome, never fear for that. You must come with us, and see for yourself." "I thank you," said Marcus Wilkeson, laughing. "No such fooleries at my time of life." "Very well," said Overtop. "Matt and I will try to represent the new firm of bachelor housekeepers creditably. Matt will look after the pretty girls, and I after the sensible ones. That is, if there happen to be any on this block." "Agreed," observed Matthew Maltboy. catching a view of himself in a glass over the fireplace, and not wholly displeased with his appearance. "Another thought strikes me," said Overtop, explosively. "It's nearly half an hour to sunset. I am impatient to begin my acquaintance with our fellow citizens, our future friends, if I may so call them. Let us look out of the windows, and see what the excellent people are doing. Perhaps it may interest even a recluse and bookworm like you." "Nonsense," rejoined Marcus Wilkeson. "There's no curiosity in my composition." And yet, when his two companions stood at the window of the little back parlor, pressing their noses against the glass and looking out, he could not resist the temptation to join them, although he thought proper to punch them in the ribs and call them a pair of inquisitive puppies, by way of showing how much he was superior to the great human infirmity. End of Book 1, Chapter 2. Book 1, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Peeps. The uniform row of houses on the other side of a dead waste of snow, to which the attention of the three friends was ardently directed, promised at first sight a poor return of instruction and entertainment. The rear view presented one dull stretch of bricks, irregularly set, even in those houses which displayed imposing fronts of brown stone. The blinds were of a faded green color, and broken. The stoops, the doors opening on them, and the steps leading down to the dirty, sodden snow, had a generic look of cheapness and frailty. Whatever the censorious critic might say of the front, he could not charge the rear with false pretences, for there was apparent, all over it, an utter indifference to the opinions of mankind, perhaps because the owners of the houses did not expect mankind to study their property from that point of view. "Say," was Mr. Fayette Overtop's first remark after a moment's observation, "do not those rustic fences on the roofs remind you of the sweet fresh country in summer-time?" Mr. Overtop alluded to the barriers which were erected to keep people from getting into each other's houses, and which are scaled not without difficulty even by cats. Neither of his friends answering this remark, except by a quiet, incredulous smile, Overtop continued a little pettishly, "And you really mean to tell me that that pastoral object, happily introduced on the roofs of houses, does not recall the green fields, daisies, babbling brooks, and cloudless skies of early boyhood? Humbug!" The speaker flattened his nose still more against the glass by way of emphasis. "You look for beauties among the chimney-pots, while I search for them in back-parlor windows," said Matthew Maltboy. "Observe where I throw my eye now." Mr. Maltboy threw his eye toward a house near the middle of the block. His companions followed it, and saw a tall girl with prodigious skirts standing at a window, and looking, as they thought, at them. The view which she obtained was evidently not satisfactory, for with her handkerchief she wiped off the moisture from several of the panes, and when the glass was clear to her liking, shook out the folds of her dress, and peered forth again, this time more decidedly, at the window occupied by the three friends. Her use of the handkerchief was not lost upon Maltboy, who straightway pulled out his extensive cambric, and polished up their window too. This improvement of the medium of vision on both sides enabled the three friends to form some idea of the tall girl's personal charms. Her figure was straight, her hair was black, her eyes were brilliant, her complexion was healthy. She exhibited jewelry in her ears, on her neck, her bosom, her wrists, and her fingers. Her dress gave her a great deal of trouble, as she leaned forward to look out. "Charming, is she not?" said Maltboy. "Hard to say at this distance," returned Overtop, who, feeling neglected in the matter of the rustic fence, was controversially disposed. "You may find it so," said Maltboy, "but as for me, the flash of her eyes, there now, for instance, is convincing enough." "Perhaps you have seen her before," remarked Marcus Wilkeson. "Perhaps," was that gentleman's answer, implying by his accent and accompanying wink that he had seen her repeatedly. "And said nothing about her to us, you inveterate humbug," added Marcus. Mr. Maltboy felt the compliment conveyed in the word humbug, as most people do when that accusation of shrewdness and deep dissembling is brought against them, and smiled. "I confess," he replied, as he polished the window simultaneously with the performance of that process across the way, "I confess I have noticed her several times, but what was the use of mentioning it to a pair of woman-haters like you?" His two companions laughed pleasantly, thereby expressing their gratification at the return compliment involved in the phrase woman-haters. "You are such dull fellows now," continued Maltboy, "that perhaps you will say this fair stranger is not looking at us, that she does not desire to be seen by us, that is, by me, and that her rubbing of the window with a handkerchief is not a signal which she expects to be answered." "We say nothing," replied the disputatious Overtop. "We only wait for proof. It is easy to find out whether a signal is meant or not. Rub the window, now." Maltboy did so, concluding the act with an unmistakable flourish of the handkerchief, whereupon the tall girl averted her face, pulled down the curtain, and eclipsed herself. Wilkeson and Overtop laughed, and with a common impulse, punched Maltboy triumphantly in the ribs, a friendly salute that was always vastly amusing to that gentleman. "Be it understood, at this stage of affairs," said Marcus solemnly, "that I reject the Overtop theory, and wash my hands of all responsibility for Maltboy's misdeeds. Hello! There he is again." "Who? Where?" exclaimed his two friends. "In the house nearly opposite, the one with the grape arbor. Isn't he a fine old fellow?" Overtop and Maltboy looked, and there saw, sitting at a window, and placidly gazing out of it, an old gentleman with long and thick white hair, a ruddy face, a white neckcloth, and a large projecting shirt-frill, which were all the peculiarities of person and dress that could be distinctly made out. He was smoking a long pipe, and placidly rocking himself to and fro. His appearance, through the two windows, was that of a finely preserved relic of a past generation. "He always has a long pipe in his mouth, and looks benignantly into the open air," said Wilkeson. "So even you are not wholly devoid of curiosity, and do take some interest in the people on our block," remarked Matthew Maltboy. "I have noticed the old gentleman often, when I have been reading near the window, and own that I should like to know him. I think, too, from certain signs, that he would not object to knowing me. Unless I am much mistaken, he has bowed to me several times. But fearing that the supposed bow might have been nothing more than a sleepy nod, I have never ventured to answer it. Step back a moment, and see if he observes me." Maltboy and Overtop retired a few paces. A moment afterward, the old gentleman looked over to Wilkeson, and made a bow at him, about which there could be no mistake. "Answer him, said his two friends. Acting upon this advice, Marcus Wilkeson, blushing, returned a courtly salute, which was immediately reciprocated by a still lower bow, and a pleasant smile from the old gentleman. Wilkeson bowed again, and added a smile. The old gentleman did the same, and this odd exchange of civilities was beginning to get awkward for Wilkeson, when the old gentleman's attention was suddenly called off. A slender young man, whose broad black mustache contrasted unpleasantly with the sallow whiteness of his face, dressed in the jauntiest costume of the period, and bearing in one hand a black cane with a large ivory handle, which looked even in the distance like a human leg, stood by the old gentleman's side. The old gentleman put down his pipe, seized the young man's disengaged hand, and gazed affectionately at him. So the three observers thought. Some conversation then took place between them, during which the old gentleman repeatedly pressed the young man's hand, and sometimes reached up and softly patted him on the shoulder. The young man appeared to receive the words and caresses of the old gentleman with a sullen indifference. Several times he pettishly drew his hand away, and at last shook his head fiercely, folded his arms, and seemed, though the spectators could only conjecture that, to stamp the floor with his foot. At this the old gentleman bowed his head in his hands. The young man held his defiant attitude unmoved, until, glancing out of the window, he saw for the first time that he was watched. With a jerk he pulled down the curtain, and cut off a scene which the three observers had begun to find profoundly interesting. "Well," said Marcus Wilkeson, "though I have given up making calls as a business, I shall certainly take the New Year's privilege of dropping in on the venerable unknown over the way." "Two things are plain," said Fayette Overtop. "One is, that the pale, rascally-looking young man is the old man's son. Now, I don't suppose either of you will dispute that." Overtop paused a moment to receive and dispose of objections, but none were made. "The other is, that the old fellow is immensely rich, worth $1 million or $2 maybe. Perhaps you would like to argue that point." Overtop smiled as if nothing would give him greater pleasure than to annihilate a few dozen opinions to the contrary. "To save argument, as usual, we admit everything," responded Wilkeson. "But pray condescend to tell us how you know this fine old boy to be superlatively rich." Overtop smiled upon his ignorant friends, and answered, "Because he wears a white cravat. The man isn't a clergyman, is he? Do clergymen smoke pipes? He isn't a Quaker, is he? Do Quakers, or those of them who indulge in white cravats, wear their coat collars turned down? Consult your own experience now, and tell me whether you ever saw anybody but a very rich man, with the exceptions already stated, wearing a white cravat. I leave it to your candor." Wilkeson and Maltboy nodded their heads, as if stricken dumb with conviction. Overtop, gratified with this ready acquiescence, modestly went on to say that he would not undertake to explain the phenomenon. That task he left to some more philosophical mind. He contented himself with making a humble record of facts. "And now that each of you have made a discovery in the row of houses, let me try my luck." Overtop rubbed the window, looked out, and carefully surveyed the row from end to end, and back again. "Ah, I have it," he said. "A real mystery, too. Look at that 4-story house near the western end of the block, the one a trifle shabbier than its neighbors. Do you see, in the open window, a man with a pale intellectual face, gray hair, and arms bare to the elbows, filing away at something held in a vise before him? Now he stops to examine a paper, a plan probably, which he holds in his hand. Now he wipes the perspiration from his forehead. Can't you see him?" "Distinctly," was the joint reply. "What do you suppose he is doing?" asked Overtop. "No idea," said Wilkeson. "Perhaps mending a tea-kettle." "Or repairing an umbrella," suggested Maltboy. Overtop smiled, and said, "A person with the slightest powers of observation would see that that man has genius in his face, that his thin arm is not used to hard mechanical labor, that his brain is so heated with great ideas that he tries to cool it by opening the window. The tinkering of an umbrella or tea-kettle would not make a man sweat in midwinter. You won't deny the force of that suggestion." As he spoke, a young girl advanced from the back part of the room, and stood by the pale workman's side. She wore a bonnet, and a shawl tightly wrapped around her. Though the features of her face could not be distinguished in the distance, it was not hard to detect a pleasant expression in her eyes, a smile on her lips, and a high color on her cheeks, as if she had just come in from the street. She held up a little basket for the workman's inspection. He paused in his labor, took the girl's head between his hands, and kissed her fondly on the brow. Then he opened the little basket, and drew from it a loaf of bread and a piece of cheese, which he began eating hurriedly. He also seemed, by signs, to press the girl to eat, but she shook her head, smiled more than before, and looked up affectionately into his face. Having bolted a few mouthfuls, the workman placed the remains of the repast on the bench or table before him, kissed the young girl, and resumed his work. She watched every motion of his hand with eager eyes. Once she moved as if to close the window, but he shook his head, and again wiped the sweat from his brow. He had consulted the paper, and attacked his task with fresh energy for the third or fourth time, when his eyes happened to rest upon the window full of scrutinizing faces. His lips moved in some sudden exclamation, and then he shut the window with vehemence, and drew the curtain which obscured the lower half of it. "Not a very kind reception of your theory so far," said Marcus. "Prejudice, nothing more," said Overtop. "When they see that we have no wish to pry into their private affairs, but are animated with a neighborly regard for them, they will not repel our advances. It isn't human nature." End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Book 1, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quigg. During the following 2 weeks, up to New Year's Day, the three friends made little progress in their observations. The tall girl in the immense skirts appeared rarely to reward Matthew Maltboy's ardent gaze, and even then seemed to look down at the dingy snow beneath, or the clouds overhead, or to something or somebody across the way, but never to the fluttering Maltboy. Nothing more was seen of the pale and grey-haired workman, for he kept the lower curtain of his window jealously drawn. But at night his shadow, strongly projected on the curtain, was in incessant motion, and far into the morning hours a gigantic head and arms shifted and blended upon it in grotesque forms. At the other window of the workman's apartment, the young girl often sat, book in hand, and moved her lips as if she were reading aloud. Her eyes were never seen to wander to the outer world, with those longings for freedom and fresh air which are natural to the youthful heart, but were always fixed upon the book, or upon some object within the room. She was entirely unconscious of the distant and imperfect scrutiny to which her form and movements were subjected by Marcus Wilkeson, who had begun to take a strange interest in her, and in the shadow on the curtain, since the healthy and amiable old gentleman directly opposite had ceased to smoke his pipe and indulge in his tranquil meditation daily. Twice only had he shown himself, and then, after a grave bow to Marcus Wilkeson, who returned it with more than the usual inclination of head, the old gentleman had taken a few whiffs at his pipe, looked out of the window with a troubled air, and vanished from the sight of his sympathizing observer as if the quiet old sitting-place had lost its charm for him. The young man, the disturbing element of the old gentleman's life, as Marcus Wilkeson regarded him, was not again seen in the room where he had made his first appearance, but was discovered several days after that event, sitting at a table near a window in the second story, and writing industriously. His labors were evidently not disagreeable, for after an hour's engagement with his pen, he would sit back in his chair, laugh, take a long drink from a black bottle which stood at his elbow, and light a fresh cigar. Whatever his occupation, he was completely absorbed in it, and did not notice the pair of keen eyes peering at him from behind a book in the house opposite. Every afternoon about 3 o'clock, the young man sat at the table with his bottle, cigars, and writing materials, and pursued his pleasant labors. Marcus Wilkeson would never have pretended it was not highly improper to watch one's neighbors. He would have denounced it as deserving of the severest reprobation, but he would have said that if, while he was sitting, according to his invariable custom, at his own window, for the sole purpose of reading a book, People chose to bring themselves within the range of his vision. He was not therefore under obligations to vacate his seat. He would have insisted that any glances which he might have directed at his neighbors were so leveled in fits of mental abstraction, or in the exercise of a friendly regard for them. The overtop theory he discarded as fallacious, and likely to get its talented founder into trouble. That founder and his only follower, Maltboy, were determined, however, to put the new social system into practice on New Year's Day, and had secured the ready services of Quigg, the grocer, as originally proposed by the sagacious Overtop. Marcus Wilkeson obstinately refused to participate in this projected grand tour, which refusal was too bad, said Overtop, because the fourth seat in the double sleigh that had been hired for the occasion would be left vacant. At last came New Year's Day, and the sky was cloudless, and the sun was bright, and the weather was just cold enough to make the blood tingle pleasantly, and the snow was a foot deep, and well beaten down in the side streets. The elements themselves had conspired to give the Overtop theory every chance of success. J.M. Quigg, grocer, was elaborately attiring himself in the snug sleeping-room behind his store, at 10 o'clock on the morning of that eventful day. He little knew the tremendous importance of the part which he was about to perform. He looked upon Overtop and Maltboy not as the expounders of a new social philosophy, but as cash customers to a considerable extent, and as partners in defraying the heavy expenses of a large double team. Mr. Quigg exercised the virtue of prudence even in his dissipations, and derived pleasure from the reflection that he would make his annual round of complimentary calls in an elegant turnout at a moderate cost. Therefore Mr. Quigg hummed pleasantly as he dressed himself, by the aid of a large mirror which he had taken for a bad debt, and which was the only ornament of the plainly furnished little room. Mr. Quigg was a man of business, and never fretted with cravats, nor made himself unhappy on the subject of hair. 3 turns and a pull adjusted the former, and a half-dozen well-directed dabs with a stiff brush regulated the latter. 15 minutes after he began his toilet, he took a comprehensive view of himself in the large mirror, and mentally expressed the conviction that, for a man of 37, he was not bad-looking. Quigg was right, and his just opinion of himself was shared by the young widows and unmarried ladies of his acquaintance. He was about 6 feet high, with a graceful figure and the head of a statesman. A more intellectual face and a broader or more massive brow, assisted perhaps in its general effect by a slight baldness, were rarely if ever seen. A distinguished professor of phrenology had picked out Quigg's head from among half an acre of heads at a lecture upon that subject in the city, and had pronounced it the model head, greatly to the disgust of all the other large-skulled men in the hall. The professor had also assured Quigg, upon learning who and what he was, that it was a solemn duty he owed to society to abandon the grocery business, and devote himself to philosophical culture and the true expansion of his interior individuality. Notwithstanding this flattering opinion, Quigg still sanded his sugar and reduced his whiskey, and found his delight as well as his profit in these gross material pursuits. The interior Quigg, of whom the professor had spoken so hopefully, was still undeveloped. The professor's views of Quigg's head had, however, made a deep impression upon the owner of it, and had given to Quigg's ordinary observations on the weather, the state of his health, and the other familiar topics to which his remarks were principally addressed, an oracular importance in his own opinion. Such were the deceptive effects produced by his large polished brow and slow imposing speech, that he always seemed to be on the point of uttering vital truths, but the listener's ear ached in vain for them. Quigg put on his overcoat, took a small glass of bitters from a bottle kept behind the large mirror, locked up the store, proceeded to the nearest restaurant, hastily dispatched a lean, unsatisfactory chop and a cup of weak tea, gave a half-dime to the waiter, who bade him, in a loud and significant voice, "Happy New Year, sir," and then, returning, found the double sleigh punctual to appointment. It was a swan-shaped vehicle, brightly painted, thickly covered with buffalo robes, and drawn by two high-stepping horses, which tossed their heads and shook their bells merrily, as if they shared in the prevailing joviality of the day. On the front seat, and nearly filling up the whole width of the sleigh, sat the driver. His shoulders were broad enough for two men. His legs and arms were of twice the common size, and he seemed to be double in all his dimensions, like the sleigh. "Hallo, Quigg," said the driver, in a voice of double strength, snapping his whip playfully at that gentleman as he approached. "Hallo to you, Cap," returned Quigg pleasantly. "It is a very fine day. I guess there will be a great many calls made." Quigg uttered these words slowly, as if they were precious, and he hated to part with them. "Shouldn't wonder," answered Cap, which was a short name for captain, nobody knew of what, and added, without any apparent sequence of ideas, "I s'pose you're goin' to take some brandy along, old fellow. It's hardly fair for me to be sittin' into the cold outside, with nothin' to drink, while you chaps are drinkin' your champagne punch before a warm fire." Mr. Quigg reflected a moment, as one who reckons up profit and loss. He then said, "A good idea, Cap. Brandy is not a bad thing on a cold day." He spoke with impressive solemnity. "Or any other day," added the driver, "partic'ly 'lection day. Leastways, such was the 'pinion of the voters into my ward last December, when I run for school inspector, you know. Unfortunately, I didn't know the ropes then, and thought, when I got the nomination, I was sure to be 'lected. My 'ponent issued tickets for free drinks at all the rum mills into the ward. I didn't find out his game until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I tried it myself. But I was too late. He had 6 hours' start of me, and beat me by 500 votes." Mr. Quigg nodded and said, "Of course," as if he had often heard of such instances, and there was nothing surprising in them. He then abruptly cut off the captain's political reminiscences by unlocking the store and entering it. After a few minutes' absence he returned with a half-gallon jug and a tin dipper. "A nice fat little feller," rapturously exclaimed Captain Tonkins, taking the proffered jug, placing it in the bottom of the sleigh, where such of the public as were stirring in that vicinity could not see the operation. He half-filled the tin dipper, and raising it suddenly to his mouth, drank the contents with a double gulp. "Prime stuff that," said the captain, smacking his lips. "A hogshead of it would make a school commissioner, an alderman, mebbe a general of you, Quigg." "I dare say," said Quigg, "but what would a dull, practical fellow like me be good for in public life?" This was Quigg's habitual way of deprecating himself, and it always impressed the hearer with a sense of Quigg's eminent ability. Quigg then drew a pair of yellow gloves on his large, hairy hands, slightly ripping the 2 thumbs and most of the fingers in the operation, took a seat in the double sleigh, and proclaimed himself ready to start. End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pleasure as business. Captain Tonkins cracked his whip with professional sonority over the heads of his lively horses, and they started off at a slapping pace, which brought them to the house of the 3 friends before the bells had fairly begun to jingle in unison. The door was instantly opened, and Overtop and Maltboy presented themselves, dressed in the most elaborate and captivating style. Marcus Wilkeson appeared just behind them, in his dressing-gown and slippers, calmly smoking his well-browned meerschaum. After the salutations of the day, both Overtop and Maltboy addressed a last appeal to Marcus to give up his ridiculous prejudices and join the party, but he obstinately refused, saying that he should make only one call, and that was upon the old gentleman over the way. The arrangements for the day had already been made. The party were to call on a few dozen of Quigg's customers, selected from a carefully prepared list of 100, within range of a mile or two, also on a few friends of Overtop and Maltboy, who could not well be slighted, and then come back to the block. Quigg looked upon the day as one of business and not of pleasure, and had methodized a system of call-making, which was submitted to his companions, and highly approved by them. The order of exercises was as follows. First, a jerk at the doorbell. Second, precipitate entrance, hat in hand. Third, Happy New Year, remark on fine weather, and introduction of friends. Fourth, a second remark on fine weather, or any other one remark which might occur to friends on inspiration of moment. Fifth, acceptance of one sip of wine, and one bite of cake, if any offered, with compliments on excellence of both. Sixth, reference to list in hand, observation on the necessity of retiring, and regret for the same. Seventh, precipitate retreat. The system did not work smoothly at first, in consequence of Overtop and Maltboy's strained, excessive efforts to make themselves agreeable. It happened that, at the first 2 or 3 houses visited, Maltboy discovered charming young ladies, and could not resist the temptation to linger beyond the prescribed minutes and talk trifles to them. It also fell out that Overtop found a number of those sensible women for whom his heart ever longed, and whose starving souls, as he called them, were not to be satisfied with the dry crust of ordinary compliment. To them, therefore, he addressed observations on the inner or spiritual significance of the New Year's call, on the reminiscences of childhood suggested by sleigh bells, on the typical meaning of snow as the shroud of death, and at the same time the warming garment of coming life, on wine or lemonade, as the case might be, as an emblem of hospitality, and on many other little things as expressive of loftiest truths. It was only after earnest remonstrances from Quigg that the discursive Overtop brought himself down to the rules of the day. In deference to Quigg, Mr. Maltboy also steeled his too susceptible heart against the attractions which he was perpetually encountering, and kept strictly to the weather. He, as well as Overtop, was surprised to find that the single stereotyped observation, "It's a fine day," was, after all, more acceptable than a longer and more strikingly original remark, for it imposed no tax upon the conversational resources of the ladies, and left them unfatigued to succeeding scores of visitors. About this time it was observed of Captain Tonkins that he began to show signs of fatigue, rocking heavily in his seat with every oscillation of the sleigh, and talking thick like a jaded man. These phenomena seeming to require some explanation, the captain stated that he had been up late the past 3 nights, and could keep himself awake only by taking occasional draughts of Quigg's brandy. The captain then proceeded to indulge in random recollections of his political career, and withering denunciations of one Larry Mulcahy, his successful rival for the office of school inspector, whom the captain did not hesitate to brand as a jailbird. When the party returned to the block where the Overtop theory was to be tested, Mr. Quigg's services were found invaluable. He had not only been the principal grocer in the vicinity for 5 years, but he had served on ward committees for the relief of the poor at other people's expense, and had participated largely in those admirable institutions for the promotion of matrimony known as sociables. Therefore Quigg knew about everybody on the block worth knowing. There were a few persons in that old house near the corner, who sent in for herrings, cheap butter, and pounds of flour, and whom, of course, he did not know. There was a queer old Dutchman in that square old-fashioned house in the middle of the block, whom neither he nor anybody else knew. They went through half of the south side of the block, and found only plain and commonplace people. Overtop and Maltboy began to be weary. The former was gradually discovering that his theory was a bore. The latter wondered whether Quigg knew the tall girl, concerning the identity of the front part of whose residence Maltboy was at fault, although he knew every brick of the rear. "In this 'ere house," said Quigg, "I shall be treated rudely, because they owe me $50 for groceries. It's a curious fact, but I have noticed that debtors always act kinda cold to creditors, as if it was the creditors that owed the money." Mr. Quigg spoke with an important air, as if he had made an original discovery in human nature. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Something hidden. While this exploring party were going through the block, Mr. Marcus Wilkeson dressed himself with more than usual care, preparatory to call upon the unknown old gentleman over the way, who that very morning had appeared at his window, the first time in 3 days, and tendered the compliments of the season in 2 low bows and a smile. Having carefully adjusted his necktie and smoothed the creases of his gloves, Mr. Wilkeson grasped his old friend, a hickory cane, by its sturdy elbow, and marched forth to make his solitary visit. As he turned the corner of the street upon which the unknown old gentleman's residence was situated, thinking of the oddity of the call he was about to make, and half inclined to abandon it, he saw in a doorway a few yards in front of him a little girl who bore a striking resemblance to the patient creature that he had often noticed sitting at a window in the room of the pale mechanic. A single glance at the cracked and dirty front of the building established its connection with the weather-stained and shaky rear premises in which the worker toiled at his strange task from morning to night, and far into the morning again. The little girl was earnestly talking with a rough, hungry-looking fellow in a greasy cap and tattered blue overalls. As Marcus approached, he heard the following fragment of conversation. "Yer can't fool this child again, now, I tell yer. Why don't he pay me? That's what I want to know. I will go up." The man stepped forward as if to ascend the stairs. "Please don't, Mr. Gilsum," said the girl, in a sweet, pleading tone, laying a red and toil-worn little hand softly on his arm. "Papa will pay you next week. He will, believe me, sir." "So you told me last week," growled Mr. Gilsum, "and the week before that. It's all humbug. Why don't he pay me now? That's what I want to know." Again he put a foot forward, and was again restrained by the hand of the little girl. "I have tried very hard to earn money, Mr. Gilsum," said the musical and plaintive voice, "but have been disappointed. Next week I am sure I will have some for you." "Pshaw!" ejaculated the man, pulling the greasy cap over his eyes in a spirit of savage determination. "I can't waste time talking. I will find out why he don't pay me now." The inexorable Mr. Gilsum pushed aside the feeble hand of the little girl, and was about to go up the stairs in good earnest, when Marcus Wilkeson, who had lingered near the door to catch the exact purport of the conversation, called out to him, "Hallo, my friend, what's the row?" Mr. Gilsum stopped, and turning, said snappishly, "None of your business, unless," he prudently added, "you're a friend of the comical old chap upstairs, and want to pay his debts." "I am a friend, and I will pay them," rejoined Marcus, speaking from the impulse of the moment. Since he had become rich, and could afford the luxury, he frequently spoke and acted upon impulse, without regard to consequences. Mr. Gilsum's face suddenly changed from an aspect of moroseness to one of bewitching amiability. He stood in the doorway, and said, "It's only a matter of 10 shillings, sir, for brass and screws, and little odds and ends from my shop. The locksmith's shop over in the next street. You may remember it, sir. I'm sure I don't want to be hard on the gentleman." To cut short explanations which he hated, Marcus paid the locksmith his 10 shillings, and suggested that he need not wait longer. The locksmith, having received the money, thought it incumbent upon him to apologize and explain still further, till Marcus took hold of the door as if to close it, when he accepted the hint and departed, mumbling an apology as he went. The young girl, who had looked on in amazement, turned a pair of soft blue eyes toward the face of the stranger, and said, "Papa will thank you very much, sir." Marcus now had an opportunity to observe her more closely. Her figure was slightly formed, and undersized for her apparent age of 17 years. Her face would have been plain, but for one peculiarity which made it charming, in his practised judgment. This rare excellence was her complexion, which showed a perfect pink and white, without roughness, spot, or blemish, under the strong light of a noonday sun, made more dazzling by its reflection from the snow. Marcus had never seen but one such complexion, and that was many years ago. He looked at it in silent wonder, until the delicate bloom in the center of her cheeks began to invade the neighboring white, and the large blue eyes drooped in confusion. "Pardon me, my child," said Marcus, in a gentle, reassuring voice. She looked up, much embarrassed, and said, "Will you be so good as to walk up and see my poor father, sir? He will be delighted to meet a friend, for he is very much in want of one, sir." "I do not know him, my child, but I should be happy to make his acquaintance." The girl was surprised to learn that her father's benefactor was a stranger to him, and looked doubtingly at him for a moment, but only a moment, and then ran briskly up the stairs, asking him to follow. The stairs were uncarpeted, and had little feet-worn hollows in the middle of them. The banisters were rickety, and had been notched by the knives of reckless tenants. The first and second floors were occupied by different families, so Marcus inferred from the distinct set of baby cries issuing from each, and the halls were dirty, and flavored with a decided odor of washing day. But on the third floor he saw a clean white floor, and drew breaths of pure air from an open rear window, and heard no noise save the dull sound of filing. The little girl paused a second at a door bearing the inscription "Private," asked the visitor to please wait, and opened the door just wide enough to admit her body, and entered, nearly closing it behind her. In the one glance which Marcus then obtained of the interior of the room, he saw the pale mechanic hastily rise from the jumble of cog-wheels before him, and put up a screen to shelter his work from observation, after which he stepped forward, or rather sprang, to meet his child. Mr. Wilkeson heard a few words of hurried conversation between the father and daughter, and then the door was thrown wide open, and the mechanic stood in full view. He was a man of medium height, of a spare build, and attired in faded, seedy black. His head seemed altogether too large for his body, and his almost livid complexion, hollow cheeks, and gleaming eyes, told a story of constant and consuming thought. The strange, fixed glitter of his eyes was unpleasant to behold. Marcus had noticed the same thing in insane persons. "My name is Myndert," said the mechanic in a deep and solemn voice, "and I thank you for saving me from the annoying visits of that impertinent fellow. I beg, sir, that you will give me your address, and assure you that the sum shall positively be repaid to you next week." "Never mind the repayment," said Marcus kindly. "The sum was a trifle for me." The mechanic's eyes flashed with new fire, and his lower lip curled with pride as he answered, "But I shall insist on returning it, sir. We are temporarily poor, sir, but we are not beggars yet. I trust that, some day, we shall be in a position to confer benefits instead of receiving them." Marcus knew that the man was turning over in his mind the troublesome question of motive, with which so many people like to make themselves unhappy, and he therefore said, "I took the liberty of assisting you, sir, because I am a neighbor of yours, living on the other side of the block, in a house which can be plainly seen from your window, and I think it is the duty of neighbors to be neighborly, on New Year's Day at least. My name is Marcus Wilkeson." The mechanic's face assumed a pleasanter expression. "Perhaps," said he, "you are the gentleman that I have sometimes seen sitting with a book in a window covered with grapevines." "I am," returned Marcus. "As a scholar, then, as one who is superior to mean motives and vulgar curiosity, you are welcome to my poor home. Pray walk in, sir. Pet, give the gentleman a chair." The girl, whose face had been clouded during the first part of this conversation, brightened up at its close, and obeyed her father with alacrity, brushing the clean chair with her handkerchief to make it the more acceptable to their visitor. She also took his hat and cane and placed them carefully away. The room was simply but neatly furnished, and very clean. The hand of taste and order was everywhere visible. Snow-white curtains festooned the two small windows, and concealed all of a turn-up bedstead but two of its legs. A small array of white crockery shone from an open closet, and a squat-looking stove, which made the apartment agreeably warm, was smartly polished, and was evaporating cheerful music out of a bright tea-kettle. Through a door partly ajar could be seen another room, covered with a rag carpet, and a companion of the first in simplicity and neatness. Marcus had not intended to look at the mechanic's corner, which was almost completely screened from view, being desirous to justify the high opinion which Mr. Myndert had expressed of him, but his eyes were irresistibly attracted to the mysterious spot, and obtained a clearer glimpse, through an open space between the two screens, of a something composed of cogwheels, springs, bands, and levers. His host, observing this casual glance, much to the guest's mortification, rose and placed the screens close together at right angles, thus shutting out a view of the corner. Mr. Myndert opened his lips as if to offer some explanation of the act, but did not offer it. A moment afterward he said, "I have not always been a poor man, Mr. Wilkeson. 6 years ago I possessed a handsome fortune, which enabled me to pursue certain philosophical experiments, in which I had taken great interest, at leisure. An unfortunate speculation in real estate, year before last, nearly ruined me. I converted the remains of my property into cash, and went on with my experiments undiscouraged. Like all laborers in the cause of science, which is the cause of humanity, I have met with many obstacles. Several times, when I have been on the point of perfecting my great invention, some small, unforeseen difficulty has occurred, compelling me to reconstruct large portions of the machinery. 18 months passed away, and I found myself penniless. I tried to borrow money, but without success. Now who do you suppose has supported us the last 3 months? Some benevolent relative, perhaps?" said Mr. Wilkeson, hazarding a wild guess. "You are right, sir, and a near and dear relative it is. No other than my little pet here." Mr. Myndert placed his right hand fondly on the shining head of the young girl, who sat on a low stool by his side, looking into his face. She blushed deeply, and said, "You forget the unknown good friend who sent the letters with money to you, papa." "No, no, I don't, pet," continued Mr. Myndert, patting her playfully on the cheeks. "But you were the dearest and sweetest of my guardian angels. You know you were, you rogue. Why, sir, you will hardly believe it, but this little creature, when she knew our money was nearly gone, taught herself the art of embroidery with the aid of some illustrations from an old magazine, and in less than a fortnight could work so beautifully that she was able to earn from $3 to $4 a week. When she first told me that she was going out to look for work, I opposed it fiercely, but the obstinate little pet would have her way. She was lucky enough to get a job from a milliner, and pleased her employer so well that steady work was given to her, until last week, when the kind-hearted lady died, and now little Pet has nothing to do. Some people think because she is young—" "Please don't talk about me any more, papa," said Pet, who had been blushing deeply, and looking very beautiful in the visitor's eyes. "You forget what the postman used to bring you every Saturday." "No, I don't, you little troublesome, impertinent pet. I was just about to speak of it when you interrupted me. You must know, Mr. Wilkeson, that every Saturday the postman, on his first morning round, delivered to me a letter marked New York City, containing $2, without a word of writing inside, and addressed to me in large capitals, each nearly half an inch long. The object of this singular style of address was either to make it so plain that the postman could not mistake, or to disguise some handwriting which otherwise I might recognize. Now, as I have no relatives living, and no friends that I know of, who would lend me $1 except on the best security, I am greatly puzzled, as you may suppose, to guess the name of my unknown benefactor. Generous man! For aught I know, he may now be dead, or himself reduced to poverty, for last Saturday the regular weekly remittance failed to come." "Then I see that I am just in season to help you," said Marcus Wilkeson, who during the recital of this brief history had decided upon his course of action. "I thank you most gratefully," returned Mr. Minford, "and fully appreciate the noble motives of your conduct. Your appearance convinces me that you are entirely disinterested, but I should feel ashamed to take money from you without giving some security for its repayment. I shall therefore insist upon making over to you a certain interest in the invention, the most valuable of modern times, which lies almost finished behind those screens. Let me give you some idea of it, and you can then decide how much money you will advance, merely as a matter of business. I cannot consent to put our negotiations upon any other ground. The invention, then, is—" The speaker looked at the corner as he spoke, and paused. Marcus Wilkeson knew that the inventor was about to part with his secret unwillingly, and that he would regret it forever after. To save him from unpleasant feelings on that score, and to maintain friendly relations between them for the future, Marcus put a stop to the reluctant disclosure. He said, "Never mind it, Mr. Minford. I know nothing of mechanical matters, and take no interest in them. Your explanation would only be wasted on me. Besides, it is entirely uncalled for, as I am willing to take your own opinion of the invention, and will pay you $500 for a 1/10 interest in it, if those terms will suit." Marcus took a keen delight in acting upon this singular impulse, and was sorry he had not said 1,000, when he saw the glow of happiness that irradiated the sweet face of Pet, still sitting on the stool by her father's side. "Heaven bless you, sir," said Mr. Minford. "You will be the means not only of relieving me and my dear child, but also of conferring the boon of a great discovery upon mankind. But your terms are too liberal, sir. I shall insist upon assigning 1/5 of my right to you, which, mark my prediction, will prove of itself a fortune. Furthermore, I feel that I ought, if only to show my complete confidence in you, to tell you what it is. It is—" Mr. Minford hesitated for a word. "Now I beg you as a particular favor that you won't tell me," said Marcus good-humoredly. "If you bore me with any of those dull details, I'll take back my offer. As to the proportion of the invention which I am to have, I will accept 1/5, since you insist on it, not because I want it, but that we may not say another word about the matter." "As you please, sir. But how shall I sufficiently thank you?" Marcus, who was already overcome with the gratitude which shone from the large, soft eyes of the young girl, answered with a laugh and a blush. He had not outgrown the habit of reddening on occasions. "By changing the subject." Mr. Minford was about to protest against this extraordinary method of thanking a benefactor, when a rap was heard at the door. End of Book 1, Chapter 6. Book 1, Chapter 7 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Boy Bog, In reply to the invitation, "Come in," a tall boy opened the door, and started back on seeing a stranger. "Do come in, Bog," said Mr. Minford. "I have good news to tell you. This is a friend of ours, Mr. Wilkeson. What with his running of errands and doing little jobs for us, we really couldn't get along without him." "Oh, walk in, Bog. You're always welcome here." "Now do come in, Bog," added the little girl, in a winning tone, rising from her stool, stepping to the door, and placing a hand on his shoulder. The newcomer, after a few shuffles on the threshold, and an unintelligible murmur of words, walked in with painful awkwardness, and took a seat upon a corner of the chair which Pet offered him, as if the whole chair were more of a favor than he could conscientiously accept. He was a bony, strongly built stripling, with a record of anywhere from 17 to 19 years written in his red, resolute, honest face. He wore a coarse but neat suit of boy's clothes, 1 inch too small in every dimension, a white turn-down collar, and a black neckerchief fastidiously tied, and carried a slouched cloth cap in his hand, with which he slapped his knees alternately, after he had taken a seat, and continued to do so without cessation. "Well, Bog," said Mr. Minford, kindly but condescendingly, "you are just in time to hear good news. This gentleman has taken a partnership in my invention." Mr. Minford thought it best to state the case that way. "And with his assistance I shall be able to complete it and bring it before the public immediately." "Glad to hear it, sir," answered the boy Bog, blushing hard, lifting his eyes from the floor long enough to glance at Mr. Minford and his daughter, and all the while slapping his knees vigorously. "He is in the bill-posting business," said Mr. Minford to Marcus. "You may have seen him at the head of his company of walking advertisers. Ha ha!" Marcus remembered having seen that honest face, that thick head of hair, and that identical cap, sticking out of the top of a portable wooden frame covered with placards, setting forth the virtues of quack medicines, the excellencies of dry goods, or the unequaled attractions of concert saloons. He also remembered that this wooden frame was much taller than any of the long procession of frames which followed it, and that from a hole in the right side thereof protruded a fist about the size of the boy Bog's, clutching a broomstick, with which the inmate kept a semblance of order among the wilful and eccentric occupants of the frames behind him. "Oh, yes, I have seen you very often, Bog. How do you like the business?" said Marcus, pleasantly. "Very well, sir, thank you," replied Bog, with his eyes still on the floor, "'cept when the boys poke fun at us, 'cause we can't run after 'em in them boxes, and wallop 'em. 'S rather hard, that." Bog caught Miss Minford's eye as he concluded these remarks, and blushed till he perspired, to think that he should have dropped such a brutal observation in presence of that young lady. Mr. Minford noticed the confusion of his young friend, and unintentionally added to it by saying, "Bog is a good boy. By his industry he earns $8 or $10 a week, not only supporting himself, but his aunt." "Not this week, nor last week neither, Mr. Minford," said Bog, mopping the modest sweat from his brow with the sleeve of his coat. "The advertisin' line ain't as good as it used to be. I only got 3 jobs with my company the last fortnight, and nary cent of pay from any of 'em. Of course, all my boys had to be paid just the same." "And you paid them?" asked Marcus. "Certainly," said Bog. "Then be good enough to accept $5 from me as a reward for your honesty," said Marcus, acting upon another of his impulses. "No, thank you, sir. No, thank you," returned Bog, quickly, to prevent Marcus from pulling the money out of his pocket. "I shan't take it, sir. I won't have it anyway. I'm goin' into the reg'lar bill-postin' business, as Jack Fink's assistant, to-morrow, and can earn all I want." Bog blushed, but this time with honest pride, though he was flustered to look up and see that Miss Minford nodded in approval of his independent spirit. Bog then slapped each knee about a dozen times with his cap, and betrayed many symptoms of fever heat and great mental distress. after which he said that he had only called to see if he could do anything for them. "Now, do you mean to tell us that it is not a regular New Year's call?" said Mr. Minford playfully, "and that you have not a dozen more to make?" Bog looked guilty of an enormous fraud, dropped his cap in his confusion twice, murmured something inaudible, rose to his feet, and backed out of the room, making one comprehensive bow to everybody, and saying "good night" before it was 2 p.m. As Bog shut the door, everybody laughed, but not so loud as to be heard by the boy, and under the cover of the general good humor, Marcus rose and said that he must go. He was afraid he had made his visit too long for a first one. He would call again on the following day, if agreeable, and complete the proposed arrangement. In conclusion, he placed his card in Mr. Minford's hand, with the names of a few references penciled on the margin. Mr. Myndert was very sorry that their pleasant acquaintance should take his leave so abruptly, and hoped that they would enjoy many visits from him, not merely as a business partner (Mr. Minford laid emphasis on this), but as a friend. Pet repeated her father's regrets and hopes in the more impressive language of her sweet eyes, and for the 20th time that day conjured up, in the memory of Marcus Wilkeson, a vague reminiscence of the distant past. End of Book 1, Chapter 7. Book 1, Chapter 8 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Maltboy's 20th affair. The house which had elicited Quigg's last sagacious remark was a 3-story brownstone front, and was one of the finest looking on the south side. The heavy mahogany door was opened by a slovenly girl, who ushered the callers into the front parlor, which was carefully darkened, according to the custom of the day. The only objects plainly visible were 2 female figures, each seated near a front window, under the rosy shade of damask curtains artfully disposed. One of the ladies, whom Matthew Maltboy was not slow to recognize, looked like a fountain of pink silk, gushing out with great vehemence in high curving jets on every side, from which fountain a slim, graceful figure had risen, as far as the waist, like a modern Arethusa. The gleam of a shapely neck, of a pearl necklace and diamond cross, of diamond earrings, of an enormous gold brooch, of golden gyves an inch broad on each wrist, as the rose-tinted rays fell on those natural and artificial charms, produced a dazzling effect in the shady corner. On plainer persons this display might have seemed, in Maltboy's eyes, a glaring instance of bad taste, but looking at that small oval face, those large flashing black eyes, complexion of red and white, so beautifully blended that it hardly seemed a work of nature, pouting lips, even white teeth, and heavily braided hair, Maltboy thought that no decorations could be too gaudy for a creature of such radiant loveliness. At the same instant as their feet passed the parlor threshold that Maltboy made these comprehensive observations, the quick eyes of Fayette Overtop were scanning the lady that basked in the subdued light of the other window. She rose from a smaller fountain of silk to a less height than her companion. She was fat to such a degree that the bodice of her dress seemed ready to burst with the excessive pressure beneath, immediately suggesting to every beholder the obvious humanity of enlarging it, by taking only a small portion from the superfluous silk below. She was quite pretty, and very healthy, and had a smile lurking on her lips, and in the corners of her small blue eyes, and in the dimples of her round red cheeks, and in the curved crease which was beginning to show under her apple of a chin. She wore plain colors, and exhibited no ornaments save a large brooch with braided hair in it. The lean Overtop immediately felt a tender inclination toward this fat young lady. Mr. Quigg paid the compliments of the season in his neat, settled style, to Miss Waddell, the tall young lady, who received them with marked coldness, and then begged leave to introduce Messrs. Overtop and Maltboy, to whom she smiled graciously, rising slightly from her chair, and sinking back again without disturbing the symmetrical flow of the silken fountain. With a wave of her jewelled right hand, she performed the ceremony of introduction between the three callers and Mrs. Frump, the fat young lady, who also carefully raised herself about 2 inches from her chair, and lowered herself again without disarranging a ripple. In compliance with an invitation from Miss Whedell, the three callers sat down. Mr. Maltboy gravitated by a natural instinct to the side of his charmer. Mr. Overtop was drawn by an irresistible impulse into the vicinity of Mrs. Frump, having detected in her general appearance certain indications of what he called a sensible woman. Mr. Quigg, feeling that he was one too many, took a seat equally removed from the two ladies, and commenced playing soft tunes on his hat, and looking vacantly about the room. "I had begun to wonder, Mr. Maltboy," said Miss Whedell, "what makes our friends so backward to-day. I do declare, we have not had a caller for more than, how long is it, Gusty, since Colonel Bigford dropped in?" Maltboy thought her voice had a sweet metallic ring. "About half an hour," replied Mrs. Frump, after a brief mental calculation. "Why, Gusty," exclaimed Miss Whedell, "how can you sit there and tell such stories? You know it is not 5 minutes." "Just as you please, dear," said Mrs. Frump, leaving on the minds of her hearers the impression that her estimate was the correct one. "I never saw anything so slow," pursued Miss Whedell. "Would you believe it, Mr. Maltboy? Here are 2 hours gone, and we have not had more than— how many callers have we had, Gusty? You keep account of them." Mrs. Frump drew out a little memorandum book from one of her pockets and consulted. "Exactly 11, Clemmy," said she. "Gusty Frump," returned Miss Whedell, with some warmth, "you ought to be ashamed of yourself. We have had 50 callers, to my certain knowledge." "I presume you are right," said Mrs. Frump, with a smile that irradiated the whole of her fat face, and again imparted the idea that Miss Whedell was wrong. "For one," said Matthew Maltboy, improving the opportunity to put in a word, "I should not be surprised to learn that you had 100. Miss Whedell appreciated the delicate compliment, and beamed fascination upon him. "It has been a horrid, dreary winter, has it not, Mr. Maltboy?" said she, in a tone that invited sympathy and confidence. Mr. Maltboy, supposing that she alluded to the prevalent snow and ice of the season, said that it certainly had. "No balls, no opera, or none to speak of. No parties, or anything. You will hardly believe it, Mr. Maltboy, but I declare I haven't been to 20 parties this winter. Have I, Gusty?" "To only 2 that I know of," responded Mrs. Frump, in a winning voice. "You provoking creature," said Miss Whedell, "to talk so, when you know that I have been to at least 18 parties." Miss Whedell scowled charmingly as she spoke, and then added, with a pleasant smile, for the benefit of Mr. Maltboy, "She's a gay young widow, and you know what widows are." Mr. Maltboy's knowledge of that species of the human family was extensive and exact. He nodded, to signify that he knew something of them, and felt forearmed, from that moment, against the charms of Mrs. Frump. Mrs. Frump told Miss Whedell that she thanked her very much for the compliment, and laughed so prettily that Fayette Overtop determined to apply some of his grand tests for the discovery of sensible women. Abandoning the vein of commonplace conversation which he had worked during the 5 minutes since his arrival, he remarked, "It really makes us feel young again, does it not, Mrs. Frump, to renew this charming custom of receiving and making calls?" Mr. Overtop spoke in general terms, like a philosopher, whereas Mrs. Frump made a personal application of the remark to herself, and replied rather coldly, "I have no doubt that it makes old persons feel younger." And then she looked at Matthew Maltboy, and seemed to be listening to the conversation between him and Miss Whedell. Mr. Overtop paused a moment, and tried again. "Is it not pleasant, though sad, Mrs. Frump, to think of the friends whom we knew many, many years ago, who no longer live to greet us on this festal day." The speaker alluded to mankind at large. Mrs. Frump responded tartly that she could not speak from experience, of course, but she presumed that Mr. Overtop's opinion was correct, and again she glanced at Maltboy. Mr. Overtop briefly rested, and then remarked, "It may be merely a poetical conceit of mine, but it seems to me that the horses prance higher and shake their bells more merrily on New Year's than any other day, as if they partook in our enjoyment of the occasion. May not the horse, by some mysterious instinct, know that it is the beginning of the year?" Mrs. Frump smiled and answered, "Not being a horse, of course I can't say, but I would suggest whether ostlers do not give their animals an extra quantity of oats on New Year's Day to make their action more stylish." Mr. Overtop marked a quizzical expression in the widow's left eye, and was disgusted. For the third time she looked intently at Matthew Maltboy, who was putting in a few words with great animation, and then turned her face toward Mr. Quigg, who was taking his third mental inventory of the furniture, and executing Hail Columbia with variations on his hat. "It's a finer New Year's Day than the last one, is it not, Mr. Quigg?" Mr. Quigg, who had an astonishing memory for dates and conditions of the weather, replied after a second's reflection, "It is a much finer day, Mrs. Frump. It rained last New Year's. Perhaps you may remember my leaving an umbrella at the house where you were then stopping, in 16th Street, and my calling for it again, on which occasion you said I reminded you of Paul Pry, in the play, who was always forgetting his umbrella." The widow laughed, and said that she distinctly remembered the circumstances. Mr. Quigg, thus encouraged, went on, "New Year's days differ very much. The one before the last was very snowy in the forenoon, with hail in the afternoon, and the one before that was so mild that I found an overcoat really uncomfortable. The one before—" "Excuse me for the interruption," said Mrs. Frump suddenly, "but I can't help saying how much Mr. Maltboy looks like Dr. Warts. Doesn't he, Clemmy?" "Like Dr. Warts?" exclaimed Miss Whedell. "Who's he?" "Why, don't you remember, Clemmy, the doctor that you consulted about your hair?" The widow looked the picture of guilelessness as she asked the question. Miss Whedell turned slightly red in parts of her face that were not red before, and involuntarily raised her hands to two heavy braids of hair which fronted each ear, and adjusted them. Then she said sarcastically, "Mr. Maltboy must feel much flattered at being compared with a notorious quack." Mrs. Frump, with a laugh spreading all over her gentle face, replied, "Oh, of course you call him a quack because he could not save your—" "You are rude, madam," said Miss Whedell, with emotion. "And you are silly, miss," retorted Mrs. Frump, still smiling, "to take offence at nothing. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, madam." Greatly to the relief of the three callers, who were seized with a desire to laugh aloud during this short, snapping dialogue, a bell rang, and a new figure entered upon the scene. The two ladies rose about 3 inches, and greeted him as Mr. Chiffield. Mr. Chiffield bowed stiffly, smiled mechanically, and cast a sweeping glance at the 3 men present. This glance, and the looks with which it was met, called up a singular train of associations. Maltboy remembered the newcomer as a fellow who had trod on his corns getting into an Amity Street stage. Overtop remembered him as an eccentric individual who always carried, without the slightest reference to existing weather, an umbrella under his arm, with the point rearward, and held at just the angle to pierce the eye of a person walking incautiously after him. Overtop had frequently felt a strong inclination to pull the umbrella out from behind, and ask the bearer to carry it in a less threatening manner. Mr. Chiffield, on the other hand, readily recalled Matthew Maltboy as a suspicious person whom he had seen hanging around an uptown hotel about a year and a half before, when Maltboy was paying his ineffectual addresses to a cruel Cuban beauty who passed the summer months at that house. Mr. Chiffield had always supposed him to be a confidence man of superior abilities. Of Overtop, Mr. Chiffield was vaguely reminiscent. Unless he was mistaken, that person was the one who wore an entire suit of pepper and salt, including a felt hat, necktie, and gaiters, 2 summers before. Mr. Quigg was a novelty in Mr. Chiffield's eyes, but Mr. Chiffield was well known by sight to Mr. Quigg, who also remembered to have heard that he was a partner in the great dry goods house of Upjack, Chiffield & Co. Mr. Chiffield was about 40 years of age, and had a bald head, a square heavy face, scanty whiskers, small shrewd eyes, and a bilious complexion. He dressed in profound black, wore his necktie negligently, exhibited neither ring nor breastpin nor gold chain, spoke as if he were always thinking inwardly of his private business, and never laughed. These peculiarities indicated beyond any doubt that Mr. Chiffield was a wealthy man, though it might be difficult to trace the exact processes of reasoning by which this conclusion was reached. Any unprejudiced stranger, seeing Mr. Chiffield and being told that he was a partner in a large dry goods house, would instantly think, "That dry goods house will stand in the midst of fires, earthquakes, and financial revulsions." With that fine instinct peculiar to lovers, Matthew Maltboy immediately recognized in Mr. Chiffield a rival, and a dangerous one. Having seen much of society, Maltboy was well aware that Mr. Chiffield's mature age, his grim appearance, his sparse whiskers, and even the bald spot on the top of his head, were eminent advantages with which youth and bloom and a full head of hair could not cope, unless with the aid of that fascination which Matthew flattered himself that he possessed, and which, he thought, he had used to some purpose during his hurried conversation with his 20th enslaver, Miss Waddell. The usages of New Year's Day, as well as frequent impatient nods from Quigg, and suggestive coughs from Overtop, would not permit of his staying longer. He therefore rose to take his leave, his fellow pilgrims doing likewise, when Miss Waddell remarked that they were in a great hurry, and regretted that they could not remain a few minutes more. The captivated Maltboy toyed with his hat in an uncertain way, and was half disposed to sit down again, when Quigg hastily produced his visiting list, and said, with his best business smile, "We should certainly be very happy, Miss Waddell, but we have 75 calls still to make, and it is now," consulting his watch, 2 o'clock. As the 3 visitors withdrew, declining at every step a pressing invitation to taste the refreshments which were piled in mountainous form on a table in an adjoining alcove, Maltboy exchanged a look of deep sentimental meaning with Miss Waddell, who rose at least 6 inches from her chair, and followed it with a slight hostile glare at Mr. Chiffield, upon whose equable face it fell harmless. Overtop bowed coldly to everybody, as if he were disappointed in the human species, and Quigg gave a parting grin at the room in general, and at nobody or nothing in particular. "We're all right, Top," whispered Maltboy, as they descended the steps to the sidewalk. "She smiled slightly when I mentioned having seen her from our back parlor window. I have obtained permission to call again." "You'll have to do it without me, my dear fellow," returned Overtop, tossing back his head from force of habit, the offensive cowlick being then suppressed by his hat. "Nothing on earth could induce me to speak to that dull widow again." "She doesn't live there," said Quigg. "She is some connection, I believe, of the queer old Dutchman that I spoke of, and is probably only helping Miss Waddell to receive callers. I should think from the way they abuse each other that they were old and dear friends." End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Book 1, Chapter 9 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Mrs. Slapman at Home. Full of new and pleasant thoughts, Marcus Wilkeson walked on toward the half-antique house which contained the strange old gentleman. Just as he was about to swing back the iron gate of the front yard, he saw at a distance the two friends of his bosom and Mr. Quigg descending a flight of steps to the sidewalk. They saw him at the same time, and both Overtop and Maltboy violently beckoned him to approach. Mr. Quigg added his solicitations in a calmer and more dignified manner, moving his arm like an automaton 3 times from the elbow. Even the driver, Captain Tonkins, in the spirit of invitation peculiar to his mental state, steadied himself on the seat, poked his right arm and his long whip toward Marcus, and said, "Hello there. Come along?" Having done this, Captain Tonkins furtively poured a gill of brandy into the tin cup, and drank it under cover of the buffalo robe. In compliance with this general request, Marcus forbore to open the gate of the old gentleman's house, and joined his friends. "How many people have you called on, you old humbug?" asked Overtop, as Marcus drew near. Marcus was on the point of alluding to the chance acquaintances that he had made that morning, but a moment's reflection stopped him. "I told you," said he, "that my only visit was to be to our odd old neighbor. I was at his gate when you called. And now, what do you want?" "I want to tell you," said Matthew Maltboy, "that Miss Whedell, the Juno-like young lady with the handkerchief, you know, is—" "All your fancy painted her," interrupted Marcus. "She's lovely. She's divine," said Maltboy, rapturously finishing the quotation. "I have made an impression. Congratulate me, old boy." "I do," said Marcus, laughing, "and only hope that you will find it as easy getting out of the scrape as into it. And what have you discovered, Top?" "That there isn't a sensible woman or an original idea, so far, on the block. I wouldn't budge an inch farther, but for Quigg's promise to introduce me to a young widow who lives next door. A regular prodigy of science and art, according to his story. I think you said she was a widow, Quigg?" "I suppose so," said Quigg, "as I never saw nor heard of her husband, and she's lived on this block 5 years last May." The three besieged Marcus to lay aside his scruples for once, and join them in visiting this accomplished lady. Marcus fought them until his patience was exhausted, and then gave in. The door to which they climbed bore on a large and shining plate the name Slapman. This door was opened to them by a tall negro in livery, which, like the wearer, had a borrowed appearance. As they entered, they saw a little wiry man, with a pale face full of wrinkles and crow's feet, bounding up the first flight of stairs 2 steps at a time. When the little man reached the first landing, he looked back, and directed a strange, suspicious glance at the callers. The opening of the parlor door discovered a room full of men, who were sipping wine, eating cold fowl and confections, talking and laughing loudly with each other, or exchanging repartees with a lady who stood in the centre of the apartment, and shed her light upon all. This lady was Mrs. Grazella Jigby Slapman. Previous to her marriage, she had been not altogether unknown to the corners of several weekly newspapers, under the name of Grazella. She had also cultivated a natural talent for painting, so assiduously that a little cabinet piece of hers, representing a cat, a lobster, and a plate of fruit, was considered good enough to exhibit in the window of a Broadway print shop, in which her uncle was a silent partner, and was approvingly paragraphed in a paper partly owned by her first cousin. To gifts capable of producing results like these, she added a great aptitude for music, although an incurable indolence, she gracefully said, had always prevented her from learning the piano. While yet sustaining the name of Jigby, She had achieved a high reputation in private circles as a merciless judge of music, but her conversation had been from earliest girlhood her chief attraction. She possessed the extraordinary faculty of talking with a dozen persons upon a dozen different subjects at the same time. Unlike many people similarly endowed, she did not exercise this wonderful gift for the brutal purpose of putting down feebler intellects, but only to elicit truth, which she often declared to be the sole object of her existence. When, by her alliance with Mr. Slapman, a thrifty speculator in real estate, she was installed as mistress of a fine house and furniture, and a few thousand a year, the lady naturally gathered about her a still larger circle of admirers. Her researches for truth were met halfway by people that were supposed to deal in that article, abstractly considered, such as poets, painters, sculptors, reformers, inventors. Anybody with a new idea was sure to be understood and encouraged by her. Her fondness for new ideas was as keen as an entomologist's for new bugs or butterflies. Mrs. Slapman had not made the mistake of neglecting her physical and perishable charms in deference to her intellect and immortal nature. She was 24 years old, and had clear, sparkling eyes, a fresh complexion, good teeth, rich, heavy hair, and a substantial figure. The pursuit of truth did not disagree with her health. Mrs. Slapman bustled out of the little knot of persons about her, and advanced in a frank, hearty way to meet her visitors. To Mr. Quigg she nodded patronizingly, as to one whom she had long known to be guiltless of new ideas, but to the strangers who sought her society she addressed a cordial smile. Mr. Quigg, having performed his office, judiciously stepped aside, and left the honors and burdens of conversation with the three friends. Matthew Maltboy, with the rashness of youth, opened the verbal engagement by remarking that it was a fine day. This wretched conventionalism was met by a very, so obviously sarcastic that Marcus Wilkeson decided not to utter a remark which was at that moment on his lips. At this embarrassing juncture, Fayette Overtop came to the rescue. As we alighted from our sleigh, Mrs. Slapman, I noticed how firmly the snow at the edge of the street was pressed down by the feet of the hundreds who have called on you, and I could not but think how truly that white surface, upon which the prints of so many boots were beautifully blended, typified the purity of the motives which brought the owners of those boots to your door. "A most original and charming remark," said Mrs. Slapman. "I must repeat it to Chickson. The author of A Snowflake's Lament will appreciate that felicitous observation. You have heard of Chickson?" Mr. Overtop read new books, magazines, literary papers, in considerable quantities, but did not remember to have ever met with the name. Speaking upon impulse, and to avoid explanation, however, he said, "Oh, yes, certainly, but have not the pleasure of his acquaintance." "You should know each other," said Mrs. Slapman. "Excuse me a minute." She ran with girlish haste to the other end of the parlors, and brought back an undersized young man. When he had been introduced to Overtop, and shaken hands with him, the enthusiastic hostess quoted, somewhat imperfectly, the beautiful conceit which Overtop had just uttered, and remarked that it would be a capital subject for a poem. Mr. Chickson turned his eyes upward to the ceiling, and then downward to the floor, as if he were committing what he had heard to memory, and then said it was very curious, but he had thought of the same theme before, and was intending to write a poem on it next week. "Now that's just like you, you provoking creature," said Mrs. Slapman, tapping the poet playfully with her fan. "It's really selfish of you to keep all your poetical thoughts for your poems." Mr. Chickson smiled pleasantly, but said nothing, and when Mrs. Slapman's attention was momentarily attracted by a passing remark from another person, the poet improved the opportunity to slip away and take another glass of champagne in the corner. "Ah, gone, is he?" said Mrs. Slapman, remarking his disappearance. Though one of the most promising of our young poets, he is dull enough in conversation. It may be said of him as of Goldsmith, he writes like an angel, but talks like poor Paul. You may have read his poem, Echoes of the Empyrean, published in the Weekly Lotus. Mr. Overtop was wicked enough to say that he had read and admired it. It is a curious fact in the history of the poem that the subtle thoughts which it evolves were the topic of discussion at one of my conversazioni, and on that very night Chickson told me he had 45 lines written on the subject. The knowledge of that trifling circumstance lends additional interest to the poem. That is, if anything could lend additional interest to it, observed Overtop. You are right, said Mrs. Slapman. Truth, like that which animates every line of the Empyrean, needs no factitious attractions. You have read the Empyrean? Turning to Wilkeson and Maltboy, who had stood hard by during this conversation. Calm patterns of politeness. Mr. Wilkeson, not understanding the question, his thoughts wandering back to the pale mechanic and his child, nodded yes, and was immediately put down on Mrs. Slapman's mental tablet as a quiet gentleman of good taste. But Matthew Maltboy, distinctly understanding it, was candid enough to say no, and from that moment was as nothing in the eyes of the lady. Overtop proceeded to deepen the favorable impression which he had made upon this charming patroness of intellect. Did it ever occur to you how many subjects for the highest order of poetry lie unnoticed all about us? Take that chandelier, for example, the prismatic drops of which are dull in the shade, but sparkle with all the colors of the rainbow in the gaslight. Might not those hidden splendors be compared to that genius whose brilliancy is alone evoked by beauty's radiant smile? Marcus Wilkeson squirmed, and Matthew Maltboy felt uneasy while their friend was delivering this elaborate idea, and felt easier when he reached the end in safety. Mr. Overtop himself shared in the sensation of relief. Beautiful! Beautiful! Cried Mrs. Slapman, in a species of rapture. I must repeat that delicious thought to Chickson, but not now. And she looked inquiringly at Overtop, as if in expectation that he would utter another new truth immediately. That gentleman not happening to have one on his tongue's end, Mrs. Slapman was kind enough to give him time for reflection. End of Book 1, Chapter 9. Book 1, Chapter 10 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Infirmities of Genius. Allow me to point out some of my friends, Mr. Overtop. Among them are faces which you may have seen. If not, you will at least recognize several of the names. But I must protest that I am monopolizing too much of your time, madam, interposed Overtop, conscious that his neglected friends were looking on awkwardly and waiting for him. And I protest against your protesting, said Mrs. Slapman, with a merry laugh. So saying, she motioned him to one of the front windows, and under the shade of heavy blue and gold curtains, commenced to point out notable guests. Mr. Overtop observed, first with regret and then with pride, that their withdrawal into a corner elicited looks of surprise and curiosity, not unmingled with envy, from the little group that hovered about the refreshment table, and drank Mrs. Slapman's fine wines, and laughed and joked together. He was glad to see that his two friends sauntered through the parlors, examining the pictures and articles of taste which caught the eye on every side, and that Mr. Quigg was engrossed in the examination of some books on a centre table, opening them, and smoothing their fair pages with his hand as if they were ledgers. You see that stout man with the double chin, the one drinking champagne to the left of the table? That is Mr. Scrimser, a gentleman who has made several aeronautic excursions, and talked about a balloon voyage to Europe last year. You may remember his portrait and plans of his airship in the illustrated papers. I do, said Overtop, and also that he didn't go. "Precisely. Some trouble about the currents, I believe. You note that small man with the sharp face, the one sipping a glass, to the right of the table? That is Mr. Boskirk, inventor of the submarine summer house, a species of diving bell, which is to be owned and managed by a joint stock company. I have promised to take a few shares in the concern." "Excuse the digression, madam," said Overtop, "but ought not these two gentlemen to change places in life? Is not the heavy one peculiarly adapted to the diving bell, and the light one to the balloon?" Mrs. Slapman smiled, and looked faintly surprised, as if the remark were unworthy of her guest. "Probably you know that gentleman under the picture of a landscape, talking very earnestly to another gentleman, who seems to want to be getting away. The man with the long curly red hair? I know his face well, and, though I have no further knowledge of him, am morally certain that he is a social reformer." "Why?" asked Mrs. Slapman. "Because I never saw a man with long curly red hair who was not a social reformer. Men with red hair, the true carrot tint I mean, have a natural propensity for reform. Some of them repress it, but others give rein to their inclinations, go into the reform business, and hang out their curls as a sign to all mankind. And all mankind interpret it as readily as they do the striped pole in front of a barber's shop." "A striking thought, truly, and full of truth," said Mrs. Slapman. "I will mention it to Mr. Gormit. On reflection, however, I won't. I might wound his feelings, for he is an exquisitely sensitive creature. As you have ingeniously discovered, he is a social reformer. At present he is only known to the public as the editor of the Humanitarian Harbinger, but his select circle of friends are well aware that he is devoting his ripened genius to the production of a work called the Progressional Principia, which will be in 4 volumes, and exhaust the whole subject of social science. This immense undertaking is a favorite subject of his ordinary conversation. He is probably at this very moment giving a general outline of the book to that gentleman on his right. That slender young man with the Vandyke beard, cutting into a cake, you may not need to be told, is Patching, the painter of those delicious interiors, which have been seen every year by those who had eyes to find them, in obscure corners at the rooms of the National Academy of Design. In short, Patching is the subject of a conspiracy in which the hanging committee is implicated. But though professional envy may place his works in the worst possible light, and for some time cast a shadow over his prospects, an independent public taste will ultimately appreciate his genius. Mark the melancholy that overspreads his features as he tastes that glass of sherry. Next to truth, melancholy is the chief characteristic of his style. In a miniature portrait which he painted of me last year, and which is regarded as a capital likeness, he introduced a shade of sadness which is at least not habitual with me. Mr. Overtop hastened to say that of that fact he needed no assurance. Without giving a minute account of all my guests, I may say generally that they include novelists, dramatists, actors, and musicians. Some you may know by sight. The acquaintance of all you may make at a future time. At this strong hint, Mr. Overtop replied that he should be only too happy. He had by this time come to the conclusion that there never was a more candid and delightful widow than Mrs. Slapman, and furthermore that she was that rarity, a sensible woman, of which he had been so long in search. Mr. Overtop mentally hugged himself. "By the way, sir, you will pardon the impertinence of the question, but to what profession do you belong?" "I am a lawyer, madam," said he, fearful that the announcement would not be well received. "Fayette Overtop, firm of Overtop and Maltboy." Mrs. Slapman mused a moment, and said, "It is a little singular that among my large collection, circle, of friends, there shouldn't be a single lawyer." "As I am a single lawyer, Mrs. Slapman, it is within my power to supply that deficiency among those who are honored with your friendship." Mr. Overtop thought, with some reason, as he finished this remark, that he had never said a better thing in his life. Mrs. Slapman's severe taste rejected Overtop's pun, but not himself, and she was about to say that she should put him on the list for her next conversazione, when another awkward interruption occurred, in this wise. Signor Mancusi was a gentleman with an Italian name and a perfect knowledge of English, who sang bass parts in a church up-town, and enjoyed the reputation of having personated the chief druid in Norma, at an early period of the New York opera. Monsieur Bouton played one of numerous violins at the Academy of Music, and was believed to be kept down only by a powerful combination. 3 months before this New Year's Day, both of these gentlemen had volunteered their services, in company with many other musical people, to give a grand concert in aid of a benevolent enterprise. To Monsieur Bouton, as a man supposed to know something of sharp management, from his connection with the opera, was entrusted the supreme control of the whole affair. It is due to Monsieur Bouton to say that he tried to perform his laborious duties faithfully, and with perfect justice to his associates. When, therefore, in ordering the printing of the gigantic posters which heralded the concert, he directed his own name to be placed at the head of the eminent artists who had offered their services for the occasion, and in type half as large again as any of the rest, he only expressed a conscientious opinion of his superiority over all of them. In this opinion his associates happened to disagree with him, each one claiming that himself and nobody else was entitled to typographical precedence. Most keenly was the alleged injustice felt by Signor Mancusi, who stood at the foot of the sloping list in letters less than an inch long, and he had made a solemn vow to revenge himself on Monsieur Bouton the first time that they met after the concert. Their simultaneous appearance at Mrs. Slapman's was that time. Monsieur Bouton had been privately informed of the signor's intentions, and regretted that that gentleman's ridiculous vanity should get the better of his judgment. Seeing him at Mrs. Slapman's, Monsieur Bouton avoided the signor's presence, fearing they might come into a collision disgraceful to the time and the place. The signor, for the same considerate reasons, kept shy of Monsieur Bouton. After dodging each other for a long time, they were at last brought by accident face to face. Monsieur Bouton was calm. Signor Mancusi tried to be tranquil, but those small, lean black letters at the foot of the list rose vividly to his mind, and before he could check himself, he had whispered or hissed, between his set teeth, the word "scoundrel." Monsieur Bouton was taken unawares, but had sufficient presence of mind to reply, "You're another," in a whisper, low but freighted with meaning. Whereupon the signor responded, also under his breath, "You're no gentleman." To this assertion Monsieur Bouton answered with masterly irony, "And you are a gentleman now, ain't you?" Up to this point the controversy had been pleasantly conducted in whispers, and was unnoticed by the bystanders, but Monsieur Bouton's last insinuation had the strange effect of maddening the signor still more. He lost his self-control, and said, in an audible voice, "You're only a scraper of catgut anyhow." Monsieur Bouton, also oblivious of the proprieties, retorted louder still, "And what are you but an infernal screech-owl?" Cries of "Hallo! What's the row?" "Hush!" and "For shame!" rose from all parts of the room, and the two musical gentlemen, conscious that they had grossly misconducted themselves, stepped back a yard from each other, and were immediately surrounded by several friends, and kindly told that they were a pair of fools. Mrs. Slapman and Overtop rushed to the spot. The latter measured the two combatants with his eye, to see if he could safely undertake to pitch both or either of them out of the room, if requested to do so by the widow, and concluded that he could not. Mrs. Slapman was much embarrassed by this painful outbreak. It was only 3 weeks ago that Monsieur Bouton had dedicated a new quadrille to her, and but a fortnight since Signor Mancusi had sung 4 operatic airs gratuitously at one of her musical and dramatic soirees. But respect for herself and for her guests, especially for Mr. Overtop, of whose talents she had formed an exalted opinion, pointed out her path of duty, and she followed it. She stepped between the 2 disputants, and cast a look of surprise and regret at each. "I was hasty," said Signor Mancusi. "And I was too impulsive," said Monsieur Bartin. "Then, gentlemen, if you would merit my continued friendship, please make up your little difference by shaking hands." They recoiled from the proposition a moment, but being pushed together by their respective friends from behind, took each other's right hand, shook it once feebly, and said distinctly with their eyes, "We shall meet again." "Very well done," said Mrs. Slapman, with the air of an empress, tempered by a charming smile, "and let us hope that is the end of it. Now, Mr. Overtop, allow me to offer you some refreshment." Mrs. Slapman was in the act of handing a glass of champagne to the favoured Overtop, when an unearthly shriek was heard, which startled the steadiest nerves. This shriek was repeated 3 times in quick succession, and seemed to come from the sidewalk in front of the house. There was a general rush to the window, but Wilkeson, Overtop, Maltboy, and Quigg ran for the street at once, surmising the source of the cry. There stood Captain Tonkins in the sleigh, leaning against the dashboard, holding in one hand an empty jug, and in the other his whip. Around the sleigh were a dozen men and boys, who had been convoked by the cry of "Fell citizens." More men and more boys were seen coming in the distance. As the 4 lessees of the sleigh approached him, the captain again yelled, "Fell citizens." "For heaven's sake, stop, Captain," cried Quigg. A smile of contempt played upon the captain's large lips, as, shaking his whip defiantly at the agitated group, he shouted, I know ye. Don't think I don't know ye. You're Mulcahy men, ev mother's son of ye, and you're come to this 'ere meetin' to put down freedom of speech, but yer carn do it. Peat it. Yer carn do it. I defy ye. I defy ye." The captain was a powerful man, and Quigg, as well as his companions, singly and collectively, shrank from trying physical persuasion on him. Besides, a crowd of people had gathered, who were greatly enjoying the scene, and desiring its continuance for an indefinite period. "Fell citizens," continued the captain. "Now these vile tools o' Mulcahy silenced. Warn tell ye, I'm candidate school spectre in this ward. Fust place, I'm only reg'lar candidate. Second place, I feel great intest moral wants of all your children. May say they are my own children, God bless 'em. Third place, my dear fell citizens, if yer'll jest step inter Phil Rooney's 'fore ye vote, yer'll find some whiskey there, and that's best argument, after all." Having reached the logical end of the first and last speech ever made in public by Captain Tonkins, the captain tumbled out of his sleigh, and sprawled upon the snow, whereat the bystanders shouted for joy, and the widow Slapman and 2 large windows full of guests shook with laughter. "Splatform fallen?" asked the captain. "Yes," replied one of the citizens, humoring the idea. "The platform gave way, and you tumbled to the ground." I know who did," resumed the captain. "Them Mulcahy men. They saw on't posts." Here the captain descried 2 widow Slapmans smiling on him from a window, and gallantly kissed his hand at them. His heavy body was tumbled into the rear of the sleigh, a buffalo robe thrown over it, and Captain Tonkins was then unconsciously borne toward the bosom of his family in Minetta Lane, a friend officiating as driver, amid the cheers of his late audience. The 3 bachelors were satiated with their day's experiences. They raised their hats to Mrs. Slapman, still laughing at the window, and walked smartly home. Mr. Quigg, deriving much comfort from the thought that Captain Tonkins had not been paid for his sleigh, and would not be, hastened to a neighboring stable, hired the only remaining team, and continued his round of calls, giving 1 minute to each. End of Book 1, Chapter 10. Book 2, Chapter 1 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2nd, Polishing. Chapter 1, The Enigma. Marcus Wilkison's new acquaintance throve rapidly. Mr. Minford's dealings with the world had made him shy and suspicious, and he was at first disposed to keep his benevolent visitor at a safe business distance. But the heart of the thoughtful mechanic could not long resist the kind and earnest sympathy of the man who sought to be his friend. With a caution born of experience, however, Mr. Minford, before admitting the new guest to his full confidence, called upon a number of Wall Street brokers and South Street merchants, to whom Marcus had referred him, and learned from them that that gentleman bore a reputation of the rarest honor and purity of character. While giving this united testimony, however, they all agreed in condemning Mr. Wilkison's eccentricity. Insanity, one broker called it, in retiring from business at the very moment when he was most successful, and had a great fortune within easy reach. The fact that he had retired with $150,000, instead of mitigating his offense in the eyes of those critics, increased it. Why, said a noted bear, with that amount of capital and Wilkison's first-rate talents, when he chose to use them, he might have become the king of Wall Street. It's a pity so smart a fellow should make a wreck of himself. And the bear heaved a sigh of commiseration, which was by no means echoed by Mr. Minford, who gathered from all this evidence an increased esteem for his benefactor. From the time when he first crossed the threshold of the house on his mission of mercy, Pet had looked upon him with the deepest reverence. She had read, in story-books, of mysterious gentlemen, who went about doing good merely for the pleasure of it, and who always reached the scene of distress with fairy-like certainty, when everybody and everything would have gone to ruin without them. Such a strange supernatural embodiment of goodness seemed Marcus Wilkison to her childish fancy. When he entered the room, and he was an everyday caller now, she looked around with great anxiety to see that all the chairs were in their proper places, that there was no dirt or dust visible anywhere, that everything was in a state of order and cleanliness worthy so exalted a guest. She would run to take his overcoat and hat and cane, and place them as carefully in the clothes-press as if they had been the robe, crown, and scepter of a king. Then she would sit in her little chair, and take her sewing, or knitting, or embroidery, and pretend to be all absorbed in it, while she was listening eagerly to every word that Marcus addressed to her father, and occasionally looked up at the face of their guest, and thought how noble it was, and how proud she should be to call him uncle. When he spoke to her, as he often did, and asked her about her work, or her companions, or her studies, upon the latter subject he had grown quite curious of late, she would feel that she was blushing, and answer with downcast eyes, and be half glad and half sorry when he ceased to question her, and would then sit and torment herself by recalling what she had said, and thinking how much it might have been improved. A sharp-eyed observer, had such been present, accustomed to studying the human face and weighing motives, would have been puzzled to guess the exact nature of the feelings which Marcus entertained for the pretty, innocent young creature who sat there, always plying her little fingers at some useful work. The puzzle would have been a still greater one for Mr. Wilkison himself. He felt a profound interest in Pet, and she it was, and not the pale mechanic or his novel machine, that led him daily up those 3 flights of rickety stairs to that humble room. He said to himself, and he would have said to anybody who was entitled to call upon him for an explanation, that he had always loved children, and that the beauty and goodness of this child had deeply interested him. If there was any other motive at the bottom of his heart, he studiously concealed it from himself, as he would have concealed it from all the world. During these visits Mr. Myndert pursued his work without interruption. The screens, which were at first jealously closed, were now thrown open, and the inventor sat there in full sight of his visitor, laboring at his great mechanical problem. Repeatedly he had begged of Marcus the privilege of explaining to him the principles of the machine, but that gentleman had always resolutely declined, for the reasons before stated, and he had always observed that, a few moments after such refusal, the face of the inventor would brighten up, as if with joy that he had not parted with his secret even to one who held a fifth interest in it. Of the wonderful results which the machine was sure to accomplish, Mr. Myndert was never tired of talking, nor Mr. Wilkeson of hearing, although at these times his eyes followed the flying motions of Pet's fingers as if they were a part of the wonder of which the inventor discoursed so glowingly. Precisely what the machine was to effect, when completed, Marcus Wilkeson would never have known if he had been the most attentive of listeners. Mr. Myndert spoke in vague general terms, that afforded no clue to the mystery. He talked of old philosophers and mechanicians, who had failed to discover an unnamed secret of nature, because they had no faith in its existence. Complete faith in the existence of the thing to be discovered, as well as in the ability of the searcher to find it, he regarded as indispensable conditions of an inventor's success. The fact that the natural law which he was trying to demonstrate had been pronounced an impossibility by professors of science should weigh as nothing in the mind of any man who remembered how every great invention of the age had in turn been stamped impossible by those dogmatizers in their academical chairs, their books, and their reviews. Latterly, Mr. Myndert confessed, the scientific theorists had been more tolerant toward other people's inventions. They never invent anything themselves. But with regard to the one upon which he was now engaged, they had, with complete unanimity, decided that the thing could not be done, and charitably called every man an idiot or a lunatic who attempted to do it. The world has at last fallen into this belief, Mr. Myndert would say bitterly, and the few people with whom I am acquainted would all agree in echoing these scientific opinions, if they knew what I am working at. But no one shall know, excepting you, Mr. Wilkeson, to whom I should be most happy to explain everything, if you would only let me. This prejudice is too deep-rooted to be readily pulled up. Even when my invention is perfected, and has entered upon its boundless career of usefulness, I know that it will be called a humbug, that people will look at it and see it in operation, and still say it is a lie. Yet the time will come when the professors of science will feel proud to expound by formulas the very invention which they have shown by formulas to be an absolute contradiction of all the laws of nature. As for the rabble who make up the world, the inventor's lips curled as he said this, they will be glad to atone for the mad hue and cry with which they will follow me at first, by giving me at last limitless wealth and immortal fame. Mr. Myndert's eyes flashed, and Marcus Wilkeson, looking up at them from Pet's volant fingers, saw in their sudden glare what he took to be the evidence of genius, but what, in an ordinary man, he would have called a decided symptom of insanity. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A delicate proposition. One afternoon, when Mr. Myndert was in excellent humor, having made a great discovery in the course of his experiments the previous night, Marcus thought it a good opportunity to propose something that had been on his mind for a week past. "Mr. Minford," he said, "will you excuse me for meddling a little in your household affairs?" "Not if you offer me any more kindness," returned the inventor, smiling gratefully at his guest. "I am too much in your debt already. But you forget that I hold an interest in your invention, which you would make me take. I consider that more than payment in full. So you have confidence in my success?" "You have begun to inspire me with it, I confess," replied Marcus, indulging in a little unavoidable flattery. But it was not to you that I was about to offer any kindness," he continued, emphasizing the personal pronoun, and looking hard at Pet, who bent patiently over her work, and began to blush in anticipation that her name would be mentioned. Mr. Minford raised his eyes from a ratchet which he was finishing in a vise, and glanced with curiosity at the speaker. "Do you not think, sir, that your daughter might profitably spare a few hours every day toward the completion of her education? You have told me that her studies were interrupted by a change in your circumstances some years ago." "Certainly she might," answered the inventor, "and I thank you for the suggestion. This machine has so completely engaged my thoughts that I had quite lost sight of the dear girl's education. I should say, however, that I have been expecting at any moment to put the finishing touch on my invention, the very first profits of which I shall spend in employing a dozen teachers, if need be, for my little Pet. She shall be an educated lady, if money can make her so. Shan't you, Pet?" The young girl's fingers twinkled faster at her work. "I hope so, father," said she. "But, Mr. Minford, it is possible, barely possible, you know, that your invention may not be completed, nor money be realized from it, for many months, perhaps 1 or 2 years. Suppose, only suppose, of course, your triumph to be postponed for even 1 year, your daughter will then be 1 year older, and less fitted to acquire the accomplishments which you desire her to possess, than she now is. Pardon the suggestion, if it is an obtrusive one. I plead the sincere interest which I take in you and her as my only excuse." "No apology is needed, my dear sir," replied the inventor. "I know and appreciate your thoughtful kindness toward us, and I consider your advice most excellent, especially as I intend to travel in Europe and take out patents for my invention there. It would be desirable to have my pet learn French, and also to improve her knowledge of music. You understand the English branches pretty well, I believe, my dear. Let me see, how long is it since you left school?" 3 years, Pa." "True, true," said the inventor sadly. "It was when our troubles first began, and I found it necessary to economize. But I did very wrong to take you from school at that time." "You forget, Pa," replied his daughter, in a sweet chiding voice. "You wanted me to go on with my studies, but I said that you must save the tuition money, and let me learn to keep house. Don't you remember, Pa?" "Yes, child, I remember. And I was selfish enough to allow you to make the sacrifice. But you shall have schooling to your heart's content now, whether you will or not. I agree with our dear friend that no time should be lost in resuming your education. I shall insist upon setting apart $200 for that purpose. Enough money will still be left to perfect my invention, and that, too, within a month, notwithstanding," he added playfully, "Mr. Wilkeson's discouraging remarks a moment ago." "And I shall insist upon not taking the money, Pa," said Pet, laughing, but shaking her head and patting her feet on the floor in the most decisive manner. "And I shall insist on furnishing the money," said Marcus Wilkeson, folding his arms and looking very much in earnest. "Let us see who can be obstinate the longest." "Then I shall insist on your taking another 5th interest in the invention. Upon that point I am immovable." Mr. Minford folded his arms likewise, to imply that nothing could shake his granitic determination. "Ah, now I see some prospect of a friendly arrangement. I will pay $500 for another 5th, and esteem it a good bargain, provided your daughter consents to let 1/2 of it be spent on her education. What do you say to that, Pet?" "That I thank you very much for your kind offer," said the young girl, whose eyes sparkled with gratitude. "But I must not accept it. Pa will need all the money he can get to finish his work. I know it." Marcus and the father exchanged pleasant looks, and the former said, with an ill-assumed sternness, "Then I don't advance another cent to him. I have named my conditions, and they must be accepted. You have no idea, Pet, what a tremendously obstinate fellow I am when I'm roused." Nobody could have gathered the idea from his intensely amiable face at that moment. "I see, my dear, that we must yield to this determined man," said Mr. Minford, winking at Marcus. "We shall never have any peace with him until we do." "You know best, Pa," returned his daughter, who shrank timidly from any further discussion with their guest. Marcus Wilkeson was delighted with the perfect confidence which father and child reposed in him. "Now that this little matter is happily settled," said he, "I must tell you that I have already taken the liberty of selecting a school for her." "How can we ever repay your goodness?" said Mr. Minford. "It is situated only 2 blocks away," pursued Marcus. "Capital!" cried Mr. Minford, "for then she will never be far from home. And if you want me at any time, Pa, you can send for me." "And I can be here in a moment," said Pet. "It will be so delightful." "It is a private school, and if your daughter prefers, she can be taught separately from the other pupils. Miss Pillbody, the teacher, tells me that she can give her an hour and a half in the morning before 10 o'clock, and half an hour in the afternoon after 4 o'clock." "That will suit me exactly, Pa," cried Pet, clapping her hands with glee, "because then I can get your breakfast, dinner, and supper, and do all the housework without any interruption in my studies." Miss Pillbody thought the arrangement would suit you. She is a perfectly competent teacher of French, Italian, the English branches, music, drawing, and the dead languages, and higher mathematics. Quite a prodigy, I assure you, for a lady not yet 22 years old. Marcus was addressing the father. "I have been particular in my inquiries, and all who know her speak in the highest terms of her remarkable attainments, her ability to teach others, and her goodness of heart. Your daughter will like her, without doubt." "I know I shall," said Pet, with enthusiasm. "There are so many things that I will learn, Pa. First, music. She has a fine piano, and plays splendidly," remarked the guest. "I heard her. And French and Italian, to please you, Pa. That is, if I can learn them. And everything else that the lady can teach me. I shall be so happy, sir." The father and the guest smiled at the zeal with which the young beginner proposed to grapple with the difficulties of human knowledge. It was fortunate for her that a long series of hard and injudicious teachers had not already sickened her of learning, and that she brought a fresh and uncorrupted taste to the work. Pet was thinking which one of her 2 dresses, equally faded, she should wear to school, and what bit of ribbon or trimming she could introduce in her old bonnet to improve its general effect. Marcus Wilkeson was marveling at the confidence which the inventor and his daughter placed in him, and at what there was about him to inspire it. Mr. Minford was congratulating himself on having met with a man so generous and sincere as this Mr. Wilkeson, and so entirely disinterested too. "For," reasoned the inventor, "he cannot appreciate, as I do, the enormous value of my discovery, and does not dream that his portion of it will compensate him for his outlay more than 100 times over." The silence was broken by a sound as of heavy boots trying to move softly on the stairs, and a subsequent modest rap at the door. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An auxiliary of modern civilization. The Boy Bog rapped and entered. He was more neatly dressed than when Marcus saw him on the occasion of his first visit. His patched and threadbare coat was replaced by a neat roundabout jacket, his greasy, visorless cap by a flat felt hat, of which the brim was symmetrically turned up, his tattered shoes by great cowhide boots. The boy was of that age when the human frame grows with vegetable-like rapidity, and he seemed to have increased a little all around within 3 weeks. The boy looked distressingly awkward in his new articles of attire. Had he stolen them, he could not have appeared more guilty in presence of the rightful owner. "Why, Bog," said Mr. Minford reproachfully, "where have you been these 3 weeks? Not called to see us once?" The boy's confusion increased at this unexpected salutation, and he hung down his head at the threshold of the door. Mr. Minford partly reassured his bashful visitor by springing forward, shaking him heartily by the hand, and saying, with earnestness, "My good lad, I am always glad to see you." Pet was also by his side in an instant, and warmly shaking the other hand. "You look real nice, Bog," said she. Mr. Wilkeson also came forward and said, "Don't you remember me, Bog?" and clasped him by the right hand when the inventor had relinquished it. Bog bowed and scraped and blushed, and murmured, "Thank you very well," several times confusedly, and at last settled down into a chair which was pushed under him by Pet. Having crossed his legs, he began to feel a little more at ease. "You've been very busy of late, haven't you, Bog?" asked Pet, charitably anticipating an excuse for the boy's long absence. "You'd better believe it," replied Bog, not looking at her, but studying the pattern of his left boot. "The day after I called here last, Mr. Fink he got a job to stick up bills for a new hair dye all the way from here to Dunkirk, on the Erie Railroad. Well, he couldn't go 'cause he had lots o' city posting, you see, so he hires me to do it for $10 a week and expenses. The pay was good, he said, because the work was extry hard. The bills was to be posted on new whitewashed fences, new houses, and places generally where there was signs up telling people not to post no bills." "That was a singular direction, Bog," said Mr. Minford. "So I told Mr. Fink," replied the boy, "but he said as how them were the hair-dye man's orders. He said the idea was to make folks look at bills who wouldn't notice 'em if they was on a place all covered over with advertisements. They was to be posted up high and strong, so that the owner of the property couldn't tear 'em down easy. Mr. Fink thought the idea was a good one, but he owned it was a little risky." "Perhaps that is why he didn't care to do it himself," suggested Marcus Wilkeson. "Mebbe," said Bog, "but I didn't consider it no objection. I told him I was goin' to be a bill poster, and wanted to study every branch o' the business." At this point Bog hitched his chair nervously, uncrossed and recrossed his legs, as if he were conscious of trespassing on the patience of his auditors, and then went on. "Well, I hurried home and saw that Aunt didn't want for nothin', and then I started on my travels. I should 'a' called and seen you, Mr. Minford," he added, casting a side glance at the inventor, "but I hadn't time." "No excuse necessary, my good Bog," returned Mr. Minford kindly. "Business before pleasure, you know. But I am anxious to hear how you got along with the job." "Well, pooty hard," said Bog, emphatically, "though I made out to go all through the state and stick up 6,000 bills, every one on 'em, on a new house, shop, or fence. Lemme see, I was chased 7 times by big dogs that was set on me, shot at 3 times." "Why, poor Bog," interrupted Pet. "You weren't hurt, I hope?" "No, Miss Minford, I wasn't hurt," answered Bog, looking her in the face for the first time since he entered the house, "though I got one through my old cap. I'm so glad it was no worse, Bog." These words of sympathy from the young girl flustered the poor boy for a minute. Then he rallied. "Besides that, I was took up 4 times by the perlice, and was carried afore justices of the peace. When they asked what I had to say why I shouldn't be fined, I told 'em the whole truth about it, and they all laughed except one, and said it was really funny, and they hadn't no doubt the hair dye was a very good thing to take, but could tell better after they had tried some. I told 'em that the hair dye man would send 'em 12 bottles apiece. Mr. Fink had directed me to say this, if I was 'rested and brought afore a justice. The justices, that is, all of 'em but one, then said they didn't want to be hard on me, and as that was my first offence, they would let me go without any fine. And they did, after givin' me their names, and tellin' me to be sure to have the bottles sent on just as soon as could be. You see, they were all as bald on the top of their heads as punkins, but the fourth justice that I was took to, he wasn't bald, but had a crop o' hair like a picter, and when I offered to put down his name for 12 bottles, he swore and fined me $5 for what he said was an insult to the dignity of justice, and $5 for postin' up bills in places where it was agin the law. Mr. Fink had give me money from the hair dye man to pay fines, as well as my board, so I didn't care. But I'm talking too much." Bog paused, because, on taking a stealthy observation around him, he suddenly became conscious that his 3 auditors were listening attentively to his story. "Not at all, my dear Bog," said Mr. Minford. "I, for one, am curious to know how this ingenious plan of advertising, in defiance of the law, succeeded." Mr. Wilkeson expressed himself curious on the same point. Bog, thus encouraged, continued. "When I come home, after havin' stuck up 6,000 bills in the principal towns and villages along the route, I went right to Mr. Fink. He shook hands with me, and says he, 'Bog, your fortin's made.' 'How's that?' said I. 'Why,' says he, 'you're the greatest bill poster I ever heerd of. Professor McFuddle, that was the hair dye man, says the money has begun to pour into him like 60, and he is buyin' up all the hair dye in the market, and puttin' his labels on it, to supply the demand. He has given me $10 to present to you, besides the 30 for your wages.' Mr. Fink then give me $40, and says he, 'That a'n't all, for I have so much business now I want a pardner, and I'll take you, and give you 1/3 of the earnin's.' I rather guess I snapped at the offer, and we is goin' into partnership tomorrer." "Success to you," said Marcus and the inventor together. They saw in this illustration of his bill-posting talents only an evidence of business shrewdness that deserved encouragement. The young girl, however, viewed it in the light of a violation of law, and therefore could not conscientiously approve of it. Bog noticed her silence, and guessed the cause. "Thank you very much," said he, "but I forgot to say I ain't goin' to do any more business on the Erie plan. It ain't right. Come to think it over, I was sorry I done it, and so I told Mr. Fink, and he said it wasn't exactly reg'lar either, and he shouldn't never ask me to do it again." "I am glad of that," said Pet, quietly. Bog's eyes were instantly turned toward her with an expression of pride and gratitude. "Oh, of course, it is always best to obey the laws," observed Mr. Minford. "And I wouldn't for a moment be thought to advise anything else," added Marcus Wilkeson, "though I never could help admiring pluck and sharpness in business affairs." "I am going to school again, Bog," said the young girl, hastening to change the subject of conversation. Bog looked up, surprised and pleased. "Mr. Wilkeson," said Mr. Minford, "has taken another small share in my invention, and pays me in advance for it. With that, Pet will finish her education." The inventor would have made this disclosure of his private affairs to no other human being but Bog, for this simple boy was the only person he had ever known, excepting Marcus Wilkeson, who had not openly ridiculed his mysterious labors. "I am very glad to hear of it, sir," said Bog, awkwardly, but with an air of profound respect. How is the machine, sir?" Bog asked the question hurriedly, as if the machine were a sick person whose health he had until then forgotten to inquire after. "Getting on finely, Bog. Only 2 or 3 springs, a cog here, a ratchet here, a band at this point, and a lever up there." Mr. Minford touched portions of the machine rapidly, and then, "Look out for a noise." "A noise," repeated Bog, with juvenile earnestness. "Not an explosion, my good fellow, but tremendous public excitement. Plenty of fame, mixed with a good deal of abuse at first, and a little money, I hope." The inventor's eyes flashed with the fire that Bog had often seen, and when he emphasized the word "little," Bog knew that he meant to express the boundlessness of the wealth that his labors would bring to him. "I believe it," said Bog, with sincerity pictured in every lineament of his honest face. "I've always believed it." "So you have, my dear Bog, and your faith has often cheered me," replied the inventor, patronizingly. "By the way, how's your aunt?" "Oh, yes, how is your aunt, Bog?" asked Pet. "I had quite forgotten her." "She's pooty well. On'y them rheumatics troubles her some. They're workin' their way from her left arm into her head, aunt says. Week afore last they was in her feet, and they've been clear round her, and goin' back again, since then. Queer things, them rheumatics." "They are very painful, Bog, you know," said Pet. "Yes, so aunt says." Bog did not add, as he might have truly done, 1,000 times a day. "Give her my kind regards, Bog, and say I will call and see her," continued Pet. "My respectful regards also," added Mr. Minford. "Thank you," said the boy. "But I guess you better not call, Miss Minford. Aunt's a good woman, but kind o' cur'ous, you know. Them rheumatics has made a great change in her." Bog here referred, but made no verbal allusion, to a certain friendly call which Pet had once made upon his aunt, on which occasion that elderly lady had entertained her visitor with a monologue 2 hours long, giving her a complete history of the malady, from its birth in the right great toe 3 years previous, through all its eccentric phenomena, to that stage of the disease which made it, as the venerable sufferer observed with some pride, "the very wust case the doctors ever heerd of." Upon this fruitful theme, Bog's aunt could and would have discoursed for hours longer, but for the appearance of Bog, when she sought a new relief from her agonies by abusing that poor fellow, charging him with neglect and ingratitude, finding fault with the food which he brought home for her from market, and asking him when he was going to buy that soft arm-chair he had promised her so long. Bog laughed, and explained this outburst by saying to Pet, "It's only aunt's rheumatics," but the old lady rejected the explanation, and went on scolding and fault-finding with such increased fierceness, that Pet hastily put on her bonnet and shawl, and bade the rheumatic grumbler good-bye, saying, which was true, that her father would be anxious about her. Since then, the young girl had kept away from Bog's aunt. "I've bought her a nice soft arm-chair lately," continued Bog, "but it don't do her no good. The rheumatics seem to be getting wusser all the time, and the thing that makes them wussest of all is calls. So I guess it's better for aunt you should keep away, Miss Minford." Bog prided himself on his tact in putting forth the last argument. Then the conversation turned on Pet's education, Marcus and her father fondly discussing what it ought to be, and Bog listening, and looking stealthily at the young girl, still busy at her work, and they all sat, happy in thoughts of the future, far into the twilight. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Miss Pillbody. Miss Pillbody's school was unknown to the pages of the city directory. It was never advertised in the newspapers, with a long list of honorables and bank presidents as unimpeachable references. The bright little plate on her door exhibited only Pillbody in neat script, and no hint of the existence of a school within. The school was select to such an extent that not more than a dozen pupils were admitted to its privileges, and so private that, outside of that number, its name was not known except among its graduates, and there were reasons why they should hesitate to spread its reputation abroad. If strictly classified among the institutions of the city, it might be termed a school for female adults in good circumstances, whose early education had been neglected. The idea of the school originated with Miss Pillbody, and like many other valuable ideas, it was hit upon quite accidentally. Dorcas Pillbody was the only daughter of a man who had amassed a fortune in the oyster business, and had finally retired to a 4-story house in 16th Street, near the 6th Avenue, where he proposed to spend the balance of his days in the dignified enjoyment of his hard-earned money. To this secluded oyster dealer, as solitary and happy in the midst of his new grandeur as a bivalve in its native bed, came a plausible stockbroker, who, after a series of interviews, persuaded Mr. Pillbody to make a small investment in the Sky Blue Ridge Pure Vein Copper Mining Company. The small investment, unfortunately, turned out well. In less than 60 days, the shares that he had bought at 10% sold at 75, and ultimately advanced to par. Delighted with this unexpected result, Mr. Pillbody determined to stake largely. He had been a wholesale oyster dealer, and was a man of comprehensive ideas. Again his venture prospered. Mr. Pillbody, intoxicated with success, invested his entire means in the purchase of 2 new mines in a southern state, whose unparalleled richness was certified to by mineralogists of great reputation. Just as Mr. Pillbody was making arrangements to bring these mines before the public, his stockbroking friend, through whom he had effected the purchase, left for Europe, and it was then discovered that Mr. Pillbody's mines, if they existed at all, were 10 feet under a swamp, on property which belonged to somebody else, the title deeds of which had been forged by the adroit operator. Mr. Pillbody could not endure his misfortune. He wrote notes bidding farewell to his wife and child, and commending them to the care of their relatives, to whom he had always been bountifully generous. Then he went to Staten Island by ferry, there took a rowboat, proceeded to a celebrated oyster bed, which was the scene of his youthful labors, and drowned himself. The widow and daughter, the latter 20 years of age, healthy and finely educated, applied to the 2 brothers of the deceased for assistance, and were at once kindly received into their families, and sat upon sofas and ate from tables purchased with money, never repaid, of the late Mr. Pillbody. The 2 brothers, upon application to the proper tribunal, were appointed executors of the estate, and were not long in discovering that it was insolvent. Mother and daughter were shifted about with almost monthly regularity from one house to the other, and though they tried to make themselves useful in every capacity except that of a servant, they could not disguise the conviction that their departure was an event a great deal more welcome than their coming. The widow's talents for dressmaking, she had been a milliner's apprentice before marriage, though of a high order, and exerted to the utmost, failed to please. Miss Pillbody's thorough knowledge of French, and the higher branches of an elegant education, as well as her proficiency on the piano, and her sweet simple style of ballad singing, were worse than useless acquirements in her uncle's families. Her uncles were cold, stern, ignorant men, who had an intense hatred for the mere accomplishments of life. Each had 2 daughters, who, with the natural tastes of the sex, were not averse to the graces of education, in the abstract, but could not bear to see them displayed by their stuck-up pauper cousin, as they often termed that hapless young lady in private conversation. A kind offer, which she was imprudent enough to make, to teach them all she knew, had set them against her from the first. The widow endured the cold looks and cutting words of her husband's relatives, and even the reproaches which they heaped upon his folly, with a widow's patience, and seemed content to remain a poor, broken-down, dependent creature. Miss Pillbody, on the contrary, was quick to discern and to resent, mentally, the uncivil treatment daily experienced by her mother and herself. Had she been alone in the world, she would have left those inhospitable roofs when the unkind hints first began to be dropped, and trusted to the cold charity of strangers. But she could not bear the thought of being separated from her mother, so she endured her wretched state of dependence as best she could, while she quietly sought for some means of employment that would yield them a living. Profiting by the lessons she had learned from her uncles, she did not apply to any person who had known her father, and received favors from him in their better days. She asked no favor from any one, only work, at a fair price. By diligent hunting, she found several opportunities. She could earn $4 a week by embroidering, at which she was skillful, and had taken premiums, or $2.50 for teaching French twice a week in a country seminary, or her board and washing for inducting a family of 4 little musical prodigies into all the mysteries of the piano. But these tempting offers would still have left her mother with her uncles, and she spurned them all. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Friend in Need. One day, as Miss Pillbody was riding up Broadway, intending to visit a teacher's agency for the 16th time, she accidentally made the acquaintance of a middle-aged lady, who talked a great deal upon the slightest provocation, trifled sadly with grammar and pronunciation, and was excessively friendly and amiable. The diamonds in her ears and on her fingers, and her overdone and gaudy style of dressing, were some indication, though not a convincing one, that she was a woman of wealth, and Miss Peabody made bold to ask her if she knew anybody who wanted a private teacher in her family. The lady said she did not, unless, she added, laughing very loud at the humor of the suggestion, you come into my family and learn me something. The remark was unpremeditated, but the moment it was made, the lady seemed to be greatly struck with its force, and immediately followed it up with the question, do you suppose you could learn grammar and pronunciation, and how to talk French, to a grown-up woman like me? Miss Pillbody thought the lady with the diamonds was joking, and laughed by way of reply. But I am really in earnest, continued the lady, thoughtfully, turning 3 heavy cluster rings on her little left finger. You see, my early edication was rather poor, 'cause I was poor then, but my old man made a spec in tobacco last year, and now I'm pooty well off, and live in good society. I kinder feel the want of grammar, French, and a few of them things. I like your face and your manners, and if you can learn me 'em, I'll give you $10 a week to come to my house 1 hour every day, and be my private schoolmistress. It'll be rather hard, I s'pose, to learn an old dog new tricks, but there is no harm a tryin'. Notwithstanding the oddity of the proposition, Miss Pillbody saw by the lady's face that she meant what she said. I think I understand English grammar and French, and the other branches usually taught at academies, she replied, and should be very happy to accept your offer. "Then consider the bargain closed," returned the lady. "Here is my dress," handing her a card, "and you may come to-morrer mornin' at 10 o'clock, if that'll suit you. I have no children, and the old man will be out at that time, and we shall be as snug as two bugs in a rug, ye see." Miss Pillbody was delighted with the sudden prospect of an honest living thus open to her, and she only feared that she would not be able to do enough for her money. So, after she had again thanked the lady for her kindness, she said, "I think I could give you lessons on the piano, madam, unless you understand that instrument better than I do." "Lor bless me, child," responded the lady, holding up her thick red hands, and making the diamonds flash in the sunlight. "Lor bless me, them fingers is too stiff to play the pianner now. I've got a splendid pianner, though, with an Olean 'tachment, 3 pedals, and pearl keys. Cost $800, and a nice piece of furniture it is, you may believe. I let it be out of tune all the time. That's an excuse for not playing when anybody asks you to, you know. I don't mind tellin' you this, because you'll be sure to find it out." And the lady laughed very loudly at the confession of this small deceit, which Miss Pillbody assured her was by no means confined to herself, but had been adopted by her ingenious sex from time immemorial. When the middle-aged pupil and her young teacher separated, as they did on the arrival of the stage at an uptown jeweler's, where the former got out to make a few purchases, Miss Pillbody felt as if she had known her patroness for years, and that in that coarse, showy, good-hearted woman she had found a true friend. And so it turned out. However dull Mrs. Krull might be as a scholar, she was quick-witted as a friend, and was constantly bestowing unexpected kindnesses upon Miss Pillbody. Scarcely a day passed that the young teacher did not receive from her pupil some little present, at times rising to the value of a bonnet or a shawl. Mrs. Krull's all-embracing kindness would have extended to the widow Pillbody too, in whom she was much interested from the daughter's accounts of her, but for the shrewd objection which she entertained against entrusting anyone with the secret of her pupilage. Miss Pillbody was often and particularly enjoined by her not to tell anyone, not even her mother, of it, and she saw the advantages of carefully observing the request. Great pains were taken to keep Mr. Krull, and the housemaid, cook, and coachman from a knowledge of the mystery. On Miss Pillbody's arrival daily at 10 a.m., she was ushered into the drawing-room, where Mrs. Krull was always anxiously awaiting her. The servant was told to say to callers that "Mistress is out." Mrs. Krull bolted at this trifling deception at first, but soon got used to it, and the lesson began. Mrs. Krull at first thought she was competent to learn her native tongue and French together, in a series of half-hour lessons, but she soon found out that the latter language had some eccentric peculiarities quite beyond her powers of articulation, and that the spelling of a word did not afford the slightest clue to the method of pronouncing it. After floundering about heroically but hopelessly through the introductory chapter of the first French grammar, she gave up the polite tongue in despair, consoling herself with the reflection that speaking bad French was worse than speaking no French at all. Miss Pillbody, who did not venture to advise her pupil on her choice of studies, but left her to consult her own fancies undisturbed, heartily approved of Mrs. Krull's conclusion, though she acknowledged that New York society by no means took that view of the case, but tolerated bad French with a courtesy worthy of France itself. Mrs. Krull's studies were thereafter confined to English spelling, grammar, and writing. She declared that she knew enough of arithmetic to count change correctly, and wanted to know no more, and that geography was of no earthly use to her. Besides, she could never remember the names of places. It was in pronunciation that Miss Pillbody's system achieved the greatest good. Anxious to strengthen herself on that weak point, Mrs. Krull set a watch on her language, and gave every word a good look before she sent it forth. The effect of this constant introspection was most happy, but at times Mrs. Krull would be thrown off her guard by a rush of ideas, and all the old blunders would come out. Toward other persons she became to some extent a free teacher, and would, in the most obliging manner, rectify their little errors of pronunciation, when she was sure of them, and sometimes when she was not. Of course Mr. Krull was taken in training by her, that gentleman having made the discovery early in life that the less a man says, the more he is supposed to know, had acquired a habit of taciturnity, which had become a second nature to him. His conversation consisted mainly of grunts and nods, and it was astonishing how much he could express by them. At any rate, they had made his fortin, and he couldn't a done more'n that if he'd talked like a house afire. Which explanation, often repeated, was about the longest one ever known to be uttered by Mr. Krull. Therefore Mr. Krull did not offer a large field for the exhibition of his wife's new acquirements, but by drawing him into conversation, and then lying in wait for him, she found opportunities to exhibit them for his good. At first Mr. Krull only stared and grunted. Then he laughed. His laugh and Mrs. Krull's laugh were very similar, and were their strongest bond of union. Once he said, "Wonder what's the matter with the old woman?" And on a subsequent occasion, when Mrs. Krull had convicted him of 3 mistakes in 5 words, he ventured upon this protracted remark: "Guess the old gal feels rather big since she got inter what they call good s'ciety, eh?" This was in allusion to the recent successful speculation in tobacco, which had enabled Mr. Krull to buy the best house in 23rd Street, and take the second best pew in a fashionable church, thereby placing Mrs. Krull at once within the charmed circle of society. As for himself, Mr. Krull took very little interest in society, having observed that society had taken very little interest in him until that lucky turn in terbacker. Mrs. Krull would smile, and confess that society had claims upon people, and that, when one is in Rome, one must do as the Romans do, the moral of which proverb was, that Mr. Krull ought to improve his speech. Mr. Krull replied by asking, what difference 'twould make 100 years from now? Which observation, when Mr. Krull condescended to speak at such length, was a favorite argument with him. But he little suspected his wife's secret. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Branching out. To Miss Pillbody, this quiet little arrangement proved a fortune indeed. In 2 weeks after she became acquainted with her benefactress, she was rich enough to take lodgings for her mother and herself at a decent boarding-house. The old lady entertained singular notions about the rights of relationship, and held that it was the duty of her husband's brothers to give them a home for the balance of their lives, and regarded her daughter's desire to cut loose from her uncles, and be independent, as a romantic and absurd notion, born of novel reading, to which Miss Pillbody was a good deal addicted. To gratify her daughter's whim, the widow Pillbody finally consented to move into a boarding-house, though she did it in the firm belief that the good luck which the young lady had fallen upon would be of brief duration, and they would be glad to come back to their relatives again, their natural protectors, as Mrs. P. called them. In their new residence Miss Pillbody was happy. The money which she earned weekly, and which was always paid to her in advance, was sufficient for her own and her mother's board, In addition to other presents, Mrs. Krull had forced small sums upon her acceptance at different times, and Miss Pillbody began to enjoy the odd sensation of laying up money in a savings bank. Of the future she thought but little, first, because she had no head for plans, and second, because Mrs. Krull had promised to set her up in a private school, and Miss Pillbody placed a blind trust in that lady. An accident in this wise caused the fulfillment of the promise much sooner than was expected. Mr. Krull, in getting out of a stage one day, slipped on the step and dislocated his left shoulder. At his age, careful treatment was necessary for an injury of that kind, and the family doctor peremptorily forbade him to leave the house for a month. Mr. Krull therefore stayed at home, growling like a bear in a cage, and solacing himself with the determination to bring a suit of damages against the stage company, the carelessness of whose driver, in Mr. Krull's opinion, caused the accident. Mr. Krull, like a good husband, would have nobody to nurse him, apply his embrocations, and put on his bandages but his wife, and Mrs. Krull, like a good wife, cheerfully and tenderly performed that duty. But this rendered necessary the abandonment of the daily lessons at her house, for she was liable to be summoned to her husband's bedside at any moment. He sent for her at every new twinge of pain, and furthermore, it was his custom to crawl out of his couch every half-hour, and wander restlessly through the house, until his wife, under the stern instructions of the family doctor, sent him back to bed again. Mrs. Krull, though not wanting in love for her disabled consort, was loath to abandon her lessons. Having tasted of the Pierian spring, she desired to drink deeply. As Miss Pillbody could not continue her course of instruction at Mrs. Krull's residence without being detected in the act by the invalid lord of that mansion, and as it was clearly impracticable for Mrs. Krull to go to Miss Peabody's boarding-house, and turn the widow Pillbody out of the little room which mother and daughter jointly occupied, the generous pupil hit upon the idea of renting the ground floor of a house for her teacher, setting apart one room as a schoolroom, fitting it up for her in a comfortable style, and helping her to get wealthy adult pupils enough to pay all the expenses of the establishment, and a handsome income besides. Miss Pillbody thankfully accepted the noble offer, though she feared that she would never obtain scholars enough to repay the money which Mrs. Krull was willing to advance, and also to defray the current expenses of housekeeping. Mrs. Krull entertained no such fears. She had great faith in the efficacy of advertising. She had personally known 3 quacks who made $500,000 apiece out of patent medicines, and one woman who had turned a common recipe for removing superfluous hair into an eligible establishment in 32nd Street and a country cottage, with 16 acres under good cultivation. She believed that newspaper advertising was the shortest and surest road to fortune, and the only standing cause of quarrel between her and her husband was the latter's incredulous pooh-pooh at her theory upon this subject. At her request, Miss Pillbody drew up this advertisement, and caused it to be inserted twice in 3 daily papers. To ladies in good society who desire to improve their education, a young lady who has moved in wealthy and fashionable circles, and has received the best education that New York City could afford, having met with reverses in fortune, would be happy to accept, as private pupils, a few ladies whose early cultivation was, for any reason, neglected. French, Italian, Spanish, vocal music, the piano, and all the English rudiments, taught at reasonable prices, particular attention paid to pronunciation, spelling, and writing, satisfactory references given and required. N.B. Pupils taught separately, and at different hours. For further information, address Educatrix, New York Post Office. There were many points in this advertisement to which Miss Pillbody's modesty took exception, but Mrs. Crull insisted upon them in a way that permitted no refusal. The little bit of bragging was the principal thing, she said. She had always observed that people are inclined to believe bragging advertisements, though they openly profess that they can't be taken in by them. As for the satisfactory references, she would undertake to give them, if they were required, which of course they would not be, as the mere offering of them invariably sufficed. If called upon, she would say that she knew a wealthy lady, the head of a family, who had derived the greatest possible benefit from the instructions of educatrix. If asked who she was, she could answer that educatrix would on no account allow the name to be made known, as it was a great merit of her system that she kept the names of her pupils a profound secret from each other, and from the rest of the world. The good sense of this regulation would at once be appreciated by all mature ladies, who wished to repair the defects of their early education. Her own position as the mistress of an elegant mansion in 23rd Street would, Mrs. Crull reasoned, entitle her statement to ready belief. The plan worked capitally. Educatrix received 50 answers to her advertisement, and was busy more than a week, calling at the houses of those who desired an interview with her. The ladies were all in good circumstances, and without an exception were the wives of men who had made sudden fortunes, after the manner common in the United States. Finding themselves elevated above the necessity of cooking their own dinners and washing their own clothes, they keenly felt the want, hitherto unknown, of an education which would fit them, in a measure, for that society whose portals were now thrown wide open to them. Miss Pillbody's gentle manners and polished ways gained for her the confidence of all, and she could have had 50 pupils daily, at $2 a lesson, the fixed price, of 1 hour each, if it had been possible to teach that number. Acting on the advice of Mrs. Crull, Miss Pillbody decided to accept only 12 pupils, for 24 lessons each, and devote 6 hours daily to them. This arrangement would give her 6 pupils a day, and the 12 would complete their course in about 2 months. Then she could take 12 more, and so on. It was plain, from the success of the first experiment, that there would never be a scarcity of pupils. Mrs. Crull then rented the first floor and basement of a suitable house in a quiet neighborhood, furnished it nicely, hired a grand piano for the front parlor, and turned over the premises and their contents to her young teacher. Miss Pillbody brought her mother to their new home, a fair share of which had been set apart and fitted up expressly for her. The old lady admitted, with some reluctance, that the house was not badly furnished, and that her daughter's prospects might be worse than they were. But who was this mysterious woman that took such an interest in her daughter? What was her motive, she would like to know, and why was she so anxious to avoid her, Mrs. Pillbody? To which questions her daughter responded, as she had done 50 times before, that her teaching was strictly private, and that none of her pupils would visit her, except under a pledge of the profoundest secrecy. Mrs. Pillbody shook her head doubtingly, and said, "We shall see," adding that she only hoped they would be as comfortable there as they were at Uncle John's and Daniel's. That was all. The school throve. The pupils came with great punctuality at their different hours, and were unknown to each other and to the world. The secret of the school would never have got abroad, but for the incaution of a certain Mrs. Brigback, wife of a man who had been connected with the city government for 2 years on a nominal salary, and retired rich. She was so delighted at the progress which she made in the English rudiments, and in the French, being able to ask for bread, or fish, or concerning a person's health in that language, that she could not refrain from confidentially advising another lady, the wife of a street contractor, suddenly opulent, to take a few lessons from the same accomplished teacher. The street contractor's wife was perfectly indifferent to society, and had no wish to remedy the defects of her early education. She promised secrecy, and the next day told the story, at the expense of her friend, to a mutual female acquaintance, who passed it on with embellishments to a third, who amused a fourth with its narration, and so it went through a succession of confidential people, until one day it became the subject of conversation in a stage in which Marcus Wilkeson was riding. He could not avoid hearing it, and although the two ladies, themselves shockingly astray in their grammar, laughed at the absurdity of the thing, Marcus Wilkeson thought it was a capital idea. A plan which he had been idly revolving in his mind for the education of Miss Minford began to take shape. The inventor, he reasoned, would not be likely to object to a strictly private school for his daughter if the teacher were a lady of correct principles and highly educated. On the last point Marcus Wilkeson determined to satisfy himself. So he addressed a note, through the General Post Office, to Miss Pillbody, New York City, requesting the privilege of an interview on business, at the residence of the lady, the exact location of which she was asked to designate. The letter was advertised, Miss Pillbody's address being unknown to the carrier, and about 2 weeks after it was written, an answer came back to Mr. Wilkeson at his house, giving information as to the whereabouts of the lady, and appointing the time for an interview. Mr. Wilkeson called, and in 5 minutes' conversation was satisfied of Miss Pillbody's moral and intellectual qualifications as teacher, and thought himself very fortunate in securing a vacancy among the pupils, caused by sudden illness, for Miss Minford. With what perfect confidence the suspicious inventor, as well as his simple-hearted daughter, accepted the frank offer of their friend and benefactor, we have already seen. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Little Pupil. It was a pleasant winter's morning when Mr. Minford and his daughter and their singular friend made a formal call on Miss Pillbody by appointment. The inventor had overcome a difficulty in his machine by introducing a cam movement, and was in excellent humor. As he walked along the streets, he said that the snow and the sky and his future all looked bright to him now. Of the two former objects, his assertion was obviously true, and Pet enjoyed the shining scene, as youth, health, and innocence always do, without reference to the future. A few minutes' walk brought them to Miss Pillbody's private schoolhouse. A pull at the bell summoned a stout, red-faced servant girl to the door. To the question, if Miss Pillbody was in, she said, "Yas, sir, ef yer plaze." Miss P. had vainly endeavored to correct her English, and ushered her visitors into the reception parlor, or schoolroom. A pleasant place it was, and nicely warmed with a smoldering coal fire, the coziness and comfort of which were fitly reflected from the red carpet and red curtains and red plush-covered furniture. The grand piano, hired for use, gave the room that completely furnished appearance that nothing but a piano can give. A book of instruction, open at a passage which strongly resembled a rail fence through a rolling country, showed that inexperienced hands had recently been pounding the instrument. There was no sign of a school on any side excepting a small blackboard, which had been hastily thrust into a corner, and which bore, faintly traced in chalk, a sum in simple division. The visitors sat down in the warm red chairs, and looked around the room but a moment, when Miss Pillbody entered by a door connecting with the rear parlor. She bowed gracefully to Mr. Wilkeson, and was by him introduced to his two companions. To the father she was profoundly respectful, and to the daughter tender and affectionate, grasping her hand closely and smiling a welcome upon her. Pet was instantly fascinated with her future teacher. There was something lovable not only in her intelligent face, pale with the protracted labors of her daily life, but in the infirmity of her eyes, for she was short-sighted, and could see objects distinctly only by nearly closing the lids. This peculiarity, not disagreeable in itself, won upon Pet's compassion, and made her feel more at home in the strange lady's presence than if she were conscious that a pair of fully sighted orbs were looking at her, and accurately noting her defects. Miss Pillbody's occupation for some weeks past had given her a new idea of the value of time, and she proceeded at once to business without wasting a single word upon the weather. In less than 5 minutes she had, by artful inquiries and a winning voice, found out the exact range and extent of Miss Minford's acquirements, and agreed with the father that a further education in the English branches was unnecessary at that time, with the exception perhaps of an occasional exercise in reading, and that his daughter might devote 24 lessons to French and the piano, with hopes of success, provided she could study and practice several hours a day at her own home. Mr. Minford replied that she could study French at home to her heart's content, but he had no piano, whereupon Mr. Wilkeson took the liberty of suggesting that it might be possible to borrow one at a moderate rate by the month, and set it up in their front room. Miss Pillbody applauded this idea, and it was instantly agreed to. "For certain reasons which I will not now mention," said Mr. Minford, "I am anxious to hurry up her education." "By the way, what is your first name, my dear?" asked Miss Pillbody. "It is quite awkward to call you Miss Minford, you know." The inventor answered for his daughter. "Her name is Patty, miss, and we call her Pet for short, instead of Pat, which would be hardly appropriate." "A pretty name," said Miss Pillbody. "And she is a pet, if I mistake not." The teacher looked archly at Mr. Minford, and then affectionately at the daughter, through her half-shut eyes. "I promise you she shall be a pet here, provided always she learns her lessons like a good girl. We always insist on that first." The teacher waved her hand with magisterial authority as she spoke, but accompanied the act with a laugh, which made Pet laugh also. During this conversation Mr. Minford had dwelt upon his machine in an undercurrent of thought, and an idea just then occurred to him, which he was desirous to test immediately. He therefore rose, and said that they would not detain Miss Pillbody any longer, and that his daughter would call and receive the first lesson at any time which that lady would name. "Her hour will be from 9 to 10 o'clock every other morning, and from 3 to 4 on alternate afternoons," said Miss Pillbody. "It is now 10:30, she added, consulting a watch. "Mrs. Penfeather, my 11 o'clock pupil, is out of town to-day. So Miss Minford, that is, Pet, can commence now, and I will give her until 12 o'clock. This will save time." "Good," remarked the inventor. "The great point is to save time. For certain reasons, as I said before, you have none to lose in educating my daughter. And, that we may not detain her a moment, Mr. Wilkeson, we will leave, if you please." Marcus Wilkeson was glad to do this, for the conversation had already reached its natural terminus. He therefore followed Mr. Minford's motion, and grasped his hat and cane. "You are not afraid to stay here, child?" said the inventor. "Oh, no," replied Pet, with a happy laugh. "I already feel quite at home." "And she shall always feel so here, I assure you, sir," added Miss Pillbody. Mr. Minford's new idea occurred to him again with fresh force, and he hurriedly said, "Good-bye, Pet, Be a good girl now, and see how much you can learn in your first lesson." Then he kissed her, jerked a bow at Miss Pillbody, and made his exit into the hall. Marcus Wilkeson added his best wishes for the progress of the little scholar, bade her and her teacher a pleasant farewell, and followed Mr. Minford. The child ran after them to the front door, and exchanged good-byes with them until they had turned the corner of the next street, when she entered the schoolroom, and straightway began her first lesson in the accomplishments of life. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 1 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3rd, The Trail of the Serpent. Chapter 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pet studied hard and made great progress. Her father and Marcus Wilkeson watched her developing education with equal pride, and constantly applauded and encouraged her. The inventor did not know one word of French beyond the colloquial phrases with which everybody is familiar, but he would ask his daughter to read the crisp and tinkling tongue to him for hours at a time. He would hammer softly and file gently as she read, so that he might not lose a word of it. He would hear no news but that which she translated from the tri-weekly French paper published in the city. With correct and careful tuition at Miss Pillbody's, these constant exercises at home, ambition, and an excellent memory for languages, Pet was soon able not only to satisfy her teacher, but to make herself understood, in a small way, by a real Frenchwoman, Mademoiselle Duchette, the forewoman of a candy store on the nearest business avenue. Pet followed every lesson on the piano at Miss Pillbody's by 3 hours of daily practice at home. Marcus had hired for her a small piano, warranted to be just the thing for beginners. In other words, the keys and pedals were nearly worn out, and could not be much further damaged by unpractised hands and feet. This instrument was squeezed in between the bureau and the washstand, filling up the last spare space in the crowded little room. Pet wanted to have it set up in the next apartment, and practice there in the cold, alone, but neither her father nor Marcus would listen to that proposition for a moment. Mr. Minford's nerves were extremely sensitive to sound. They vibrated to it like an aeolian harp in the wind. He placed pianos, cats, fish peddlers, and hand organs on precisely the same footing, as nuisances. Nothing but the ruling desire to make a lady of his child could have steeled him to the endurance, hour after hour, of her monotonous 1, 2, 3, 4, and the discordant banging which accompanied those plaintive utterances. The permanent discords with which the piano was afflicted, or the striking of a false note, would sometimes set his teeth on edge, but he would only hold his jaws tightly together, beat time with his head, and smile a hypocritical approval. Sometimes he would torture himself playfully, and make Pet laugh, by running a musical opposition with his 3-cornered file, a small but effective instrument. Marcus Wilkeson was equally tolerant of Pet's practice, and there was little false pretense in the patience with which he listened. Happily, he was not all alive to sounds. Screeches and harmonies were pretty much the same to him. Since he was a boy, he had been trying privately to sing or whistle Auld Lang Syne, and had not yet mastered the first bar of it. He watched Pet's little fingers moving up and down the piano with mechanical repetition, and was truly interested in the sight, for 2 reasons. First, the motion was graceful, and second, she was acquiring an accomplishment which he held in the highest esteem, because nature had put it entirely beyond his reach. Sometimes, but not often, Bog was a listener at these rudimental concerts. Since Marcus had come to the relief of the family, Bog felt that his mission was ended. He knew that it was a small piece of pure hypocrisy to call once or twice a week to see if he could be of any service, when he was aware that Mr. Minford had hired a woman, who lived on the floor below, to do all their housework, marketing, cooking, and general errands. He knew that Pet, on these occasions, asked him to go for a spool of thread, or a paper of needles, or a package of candy, merely to gratify him with the idea that he was making himself useful. When he came into the room tidily dressed, and highly polished as to his boots, he blushed even redder than he used to. It was not the acquisition of a little money by Mr. Minford that had exalted his daughter in the eyes of Bog, but the French and the music. These two accomplishments seemed to lift her into an upper air of delicacy and refinement, for which Bog felt that his miserable education and clumsy manners quite unfitted him. After Bog had performed some little invented errand for her, she would reward him with a short exercise, and Bog would sit, with open mouth and crossed legs, staring at Pet's face and hands alternately, and beating time with his large red hands on his knees. Bog knew the negro songs of the period, and admired them. He would have liked to hear Pet play them, but feared she would think his musical taste very bad if he asked her to. Her exercises, as she called them, he considered something perfectly wonderful, and belonging to a class of scientific music which a poor fellow like him could not be expected to enjoy. But, like many an older and more worldly wise person, he pretended to be thrown into raptures by it, and at every pause in the playing would say, "Beautiful, ain't it? That's prime," or "Splendid," or "The best I ever heard." Sometimes, at his earnest entreaty, Pet would read a page of French to him, and he would listen with awe and reverence, as to a beautiful sibyl, prophesying in an unknown tongue. Bog always paid these visits in the afternoon. Marcus Wilkeson always called in the evening. The two had met in the house rarely since New Year's. When they accidentally met on the sidewalk, within a square or two of the house, as they sometimes did, Bog colored up as if he were guilty of something. Once Marcus Wilkeson saw Bog at a distance, turning suddenly down a side street, as if to avoid him, and Marcus wondered what could be the matter with the boy. By industry and tact, Bog made money in his new partnership, and had already laid up a snug sum in the savings bank. Between Pet and her teacher a feeling of sisterly affection had sprung up. Miss Pillbody turned with a feeling of relief from her dull elderly pupils, stiff in manners and firmly set in their habits, to this fresh, impressible young creature. What she did conscientiously to the others for pay, she would have done to Pet for love, had not her bills been settled in advance. Whenever Miss Pillbody had a spare hour or two, afforded by the indisposition of one of her older scholars, from excessive fatigue occasioned by a dinner party or other laborious hospitality the night before, she would send the red-headed servant to Mr. Minford's, and notify Pet, who was only too happy to go to her beloved teacher and take an extra lesson. Mrs. Krull could not be called a promising pupil. Her intentions were excellent, her patience and her good nature were unbounded. She was always punctual at her lessons. Neither cold nor storm could keep her away. While she was in the schoolroom, she would resolutely deny herself the pleasure of indulging in more than a dozen episodes on the fashions and bits of scandal which she picked up in her cruise through society. With the exception of these little wanderings, she would go through her recitations with as much correctness and docility as a sharp-witted child of 12 years. She felt a childlike pride in gaining the approval of her teacher. When she was under Miss Pillbody's instruction, and knew that every mistake would be courteously but firmly corrected on the spot, the teacher's invariable custom, She kept such a guard upon her tongue that she sometimes read or conversed in long sentences without making a single error. But when she was out of Miss Pillbody's sight, there were certain blunders which she fell into as surely as she opened her mouth. Sometimes Mrs. Krull and Pet would meet on the doorsteps of Miss Pillbody's house, the one going in and the other coming out, or on the sidewalk in the neighborhood. Mrs. Krull would catch the child by both hands, smack her heartily on the cheek, no matter how public the kiss, and then a conversation something like this would begin. "How bright and pretty you look this mornin', my darlin'." Mrs. Krull could not remember to pick up the G's, except under Miss Pillbody's eye, and then not always. "Thank you, Mrs. Krull. I am quite well. How are you, marm?" "Oh, smart as a trap. Haven't known not a sick day these 10 years." Mrs. Krull was weak on the double negatives. "How do you get along?" From motives of delicacy, Pet never added, "in your studies." "Well, I don't mind tellin' you, as you are my confidential little friend." Here Mrs. Krull would look around cautiously to be sure no one was listening. "The other studies isn't so hard, but grammar knocks me." Mrs. Krull's nominatives and verbs were irreconcilable. Then Pet would say, telling an innocent fib, "I don't observe anything very wrong, Mrs. Krull." "Aha! There you are flattering me, you little chick. I know, or think, I have improved a good deal with our dear Miss Pillbody, but a smart little scholar like you must see lots of mistakes in me." At this point Pet would blush and murmur, "No, no. Humbug," Mrs. Krull would say. "I know my incurable faults, and I know that you know 'em. But lor bless you, child, there is plenty of ladies in good society," Mrs. C. always slurred on the first syllable of that word, "who talk as bad as me. Their husbands, just like mine, got rich suddenly, you see. I tell you, I was 'stonished to find how many of 'em there was. They are thicker'n blackberries. I found out something else, too." Here Mrs. Krull would shake her head knowingly, like one who had discovered a great truth. Pet would know what was coming, but would ask, "Pray, what is it, Mrs. Krull?" "Why, I found out that, if you give good dinners and big parties, and keep a carriage, and have a conservatory, and rent a pew up near the altar, your little shortcomin's in grammar isn't no objection to you. Money makes the mare go. However, edication, as Miss Pillbody says, is a good thing of itself, and I shall keep on tryin' to get it." These conversations always ended by an invitation to Pet to visit Mrs. Krull. "I'll have our carriage call for you," she would say, "at your father's house. We have no children, you know, and the old man would be very good to you, though, of course, it wouldn't do to hint about the school. But I can trust my little friend for that. Come now, won't you?" But Pet always modestly declined these kind invitations. She knew her father's pride, and his aversion to the patronage of rich people. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Falling Board. One afternoon Pet had been taking an extra lesson from Miss Pillbody, and had started homeward with a light heart, humming to herself a musical exercise which she had practiced for the first time that day. A few doors from Miss Pillbody's, some workmen were repairing a wooden awning. The framework was covered with loose boards, which the carpenters were about to nail down. A feminine dread of danger would have induced Pet to make a wide detour of this awning, but her mind was so fully occupied by the musical exercise that she walked unheeding right under it. "Look out! Look out!" shrieked a chorus of voices overhead, accompanied by a rattle of falling boards. Pet sprang forward just in time to escape one of them, and to catch another on her shoulder. It touched her gently, not even abrading her skin, for its fall had been stopped midway by a young man. "Stupid, silly creature! The girl's a blockhead. Where's her eyes, I wonder?" shouted the carpenters, after the manner of carmen and stage drivers when you narrowly escape being run over by their carelessness at the crossings. "Shut up," said the young man savagely. "Why the devil don't you keep your boards where they belong, instead of tumbling them down on people's heads? I hope you're not hurt, miss," in a gentle voice. "Oh, no, not at all. I am sure I thank you, sir, very much." Pet blushed and hurried away. The young man and the carpenters then exchanged the customary abusive epithets with each other, which might have resulted in something more serious, though such verbal encounters rarely do, but for the desire of the young man to overtake the young girl whom he had saved from a bruised shoulder or a worse accident. Shaking his fist at the four jeering carpenters, and muttering a farewell execration between his teeth, he rapidly followed Pet, and soon came up with her. "Are you sure you are not hurt?" said he. "Those scoundrelly workmen! I'll thrash one of them yet." Pet was confused by the second appearance of the young man at her side, though she knew that he would follow her. Even her brief experience having taught her that it is not in the nature of man to do a kindness to a woman without exacting a full acknowledgment for it. "No, sir, I am not hurt the least bit," she replied, looking in his face no more than gratitude and civility required. Here she would have stopped, but she feared, charming simplicity of girlhood, that the young man would, some future day, get into trouble with the four carpenters. So she added, timidly, "As for the workmen, sir, they were not to blame. It was all my fault, running into the danger. I beg, sir, that you won't say another word to them." This was a long speech for timid Pet to make to a stranger, and she blushed fearfully at the end of it, and wished that the young man would go away. "They deserve a thrashing, every one of them," said he, "but for your sake I let them go." The young man spoke in a sweet voice, and his manner was respectful. Pet had observed, in several hasty side glances, that he was nicely dressed, and not ill-featured, in all except the eyes. But had his eyes been large and handsome, instead of small and forbidding, she would have desired his absence all the same. "You say you are not hurt," he continued, "but you may be, without knowing it. I have heard of people receiving serious injuries, and never finding them out till they got home. Have you far to go, miss?" "Only 2 blocks farther," said Pet, turning the corner. "The very route I was going," observed the young man. Although Pet felt that the young man's company was unnecessary and disagreeable, she did not like to tell him so. She kept silence until she reached her home, when she said, "I stop here, sir." She would have added, "Good-bye, sir," or "Thank you, sir," or something equivalent, but instinct checked the expression, and she darted into the entry, the door being accidentally ajar, and shut the door after her before the young man could say a word. Although the door was shut, he raised his hat respectfully, as one often does on Broadway after he has passed a female acquaintance upon whom he suddenly comes, the salute being received and acknowledged with a stare by the next lady or ladies following after. The young man then noted the number of the house, nodded satisfactorily to himself, and strolled very leisurely along the street, as if neither business nor pleasure had urgent demands upon him. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sneaking Justified. Neither Pet nor the young man saw the awkward figure of an overgrown boy, who had followed them at a distance on the other side of the street, keeping the trunks of trees between them and him. This clumsy figure, upon which a suit of good clothes and a new cap looked strangely out of place, was Bog. The boy Bog was often seen lounging about the neighborhood of Miss Pillbody's school, and if the policeman on that beat had not known him to be an honest lad from childhood, he would have watched him as a suspicious character. From whatever part of the city Bog came home after a bill-posting expedition, he invariably made a circuit past Miss Pillbody's school, keeping the other side of the street always, and never looking at the house. He walked hurriedly by, but came to a sudden stop at a grocery store halfway up the second block beyond, and there he would stand, partly covered by an awning post, and look strangely around, letting his eyes fall occasionally, as if by accident, on that house. If his object in these singular manoeuvres was to see Miss Minford, he always failed to improve the opportunity when it offered, for as surely as Pet came out from the school, or turned into the street to go toward it, so surely did the boy Bog walk off whistling in another direction. Nobody can understand the motives of Bog's conduct, except those who have done the same thing in their youthful days. On this eventful afternoon, eventful as a starting point in a history of sorrows, Bog had taken his usual circuitous route home from a profitable professional tour on the east side of town. Reaching the grocery store, he sheltered himself behind the friendly post, and commenced looking up and down the street, and across the way, and into the sky, always winding up his mysterious observations by a single glance at Miss Pillbody's front door. When Pet came out, after her musical exercise, the boy Bog flushed up a little, turned upon his heels, and walked quickly away. He had not gone a dozen steps before the shouts of the workmen and the sound of the first falling board reached his ears. He suddenly turned about, and saw a young man catching the next board that fell. His first impulse was to run to Pet's assistance, but a fatal spell chained his feet. Poor Bog had dreamed 1,000 times by night and by day of the ineffable bliss of rescuing Pet from a mad dog, from a runaway horse, from the assault of ruffians, from drowning, from a burning building. He had his plans all laid for doing every one of these things. He would have coveted the pleasure of whipping 3 times his weight of any well-dressed, white-handed young men who should presume to insult her. In imagination he had done it times without number, and had contrived a private method to double up a number of effeminate antagonists in succession. But in all his reveries he had never anticipated peril to Miss Minford from a falling board, nor had it occurred to him that the supreme felicity of saving her from death or injury would ever be the lot of anybody else. The entire novelty of the accident and rescue struck him with amazement, and fastened him to the spot long enough to see that Pet walked away apparently unhurt. Hardly knowing what he did, or why he did it, he shifted his body behind the awning post, so as continually to keep himself out of Pet's sight. Then the strong conviction came upon him that it was his duty to escort Pet home, for although she did not seem to be hurt, she might be. This conviction was met and almost put down by the thought that Pet would know he had been watching for her, and he could not bear that. While he was halting and sweating between these two opinions, the unknown young man had finished his little colloquy with the 4 carpenters, and, by walking fast, had caught up with Pet. Then the boy Bog decided that his wisest course, under all the circumstances, would be to follow the couple at a distance and see that no harm came to her from the young man. "If the feller insults her," murmured Bog, "just because he was lucky enough to do her a little bit of a kindness, I'll lick him till he's blue." Besides whipping him for the insults which he might offer, Bog felt that he could give him a few good blows for his impudence in assuming Bog's exclusive prerogative of rescuing that particular young girl. Bog looked very sheepish as he sneaked from one street corner to another, and skulked in shadows to avoid observation. though he tried to flatter himself that he was doing something highly meritorious. 2 or 3 times, when the unknown young man inclined his head toward Pet as if to speak to her, Bog entertained a hope that she would command him to leave her, and that he wouldn't. A single gesture from her, an impatient shrug of the shoulders, a turning away of her head, would have been all the hint that Bog needed to fly to her relief, and make up for his lost opportunity by knocking his dandy rival into the gutter. But not even Bog's sharp eyes could detect any impudent familiarity in the young man's conduct, or any desire on the part of Pet to get rid of him. "Everything is agin me," said Bog, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. When Bog saw Pet part from the young man at Mr. Minford's door, his first wild idea was to call on her, quite by accident, in the course of half an hour. Perhaps she would tell him, as a piece of startling news, about her narrow escape from the board, and what the young man said to her. But Bog was unequal to the dissimulation involved in this plan, and abandoned it. Then he had a notion of following the young man, and seeing what became of him. But a sudden and very decided rising of fresh blood to Bog's cheeks and ears told him that he had played the part of spy long enough. So Bog determined, as many grown-up people in graver dilemmas do, to go home to supper. Bog found his supper all ready for him, and it was a good one, for his aunt, although a victim of a chronic rheumatism, had contrived to preserve a sharp appetite from the wreck of her former health, and cooked 3 meals for herself and 2 for Bog, who was never home at noon, daily. She was singularly punctual, too. Breakfast was always smoking hot on the table at 6 a.m., and supper, and dinner combined for Bog, was never a minute behind 5 p.m. in the winter time. Bog, who had a truly boyish idea of feminine excellencies, considered that this knack of cooking, and this amazing punctuality, were more than an offset for his aunt's little infirmities of temper, and her everlasting discourse on the rheumatics. Though the beef hash was good, and the toast nicely browned and buttered, and the tea strong, and the fire burning brightly through the grates of the stove, and the curtains snugly drawn, and everything cheerful and comfortable in Bog's humble home, the boy was unhappy, and could not eat. Happily, his aunt was so engrossed with her own physical troubles that she never noticed indications of ill health in other people. She held that every other human ailment was unworthy of mention in the presence of her sovereign affliction. Whenever anybody presumed to speak of their little personal sufferings before her, she said, "You should thank heaven you haven't got the rheumatics," and would then proceed to give a circumstantial history of her acquaintance with that disease. Therefore, on this occasion, she was quite unaware that poor Bog sat opposite to her with a pale, dejected face, playing aimlessly on his plate with his knife and fork. She thought only, and talked only, of her malady, which had been pranking in the oddest manner all day, and had settled at last in her limbs. Bog's aunt had no legs that she would own to. After supper, Bog heaved a sigh, and said that he would go round to Uncle Ith's, and asked his aunt if she had any word to send by him. "Oh, no, nothing particular," she said. "He don't care about me." Uncle Ith, as everybody called him, was Bog's uncle on his mother's side. Uncle Ith and the aunt had a standing difference touching that rheumatism. Whenever they met, which was rarely, Uncle Ith would ask her, with a wink, how she was, and when she candidly told him that she was in a dreadful state, he would laugh at her, and say that half of it was imagination. This indignity he had repeated so often, that latterly she scorned to complain in his presence, and bore her anguish in noble silence. "All right," said Bog, who took no part in these family differences. He put on his cap and left the house. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Up in the Air. Uncle Ith was one of the city bell-ringers, and lived at the top of a tower 100 feet high, which vibrated with every stroke of the great bell hanging midway between his airy perch and the ground. He was 60 years of age, and had white hair, but he was as strong as younger men, and could swing the clapper against the side of the great bell with a boom that could be heard across rivers, and far into the peaceful country on quiet nights. His eyes were so sharp that, without the aid of a glass, he could read names on the paddle boxes of steamboats, where the unassisted vision of most persons descried nothing but a blur. He had done duty on that tower during the 6 years since it was built, and he knew the section of the city which lay spread out beneath him as a man knows his own garden. In the daytime he could always guess within a street or two the location of any fire in his district. He knew all the smokes from 100 factories, foundries, distilleries, and never confounded them with the fires which it was his business to detect. The presence of a new and suspicious smoke among the black stretch of roofs caught his eye instantly, and he could tell in a moment, by its color, its speed of ascent, and the quantity of sparks accompanying it, whether it came from a carpenter's shop, a stable, a distillery, a camphene and oil store, or some other kind of building. In the night-time he knew the lights which mapped out the squares and the streets within his range of observation, almost as well as the astronomer knows the other lights that shine down upon the sleeping city from the heavens. He could fix the position of a fire by night rather better than by day, because he had the red reflection of the flames on well-known steeples, and high prominent roofs to guide him. Such were Uncle Ith's qualifications for his place, and he was so loved and trusted by the firemen of his district, that no mayor, however beset by applications for office, had ever dreamed of removing him. In all of Uncle Ith's limited relations with the world, he was esteemed an honest man, and his word would have possessed the literal novelty of being as good as his note, had necessity ever required him to borrow money. But Uncle Ith was frugal, and made his small salary suffice for himself and a family of 7 motherless children. He had one eccentricity, a complete indifference to newspapers. He never bought nor borrowed them. "What's the use of reading 'em?" he would say. "Why not imagine the murders, suicides, political meetings, and other trash that fills 'em, and save your money for terbacker?" This did Uncle Ith, and he flattered himself that it was wisely done. The bell tower was not far from the boy's home, and in a few minutes he stood at the foot of it, and shouted to Uncle Ith, "Hallo there!" Uncle Ith, always on the alert for calls, poked his head out of the window, which he left partly open for ventilation in the coldest nights, and answered rather gruffly, "Well, what's wanted?" He never allowed his own children, nor any persons except his nephew Bog, and a few old firemen, friends of his, to visit him in the tower at night. Uncle Ith was conscientious. The presence of his children, with whom he loved to converse, or that of strangers, who would stare vacantly all over the lighted city, and ask innumerable questions, interfered with the strictness of his watch. Uncle Ith was a little eccentric, too, in his devotion to duty. "It's me, uncle," said Bog, screaming upward. "Glad to see you, Bog. You can come up," shouted the old man in return. He slung a latch-key, fastened to a string, out of the window. It slid down the side of the tower into Bog's hand. He unlocked the door, and the next moment the key was jerked aloft. The boy entered the base of the tower. He was so familiar with every crook and passage, that the small light of a gas-jet inside was not necessary to show him the way. Up he ran, sometimes clearing 2 steps at a jump, slipping his hand lightly along the rough wooden banister. A few spiral turns brought him to the bell, which hung in an open framework of timber. He gave the huge bronze a familiar tap as he passed, and wound on and upward until he came to a trap-door, which Uncle Ith held invitingly open. Then he sprang into the little room at the top of the tower, and Uncle Ith shook him by the hand. "You look well, I see, Bog. And how is your aunt?" Uncle Ith was mindful of the usages of society, and always asked after her. "Oh, she's smart," said Bog, totally oblivious of her rheumatism, "and sent her love to ye." Bog was a peacemaker. "Sent her rheumatism, I guess yer mean. No doubt she wishes I had it." Bog laughed, and his uncle laughed, and then his uncle, never forgetting duty, took a sharp look out of the 8 clearly polished windows that commanded a view of the surrounding district. Discovering no sign of fire, he resumed the conversation with his nephew, asking him about his business, which he was happy to learn was prosperous, and giving him a quantity of good advice which none but a genius could remember, or an angel follow. During these exhortations, Uncle Ith paced to and fro in the little room, looking out of some window at the end of every sentence. Bog sat on a 3-legged stool, the only seat, except a backless chair, by the side of a miniature stove, on whose top hissed the kettle, from which Uncle Ith made his pot of coffee at midnight. The night was cold, the little fire was warm, and Bog liked to hear advice from his uncle, but his eyes would wander to a certain window, as if, for some reason, he would derive great pleasure in opening and looking out of it. This movement of his eyes was so frequent that Uncle Ith observed it, and said, "Ah, I see. You want to stare out of that southeast window again. Now, I think the sight is handsomer to the west, where you can see the lights of Jersey City and Hoboken, and on the ferry boats and the shipping anchored in North River. But that's a matter of taste. Well, look out of the window, if you want to. I guess I can trust you for fires in that quarter." "That you may," answered Bog, throwing open the southeast window. The stars above twinkled crisply in the frosty air, and the sky, with its low horizon on every side, seemed infinitely vaster than it did to Bog in the narrow and high-walled streets of the city. But Bog, though he was used to puzzle over the wonders of the heavens when he was a few years younger, and had picked up a little something of astronomy from his Uncle Ith, who knew something of that as of many other sciences, did not turn his gaze to them, nor did he give more than a sweeping glance at the dotted line of lights below, stretching out in long perspectives, until the 2 luminous points at the end seemed blended into one. There were several parks in sight, which looked like portions of the sky let down on the earth, in all but the mathematical regularity of their mock stars. But Bog's eyes passed by them. To an inquisitive mind, there was something of interest to be seen and speculated over in the lighted windows of houses all about him. People could be seen eating their late suppers, rocking by the fire, playing the piano, dancing, taking a rubber at whist or euchre, or diverting themselves with other recreations of winter house life. In one upper chamber, a physician was presenting a child just born to the proud father. In another, there was a mysterious spectacle, which a closer examination might have proved to be the preparing of a dead body for the morrow's burial. But Bog saw none of these sights. His eyes sought for, and found immediately, as if by instinct, one light, which, in his opinion, was the only one worth looking at on earth or sky. It was a single bright gas jet, burning very close to a window about 600 feet distant from him in an air line. Several tall chimneys of intervening houses rose almost between him and this light, and perhaps their dark spectral shapes aided him in identifying it so readily. The lower sash of the window through which the light shone was curtained, but the upper part was uncovered, and an observer on the tower, being 50 or 60 feet above the top of the curtain, could easily look into the room. Bog rubbed his eyes, into which the cold but not biting wind had brought the tears, and gazed anxiously into Mr. Minford's apartment. The pale inventor stood a few feet from the window, attentively examining a mass of machinery before him, upon which the light shone strongly. Only the tops of the wheels and of the more complex parts were visible, but there was one lever or bar, connected with it, which rose above the whole, and could be seen by Bog to the extent of at least 2 feet. This was an addition to the strange machine as Bog had last seen it, and he contemplated it with fearful interest. Mr. Minford stood motionless for 5 minutes in the presence of his creation. He was ghost-like and frightful in that fixed attitude, and Bog wished that he would move. He did so, nodding his head and smiling, as he bent down and detached some part of the machine. All but his head and his right shoulder then disappeared from view, but Bog knew, by the vibrating motion of his shoulder-blade, that he was filing upon something. Mr. Minford then stooped again, as if to put the part of the machine back into its proper place. Having done this, he stood erect once more, folded his arms, and looked intently at the mystery for the second time. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tongues of Fire. But now Bog's attention was diverted from Mr. Minford, and his heart was made to beat more rapidly by a new sight. While he had kept both eyes closely fixed upon the inventor, he had looked with an oblique or reflected vision into the other window of the room. This window was uncurtained, and Bog could distinctly see the chairs, bureau, and other articles of furniture. A new light, so Bog oddly thought, was suddenly irradiated through the darker portion of the apartment by the entrance of Pet from the hall. She had no bonnet on, and Bog reasoned, if he could be said to reason in his excited state, that she had been spending a part of the evening, as was often her wont, with a poor family, rich in children, who lived on the floor below. Her father smiled upon the problem before him, as a new difficulty melted away under his burning gaze. Then he turned and smiled at Pet. She ran toward him, and he kissed her tenderly. Bog was devouring this little episode with open mouth and eyes, when the hoarse voice of Uncle Ith broke in upon the enchantment. "Hello, there's a fire." "What? Where?" shouted Bog, forgetting where he was. "Why, you blind man," said Uncle Ith, "straight afore ye. Don't you see it breaking out?" Bog cast his eyes about him wildly, and sure enough, directly in the range of Mr. Minford's house, but 4 or 5 blocks beyond, there was an illuminated streak of smoke curling up from a roof. "It's in my district," cried Uncle Ith, "so here goes." He seized the long iron lever near him, by which the enormous clapper of the bell was swung, and moved it like the handle of a pump. The second motion was followed by a hoarse sound, which shook the tower to its foundations, and started into listening attitudes 1,000 firemen in their engine or hose houses, in the streets, at the theaters, or at their own homes. "Shan't I help you?" asked Bog, who always proffered his services on these occasions. "Pooh, no, it's baby play for me." By this time Uncle Ith had evoked the second gruff note from the deep throat of the imprisoned monster below. Then came a third in quicker succession, and louder, as if the bell had warmed up to the work, and then other notes, until the district had been struck, and then the bell, as if rejoicing in its strength to resist blows, murmured plaintively for a repetition of them. Long before this sad sound had died away, the deep bass of the City Hall bell, the shrill tenor of the Post Office bell, and the intermediate pitches of the bells all over the city had taken up the chorus of alarm. There was a rattle of engines, hose carriages, and hook and ladder trucks through the streets. there was a frantic rush of men and boys, some with cumbrous fire-caps on their heads, and putting on their coats as they ran. How they knew the location of the fire none could guess, for it had not yet streamed out against the sky, but know it they did, and the dove goes to its cote not more directly than they centred from all parts of the district upon the exact spot of the fire. Meanwhile Uncle Ith lashed his mighty instrument into a sonorous fury, and all the other bells played their echo, even to the far-away tinkler on Mount Morris, which, having few fires in its own neighbourhood to report, took a pleasure in telling its little world of those which were raging down-town. For the information of his uncle, and to atone in part for his previous neglect, Bog devoted only a half-eye to the Minford family, and kept the rest of his optics on the fire. Just after its discovery, the smoke had loomed up dense and black, as if it were trying to suffocate the flames below. Then it changed rapidly to a light blue, and was chased faster upward by 2 tongues of fire. These tongues leaped aloft with a sudden impulse, and shed a revelation of light over acres of houses, and brought out church steeples in vivid relief against the sky, and put a new gilding on storm-beaten vanes and weathercocks. All this Bog described in his own way to his uncle, and his uncle, stooping at the lever, kept on ringing with unabated zeal, and all the other bells banged away like an orchestra of which Uncle Ith was the leader. Then Bog saw the forms of men suddenly spring into sight, as if out of the very roof between the 2 fiery tongues. The tongues licked the air about them with savage whirls, but the brave fellows dodged back and were unhurt. Then, advancing boldly again, they released their hands from something which they had been holding, and lo, 4 jets of water struck at the very roots of the flames, tripped at them, and made them stagger, drove them twice into the roof, and caught them with deadly accuracy as they came out again, and in less than 5 minutes changed all their brave splendor to dull black smoke, and set the victor's mark upon them, the column of white steam which arises from the half-quenched embers, and proclaims that the fire is put out of mischief at last. "Nothing but a kind of white smoke now," said Bog. Uncle Ith, who had just rung the last stroke of a round, relinquished the lever, and looked over the shoulder of his nephew. "The fire's out," said he. "When you see the steam comin' up that way, you may know that the water has whipped." The old man then seated himself in the backless chair, produced a short black pipe from a crossbeam overhead, and rewarded himself with a few long puffs. When Uncle Ith had a pipe in his mouth, he became didactic, and he therefore proceeded to renew his donations of valuable advice to his nephew, who was still looking hard out of the southeast window. Bog cocked his head on one side to make a show of listening, and said, "Yes, sir," now and then, which was all that his uncle expected of him. But his whole mind and his heart were in the little double-windowed room, where Pet was now practising upon the piano. Through the uncurtained glass, Bog could see her hands weaving music with the keys, and almost fancy he could hear it. The inventor bent over his machine and plied the hammer, the chisel, and the file on various parts of it. Now and then he would pause, stand erect, and look proudly toward his child, and keep time to her music with inclinations of his head. Bog, without knowing it, would do the same thing. While the boy was gloating over this scene, unconscious of the swift passage of time, the clock on the nearest church struck 9. Bog sighed, for he knew that that was Pet's hour for bed. Sure enough, her little hands shut up the piano and neatly smoothed down the cloth over it. Then she lit a candle, ran up to her father and kissed him, and in a moment was lost from Bog's sight in her chamber. As she disappeared, the boy's lips murmured, "Good night," with a fervor which made that simple colloquial phrase both a prayer and a blessing. When Pet had gone, Bog suddenly found that the night had become cold, and that he was beginning to shiver. So he shut the southeast window and took a seat by the fire to warm himself before going home. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Book 4, Chapter 1 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4th, Children of the World. Chapter 1. Myndert van Quintem and Son. One morning, when Marcus Wilkeson returned home from a ramble, he found his half-sister Philomela violently dusting the furniture and books of the snug little back parlor. The air was full of dancing motes, which looked large and suffocating in the sunshine. Marcus had politely requested his sister, 50 times at least, not to molest that sanctuary of meditation oftener than once a fortnight, to which she always replied, "I suppose you great lazy fellows would like to have the cobwebs grow on you, but you shan't while I am in the house." Then, with a few dexterous flourishes of her cloth, she would start the dust up in a cloud. On this morning, Marcus Wilkeson, being in the most tolerant of moods, merely said, "Phew!" and took a seat by his favorite window, the lower sash of which he threw wide open, with the vain hope that some of the dust would blow out. Miss Philomela smiled at this act, so as to be seen by him, but he did not appear to notice it. Then she whisked her cloth under his very nose, as if to challenge objections. After this aggravation had been repeated 3 or 4 times, Marcus felt compelled to make a mild protest. "Great deal of dust, sister," he said, stating what he presumed would not be contradicted. "Is there?" replied Miss Philomela, exulting in the success of her stratagem. "I didn't notice it. Nor would you if you had some business to look after, like other people, instead of stopping in the house all day." Marcus had heard that argument and triumphantly put it down so often that he did not think it worth another word. Consequently, he said nothing. This obstinate silence galled Miss Philomela, and after waiting full 3 minutes to see if Marcus would not answer, and meanwhile dusting prodigiously in his neighborhood, she said, "Well, it's some gratification to know that you do not have the hardihood to defend yourself. You are well aware that nothing can justify a healthy middle-aged man, I may say a young one, in retiring from active life and society, and becoming a great lazy mope." "I'm really too lazy to discuss it now," replied Marcus, smiling and filling his meerschaum from the tobacco pouch which hung conveniently at the window's side. Philomela regarded him for a moment with an expression of pity and horror. Then she heaved a sigh and muttered something about misapplied talents. "You had better say misapplied brooms and dusters," retorted her half-brother. "I should be perfectly happy now, but for this confounded dust." "Laugh away. I know you despise my sisterly advice, but you can never say that I have not done my duty." "To the furniture, most assuredly," interrupted Marcus. Miss Philomela Wilkeson heaved another sigh in the best style of martyrdom, and precipitately left the room, followed by her brother's cheerful, rattling laugh. "A good old girl enough," said Marcus to himself, "but for her well-meaning and strictly conscientious habit of making people miserable." Then he lighted his meerschaum, closed the window, squared his chair in front of it, and looked out. His face instantly flushed with pleasure at a strange sight. The blinds of the lower parlor windows across the way, which had been shut for several weeks, were now thrown open, and the white-haired old gentleman, looking thin and pale, sat in his armchair in his old place, and was gazing at him. At least so Marcus thought. But he hesitated to bow until the old man gave a distinct salutation. Marcus returned it 2 or 3 times with emphasis, as if to express his great pleasure at seeing his unknown neighbor and friend again. He blushed as he did so, for he was conscious of wilful neglect and cruel indifference in not having called upon him on New Year's Day, or since then, during the period of the closed blinds, and worse still, in not having thought of him a dozen times. though he had taken the trouble to pass his door on the way to or from Mr. Minford's, and had felt relieved to see no black crape on the bell-pull. But then, thought Marcus, pleading with and for himself, my mind has been occupied, very much occupied, with other matters. Now, if he beckons to me again, I will go over to him without a moment's delay. My old friend looks very sick and unhappy. Just then the old gentleman reached out his thin white hand, as if the motion required an effort, and beckoned twice. Marcus answered with 2 bows, and immediately rose and laid down his pipe on the window-sill, thereby implying that he would come over at once. The old gentleman smiled faintly to express his delight. In a few minutes Marcus Wilkeson stood at the antique mansion and pulled the bell. It vibrated feebly as if it shared with the house and its owner the infirmities of age. The bell was answered by an old, neatly dressed female servant. She had been told to admit the caller instantly, and said, "Mr. Van Quintem will see you, sir." He entered a wide hallway, and followed the noiseless step of the servant, trying to remember, without success, where he had heard the name of Van Quintem. At the end of the hall the servant opened a door, and ushered him into a room decorated at the edges of the ceiling with heavy wooden carvings, and furnished in the style of the last century. The old gentleman partly rose from his soft armchair, supported himself by one hand on it, and extended the other to his visitor. "My name is Myndert Van Quintem, sir," said he, "and I am very glad to see you." There was a pleasant smile in the old gentleman's pale face, and a warmth in the grasp of his thin right hand, that attested the sincerity of his words. "And my name is Marcus Wilkeson, sir, and I am truly happy to make your acquaintance," responded the visitor, in his most genial manner. The old gentleman here showed symptoms of faintness from the exertion of standing, and Marcus, taking him by the arm, forced him gently into his easy-chair, and took a seat beside him. "I must apologize for not having called before," said Marcus. "Not a word, sir," interrupted the old gentleman. "It is I who must apologize for the rudeness of nodding and beckoning to a perfect stranger, but the fact was, I could not regard you as a stranger, seeing you at your window smoking and reading, day after day, while I was smoking and musing at mine. I gradually came to sympathize with you, and to wish that the distance across the lots was short enough to allow us to converse. I thought, perhaps, that on some subjects we might interest each other. Now, be good enough to fill that pipe and smoke it, while I tell you in a few words who I am." He pointed to a meerschaum, carved into the semblance of a Dutchman's head, which looked not unlike his own. It was fitted to a long Turkish stem, and hung against the wall by a silver chain, within reach of his hand. 5 other pipes of quaint design hung near it. Marcus protested against smoking in an invalid's presence, but the old gentleman insisted upon it, and playfully but firmly threatened to smoke the pipe himself if his guest did not. So Marcus filled the large bowl from a paper of old mild tobacco which hung in a pouch near it, and drew a few gentle whiffs, intending to let the pipe go out, but the old gentleman watched him. "'Twon't do," said he. "That old pipe of mine is not used to neglect. As a particular favor now, I beg that you'll smoke, and puff out clouds as I have often seen you do across the way." Marcus protested again, but the old gentleman stubbornly maintained his point, and it was not till the pungent smoke began to curl upward that he proceeded with his personal disclosure. "Have you ever heard my name before, Mr. Wilkeson?" said he. Marcus bowed, and said that he had not had that pleasure. "Of course not," returned the old gentleman, not displeased with the answer. "I have taken infinite pains to keep out of public life since I retired from business 25 years ago. Even before that time, I was known only to a very few persons as a silent partner in the large iron importing house of Sniggs, Buffet & Co. I had no relations, and few friends in the common acceptance of that much abused word. My only happiness was in my wife. That is her picture hanging over the mantelpiece, and this house, which my father built, and which, according to a tradition in our family, is on or near the spot where my great-great-grandfather, the 4th Myndert Van Quintem, perished by the hands of the Indians." "Then," interrupted Marcus, "you belong to an old Dutch family?" "To one of the oldest on record," replied Mr. Van Quintem. "My great ancestor, the genuine original Myndert, came over as cook with Hendrik Hudson. We have an iron spoon of doubtful authenticity, said to have descended from him. Sometimes I have paid the penalty of this ancient and distinguished origin by receiving stupid compliments on my old Dutch blood, as if that species of blood were better than any other. That sort of nonsense I have always answered by informing the flatterer that the first bearer of my venerable name was a cook, the second a tanner, the third, well, the least said about the third the better, and the fourth a barber. My grandfather, a very worthy saddler in Old Queen Street, was the first of the series that was ever able to buy and hold real estate. My father increased upon his purchases, and when the property came into my possession, I in turn added to its extent as fast as I could. In 40 years this property has become valuable, and I now find myself and my lots occupying a large space on the tax rolls. It is a curious fact, and illustrates the uncertainty of human events, that my success is the result of accident, and is not in the least due to my judgment or foresight. Every kind of business that I have engaged in, and I have tried several kinds, has failed. Sniggs, Buffett & Co. almost finished me, and if I had not backed out as I did, the better part of my estate would have been sacrificed. Among those who know me, I pass for a very shrewd business man, who has made a fortune by his numerous failures. This tribute to my abilities is flattering, but I must disclaim it. But I am tiring you with these petty details of my life. Not at all, really, said Marcus Wilkeson, who enjoyed the old gentleman's frankness. Mr. Van Quintem paused, and began to show signs of fatigue. He asked for a cordial which stood on an old sideboard with great lion's feet near his visitor's chair. Having sipped of its contents, he expressed himself relieved, and resumed his story. As I was saying, I found my whole happiness in my wife and in this house. With the exception of a few friends of my youth, now all dead, she was my only society. Like me, she was fond of retirement and of books. You, sir, can appreciate the quiet, satisfying pleasure which we derived from books, for you, too, are a constant, happy reader, and you have fine books, as I know by the size of them. You see, I have been observing you closely," he added with a smile. The old gentleman's smile was sweet, but relapsed into a mild expression of sadness. "Not more closely than I have observed you," said Marcus. "I have often wondered what stout old quartos you were reading. To tell you the truth, I inferred, from the dimensions of the books and of your white cravat, that you were a clergyman." Marcus might have added that the old gentleman's flowing white locks and benevolent features had contributed to the illusion, but he had already discovered that Mr. Van Quintem, like himself, was averse to compliments. The old gentleman took the remark good-naturedly. "This is not the first time," said he, "that my old-fashioned fancy for a white cravat has led to that mistake. You will find very little of the body of divinity in that library. When I recover from this illness, so as to hobble about, we will look over my little collection together." Marcus said that nothing could give him greater delight, unless it was to show his friend his own humble library. "Thank you," returned Mr. Van Quintem, "and I promise to run over and look at it when I am well enough to go out." The haste with which the old gentleman made the last remark, and the fact that he did not invite his visitor to examine the library then and there, led Marcus to think that the old gentleman had some private trouble on his mind, which he wished to diminish by imparting to another. Marcus was right. The old gentleman heaved a sigh, and resumed. "For 10 years after my retirement, my wife and I lived on in the calm, happy manner that I have described. We had no griefs. not even that one which most commonly afflicts parents, the loss of children. Yet I sometimes think, sir, that it would be far better for some children to die in their youth and innocence than to grow up and become bad men, and torture and almost kill their parents with ingratitude and unkindness." Marcus guessed what was to come. "We had but one child, a boy, born long after I had given up all hopes of having an heir. I need not tell you, sir, what a joy he was to us in his infancy. For you, too, I presume, are a husband and a father." Marcus replied confusedly, and as if it were something to be ashamed of, that he was neither the one nor the other, though he hoped some day (here he was exceedingly awkward) to be both. The old gentleman was so wrapped up in his own thoughts that he did not seem to notice the reply. He again braced himself in the chair, as if he would by that act gather strength to proceed. "Of course I called the child Myndert. He was the seventh of that name. And I used to think, even when he was a toddling little baby, what plans of education would be best suited to develop his talents. I know that a parent's partiality is a magnifying glass of high power, but, to the best of my belief, he was a most precocious child. I think so now, as I look back upon the days of his prattling innocence. After a great deal of debating, my wife and I concluded to make a lawyer of him. He was to be the first lawyer in our family annals, and we fondly pictured to ourselves that he would become an eminent judge, or that he would step from the bar into political life, and shed honor upon his country and his family as a statesman. I know how ridiculous these imaginings must seem to you, and I recall them only to show you how deeply our hearts were wrapped up in that boy. When our little Myndert was 5 years old, my wife died." Here the old gentleman clutched the arms of the chair firmly with both hands. "Our son had been very sick for a week before, and my dear Clara had nearly worn herself out with watching over and nursing him. A severe cold, which she caught while going to the druggist's in a rain, did the rest. She died with one arm around me, and the other around little Myndert, and her last words were a blessing on the boy, and a request that I would always love him for her sake." The old gentleman's eyes glistened with tears, and his lips twitched convulsively. Marcus evinced his sympathy in the fittest way, by keeping silence, and fixing his eyes on the floor. "Well, sir, not to be tedious, I lavished my whole heart upon that child. His presence seemed to be some consolation for the great loss I had sustained. His features were so like hers, in all except the eyes, that I seemed to see her through him, and thus, in a peculiar sense, I loved him for her sake. Indeed, he was petted and caressed from his very cradle." Ah, there was my error. But who can blame a father for over-loving his only son, and that one motherless? He early showed indications of a fierce temper and a sullen pride, in which respects he resembled not his mother, but her father, who, with the exception of these two faults, was a good and just man. I have heard of cases in which strong mental traits jump over a generation, and appear in the next one. I thought, and still think, that my son's singular peculiarities might be explained in that way. If you will bear with me, sir, I will give you some illustrations of his character. When he was 9 years of age, a dear friend, now dead, advised me not to injure so precious an intellect by too much cultivation, but to put the boy on a farm, where he could divide his time between healthful work and youthful sports, and would be kept away from the contaminating influences of the city. I agreed to make the experiment, though reluctantly, for I could not bear the thought of parting with my child. An old family acquaintance, who owned a farm in Dutchess County, and had no children, was willing to take my boy. Little Myndert liked the idea of going into the country, and for 2 weeks he behaved very well, and his acting father wrote me that if I could spare the boy, he would like to adopt him as his own. But the next letter, a week afterward, brought a different story. It was while Myndert was not put to work that he behaved so well, but when the farmer gave him a little hoe, and asked him to grub up a few weeds in the garden, the lad threw it down, and said to the farmer, "I hate you." This was his favorite expression to those who aroused his displeasure when a child. The good man was astonished at this insubordination, and tried to persuade Myndert to do as he was told, but persuasion was useless, and so were the threats with which the farmer tried to frighten him. As for whipping the boy, he was, like me, too soft-hearted to do that. So Myndert became the master there, as he had been here. His real nature now came out. From that time until the worthy farmer sent the boy home in despair, 10 weeks later, he was the wonder and terror of the neighborhood. Chickens, goslings, and young ducks were killed. Boughs of apple trees and other fruit trees were broken down. Strawberry beds were entered, and the plants pulled up by their roots. The windows of the village church and schoolhouse were broken with stones, and 3/4 of these acts were traced to little Myndert. He always denied the charges, and put on an air of innocence which deceived many persons. The cunning which he exhibited in doing these malicious acts, and trying to divert suspicion from himself, was truly wonderful in a child of his age. One day he was caught by a farmer in the act of killing some young chickens, and the owner was so mad that he whipped the boy soundly. That very night the farmer's woodshed was set on fire from the outside, but a heavy rain came on and put out the flames. The traces of the fire were plainly to be seen next morning, and the farmer found proofs enough, I fear, to have convicted my son of a felony. My friend informed me of all these facts in a very sorrowful letter, and I hastened to take my son once more under my own roof. Here I tried every method that a father's love could devise to reform him, but all was useless. He seemed to have no idea of truth or honor, of affection or duty to me. When at times I thought he was showing signs of improvement, I always found afterward that he was only concealing his mischievous acts more carefully. I call them mischievous, though the word malicious would perhaps describe them better, for they were all undertaken in a spirit of evil, and not of fun. The old gentleman here rested and refreshed himself with a sip of the cordial. But it would take days to tell you of all my troubles with that boy, and I will briefly refer to the rest of them. By the advice of another friend, for I have never taken any step in the treatment of my child without first seeking for friendly advice, I sent him, when 12 years of age, to a celebrated school in Massachusetts, where the discipline is very strict. I had a personal interview with the master, and requested him as a favor to chastise Myndert, if all other means failed to subdue him. Though I could not bear to whip him, I was willing that he should suffer a proper punishment, inflicted in the right spirit, from others. At this school he conducted himself properly for about 3 weeks, and was taking a high rank as a scholar, when his natural tastes asserted themselves in all sorts of wicked pranks on his fellow pupils, on his teachers, and on people in the village. The master at first expostulated, and then gave Myndert a good thrashing. That night the master narrowly escaped being hit by a large stone thrown through his bedroom window. Next morning my son was missing, and for 3 weeks no trace of him could be found. I advertised in newspapers describing him, and offering large rewards for his recovery. I had the same notice printed on bills, and stuck up all through the country. I employed detectives to trace out the runaway. A month passed, and no tidings. I was in despair. Toward the close of the 5th week, one of the detectives struck a trail on Cape Cod, and after a patient search found the young rascal living under the assumed name of Carlo, with a fisherman in a little seaside hamlet. As the fishing season was a good one, and men were scarce, the fisherman had gladly received my son as an apprentice for his board, The novelty, excitement, and sometimes danger of the pursuit pleased Myndert greatly, and the old fisherman said that he was a good hand for a boy. When the detective found him, however, he was beginning to be tired of his strange occupation. Nothing pleases him long, and he consented to come home on condition that I would not scold him, and would give him plenty of pocket money. I had been weak enough to authorize the making of these promises. The return of my prodigal son made me happy, as I had promised. I did not reproach him, and gave him all the money that he wished. He was not old enough to know how to spend money viciously. His tastes, though costly, were comparatively innocent. From childhood he had always been very fond of new clothes, and he indulged that passion to the utmost. At 12 years of age he was called the young dandy, all through this part of the town, and I sometimes heard of his attracting attention on Broadway. He was so well satisfied with my generosity that he consented to receive 2 short lessons daily from tutors at the house, and surprised them, as he did everybody, with his wonderful aptitude for learning. End of Book 4, Chapter 1. Book 4, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Buying good behavior. For 3 years I bought my son's good behavior with unlimited pocket money, and foolishly thought that his nature had changed. Occasionally he would do malicious acts to his tutors, or to my housekeeper or servants, but these occurred less frequently as time rolled on, and at last ceased. At 15 years of age he was sufficiently advanced in learning to pass a college examination, and I determined to send him to college. He was delighted at the proposal, for he had begun now to appreciate the advantages of education. Anticipating that he would have trouble with the faculty, I selected a college which was distinguished for its means of learning, and was yet very lenient in its discipline. Myndert easily obtained admission, and at once took high rank in his class. Knowledge came so easy to him that he had plenty of leisure, and I feared that his old vicious habits would break out again. Greatly did I rejoice not to hear a single complaint of him during his first term. But, alas! I found, when he returned home, that he had learned to drink and gamble, and that the large sums of money I had sent him had been squandered in carousals, and over the card table. Still he maintained the first position in his class, and of that I was proud. I remonstrated against his vices. He admitted that there was some truth in what I had heard, mixed up with a great deal of exaggeration, and justified his conduct by saying that it was the fashion, and he could not keep out of it if he would. His good health and naturally high spirits did not appear to be in the least affected by dissipation, and I gladly allowed myself to believe that many of the reports about him were false. The next term was still more expensive, and I found out that the larger portion of my heavy outlay went for liquor and gambling. Still he kept a high grade in his class, taking the second rank instead of the first, and the faculty either were ignorant of his misconduct or did not think it worth punishing. Through his first, second, and third years at college, these were his only vices. His constitution, though strong, was gradually undermined, and at the end of his junior year he showed unmistakable signs of bloating, became very irregular in his attendance on recitations, and had sunk to be the 15th in his class. I had hopes that he would pass through his 4th year safely and get a diploma, but at the very beginning of that year he kept drunk, and absented himself from recitations for a fortnight, and when called before the faculty for a mild reprimand, cursed them with the most horrible oaths, defied them, and left their presence. They had no choice but to expel him from the college, and a week after, he was brought home to me nearly dead with intoxication. A month's illness followed, which brought him almost to the grave. Though at the time I prayed with all a father's love for his recovery, I have since thought, oh, how often, that it would have been far better for him to have died, but he was spared, and having been thoroughly frightened by his narrow escape from the effects of drunkenness, he vowed on his recovery that he would never touch another drop of liquor. This pledge he kept for some months after his health was fully restored. Having decided to educate him for the law, the only profession that he did not hold in contempt, I procured a place for him in the office of Mulroy, Biggup, and Lardimore, an excellent firm with whom I had had some dealings. Myndert entered upon his study of the profession with such ardor that I was obliged to caution him against ruining his health, but he only laughed, and said he wanted to make up for past follies. I had never before seen him in a penitent mood, and I was delighted. Mr. Mulroy, who has had 100 pupils in his time, told me that he never had a more promising one than Myndert. He was a regular and constant attendant at the office, and spent all his evenings at home. The natural strength of his constitution came to his aid, as if to encourage him in his efforts to reform, and, notwithstanding his severe studies, he began to look in better health than he had ever been. Thus things went on for 6 whole weeks, and I was happy, and busied myself in framing plans for my son's advancement in life. He told me one day that he had joined a club of young law students, who met every evening and discussed legal points, held mock courts, and thus sought to familiarize themselves with the duties of their profession, and asked me if I approved of it. He sought my approval so rarely for anything that I freely gave it, cautioning him again, however, to be careful of his health. He laughed at my apprehensions, but I was pained to see how soon my fears proved true. Within a fortnight, the rosy color of his cheeks had disappeared, and his eyes were palpably sunken, dull, and marked with a sickly blue beneath. He never returned home till midnight, and sometimes was out till 3 o'clock in the morning. I scolded him for devoting so much time to his law club, but he said that the members were, like himself, enthusiastic students, and that he was always the first to leave their fascinating debates and mimic trials. A week later, I marked the familiar bloat in his cheeks, and suspected the truth. Placing a watch upon his movements, no easy matter, for he is very shrewd and cautious, I soon found out that the law club was a myth, and that his nights were passed in the wildest debauchery. He had not only resumed all his old vices, but had acquired new ones. When I reproved him, as I did with just indignation, he threw off the mask of concealment, which he said he was tired of wearing, and became the same bold, defiant, reckless boy that he always was, while I continued to be the same weak, foolish, fond parent. I cannot recount the tortures inflicted upon me by my son since that fatal discovery. He has not only abandoned all his law studies, having been expelled from the office of Mulroy, Biggup, and Lardimore for grossly insulting a young female client, and utterly ruined his own body and soul, but by his acts he has brought shame upon several families. When this new series of outrages came to my knowledge, I threatened to disinherit him. He laughed at me. He knew how I loved him for his mother's sake, and, with that hold upon my affections, he defied me. To heartless indifference he gradually added insults, and often cursed me, his own father, in this very room, where his mother has rocked his cradle 1,000 times while she listened to my reading of an old poem or novel. The last of his crimes, of which I have heard, was brought to my knowledge about 6 weeks ago. It was a piece of treachery the most villainous, and I told my son in plain words what I thought of it. I was weak and nervous from an illness which is hereditary in my family, and I reprimanded him with more severity than usual. I told him that if God in his infinite mercy spared him, yet he was not secure from just punishment from the friends of those whom he had wronged, and that the human vengeance, which had been so long postponed, would surely come. He looked at me with malice in his small gray eyes, not his mother's eyes, and when I ceased speaking, raised both hands to heaven, and with the most horrible blasphemy called down its curses upon me. And then he swore that if I crossed his path, or thwarted his plans, or refused him money, he would kill me. Just before he uttered this monstrous threat, I sprang from my chair with horror, and caught him imploringly by both hands. I would have saved him from that dreadful act, but I was too late. I saw him wrench away his right hand, and raise it to strike me back. I knew no more, until Mrs. Frump, my niece, who has had charge of my household during the past 3 years, entered the room, and found me stretched insensible on the floor. "I saw a part of the sad scene," said Marcus Wilkeson, who had listened with mingled indignation and compassion to this strange tale. "Your son was standing by that window, and you were sitting near him, also within sight of me. I distinctly saw you catch your son's hands with your own. He wrenched the right one away and raised it. Then you fell, but he did not strike you or attempt to. As you dropped to the floor, he glanced anxiously through the window, saw me watching him, and then pulled down the curtain. Then he did not strike me to the floor. I never believed he did, for there was no bruise or other mark upon my head. Thank God, my son was spared the commission of that crime. Bad as he is, he would not strike his own father." And the poor old gentleman's heart found meager comfort for a moment in that thought. A few more words, and I am done. The shock brought my disease to a crisis. For over a month my recovery was doubtful, but my naturally tough constitution, skilful medical attendance, and the unceasing care of Mrs. Frump brought me safely out of it. The devotion of that good, light-hearted woman was truly affecting. She never left my bedside night or day, except for a few hours' rest, and even today, when, as you see, I am well enough to sit up and talk, and in fact am perfectly restored to health, it was only by almost pushing her into the street that I could get her to go out for a day's shopping, a luxury which the good soul had denied to herself during all my illness. "I must tell Maltboy about this excellent woman," thought Marcus. My son did not come near my sick-bed, and I have not seen him since that unhappy day. He has visited the house daily, and shut himself in his room for several hours. How he occupies his time I cannot imagine, but am sure that it is only in studying or practicing evil. "Possibly I may throw some light on that mystery," said Marcus. "I have seen him, from my convenient window, enter his room day after day, generally in the afternoon, sit down at his table, and write for over an hour steadily." "That is strange," exclaimed the old gentleman. "He has given up the study of law. He has no taste for literary labor. He writes a beautiful hand, and would not waste time in trying to improve his penmanship. It is singular indeed. His work, whatever it is, does not seem to satisfy him, for I have observed that he no sooner fills a page with writing than he burns it to ashes by the gas-jet, which he always keeps faintly lighted above his head. Some more villainy, I am sure," said the old gentleman, with a deep sigh. "We shall find it out by its terrible consequences in due time. He has plenty of leisure to cultivate his vices, but not a moment to seek my forgiveness, which God knows I would freely grant if he would only ask it. He cannot even throw away a word upon Mrs. Frump, to find out whether his own father is dead or alive." The last thought gave acute pain to the wretched parent. Tears again sprang to his eyes, and Marcus feared that he was about to witness that saddest sight in nature, an old man weeping. But by an effort Mr. Van Quintem stifled his emotion, and turning suddenly upon his visitor, cried in a voice of despair, "Tell me, sir, in heaven's name, what shall I do with my son?" End of Book 4, Chapter 2. Book 4, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This recording is in the public domain. The Young Monster. From boyhood it had been Marcus Wilkison's fortune, or the reverse, to attract confidence, and to be sought out for advice. And it had most generally happened that he was requested to bestow the last valuable article in cases where inexperience absolutely disqualified him from giving it. He had found, however, that, when people ask for advice, they expect to receive it, although they reserve to themselves the right, and in 99 cases out of 100, exercise the privilege, of rejecting it. But Marcus had gathered, from the old gentleman's story, that the error of his dealings with the rebellious son lay in his constantly seeking advice from everybody, and taking it, too, instead of adopting some firm, consistent, and independent course of his own toward that unfilial monster. Furthermore, Marcus knew that the son was already beyond the reach of reform. For the future peace of his venerable friend, and for the good of society, he could have conscientiously recommended 2 things. First, the immediate hanging of Myndert Van Quintem, Jr. Second, his imprisonment for life in a penitentiary warranted to be strong enough to hold him. Neither of these courses being practicable, until that young man had entitled himself to the benefit of one or the other of them in the legitimate way, Marcus Wilkison had nothing to offer, and so he told the old gentleman. Mr. Van Quintem was disappointed. He looked up wistfully and said, "Can't you suggest something?" Thus appealed to, Marcus angled in the deep waters of his mind and fished up this inadequate idea. "Let him travel a couple of years in Europe." "I have proposed it," returned the old gentleman, "but he won't, unless I give him $5,000 and an unlimited letter of credit. This I refused. Besides, to tell the truth, I do not wish to exile the boy, but to reform him at home." Marcus was too polite to say bluntly that that was impossible, so he cast in his line again at random and drew out this worthless suggestion. "Stop all his pocket money, and tell him plainly that you will disinherit him unless he reforms." "My dear sir," replied the old gentleman, "that might do with some sons, but not with mine. He would obtain money by theft, or even a worse crime, and bring disgrace on my gray hairs. He might even go farther, for he has threatened it, as I told you, and murder me in revenge. Besides, he is on short allowance now. I give him only $30 a week, less than a quarter of what he used to receive from me. Much as his conduct deserves punishment, I could not reduce him to beggary, you know." This useless discussion was cut short by the precipitate entrance of the subject of it. Mr. Van Quintem was greatly surprised at the sudden apparition, and his face exhibited signs first of astonishment, then of indignation, then of pleasure, in quick succession. But before his erring son had advanced halfway toward the father's chair, the father turned his head slightly away, as if not daring to trust himself to an interview. The son took one sharp survey of Marcus, and then slipped his right hand insinuatingly in that of his father, which hung over an arm of the easy-chair. Mr. Van Quintem turned his face farther away, but Marcus observed that his fingers closed upon the hand which lay within them. "Are you quite well, my dear father?" asked the son, in a low, hollow voice, not meant to be overheard by the visitor. "I am, thanks to God, and the doctor, and my niece," said the father, stealing a side look at his son. "And no thanks to me, I know that. I feared, my dear father, after what had occurred, that you could not bear the sight of me. Therefore I kept away from your bedside." "That is a lame excuse, Myndert," replied the father. He spoke in a voice intended to be audible to Marcus Wilkison. A gleam in the son's sunken eyes, and a new pallor on his bloated cheeks, indicated his displeasure at the turn which this conversation was taking. He withdrew his hand, and said in a deep whisper, "I did not think you would quarrel with me, when I called to congratulate you on your recovery." Mr. Van Quintem wavered a moment. Then, looking at the calm face of Marcus Wilkeson, as if to gather strength from it, he replied, "My son, such language is not respectful to your father. You know, as God knows, that I have been too indulgent with you." The son coolly twirled the ends of his mustache, which protruded from each side of his mouth like the antennae of a catfish, and gazed impudently in his father's face. Then he turned about and bestowed another scornful, analyzing look on the tranquil Marcus. "That is a friend of mine, Myndert, and I have no secrets from him. Mr. Wilkeson, my son." Marcus politely rose, and offered his hand to the young man, who accepted it reluctantly. "I have seen you before, I believe," said he. "Across the way, eh?" "I dare say," was the reply. "I sometimes sit at the window reading." Myndert then abruptly faced his father, and Marcus resumed his chair. "Since you have no secrets from this gentleman," said the son, "allow me to ask if you could conveniently spare $500 this morning." The old gentleman hesitated, then reassured himself by an observation of Marcus Wilkeson's face, and said, "No, my son, I can no longer encourage this extravagance. Where is your last monthly allowance?" "Gone, of course," answered the son, in a loud and insolent tone. "Do you expect to keep me on miserable driblets like that? $30 a week, and board and lodging, are enough for any reasonable young man, Myndert. I cannot give you more." The son glared on his father and Marcus Wilkeson, holding the latter chiefly responsible for the refusal, with amazement. "Since you are obstinate, then, make it 300. The son had often been able to obtain half or 2/3 of what he originally asked as a compromise. Again the old gentleman wavered, and it was not until he had looked Marcus Wilkeson straight in the eye that he answered, striking the arm of the chair with his thin white hand, "Not 1 cent." The tumid cheeks assumed a sicklier white, and the small offensive eyes sparkled with a fiercer fury, as the son replied, "Very well, sir. Be as stingy as you please. Take the advice of your new friend here, and cut off my beggarly monthly allowance, too. But remember, I must have money, and I will have it." Had Marcus Wilkeson not been present, the father might have been brought to terms by this vague but dreadful threat. But now he shook his head, as an intimation that nothing could move him. "You have taken your own course, sir," continued the son, through his closed teeth. "I shall take mine. Don't forget my last words. As for you, sir," turning to Marcus Wilkeson, "we shall probably meet again." Marcus urbanely responded that nothing could give him greater pleasure. The son, darting a last malignant look at his father, whose face was happily averted, strode out of the room, slamming the door, and afterward the street door, with increased emphasis. When he had gone, the father said to his visitor, feebly, "Have I done right?" "Precisely. Your conduct was firm, prudent, and will have a good effect." "I hope so. I hope so. But don't you think now I was a little too severe? To begin with, I mean. I fear that my son will be driven to crime, and that would kill me." "I regard his threats as only empty words," replied Marcus. "He has found them useful heretofore, and he tries them now. Having learned that they do no longer frighten you, he will never employ them again. That is one point gained. If he is really bad enough to commit a crime for money, your misjudged kindness will not prevent him, but will rather encourage his evil disposition." "There is truth in what you say," replied the old gentleman, faintly. "But I fear—" The protracted conversation, and the suppressed agony of the past few minutes, were too much for the old gentleman to bear on his first day of convalescence. He suddenly turned very pale, and his head drooped. Marcus threw open a window, and held the cordial to his lips. As Marcus was applying this restorative, without any perceptible benefit, the door opened, and Mrs. Frump ran in, red in the face, and quite out of breath. "Excuse me, sir. I am Mrs. Frump, Mr. Van Quintem's niece." "I am Mr. Wilkeson, a friend of Mr. Van Quintem," said Marcus, hastily introducing himself, "and I am glad you are come. Yes, I see. Fainted away. Revive in a moment. Fresh air. Cordial. Quite right. Now a little water on his forehead." Mrs. Frump made her sentences short, to accommodate her breath. As she passed a cool sponge across the patient's brow, she said, "I knew it would be so. He has been here. I saw him round the corner, looking pale and mad." "You are right, madam. He has been here." Mrs. Frump's pleasant little eyes shone with unnatural anger, and there was a presage of wrathful words in her quivering lips. Mrs. Frump was desperately trying to keep back certain private opinions that she had long entertained, but proved unequal to the effort. She burst out with, "He's an undutiful son, sir. A monster, sir. And he's killing his poor father. He's—" "Ah, what?" said Mr. Van Quintem, opening his eyes and looking wildly around, like one who wakes from a horrible dream. "It's I, your niece, Gusty," replied Mrs. Frump, changing her assumed harsh tones into her natural soft ones. "And I think you had better go to bed. Please take hold, Mr. Wilkeson, and assist him to the next room." She added in a whisper, "Don't talk with him any more to-day." Mr. Wilkeson nodded, raised his eyebrows to signify that he appreciated the advice, and proceeded at once to aid Mrs. Frump in her benevolent task. The old gentleman had considerably revived by this time. "You are right, my dear Gusty," said he, looking fondly at his niece. "You are always right. And you are right, too, sir," he added, turning to Marcus. "Ah, if I had known such a good adviser, years ago!" Marcus, remembering Mrs. Frump's injunction, made no answer to this remark. When the old gentleman had been led tottering into the adjacent parlor, which was fitted up as his bedroom, and placed comfortably on a high prop of pillows, Marcus drew out his watch, made an amiable pretence of very important business downtown, and bade his venerable friend good-bye. "I had hoped you could stay longer, for I feel that you are a true friend, and I can confide my sorrows to you," murmured the old gentleman, taking his guest fondly by the hand. But Marcus, fortified by another significant look from Mrs. Frump, declared that business was imperative, and he must go. He would call to-morrow without fail, and hoped to find his friend as cheerful as a cricket. The old gentleman smiled at the absurdity of that hope, and said he should depend on seeing him to-morrow. So, shaking hands warmly with Mr. Van Quintem, and bowing most respectfully to Mrs. Frump, Marcus took his departure, and meditated, as he walked slowly home, on the strange occurrences of the day. End of Book 4, Chapter 3. Book 4, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wesley Tiffles. One evening, shortly after the events narrated in the last chapter, the three bachelors, having finished dinner, and escaped from the grim presence of Miss Philomela Wilkeson, took their accustomed seats and pipes in the little back parlor. The curtains were drawn, the gas was lighted, the fire burning brightly, and upon these outward tokens of cheer, the three bachelors reflected contentment and happiness from their 6 eyes. In his own opinion, each of the three had unlimited cause to be happy, and not even that killjoy of the household, Miss Wilkeson, could mar the completeness of their felicity when she was not present. Fayette Overtop was blessed with the thought that in Mrs. Slapman he had found, at last, that rare bird for which he had patiently hunted through the valleys and uplands of society. A sensible woman. The intellectual sympathy which was enkindled between them on the memorable occasion of their first meeting had grown warmer at each successive interview, first at a supper party, second at a conversazione, and third at a private theatrical and musical entertainment, to all of which Mr. Overtop had been invited, with the particular compliments of the liberal hostess. During this pleasant acquaintance, Mr. Overtop had made the extraordinary discovery that Mrs. Slapman was married, and that the thin little man whom he saw dodging up the stairs on New Year's Day was her husband. It would be difficult to explain, on behalf of Mr. Overtop, a phenomenon which Mr. Overtop was never able to explain to the satisfaction of the gossip-loving public, or of his best friends. We therefore content ourselves with merely stating the fact that Mr. Overtop's admiration for Mrs. Slapman was purely intellectual, that he was fascinated by her vivacious intellect, and not by her substantial person, by the charm of her manners, and not of her face. He looked upon Mrs. Slapman as a masculine mind and soul, of uncommon depth, made powerfully magnetic by its enshrinement in a feminine form. Overtop once told Matthew Maltboy that he knew in his own experience the meaning of platonic love, but Matthew, who was a sad materialist even in his sentimental moods, laughed at him and winked. Overtop positively felt hurt at this unkind reception of his confidences, and never again alluded to the state of his feelings toward Mrs. Slapman, until subsequent occurrences made it necessary in self-defense. With Mr. Slapman he was not personally acquainted, but he had ascertained privately, from a musical frequenter of the house, who invariably brought his flute with him, and who was understood to be the oldest friend of the family, that Mr. Slapman owned a large property in wild land in Pennsylvania, not 100 miles from New York, that he was improving it and selling it out in building lots, and had already cleared a handsome fortune, that he was a strict business man, and looked after his affairs in person, passing between New York and Slapmansville, the name of the new settlement, twice a week, and spending the larger part of his time at the latter place. Also that, next to avarice, which was his crowning trait, his chief fault was jealousy. It galled him to think that his wife had obtained a settlement in bank from him before marriage, which enabled her to indulge her tastes for society, and it enraged him still more to observe how much she was loved and admired by others, when he had purchased her exclusively for his private love and admiration. He it was who was to be sometimes seen stalking through the parlors with a pale face, or running up and down the front staircase in a state of great nervous agitation. None of Mrs. Slapman's visitors had the pleasure of his personal acquaintance, and it was considered a point of good breeding not to allude to him in her presence. For this misguided man Fayette Overtop felt a real pity. He yearned to expostulate with him gently as a friend. Taking Mr. Slapman's hand in his own, he would have said, "Your wife is a precious gift to the world. Seek not to check the outflow of her ardent nature. Thank Heaven that you are the custodian of such a treasure, not to be selfishly monopolized by yourself, but held in trust for the benefit of society." Overtop's meditations on this particular occasion pertained to the style of the costume which would most become him as the lover of Mrs. Slapman, in an original play to be enacted at her house toward the close of the week. The question was chiefly of knee-breeches. Overtop was mentally debating whether he ought not, in justice to his thin legs, to substitute an ampler style of integuments. Matthew Maltboy had also been invited to this soirée dramatique, as Mrs. Slapman's large pasteboards expressed it. A fat man was a necessity of the play. Mrs. Slapman was not cordial to Matthew, regarding him as an excessively commonplace person, and had invited him to her social gatherings out of courtesy to Overtop. But her artist eye saw in him a fitness for the fat man. Matthew was delighted with the implied compliment to those talents for the stage which every man supposes himself to possess in some degree, and cheerfully undertook the part. The proprieties of costume did not in the least perplex Mr. Maltboy, as he lay on the sofa digesting his dinner, and puffing out smoke rings by the dozen. His thoughts were mildly fixed on that delightful Miss Whedell. 5 times he had been graciously permitted to visit the lady at her house, and to discover a score of new charms at each interview. A large experience in love-making assured him that the object of his idolatry was not wholly indifferent to him. The paternal Whedell had hobbies. Matthew had studied them like a skilful strategist, catered to them, and felt quite sure that he had that revered individual on his side. But in the midst of these pleasant imaginings, there rose the dark and baleful image of Chiffield. Marcus Wilkeson was also pondering, pleasantly, if one might judge from the contented smile upon his lips. The subject of his thoughts was one which, for reasons that seemed good to him, he still kept secret from his fellow bachelors. He had freely told them of his singular adventure at the house of the old gentleman opposite, but not a word of the inventor and his daughter, and of the private school at Miss Pillbody's. Not even the minute and sometimes tedious accounts which Overtop and Maltboy gave of their private thoughts and experiences could induce Marcus to reciprocate their confidence. For the first time in his life he wore a mask before his companions, and prevaricated, and became, on a small scale, a humbug. The sharp ringing of the door-bell broke in upon the quiet reflections of the 3 bachelors. Mash, the cook, who was at that moment reading the 15th chapter of The Buttery and the Boudoir, a tale of real life, in her favorite weekly, threw down the paper in a passion, bounded upstairs, and admitted John Wesley Tiffles, or Wesley Tiffles, as he always subscribed himself on promissory notes and other worthless paper. Mr. Tiffles chucked Mash familiarly under the chin, resented with a scornful look by Mash, who had learned from The Buttery and the Boudoir to set a proper value on herself, and then walked straight to the parlor, like one who knew he was a welcome guest. And he was right, for when he opened the door, and disclosed to the 3 bachelors the well-known laughing eyes, hopeful face, and spare figure of Wesley Tiffles, they hailed him with enthusiasm. He was a walking cure for despondency, although he sometimes charged too high, in the shape of borrowed money, for his professional services. But neither of the 3 bachelors had yet sustained that pecuniary tax which Wesley Tiffles always levied upon his friends just before leaving them for ever. They formed a part of his reserve corps, which had latterly been sadly thinned out in Mr. Tiffles' desperate contest with the world. Mr. Tiffles shook hands with Marcus Wilkeson, giving him the grip of some unknown order, slapped Overtop on the back, and playfully pulled the whiskers of Maltboy. Then he filled a pipe, threw himself into a chair, adjusted his legs in the true form of a compass, and opened his coat ostentatiously. All this in about 10 seconds, and with a geniality that defied reproof. He was the very embodiment of cheer. "Prepare to be astonished," said Mr. Tiffles after his 3rd whiff. "I have a splendid idea." The 3 bachelors smiled, and nodded an intimation that they were prepared. I have had some impracticable notions in my time, but this is good, and you'll say so. You know that dog Mark, 2 doors below, the large yellow one with cropped ears and a tail like the handle of a shaving brush?" Mr. Wilkeson replied that he had the pleasure of the animal's acquaintance. "Well, as I was passing the dog's house on my way here, I slipped in the snow. The dog, always on the alert for victims, took a mean advantage of my situation, and jumped after me through the open gate. I scrambled to my feet, but not before he had fastened his teeth in my right leg." "Good heavens! Was he mad?" cried Overtop, who had a horror of dogs, and made wide circuits of them in the street. "Can't say as to that," replied Wesley Tiffles, "but advise you to keep shy of him for the future. I was about to say that he bit me through the leg of my trousers, and on that very instant, as if by inspiration, I caught, not the hydrophobia, but a magnificent idea. Having got on my pins, I kicked the dog into his front yard, and immediately worked the idea into shape. You'll be sure to like it." Marcus Wilkeson, speaking for self and friends, said he had no doubt of that. Mr. Tiffles' ideas always possessed the merit of novelty. "That means that they have no other merit," returned Tiffles, laughing. "Very true of most of them. I confess all my failures. But here is an idea which even you, skeptic as you are, will grant to be not only novel, but great. You have all observed, gentlemen, the immense difference in dogs. There are white, black, brown, gray, yellow, like our suggestive canine friend 2 doors below, tan-colored, mouse-colored, striped, and spotted dogs. There are round dogs, square dogs, long dogs, short dogs, tall dogs, and low dogs. There are full-grown dogs that weigh less than a pound, and others that kick the beam at 100 pounds. There are dogs that are pretty much all tail, and there are dogs that have no tail to speak of. Among all the dogs that you meet in the street, do you ever see 2 exactly alike?" Fayette Overtop, who spoke from extensive and minute observation, unhesitatingly said no. "True. Nature never repeats herself in dogs. In so doing, nature works directly for my benefit, as I will show you. Now, in the second place, as you are probably aware, there is an ordinance forbidding unmuzzled dogs to run in the streets during the hot months." "An excellent law," interrupted Overtop. "If caught at large without muzzles, they are taken to the public pound, and unless redeemed by the owners within 24 hours, are drowned in a tub." "Serve 'em right," remarked the hydrophobiac bachelor. "Now I am slightly acquainted with some members of the Common Council." He laid emphasis on the word slightly, to imply that he was on terms of the closest intimacy with them, and can easily obtain from them the privilege of catching all the stray dogs and taking them out of the country next summer, which would be very benevolent to the dogs, and, regarded from their point of view, your idea is a noble one," thoughtfully observed Marcus Wilkeson. "But I don't at this moment exactly see how you are benefited by it." Mr. Tiffles smiled with the consciousness of power, and chidingly said, "You are dull this morning, Mark. Quite dull. Strike, but hear. In a word, then, I propose to exhibit 200 or 300 of these dogs in some country where there are no dogs. I would give them strange names, put them in cages, and call them the American Menagerie of Trained Animals. A person who had never seen dogs would suppose each one to be a different species from the others, just as the lion, the tiger, and the leopard are different, though all belonging to the one cat family. Now, there is my idea. What do you think of it? Of course, you laugh at first." Roars of laughter from the 3 bachelors had formed the chorus of Wesley Tiffles' closing sentences. Marcus Wilkeson, as became his age, was the first to recover himself. "The idea is a splendid one. None better. But there is one slight difficulty in the way. Where are you to find your country that has no dogs? If there were such a happy land on the face of this earth, Overtop would have hunted it up long ago, and moved there." Overtop laughingly replied, "That's so." He then informed Mr. Tiffles, while admitting the theoretical excellence of his idea, that every nation had its dogs as well as its fleas. Those two friends of man were impartially distributed over the terrestrial globe. Overtop referred to the standard cyclopedias, and several works on natural history, in proof of his assertion. "Can't be," retorted Wesley Tiffles, who was at first disposed to defend his brilliant idea. But brilliant ideas were a common growth of his fertile mind, and, like all things easily produced, he held them cheaply. The moment that evidence, or the test of practice, showed them to be fallacious, he gave them up, and drew upon his brain for others. So after a second's reflection, he added, "Perhaps you are right. Dogs are not exactly in my line after all. But the idea, as an idea, was magnificent." As Wesley Tiffles spoke, he repeated the act, for the 20th time, of throwing back his overcoat, a little seedy, and opening his vest, as if to draw attention to his shirt front, whose natural whiteness was toned down by a delicate neutral tint. Immediately afterward, he placed his hand on a small breastpin in the center of the shirt front, and turned it to the right and left. It sparkled for the first time in the rays of the fire, and revealed to the experienced eyes of the three bachelors simultaneously that Wesley Tiffles was the wearer of a real diamond. "Excuse me," said Marcus Wilkeson, who divined that Tiffles wished his diamond to be remarked upon, "but that is pretty." "Pretty? What?" said Tiffles, looking about the room. "That diamond." "Oh, the diamond. Perhaps you would like to look at it." Hands it round for inspection. "Cost $40. Rather a hard draw on my exchequer." That was Mr. Tiffles' word for a friend's pocket. "But I consider it a most judicious investment for a young man just going into business." The novelty of this idea was not lost on Fayette Overtop. "Pray explain, Tiffles," said he. "Cheerfully," said Tiffles, replacing the gem in his shirt front, after it had been duly handled and admired. "Nobody will acknowledge that he is taken in by a diamond. He will say, anybody can buy a diamond by saving up $30 or $40, and why should I believe a man to be rich who wears one? Yet, in his heart of hearts, he does believe it, unless the possessor of the diamond has the bad taste to dress flashily. Then he passes for an impostor, and people will doubt, even against their own senses, the genuineness of the stone. But let him dress plainly, as I do," continued Mr. Tiffles, stroking down the left leg of his black trousers, shiny with wear, "and that little diamond shall stand, in the eyes of the whole world, as the representative of a fat bank account, a brown stone house, and a couple of corner lots." Marcus and Matthew laughed, but Fayette Overtop, who absolutely revelled in paradoxes, said, "True, Tiffles, true." "Don't think," pursued Tiffles, "that I expected to impose on you with it. You know that I am a poor devil, living on my wits." Tiffles was delightfully frank with his intimate acquaintances. "I hold out this glittering bait, not for my friends, but for my old foe and natural enemy, the world. You must know that I am on the eve of a grand speculation, probably the grandest I have ever undertaken." "Another plan of advertising with large kites by day, and pictorial lanterns attached to their tails at night?" asked Marcus Wilkeson. Or another submarine pneumatic parcel delivering tube to Brooklyn? Asked Matthew Maltboy. Or an association for the cultivation of mushrooms in dark cellars? Asked Fayette Overtop. Capital hits, replied Wesley Tiffles, who took an unfeigned delight in a friendly allusion to his failures. But allow me to inform you definitely that those unfortunate speculations are not to be revived. Like the lightning, I don't strike twice in the same place. No, the project upon which I am now engaged is one so eminently practical, so free from all that is visionary, that you will wonder how I thought of it. That project is a Panorama of Africa. End of Book 4, Chapter 4. Book 4, Chapter 5 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Panorama of Africa. The three bachelors concurred in the opinion that the idea was a good one, but Marcus Wilkeson suggested that the field was too large. "I thought you would like the general proposition," said Tiffles. "But bless you, Mark, I don't mean to paint the whole continent from stem to stern, so to speak. Only the undiscovered part of Central Africa, say from Cape Guardafui on the east to the Bight of Benin on the west." "But how the deuce," asked Matthew Maltboy, "are you or anybody else going to paint what has not been discovered?" Tiffles could hardly suppress a smile at the simplicity of the question. "Why," said he, "that's easy enough. Don't all the geographers tell us that the interior of Africa is made up, so far as known, of alternate deserts and jungles, like the patches on a coverlet? Very well. I conform to this general principle of the continent. I put half of the canvas in desert, and the rest in jungle, and I can't be far out of the way. Take the idea?" "Perfectly," said Matthew Maltboy. "But if you have nothing but alternate deserts and jungles, it strikes me your panorama will be a little monotonous. Perhaps I am wrong." Maltboy always offered suggestions timidly. "I have thought of that, and guarded against it. I shall fill the jungles with animated life. Elephants, lions, tigers, panthers, leopards, rhinoceroses, hippopotamuses, giraffes, zebras, crocodiles, boa constrictors, and other specimens of natural history indigenous to that delightful region." "Good!" cried Overtop. "And if you will take a hint from me, you will show your elephants in the act of being caught by natives, or engaged in combats with each other, your lions fighting your tigers or your rhinoceroses, your hippopotamuses engaged in death struggles with your crocodiles, and your boa constrictors gobbling down your natives, or, if that is objectionable on the score of humanity, your monkeys. Thank you for the hint, but the expense and the necessity of completing the panorama at an early day put it out of the question. To paint accurate representations of these animals engaged in their innocent sports would occupy the time of a first-class artist for months, and cost an enormous sum." "Ah, I see," interrupted Overtop, who liked to show that he snatched the meaning. "You will put your animals in recumbent attitudes, sleeping, perhaps, in the depth of jungles, shaded from the fierce rays of the equatorial sun." "You have guessed it," said Tiffles, with a broad smile. "Most of them will be just there, out of sight. The others will be suggested rather than introduced. Elephants will be signified by their trunks appearing over the tops of the dense undergrowth. Lions, tigers, and other quadrupeds by the tips of their tails. A boa constrictor will be expressed by a head, a coil, and a bit of tail showing at intervals. The one horn of the rhinoceros will always tell where he is. I shall have 2 small lakes. They are scarce in Africa, for my hippopotamuses and crocodiles. If they exhibit only small portions of their heads above the surface, that is not my fault. It is the nature of the beasts, you know. Aha! That is what I call art concealing art. said Overtop. "So it is," returned Tiffles, "and it will be appreciated, I doubt not, by those who affect the school of severe simplicity in painting." "One more thing," said Marcus Wilkeson. "Do you intend to take the Panorama through the country, and lecture on it?" "I do. And here let me say, that I read up the law of false pretences long ago. I shall style myself Professor Wesley on the bills. That I have a right to do, as my full name doesn't look well in type. Actors and singers do the same thing every day. I shall call myself a great traveler. This is strictly true. I have been north to Boston, west to Detroit, and south to Baltimore. I shall not say that I have been in Africa, or that the sketches were taken on the spot. If my audience choose to infer that, that is their business. If any one doubts the accuracy of my panorama, I can say triumphantly, 'Prove it.'" "Excellent, but a little risky," said Marcus Wilkeson, who could not help admiring the audacity of the plan. "Your next great difficulty will be to satisfy audiences after you have got them together, as I dare say you will, by some brilliant system of advertising. I have heard, perhaps you have, of audiences breaking furniture, smashing chandeliers, and tarring and feathering people." "All that has been thought of," was the reply. "Before I leave the city, I shall give a private exhibition of the Panorama to a few ministers of various denominations, in the lecture room of some uptown church. Ministers, you know, are debarred by their profession from attending the opera and theaters, and will catch at the chance to see a panorama for nothing. In private life they are capital people, as a class. I have known several of them, and will willingly certify that the Panorama is a highly moral, instructive, and interesting exhibition. I think I can rely on my persuasive powers for that much. These certificates I shall print on my posters and handbills. They will draw moral audiences. Moral audiences do not break furniture, etc., etc. Comprehend my line of argument?" "Perfectly," said Marcus, "and very ingenious, as an argument. I thought you would like it. And now, to drop the subject, I want you 3 fellows to come up to my rooms, number 121, 3rd floor, Bartholomew Buildings, Broadway. You remember, and see this great work of art early next week." "Is it nearly finished?" asked Marcus. "Yes, in my mind's eye. That is the main thing. The painting has not yet begun. It will be a very simple matter. The canvas will be about 400 feet long. One half of it will be a dead level of yellow paint, for desert, and the rest, perpendicular stripes of green paint, for jungle. A good artist, with a whitewash brush and 2 tubs full of paint, ought to do up the whole panorama in 2 days. The heads and tails of animated life, and 2 small lakes, and a few other objects of interest, such as the sun, the moon, birds flying in the air, etc., could be put in afterward by an artist of higher grade. And, by the way, now I think of it, I may as well open with a sunrise off Cape Guardafui, and a distant view of the Straits of Babel Mandel. Give a passing glance at the sources of the Nile, which lie in that undiscovered region, a brief glimpse at the mountains of the moon, and wind up with a splendid sunset in the Bight of Benin. Mr. Tiffles' observations were cut short by the sudden entrance of Miss Philomela Wilkeson. She shot rapidly into the room, but when her eyes rested on Mr. Tiffles, she recoiled with maiden modesty, and stepped back as if to beat a retreat. Then, recovering her self-possession in a small measure, she stepped forward again, and said, in the blandest of tones, with just the least virgin coyness, "I thought perhaps I had left my scissors here this afternoon." Messrs. Wilkeson, Overtop, and Maltboy asserted without rising from their seats that they had not seen her scissors, and doubted very much whether the scissors were in that room. But Wesley Tiffles, who was the most polite and obliging of mortals when there was a lady in the case, rose respectfully upon her entrance, and insisted upon searching the apartment for the missing tool. Miss Wilkeson, thus being placed under obligations to Mr. Tiffles, was compelled to take personal cognizance of him, which she did with the nearest approach to a blush that she was ever known to make. "I beg, sir, that you will not trouble yourself. I do not think the scissors are here after all." "That can be ascertained only by searching, miss," replied Tiffles. Then he glided about the room in his own nimble fashion, looking behind the 2 vases on the mantelpiece, raking over the littered burden of the table in the corner, and peering and poking into every place where there was the least likelihood of finding a stray pair of scissors, Miss Wilkeson all the while deprecating any further search. Mr. Tiffles suddenly stopped, like a dragonfly in the midst of his angular dartings, and said, "Since your scissors are not to be found, it is fortunate that I have a pocket pair, which are always at your service." Mr. Tiffles produced the ill-omened article, and handed it to her. This called out a new lot of thanks, regrets for having troubled him, apologies, and a peremptory refusal to take his scissors, immediately followed by their acceptance, and a promise that she would take the best care of them, and return them to the owner on his next visit. Then was the auspicious moment for Miss Wilkeson to have retired with dignity. But she stood at the door, twirling the fatal scissors in her hand, and waiting either to say something which did not come spontaneously, or to have something said to her. Marcus Wilkeson saw a subtle motive in this awkward tarrying at the door, and having no objection to gratifying it, he straightway introduced Mr. Wesley Tiffles to Miss Philomela Wilkeson. Mr. Tiffles put himself into the form of an L, like a professional acrobat, and Miss Wilkeson executed a curtsy in the old exploded style. Then, as if appalled at what she had done, she backed into the entry as fast as she had come from it. Mr. Tiffles, upon whom the small events of life made no impression, thought no more of Miss Wilkeson that evening, but smoked 3 pipes, told 2 funny stories, sang 1 comic song, and then went home, having previously extracted from the 3 bachelors a promise to call at his rooms and see at least 1/2 of the Panorama completed on the following day week. Since Miss Wilkeson had been an inmate of that house, she had seen Wesley Tiffles perhaps a dozen times in the entry or on the doorsteps, and had been impressed with his gentlemanlike air, his quick black eyes, and his deferential manner toward her. Every one is supposed to have a realized ideal somewhere, if he or she could only find it. Such was Wesley Tiffles to Philomela Wilkeson. Let it be confessed at once, the lost scissors were all the time quietly resting at the bottom of Miss Wilkeson's work-bag, and she knew it. The prevalent frailty of human nature must be her excuse. She had obtained not only an introduction to Wesley Tiffles, but a pair of scissors which must be returned to him, and were therefore a bond of friendship. But Miss Wilkeson forgot the fatality which the proverb attaches to gifts or loans of that particular article of cutlery. End of Book 4, Chapter 5.
Book 5, Chapter 1 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Maneuvers. Chapter 1, Stolen More Than a Purse. One morning, as Marcus Wilkeson was idly turning the pages of a blue and gold favorite, the doorbell rang. In accordance with some mysterious law of acoustics, the sound was full 3 minutes descending the kitchen staircase, entering the keyhole of the kitchen door, and striking on the tympanum of Mash the cook, who was sitting by the fire, reading the 25th chapter of The Buttery and the Boudoir, a tale of real life. When Mash became fully conscious, which was not till the end of the chapter, that the bell had rung. She expelled a sigh from her fat chest, and wiped the tears from her eyes with the end of her clean apron, and then went to the door with a noble resignation to her lot. There she found a stout elderly woman, bearing a note for Marcus Wilkeson, Esquire. "Lor, how slow you are," said the stout woman, handing the letter to her. Mash, who had read in the 23rd chapter of the overwhelming way in which the heroine cook had answered an insult by dignified silence, said not a word in reply, but took the note and slammed the door in the stout woman's face. The exclamation, "Bah!" and certain indistinct mutterings which were audible through the panels, convinced Mash that, by her self-denial, she had won a moral victory. It was with a feeling of excusable pride that she walked into the back parlor, and delivered the note to Marcus Wilkeson. "Thank you, Mash," said he. It was a singular illustration of his excessive politeness, that he was no less grateful for paid services than for free. Mash retired, thinking to herself that, if Mr. Wilkeson were only a pirate, a smuggler, a guerrilla chieftain, or a dashing fellow in some unlawful, dangerous business, a few years younger, he would be a perfect hero. Marcus did not recognize the handwriting of the address. Tearing open the envelope, he read the following lines, hastily scrawled on a bit of blue paper. Wednesday A.M. Marcus Wilkeson, Esquire. Sir, please come over and see me immediately. I have something important to communicate. Your obedient servant, Eliphalet Minford. Something must be wrong, said Marcus, and startling thoughts then occurred to him. Has her hard studying brought on illness? It can't be. She was well enough last evening. What can be the matter? Marcus Wilkeson's temperament was of that unfortunate nervous sort which is thrown off its balance by the slightest shock. His frame trembled as he put on his overcoat and hat, and when he looked in the mirror, he noticed that his face was paler than usual, and his eyes were glassy. "Pooh! What a sensitive fool I am," said he. When he entered the room, without knocking, as was his custom of late, he found the inventor standing in front of his machine, with bare arms, hard at work. Marcus nervously said, "Good morning," and stepped forward to shake him by the hand, but stopped when he saw that Mr. Minford averted his face and did not move. "I wished to show you a letter which I received a few minutes ago," said the inventor, still not facing Marcus, but busily filing off the rough edge of a brass wheel, fresh from the mold. "There it is, on the table." Marcus caught up the letter, and read the following. New York, Wednesday forenoon. Mr. Minford. Respected Sir, allow a true friend and well-wisher to ask a few questions. Who is this Mr. Marcus Wilkeson that has suddenly taken such an interest in your family affairs? What is his private history? Why is he relieving you from all trouble and expense in the education of your beautiful child? What are the man's real motives? Would it not be well to spare your eyes from your invention long enough to look into these matters a little? Pardon the suggestion. The office of a spy and a secret accuser is an unpleasant and perhaps a thankless one. I should never have assumed it, but for the fact that your ardent devotion to science may render you the easy dupe, and your daughter the innocent victim, of a designing and heartless man of the world. I do not ask you to believe the writer of an anonymous note, and therefore I make no specific charges against this Wilkeson, but merely ask you to inquire into his private character, and above all, his motives, for yourself. One of many. Though Marcus Wilkeson was as innocent as a child, in deed and thought, of the baseness hinted at in the letter, he felt that he was looking guilty. Astonishment and indignation kindled in his eyes, but a flush of shame mounted at the same time to his cheeks. Marcus had often said that if he were tapped on the shoulder in the street, and charged with a petty theft, he would look guilty of grand larceny until he could regain command of his feelings. This diseased sensitiveness, inherited from his mother, was the cause of his physical and mental organization. His shame was increased by a consciousness that the inventor was stealthily watching him, and studying the enlargement of those horrid red spots on his cheeks. When Marcus finished the letter, he put on an expression of outraged innocence, which matched poorly with the flaming tokens of guilt, and said, "These are infernal lies, sir, and if I knew the coward who wrote them, I would cram them down his throat." "Of course they are lies," returned Mr. Minford. "Every anonymous letter-writer is a liar, until it is proved that he tells the truth. I shall believe none of these low aspersions on your honor, Mr. Wilkeson, without conclusive evidence." As the inventor said this, not emphatically, Marcus saw that he believed all that the letter had insinuated. By this time Marcus had got his constitutional devil a little under control. There was something of real boldness and honesty in his eyes as he answered, "This is a distressing subject to talk or think of, but now that it has been brought before us, I demand a full investigation. Go wherever you will among those who know me, and inquire into my character. Recall everything that has occurred between us since the beginning of our acquaintance. Ask your daughter if I have ever spoken a word to her, or cast a look at her, which could justify these infamous insinuations. Thus much I ask of you, in justice to me." "And I refuse, sir," said the inventor. "I will not insult you by an unworthy suspicion. The world is full of impertinent people, and we can no more stop their gabble than that of swallows in the air. This nameless fellow signs himself one of many. That is probably a lie. But if there were thousands like himself prying into your and my affairs, I should not care. As for motives, none but fools and misanthropes trouble themselves about them." The inventor tossed off the last sentence contemptuously, but Marcus knew that he did attach a great importance to motives, although he could not fairly be ranked either among the misanthropes or the fools. He therefore replied, "The whole world is welcome to inquire into my motives. As I understand them, they are: First, I take pleasure in your society, sir, because, like myself, you are a quiet, thinking man. Second, you have a hobby, your machine there, and I admire people with hobbies. Third, I am fond of children, and your daughter is a very pleasant, intelligent child. Fourth, you have insisted on selling me an interest in your invention, in return for a small loan, and that fact would draw me here if nothing else did. These are motives enough to satisfy the most inquisitive mind, I should think." Marcus said this with an attempt at a light laugh. But there was one motive not yet confessed, a motive which could hardly be called a motive, for it lay dim and half-formed within his brain. He had never, in his moments of self-inquisition, acknowledged its existence to himself. How could he, then, venture to disclose it to another? It was the suppression of this immature motive that brought back that look of deceit and guilt to Marcus Wilkeson's ingenuous face. This unfortunate physiognomical revelation was not lost upon the keen eyes of the inventor, but he said, "Mr. Wilkeson, let us not say another word on this ridiculous subject. I am ashamed of myself for showing you the letter. I ought to have thrown it into the fire." "There I differ with you, my dear sir," said Marcus. "You did perfectly right, and I am glad that I have had the opportunity to define my position here clearly, once and for all." Marcus could not avoid saying this much in mere civility to the inventor, but he indulged the private opinion that that gentleman should have burned the anonymous note. "Who can have written this scoundrelly thing?" continued Marcus, turning over the letter, and then the envelope, for the 20th time each, and minutely examining them. The note was written on a half-sheet of common letter paper. The manufacturer's stamp in the corner had been cut off, and the size of the half-sheet further diminished by paring down one of its sides. The writing was what is known as backhanded, in strokes which appeared at first sight to be of a uniform lightness. On inspecting it very closely, Marcus discovered a tendency in this backhanded penmanship to ascend from the line, and also that, in a few instances, the downward strokes on certain long letters were a trifle thicker than on others. That the writing was a man's, Marcus had no doubt, though he would have been puzzled to give the reasons which led him to that conclusion. The envelope was the ordinary prepaid stamped one issued by the government, and therefore could not contribute to the identification of the anonymous writer. The superscription was in the same backhand, and was peculiar in nothing but a small curved flourish like Hogarth's line of beauty, beneath the words New York City. "The rascal has carefully disguised his hand," said Marcus, "and does not mean to be found out. I can say nothing more positive than that it is written by somebody who has never corresponded with me. My memory of autographs happens to be pretty tenacious, and I am positive that it is written by no acquaintance of mine, or of my daughter's, for we have none except you. As the case now stands, it is a mystery, not worth the exploring." "Again I differ with you," said Marcus. "Whoever wrote this false letter has powerful motives of hostility to me or you, or perhaps, still worse, to your daughter. I must try to smoke him out of his hiding-place. Meanwhile, I trust, sir, you will see the propriety of concealing this unpleasant matter from Miss Minford." "Certainly, Mr. Wilkeson, certainly. As for myself, it is forever dismissed from my mind, and I cannot blame myself sufficiently for having troubled you with it." Mr. Minford here proffered his hand, which Marcus cordially shook, rejoicing to observe no trace of suspicion in the inventor's clear grey eyes. "Allow me to retain this letter for the present," asked Marcus. "It may serve as a clue to the detection of the concealed scoundrel. I also beg that you will show me any other anonymous letters of the same character that may reach you." Mr. Minford laughed. "The stove door is the pigeon-hole where all such nonsense ought to be filed away. But just as you please. If any more come to hand, you shall see them. They may amuse you, as they do me. Ha ha!" Marcus echoed the laugh, but feebly. Then it occurred to him that Pet would soon be home, and he felt a strange aversion to meeting her, after what had happened. He therefore pleaded a pressing engagement at 11 o'clock, which it then was, and took his departure from the inventor's room, but not without a warm and seemingly sincere invitation to call soon. End of Book 5, Chapter 1. Book 5, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Consolations of High Art. Marcus walked slowly toward Broadway, musing and unhappy. To a man of his delicate and hypersensitive nature, an event of this kind was a vast disturbance. He felt that this anonymous letter was but the forerunner of a long series of troubles. That prescience which nervous people have of misfortunes portrayed to him a future black with disappointments and dangers. "Hello, Mark. What's the matter? You look as sad as a low comedian by daylight." Previous to this salutation came a ringing slap on the left shoulder. Marcus rather liked familiarities, but the slap coming on him when his nerves were unstrung startled him. He turned sharply, but the stern and indignant face wreathed into amiable smiles.
when he saw that the lively gentleman behind him was only Wesley Tiffles. Everybody liked Wesley Tiffles. Even those who bore the burden of his unlucky financial schemes, uniting in cheerful testimony to his charming, companionable qualities. His presence was like a ray of sunshine to Marcus Wilkeson's beclouded mind, and when Wesley Tiffles hooked an arm in his, as he did to everybody on the second day of their acquaintance, Marcus felt his perplexities passing away from him, like electricity on a conducting rod. Wesley Tiffles and his single diamond, the latter from the background of a third day's shirt, shone on him together, and Marcus laughed merrily in reply. "I don't look sad now," said he. "I'm glad to see you, Tiffles. What are you driving at now, eh?" This question was continually poked at Tiffles. He changed his business so often. "At the Panorama of Africa, to be sure," said Tiffles. "It is a great idea, and I am constant to it, although several capital schemes have occurred to me since I first thought of it. But Africa deserves, and shall have the precedence." "Oh, yes, I remember. And how far have you got along with this great work?" "It's almost finished, thank you. Patching is the artist. You know Patching, of course, one of the most promising painters of the modern school. There were several Patchings very much praised by the Sunday papers at the last National Academy exhibition, though the hanging committee put them either among the dirt or the cobwebs. This conspiracy against Patching is far-reaching. It would seem as if his rivals of the Academy actually went about town calling upon people and cautioning them not to buy Patchings. Indeed, to such an extent has this outrageous attempt to put down a fellow artist been carried, that I know of but one Patching to be publicly seen in the city. It is an attic interior, a sweet thing, quite equal to Frere, and hangs behind a bar near Spring Street. Perhaps you would like to examine it?" "Ahem! Not to-day. Some other time," answered Marcus, who, strangely enough, interpreted the question as an invitation to drink at his, Marcus's, expense. "I did not mean to-day," said Wesley Tiffles. "Any time will do. Well, I have engaged this brilliant but neglected creature to paint my panorama. At first he refused, as I expected. He said that it would hurt his reputation. I argued to him that, the larger the picture, the more the reputation, and said that I would put his name on the bills in type second only to my own. But he could not bring himself to see the matter as I did, and consented to paint it only on condition of profound secrecy. Price, $100. You will therefore understand," Tiffles lowered his voice, "that what I am saying to you is strictly confidential, as indeed all is that I say about my panorama. Secrecy alone gives value to these grand original ideas." Wesley Tiffles was always unbosoming himself to the world, and informing each individual hearer that his disclosure was strictly confidential. "I give you my word," said Marcus. He wondered where Tiffles raised the money to pay the artist, but did not like to ask him. "Now I have caught you. You must come and see how we get along. The work is going on at my room in the Bartholomew Buildings, only a few steps from here." According to Tiffles, the Bartholomew Buildings were only a few steps from anywhere, when he wanted to take anybody to them. "Patching will object to bringing in a stranger, but I can pass you off as a capitalist who thinks of taking an interest in the panorama. Good joke, that." Marcus drew back a little at the joke, but Wesley Tiffles had proved so great a relief to his low spirits, that he determined to keep on taking him, and expressed his ardent desire to see the panorama. The couple, arm in arm, sauntered into Broadway and down that thoroughfare. Tiffles nodded to a great many acquaintances, and Wilkeson to a very few. People whom Tiffles did not know personally, he had short biographies of, and he entertained Marcus with an incessant string of anecdotes and memoranda of passers-by. The walk was leisurely and uninterrupted, with two exceptions, when Wesley Tiffles broke suddenly from his companion, rushed into the entry of a photographic establishment and examined numerous square feet of show portraits with profound interest. Marcus explained these impulsive movements on the supposition that Tiffles sought to escape from approaching duns. He noticed that that individual, while observing people who streamed by him on either side, kept one eye, as it were, about a block and a half ahead. In some parts of the world, Marcus might have objected to walking publicly with a man of such an eccentric demeanor, but he was well aware that, in New York, a citizen's reputation is not in the least degree affected by the company that he keeps. They soon arrived at the Bartholomew Buildings, a rickety 5-story edifice, which had been altered from a hotel to a nest of private offices. The basement was a restaurant, the first floor a dry goods store, and thence to the roof there was a small babel of trades and professions known and unknown. No census taker had ever booked all the businesses and all the names under that comprehensive roof. In the upper story of this building, at the end of a long hall, the floor of which was hollowed in places by the feet of half a century, was the room, or office as he called it, of Mr. Wesley Tiffles. There was no number or sign on the door, but only a card bearing the inscription in a bold hand, "Back in 5 minutes." Mr. Tiffles always put out this standing announcement whenever he had occasion to absent himself from his office for an indefinite period. At the top of the door there was a swinging window, which was ever close fastened, and covered with 4 thicknesses of newspapers. Though door and window were shut, there came from this room, as if through pores of the wood and the glass, a strong odor of tobacco smoke. A voice within could be heard softly humming an operatic air. Wesley Tiffles opened the door with a latch-key, saying, "All right," in a loud voice as he did so. Marcus entered with him into a blue cloud of smoke, heated to a sickly degree by a small coal stove with a prodigious quantity of pipe. Even Marcus's hardened lungs found it difficult to breathe. The room was about 20 feet square. It had been a part of the laundry when the building was a hotel. The walls, from the floor to the low ceiling, appeared to be hung with a strange dim tapestry. A second glance convinced Marcus Wilkeson that this seeming tapestry was the Panorama, which was fastened on stretchers along 3 sides of the room, and rolled up in a corner as fast as completed. At the farther end of the room, barely visible through the smoke, was the figure of a man in a torn and dirty dressing-gown, and an enormous black felt hat with a huge turn-up brim, of the kind supposed to be worn by the bandits of the Pyrenees. The back of the man was turned to Marcus Wilkeson, and he was making rapid dabs on the canvas with a long brush, frequently dipping into one of a series of pails or pans which stood on the floor by his side. He was smoking and humming the operatic air at the same time, and he pulled his great slouched hat farther over his eyes as a signal for impertinent curiosity to keep its distance. Wesley Tiffles whispered something about the eccentricities of genius, and then said, "Mr. Patching, allow me, Mr. Wilkeson, a capitalist who thinks of taking a small interest in the Panorama. Confidential, of course." The artist turned round during these remarks, and presented the original of a portrait which Marcus remembered to have seen, dressing-gown, hat, and all, in a small print-shop window in the 6th Avenue. Touching the face he might have had doubt, but there was no mistaking the pattern of the dressing-gown and the amazing hat. He also had a faint recollection of the thin face, the Vandyke beard, and the long tangled hair at Mrs. Slapman's on New Year's, but was not positive as to their identity. Mr. Patching's individuality lay chiefly in his hat. The artist placed a moist hand, with one long fingernail like a claw, at the disposal of Marcus Wilkeson. The latter gentleman shook the member feebly, and distinctly felt the sharp edge of the long fingernail in his palm. It was an unpleasant sensation. "Happy to meet a confidential friend of Tiffles," said Patching. "Painting panoramas is not exactly what I have been used to. An artist's reputation is his capital in trade, you know." He spoke slowly and languidly, as if hope and happiness were quite dead within him, and he had consented to live on only for the good of high art. "I understand," said Marcus. "The secret shall be inviolate. Nothing but my old friendship for Tiffles here could possibly have induced me to undertake the job. My enemies, and I have them, ha ha," he said this bitterly, would like nothing better than to say of Patching that he had got down to the panorama line of business. "It would be a pretty piece of scandal. My lips are sealed, sir, but it strikes me, as a casual observer, that there is nothing to be ashamed of in this beautiful work of art." Marcus Wilkeson had the amiable vice of flattery. Patching shrugged his shoulders, and made a contemptuous gesture toward the canvas with his outstretched brush. "A mere daub," said he. "One step higher than painting a barn or a board fence, that's all." "Yet the true artist adorns what he touches," said Marcus. Patching accepted the homage calmly, as one who knew that he deserved it. "A very just and discriminating remark, sir. I have no doubt that a person thoroughly familiar with my style would say, looking at this panorama, it has the severe simplicity of a Patching. I consented to paint it, as Tiffles well remembers, only on condition that I should not wholly abase myself by abandoning the style upon which I have built up my reputation." Tiffles, thus appealed to, corroborated the statement with a solemn bow. The artist continued, "Fortunately, the subject is one peculiarly adapted to my genius. For instance, the desert of Sahara is a dead level of sand. It is a perfect type of severe simplicity in the highest sense. It exhibits no common display of gorgeous colors, such as poor artists and the ignorant crowd rejoice in. As far as the eye can see, there is a serene stretch of yellow sand, without even a blade of grass to break its awful immensity." The artist, being on his favorite theme, took his pipe out of his mouth for the first time, and spoke with warmth. "Look at that bit of desert now. Does it not convey a perfect idea of solitude and desolation?" Marcus Wilkeson glanced at about 10 feet of straight yellow paint, which was all of the desert of Sahara not rolled up in the canvas, and said that it did, which was perfectly true. "There are 100 feet more, which you don't see, just like it. Another artist would have put in an oasis, or a stray hyena, or the bleached bones of an unfortunate traveler. I did not. Why? Another would have worked up a sunset, or a moonrise, or a thunderstorm, to give variety to the sky. I did not. Why? The sky over my desert is an uninterrupted blue. There is not even a bird in it. There is nothing, in short, either of the ground or in the air, to take away the mind of the spectator for one moment from the sublime idea of a desert, an object which, considered aesthetically, is one of the grandest in the universe. This is severe simplicity. It is the highest school of art." "And the cheapest," observed Tiffles, "which is an important consideration when you have an acre or two of canvas to paint. It would cost a deal more to put in the sun and moon, traveling caravans, and other objects of interest here and there." "Incidentally, it may be the cheapest," said Patching, "but that is a question for capitalists, and not for artists to determine. True art never thinks of the expense." "It always seemed to me to be the easiest school of art," said Marcus Wilkeson. "I suppose now that you can dash off 20 or 30 rods of this a day." Patching smiled with a lofty pity. "So I can. Not because it is the easiest, though. Far from it. But because I happen to have a genius for quick and sure touches. You, not being a professional artist, think the execution of that scrap of desert and sky an easy matter. Perhaps you fancy that you could do it. There was the least infusion of satire in the artist's tone. "Oh, no," replied Marcus Wilkeson, who ever shrank from wounding the self-love of a fellow creature. "I am not rash enough to suppose that I could do it. I merely observed that it seemed, to my inexperienced eyes, an easy matter. A few strokes of yellow paint here, for sand, and a few strokes of blue paint there, for sky. But I am not even an amateur, and so my opinion goes for nothing." "I admire your frankness," said Patching. "Now let me convince you practically. Be good enough to stand near this window with me." Marcus moved to the spot indicated by the artist. "Here," said Patching, "you are at about the same distance from the desert as the front row of spectators will be. Now look at it critically." Marcus shaded his eyes with his left hand, cocked his head over his right shoulder, in the true critical style, and gazed on the scene. "Do you see the harmony? The tone, I may say, in the desert?" asked Patching, after a short pause. "I think I do," responded Marcus, willing to oblige the artist. "And the spiritual, or inner, meaning of the sky?" "Yes, it is quite perceptible. These are the effects of severe simplicity. But you must understand that a single misstroke of the brush would have spoiled all the harmony in the desert, or reduced the sky to a mere inexpressive field of blue vapor. Why? Genius alone can achieve such grand results by such apparently simple means. You comprehend?" "Perfectly," said Marcus Wilkeson. "Then I shall take a real pleasure in showing you more of the panorama, which is already completed and rolled up. With this idea of severe simplicity in your mind, you will be prepared to appreciate the work." "I believe I have already remarked that Mr. Wilkeson is a capitalist, and comes here expressly to look at the panorama," said Tiffles, with a wink at the artist. "With every respect for him as a capitalist," returned Patching, "I see in him only the ingenuous student of art, whom it is a happiness to teach." The first installment was a continuation of the desert, with which Marcus had been already regaled. Patching begged him to observe the unfaltering harmony of the sand, and the protracted spirituality of the sky. Then came a jungle. "You will note the severe simplicity here," observed Patching. "No meretricious effects. Nothing but strokes of green paint, up and down, representing the density of an African jungle. Yet how admirably these seemingly careless strokes, laid on by the hand of genius, convey the idea of depth. You do not fail to notice the depth, I presume?" "I see it," said Marcus. "That is severe simplicity," replied the artist. At this point Marcus noticed a brown something bearing a strong resemblance to the swamp stalk, known among boys as the cat-tail. "Excuse my ignorance of African plants," said he, "but what is that?" The artist smiled. "Another happy illustration of my theory," said he. "It is the tail of a lion, bounding through his native jungles. Why? The effect of suggesting the lion, so to speak, is much more thrilling than that of painting him at full length. Genius accomplishes by hints what mere talent fails to achieve by the utmost elaboration. You will not deny that the vague revelation of the lion's tail inspires a feeling of mystery and terror, which would not be caused by a full-length portrait of that king of beasts." Marcus Wilkeson did not deny it, but said that perhaps everybody could not identify the object as a lion's tail. "That has all been thought of," said Tiffles. "I shall explain the panorama, you must understand. When I come to the lion's tail, I shall tell the audience what it is, and go on to give a full account of the lion, and his ferocious habits. This will gratify the women and small boys quite as much as seeing the lion in propria persona." "Precisely. Very good," was the laughing acknowledgment. "And what is that thing, twisted like a piece of grapevine above the tall grass at this point?" "The trunk of an elephant. Look a little farther on, as the canvas unrolls, and you will observe the white tusk of a rhinoceros protruding from the jungle with wonderful effect. Why? The two animals are advancing toward each other for mortal combat. I shall describe their terrific struggles, interrupted Tiffles. Have read up Bouton for it. More lions and elephants' tails, you observe, continued the artist. Also more rhinoceroses' tusks. It is well to have enough of them to illustrate the teeming life of the African jungle. Also the head of a boa constrictor, likewise the tail of one. Here we come to a change of scene. Mark how wonderfully a few strokes of dark green paint, put on by the hand of genius, impart the idea of a pestiferous swamp. That odd-looking object, like a rock, is the head of a hippopotamus. A few feet beyond, you notice two things like the stumps of aquatic weeds. Those are the tails of two hippopotamuses engaged in deadly strife at the bottom of the swamp. The heads of crocodiles are thrust up here and there. Severe simplicity again. The panorama, from thence nearly to the end of it, or rather the beginning, was a repetition of jungles and deserts, varied by an occasional swamp, all diversified with the heads and tails of indigenous animals. The last 100 feet was the river Gambier, over which Patching had introduced a sunrise of the most gorgeous description, at the earnest request of Wesley Tiffles. Patching explained, "In my opinion, such effects are tawdry, and detract not only from the severe simplicity, but from the unity which should pervade a painting of this description. Of course, I wash my hands of all these innovations upon the province of high art." "And I cheerfully shoulder them," said Tiffles. "I know what the public want. They want any quantity of sunsets, crocodiles, lions, and other objects of interest. If we had time and money to spare, and I could overcome Patching's scruples, do you understand? I would put 'em in twice as thick. Men of genius like Patching cannot be expected to be practical." The artist shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Tiffles then repeated his invitation to Marcus to accompany him on his first expedition into the interior of New Jersey, but Marcus positively declined. Tiffles said he would send him a note a day or two before the panorama started, and hoped that Marcus would conclude to go, just for the fun of the thing. Marcus then shook hands with Patching, who made his long fingernail amicably felt, and with Tiffles, and withdrew to the entry, followed by the latter individual. Tiffles closed the door. "By the way," said he, as if the thought occurred to him then for the first time, "can you spare $35 today? Pay you on let me see, on the 1st of next month. By that time the panorama will be fairly under headway." And coining money, Tiffles always fixed his days of payment with great particularity. Marcus, without saying a word, produced his pocket-book and counted out $35. Tiffles had already borrowed from Overtop and Maltboy, but had generously spared the oldest of the 3 bachelors. Marcus felt that his time had come, and he would not meanly avoid his destiny. He placed the money in Tiffles' hand. "Give you my note?" asked Tiffles. "Oh, no," said Marcus. "Make it a matter of honor." Tiffles pocketed the funds, placed his hand over his heart, and replied that it should be. "But now I think of it," he suddenly added, "I want exactly $63, do you understand, to see me through with this panorama. Suppose you make it $28 more." Marcus smiled and said that he didn't understand, whereat Tiffles laughed outright, to show that he took no offense at the refusal, and creditor and debtor parted with mutual good wishes. End of Book 5, Chapter 2. Book 5, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Loving Afar Off. The Boy Bog had now become, professionally, a creature of the night. He was abroad at the same hours as the burglars and garroters, and other owls and weasels of society. Fink and Co. Bog was the co. Had secured the bill posting for 3 theaters and 1 negro minstrel hall. This they called their heavy business. Carrying the huge damp placards, had already given to Bog's shoulders a manifest tendency to roundness, which he was constantly trying to overcome by straightening up. Fink, who was the veteran bill poster of the town, was as round-shouldered as a hod-carrier, but Bog thought of somebody, and stood as nearly erect as he could. The firm also obtained rather more than their share of ordinary bill posting, from doctors, dry goods dealers, and other people who find their profit in continually addressing the public from the summit of a dead wall, or the muddy level of the curbstones. This they called their light business, as it required neither strength nor practised dexterity of manipulation. The firm entrusted it to assistants. There were a dozen of these, all stout, hulking young fellows, nearly as old as Bog. They took a fancy to bill posting, and worked industriously and faithfully at it, because it was nocturnal, mysterious, romantic. The $50 which they each received for a night's labor enabled them to lounge about the streets all day in glorious indolence. Sometimes there was a prodigious rush of business, and then the firm were obliged to hire an extra force of boys. Once, when a quack undertook to take the public by storm with his new and sure cure for dyspepsia, Fink and Co. put a colored poster as large as a dining table on every wall and high fence below 61st Street. Small oblong bills every 10 feet along the curbstones of Broadway, Bowery, Wall Street, Fulton Street, Cortlandt Street, and 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, Madison, and Lexington Avenues, besides throwing cheap circulars folded into the front yards of about 4,000 residences in the fashionable quarters of the town, all in a single night. This immense job took 100 boys. Bog had been in this partnership since the 1st of January. It was now near the close of March. The firm had been very successful. Bog had comfortably supported himself and his aunt, whose rheumatism got worse in steady proportion as his business improved, and had invested more than $250 in a Wall Street savings bank. With this money at his disposal, Bog might have thrown away the greasy cap and old coat and trousers spotted with paste, in which he pursued his occupation. But when Bog was at his business, he was not above his business, and he felt none the less attached to his old clothes because they were 2 inches too short in the legs and arms, and pinched him a little in all directions. But Bog had a better suit, made of neat gray cloth, which he wore upon occasions. These occasions happened daily between 3 and 4 p.m. During that interval, it always fell out that Bog had no work to do, which he could not postpone as well as not. And whether it rained or shone, the occasions brought him, like an inexorable fate, through the street where Miss Pillbody's school was situated. He would first stride smartly up the opposite sidewalk, whistling, and cast ardent glances at the lower windows of Miss Pillbody's school, shaded by green curtains with gold borders. After going 2 blocks in that direction, he would cross the street, whistling yet, and march boldly up the other sidewalk, past Miss Pillbody's school, as on an enemy. But if there had been anybody to watch him closely, as there was not on that thronged street, that body would have seen that Bog's cheeks began to blush, and his eyes to be cast down, and his whistle to be fainter, as he hurried by the neat 3-story brick building with the polished door-plate and handsome curtains. Then he would loiter for a while in front of McFeeter's grocery, 2 corners remote, and gaze from that safe distance with intrepidity upon the abode of enchantment, after which he would screw his courage up to the point of marching past the house back and forth again, and would then resume his position at McFeeder's, and wait until 4 p.m., or about that time, when the envied door of Miss Pillbody's establishment would open, and an angel would dazzle upon his sight, with a music-book in her hand instead of a harp, and a jaunty little chip bonnet on her head instead of a golden crown. If the harp and crown had suddenly taken their proper places, and a pair of spangled wings had blossomed right out of her shoulders, and the radiant creature, thus equipped, had spread her pinions and soared up to heaven, the Boy Bog would hardly have been surprised. As this angel came down the happy front steps to the blessed pavement, Bog's mind supplying these adjectives, Bog would color up and sneak off at his best walking pace in the opposite direction. He felt that if Pet ever saw him, and should ask him what he was doing in that neighborhood, he should melt away in perspiring confusion on the spot. He called at Mr. Minford's twice a week to indulge in the hollow form of asking if he could do anything for him. There he confronted Pet, with that trembling figure and those averted eyes which an inexperienced thief may show before the man that he has robbed. But Pet knew not of the adoring spy. One afternoon, the Boy Bog had made his second detour, and was approaching the corner of the favorite block, when a novel idea struck him. The very night before, Bog had posted bills of the play, Faint Heart Ne'er Won Fair Lady. The gigantic lettering arose in his mind's eye, like the cross in Constantine's. He had never seen the drama, and he did not know to what extent Ruy Gomez pushed his audacity and won the Countess by it. But the name of the drama held the moral of it, and the moral, as applied to Bog's case, was, stop at this corner and take a good view of the house. To do this, in Bog's opinion, was the height of boldness. But he thought of the huge party-colored lettering, and he did it. He stopped at the corner, and leaned recklessly against a hydrant. He looked at the house with a deliberation that amazed himself. At the same time, as a matter of instinctive caution, he kept his left leg well out toward the side street, so that he might retreat should the door suddenly open and disclose the seraphic vision. He consulted his large bull's-eye silver watch, a capital timekeeper, and found that it was 3:30 o'clock, and he never knew her to be out before 4. This reflection emboldened him. Faint heart ne'er won fair lady, he thought again, and brought back his left leg to an easy position, crossing it with his right one against the hydrant. Then he feasted, with strange composure, upon the house. Neither Bog nor a much wiser metaphysician could explain it, but the house, and all around it, seemed to be glorified by the loved one within. The newly painted door was bright with love. The polished door-plate and the bell-handle glistened with love. The name Pillbody looked somehow musical and winning, because the owner of that name was the teacher and dear companion of Pet. The carved stone roses over the door seemed to be truly the emblems of love. It was a silly notion, but in Bog's eyes, love imparted a not unpleasant expression to the grim lions' faces that looked down from the roof. But the green window curtains with gold borders were the most significant symbols of love in his eyes. Bog felt that curtains of any other color would be wholly out of place in that house. The patch of a garden, scarcely bigger than a bathroom, in front of the house, the single fir tree that grew up in the middle of it, the black iron railing, the doorsteps, and the pavement, all took their share of beatitude from the joy within.
Bog could hear love rustle in the boughs of the young maple that stood in its long green case like a fancy boot-top at the edge of the sidewalk. End of Book 5, Chapter 3. Book 5, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Legerdemain. As Bog was resting against the hydrant, absorbed in this delicious reverie, and truly indifferent to the consequences, he was startled by a slight tap on the shoulder. He turned quickly and saw the man he hated, the man who pretended, Bog would never admit that it was more than a pretense, to save Pet from the falling boards. "Well," said Bog, looking on this man as his mortal enemy, "what do you want of me?" He spoke in the gruff, defiant manner peculiar to children of the city. The man's livid face and lead-colored eyes and white teeth all combined in a reassuring smile. "Nothing," said he, "my good fellow, but to do an errand." "I say, now, who'd you take me for, hey?" answered Bog, shaking his head at the man, and feeling a tremendous desire to knock his shining hat off. The man looked up and down Bog's cheap gray suit, and at his neatly polished shoes and his clean slouching cap, and then said, "No offence meant, my lad, but I thought you wouldn't object to earning a quarter. You're only to deliver a letter at that house, that's all." He pointed to Miss Pillbody's. "Hey? What house?" asked Bog, turning pale, with a strange and jarring combination of rage, jealousy, envy, and insulted dignity. "The one with the bright door-plate, green curtains, and gold borders. I thought you were looking at it as I came up." "No, I wasn't." "And what if I was, hey?" "It strikes me you're rather touchy, my young friend," said the man, with his conciliatory smile. "Here's the letter, now, and a quarter. It's only a few steps. No answer required." As Bog caught sight of the letter, done up in the long rakish envelope which had just begun to come into fashion, and faintly perfumed, a lucky thought occurred to him. The man saw that he wavered. "Only a step," said he, "and here is the quarter." He offered it to Bog between a thumb and finger. "Why don't you deliver the letter yourself?" asked Bog. Oh, for family reasons," answered the man, hesitating. "Miss Pillbody there is my aunt, and the lady to whom this letter is addressed is my cousin. The old woman and I have had a sort of falling out over the young one, you see. These little difficulties will occur in the best regulated families. Come, take the letter. I'm in a hurry." Bog allowed the letter to be thrust into his hand. He looked at it, and saw, as he expected, that it was addressed to Miss Minford, present. The direction was in a beautiful commercial hand, which was at once more hateful in his eyes than the most crabbed of writing. "All right," said he, "I'll deliver it. Pooh! Never mind the quarter. I won't take it." Bog moved toward the house as he spoke. "You're a queer fellow, but a good one. Well, you'll accept my thanks at any rate." He waited at the hydrant until Bog had delivered the letter. Bog walked straight to the house and up the steps, although his face was pale and his knees trembled. He rang the bell with a decisive pull, and as he did so, glanced at the strange man, who nodded approvingly at him. He suddenly turned his back on the strange man. With a quick movement of the fingers of his right hand, he thrust the letter up his coat sleeve. The next instant he whipped a handkerchief out of an inside breast pocket, and with it a stray copy of a new dentifrice circular, which he had been distributing the night before. This circular was folded to about the size and shape of the letter. With the handkerchief he wiped his face, upon which there were real drops of sweat. The circular he slipped into his right hand, and then turned toward the strange man again, to show that he still held the letter. This bit of legerdemain took about 3 seconds. In 3 seconds more, Bog heard footsteps approaching in the entry. What if his angel should come to the door? The thought sent a horrible, sickly sensation all over him.
and the solid rock seemed to tremble beneath his feet. The door opened, and something quite the opposite of an angel presented itself. It was Bridget, and her red hair was dishevelled, her face flushed to the parboiled tint, and her dress uncommonly damp and frowsy. A mop which she held in her hand explained everything. "A circular, if you please," said Bog, in a quivering voice, poking the folded paper at her. "A succular, is it? Miss Pillbody told me not to take any succulars for her. So way wid ye." Bridget put her hand on the door, and was about to swing it to. "It isn't for Miss Pillbody at all," said Bog, fearful lest the strange man should see it refused, "but for your own pretty self." Bridget smiled, for she was conscious that the compliment was deserved. She relaxed her hand on the door. "Fat is it?" said she. "Hush," said Bog in a whisper. "A circular about the rights of servants, issued by the Servants' Mutual Protecting Society." Bog thought of the name on the spur of the moment. "Please take it, quick." Bridget snatched the circular out of his hand, and was about to look at it, bottom side up, for she had not yet attained to the mystery of reading, when the musical voice of Miss Pillbody was heard at the back of the entry. "Bridget? What is wanted, Bridget?" "Nothing, ma'am, but one of these succular men." "Bad luck to him. Here now, take it." She made a feint of handing back the circular to Bog, but concealed it, in the other hand, in her capacious bosom. "Heaven bless ye," said she, in a low voice, and then slammed the door in his face. Bog came down the doorsteps quickly, and saw the strange man make a bow and a gesture of gratitude at him, and then disappear suddenly round the corner. Bog's first impulse was to follow him at a distance, but his curiosity to inspect the slender perfumed letter overcame it. When Bog reached the awning in front of McFeeter's store, a sort of haven or putting-in place for him, he pulled out the letter, and was about to read it. Then it occurred to him that the situation was too much exposed. The strange man might come back and see him with the open letter in his hand. Bog would have enjoyed a personal collision with him on any pretext, but to be caught in the act of reading the letter would spoil the strategical advantage that Bog now had over him. Bog moved on down a side street, and took his stand behind a huge wooden column, surmounted by a gilded mortar and pestle. Here he was about to rip open the envelope, but a glance across the street discovered a policeman looking at him. Bog felt guilty and awkward. He coughed and thrust the letter into his pocket, and moved on again. The exciting events of the morning had made Bog intensely nervous. He did not stop this time until he had gained his home. His aunt was sitting in the front room, reading a book through a huge pair of silver-rimmed spectacles. There was a thick fold of flannel about her neck, and she smelt strongly of embrocation. As Bog rushed into the room, she groaned audibly, and laid down the book, as if it were a wicked enjoyment. "I'm so bad to-day, Bog," said she. "Them shootin' pains'll be the death of me." Bog responded not a word, but dashed across the apartment, and entered his little sleeping room, closed the door, and bolted it. "Unfeelin' creeter," said his aunt. She stopped groaning, and took up her book and read again. Bog seated himself on his hair trunk, and drew out the letter. There was a slight discussion within him on the abstract question of his right to open it. After turning it over twice, the question was decided in the affirmative. He slit the envelope with his thumb, and brought to light a billet faultlessly written as follows: "Frederick Linville begs to present his compliments to Miss Minford, and to assure her, from the depths of his heart, that his feelings toward her are only those of the purest admiration for the matchless charms of her mind and person. He takes this method of explaining himself, because he has observed with great sorrow that Miss Minford has shown a desire to avoid him on several recent occasions, when they have accidentally met in the street. It was Mr. Linville's blessed privilege, under Providence, to save Miss Minford's life, but he would not be selfish and base enough on that account to obtrude himself on Miss Minford's notice. Mr. Linville would die sooner than be guilty of that discourtesy. He is not presumptuous enough to ask an answer to this letter. His only object in writing it is to inform Miss Minford that he will not venture again upon the impropriety of speaking to her first when they next meet. Miss Minford will therefore be free to drop his acquaintance, or continue it, as she thinks best. Whatever fate she may decide for him, her happiness will still be his constant prayer. Bog was ill-versed in the art of complimentary letter-writing, but the villainy here seemed to be clumsily concealed. That the letter was full of danger to the object of his boyish idolatry, he had no doubt. But why did Pet avoid this Frederick Linville? Did she really dislike him, or... The thought of his own shyness toward the beautiful girl came into his mind like a flash. To avoid might be to love. The poor boy dropped the letter, and covered his face with his hands, and wept. Love is not always selfish, and goodness is sometimes its own reward. In that bitter hour of his first real misery, Bog did not regret his kindness to the Minfords, or take credit to himself for having nobly concealed from their knowledge those little weekly gifts of money which he sent to them through the mail when they were in poorer circumstances. He was not for a moment base enough to think that Pet would look with kinder eyes on him, if she but knew of his secret benefactions, which up to this time neither she nor her father had suspected, and which they would never learn from his lips. End of Book 5, Chapter 4. Book 6, Chapter 1 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Mysteries of the Night, Chapter 1, The Unknown Hand. Marcus Wilkeson made no effort to discover the writer of the anonymous letter, because he knew that such an effort would be in vain. He called on Mr. Minford once in 2 or 3 days now. The inventor always took occasion to refer to the letter, and assured Marcus that it was not worth remembering or talking about. Why then did he talk about it? Marcus asked himself. His eyes were not blind to watchful and suspicious glances which the old man directed to him, at times under cover of those shaggy, overhanging eyebrows. Nor could he help noticing a strange reserve in the bearing of Pet toward him. It was not mere modesty or timid gratitude, but doubt, as he read the signs. Marcus was convinced that the father had put his child on guard against something, though he might not have mentioned the existence of the anonymous letter. This thought distressed him acutely. But his troubles as well as his joys he kept to himself. The miser puts his broken banknotes and his good gold under the same lock and key. One evening early in April, Overtop and Maltboy observed a peculiar expression of sadness on the face of their friend. He had eaten nothing at dinner, but had drunk more than his usual allowance of sherry. He had kept his eyes fixed on the table as in a reverie, and had scarcely spoken a word. Miss Wilkeson, in her solemn state opposite the boiled chickens, was hardly less social. After dinner, Marcus took to his pipe with a strange sullenness, and smoked furiously. His 2 friends, closely regarding him, saw that he was unhappy, but wisely forbore to make him more unhappy still by obtruding their condolence on him. The day had been rainy and cold. They knew that Marcus' spirits were barometrically sensitive to the weather, like those of most persons who look at it through a window. They had noticed, as they came home, that he was reading that sweetest of elegies, the In Memoriam of Tennyson. and the two friends thought that the melancholy weather and the melancholy poem together fully accounted for the gloom on his brow. Marcus sat for some minutes meditating. Then he heaved a sigh which was distinctly audible to his two friends. Then he left the room without saying a word, and went upstairs. Presently he was heard to come down, but instead of returning to the little parlor, he went into the street, and closed the door with a sharp slam. At the same moment, the cold rain of the April night beat noisily against the window. "Sly old fellow," said Maltboy. "Up to something, depend on it," said Overtop. Marcus walked rapidly toward the inventor's house. "My fate is decided to-night," he muttered. His long strides soon brought him to the house. The old building wore a gloomy look. He did not speculate on the reason of this. It was probably because there was no light visible in any of the front windows, and very little light in the street lamps. The gas burned low and blue, and flickered in the wind. Ringing the bell, Marcus was admitted by one of the numerous children belonging to somebody in the house. Marcus could never determine to whom, and walked up to the inventor's room. His heart beat with strange emotion as he rapped at the door. For a moment he was sorry that he had come. "Come in," said the inventor, in a voice more sepulchral than usual. Marcus entered the apartment. The inventor received him with a feeble shake of the hand, bearing no resemblance to the hearty one which he used to bestow in the early days of their acquaintance. Marcus noticed that Mr. Mynderd's hand was hot. He also observed that his eyes were preternaturally lustrous, and that the circles under them were deep and dark. His cheeks were deathly pale, saving a little red spot in the centers. He looked like a man in a state of fearful mental exaltation and nervous excitement. Marcus was not in the habit of worrying people upon the subject of their ill health, but the inventor looked so palpably bad that Marcus could not forbear to say, in a tone of anxiety, "You are unwell, sir." "Oh, no, quite well, I assure you," said the inventor with a weary smile, "though I should be sick, perhaps, but for the glorious hope that bears me up. I have not eaten or slept for 48 hours." "But, my dear sir, this is trifling with your health." "I acknowledge it, but we must make sacrifices if we would master the unknown. Newton lived on bread and water when he wrote his immortal Principia. He condemned himself to the coarse fare of a prison in order that his intellect might soar untrammeled to the stars. I have improved on Newton. I eat nothing. As for sleep, I grudge a single hour of it which comes between me and the completion of my great work. But how long can you stand this dreadful strain upon your powers?" "Till daylight tomorrow, with safety. By that time I shall have overcome the last obstacle. Of this I am confident. Then ho, for unbounded wealth and undying fame! The toil has been severe, but the reward will be glorious." "I congratulate you," said Marcus, "on the near approach of your final triumph, and in order that I may not delay you a single moment, I will bid you good night." Marcus rose, but he hoped that the inventor would ask him to stay. The inventor did so. "Pray don't hurry, Mr. Wilkeson. I would like to have a brief conversation with you. A few minutes only." He drew a chair to the side of Marcus and seated himself. "Mr. Wilkeson," he said, in a deliberate voice, as if he were repeating carefully considered words, "it is unnecessary for me to say that I have the highest opinion of you. Providence seems to have sent you to me at a time when I was in the greatest need. You saved me from starving. The world will be as much indebted to you for my grand invention as it was to the generous patronage of Queen Isabella for the discovery of America." "Pooh!" interrupted Marcus, blushing. "The praise is none too high," continued the inventor. It is true, I have repaid your advances of money tenfold, by giving you an interest in my future but certain fortune, but that does not diminish my gratitude." Marcus knew that this flattering exordium meant something serious. It was a favourite theory of his that danger, or any kind of anticipated disagreeable thing, was best met halfway, so he said with a feeble attempt at a smile, "I infer from this ominous opening that you have received another lying anonymous letter about me. If I am right, Mr. Minford, be good enough to let me see it at once, according to your promise." "You have guessed correctly, Mr. Wilkeson. I have received a second anonymous letter, which I intended showing to you after a further brief explanation, but I can readily appreciate your anxiety to read it without delay. Here it is." He drew forth a letter, and handed it to Marcus. Marcus immediately recognized the envelope and the address as similar to those of the first letter, which he still had in his possession. He pulled the letter nervously from its yellow sheath, and read as follows: "Mr. Minford, dear Sir, pardon me for intruding on you a second time, but as a friend of virtue, I must warn you of continued danger to your daughter from the acquaintance of Mr. Wilkeson, your pretended benefactor. If you are any longer in doubt as to the vile intentions of this man, conceal yourself from observation within sight of Miss Pillbody's school, any fair afternoon about 2:30, and watch his actions. If his suspicious conduct at that time and place does not give a sufficient significance to my warnings, then take the trouble to go to Westchester County, where he was born, and search into his infamous history. Take heed, I warn you again, lest in your devotion to science you forget that you are a father, one who would shield the innocent." While reading this letter, Marcus was conscious that the eyes of the inventor were fixed piercingly upon him. That consciousness caused his head to bow, and his cheeks to crimson with shame. It is the curse of this morbid sensibility, that righteous indignation at a foul slander upon one's good name springs up only after the victim has shown all the accepted evidences of guilt. There was one reason why a man much less sensitive than Marcus should have been thrown off his balance by this letter. It was a fact that every afternoon at 2:30, rain or shine, with bachelor-like punctuality, he passed up and down in front of Miss Pillbody's school, and looked sentimentally at the closed blinds, thinking unutterable things. He was also addicted to standing at the hydrant on the corner, and gazing hard at the house, wishing that he could see through its brick walls. Then he would cross the street, and pace up and down on that side, taking views of the house at every variety of angle. This was precisely what the Boy Bog did daily, about an hour and a half later. Now, although Marcus felt in his heart that these pedestrian exercises, absurd to everybody but a lover, were perfectly harmless in their purpose and effect, he was aware that, to a man like Mr. Minford, looking at them suspiciously, they would appear to be connected with some stealthy and base design. As to the imputations upon his former history, Marcus could freely challenge the closest scrutiny, which is more than most men can do into that long record of juvenile frailties and escapades which ushers in the sober book of manhood. But here again the devil of sensitiveness asserted his supremacy. Marcus had had a twin brother, who died years before, a duplicate of himself in all respects but two. Marcus was quiet, studious, honest, and frank, while Aurelius was quiet, studious, less honest, and infinitely crafty. Marcus had, on several occasions in his boyhood, been accused of petty offences which Aurelius had committed, but which that cunning youth had unblushingly denied. These, so far as Marcus supposed, were nothing more serious than robbing orchards or melon patches. Still it was possible that some graver wrong, more worthy of the title infamous, committed by his wild, shrewd brother, might be brought to light by some deep explorer among the traditions of his native village, and charged upon himself. This possibility, and the difficulty of refuting a serious accusation under such circumstances, brought a second flush of guilt to the face of Marcus Wilkeson as he read the letter. These harassing thoughts, which fill so much space written out, are but a small part of those which were suggested with electric suddenness. Marcus' first impulse was to say, "I love your daughter, Mr. Minford, with my whole heart and soul. It is my first and my only love, singular though this confession may sound from the lips of a man of 36 years. The proudest and happiest day of my life would be that on which I could marry her, with her dear love and your fatherly consent. This love, which is as pure as the angelic creature upon whom it is lavished, fully explains my visits here, and whatever else is mysterious in my conduct. But before declaring myself to your daughter, or asking her hand of you, I have desired to see whether it were possible to inspire her with love for a man so much older than herself. For much as I love her, I would not seek to marry her without a return of love, not mere respect, esteem, or gratitude. That is the problem I have been waiting to solve." A confession to this effect was on the tip of his tongue. To have made it would have been like tearing open his breast and showing his heart, but he would have made it, whatever the pain, if, on looking nervously up from the letter, which he had now finished, he had not met the cold, searching eyes of the inventor. He instantly shut his lips upon the outcoming confession, and said, with as much indifference as he could awkwardly assume, "I hope, sir, you have taken the trouble to investigate these ridiculous charges." But Marcus inwardly hoped he had not. "I have, sir," responded the inventor gravely. "Had the accusations been vague, like those in the first letter from this unknown person, I should have dismissed them from my mind with a laugh, but they were so specific, and the truth or falsity of them was so easily ascertained, that I thought it my duty, in justice to my daughter, yourself, and to me, to look into them. It was a painful task, but I have done it." "And what have you learned?" asked Marcus, making a transparent feint to look at ease. "I will tell you frankly, though I wish to say in advance, that my discoveries, though they might justify some suspicion, do not prejudice me in the least against you. I have no doubt that you will be able to explain everything." But so spoke not the eyes of the inventor. "Well, then, to make a short story of this unpleasant affair, I have watched your promenades in front of Miss Pillbody's school 3 afternoons in succession. I will spare you the details, though, so clearly are your movements back and forth imprinted on my memory, that I could recount them all to you if necessary. It is sufficient to say that I am forced to believe that my daughter is the magnet which draws you to that neighborhood, and keeps your eyes riveted on that house. This is all I have to say on the first point in the letter. End of Book 6, Chapter 1. Book 6, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In vain, in vain. This was Marcus Wilkeson's golden opportunity, and he manfully determined to seize it. But as he was on the point of blurting out the stifled secret, that cold, pale face, which resembled marble in all but the drops of sweat upon the brow, chilled him again. At the same moment, The hopeless absurdity of love and marriage between a girl of 17 and a man of 36 occurred to him in all its force. Stupidly sensitive being that he was, he thought that this icy, intellectual Mr. Minford would laugh at him. "I confess, sir, that these wanderings seem singular, as you term them, but all the habits of old bachelors are regarded as singular. I believe now it has been my daily habit, since I retired from business, to lay down my book at 2 o'clock and take a little outdoor exercise. Miss Pillbody's school is not far from my house. The street is pretty clean for New York, and the sidewalks are tolerably dry. Therefore, I select that neighborhood for my daily walk, my constitutional, as they call it. If in so doing I should occasionally cast my eyes, in fits of absent-mindedness I may say, on Miss Pillbody's school, that is not strange, considering the interest that I take in your daughter's education. It strikes me, my dear sir, that this seeming suspicion is easily cleared up." Marcus smiled to think how adroitly he had extricated himself. But there was no smile on the shroud-colored face of the inventor. "The explanation is plausible." Mr. Minford emphasized the word, "and I will not attempt to set it aside. God alone knows all the motives of human action. Now, to the second and more serious implication of the letter. I have visited your native village, and inquired into your early history. Though you moved to the city over 15 years ago, and have returned to your birthplace but once since, so far as I could ascertain." "Allow me," said Marcus. "My absence from my old home may seem strange, but it is occasioned by no shame or disgrace. My father, mother, and twin brother died and were buried there. By my father's failure, shortly before his death, the old family mansion passed out of his hands, and was afterward torn down to make room for a railway depot. This extinction of my family, for I am now left without a relation in the world, excepting a half-sister, and this destruction of our old home, have made my native village horrible to me. When I visited the scene of desolation 10 years ago, the village seemed to me like a huge graveyard, in every part of which some happiness of my boyhood was entombed, and I vowed that I would never go near it again. In the matter of family recollections, I am exquisitely sensitive." "I respect your feelings, sir," said the inventor, "and regret that I should be the means of reviving these painful recollections. But I have a duty to perform, and I will no longer delay you in its performance. Now be kind enough to let me know the worst at once. I can stand it." Marcus unconsciously sat up more erect, as if to brace himself against a shock. "On my arrival in the village, my first act was to seek out some of the oldest inhabitants. I found that most of them distinctly remembered you and your brother. Aurelius, I think, was his name. You will pardon me for telling you the exact result of my inquiries, but I found that these old inhabitants, without a single exception, gave you a very bad name, and your brother a very good one." Marcus was about to explain that his brother and himself were images of each other, that the former was crafty and full of mischief, and that he, Marcus, had been made, on 50 occasions, the innocent scapegoat of his brother's little offences, but he forbore. He had cheerfully received reprimands and even chastisements for his brother while living, and he would not blacken his memory when dead. He merely smiled a sad smile and said, "Ah! Many of the offences charged against you by these old gossips were petty and excusable, but there were others committed by you when you were at or near manhood, exhibiting, if true, understand I say, if true, a moral depravity for which no extenuation can be found. Some of the charges were not sustained by adequate proofs, and those I set down as idle rumors. But there was one of which the proof was abundant and most positive. No less than 5 persons gave me circumstantial accounts, all agreeing with each other, of your betrayal and ruin of Lucy Anserhoff." "Lucy Anserhoff!" echoed Marcus in real amazement. "I have a faint remembrance of an old lady by that name, and a pretty girl who was her daughter, but as God is my judge, I never wronged her." Still there was that expression of guilt which did not escape the scrutinizing glance of the inventor. Marcus could have hunted up evidence to transfer the burden of the imputed wrong to the memory of the dead Aurelius, but should he commit this profanation of the grave, as he regarded it, the voice of brotherly love, for he had tenderly loved his erring brother, said no. Would any amount of proof satisfy the nervous, doubting man before him? He feared not. Therefore Marcus Wilkeson did an act of awful solemnity to prove his innocence, and because the doing of it thrilled his sensitive soul, as if he had thrust himself into the terrible presence of the Infinite, he weakly supposed that the most suspicious of men would unhesitatingly believe him. He stood up, turned his eyes toward the ceiling, raised both hands, and said, in a deep, trembling voice, "May God strike me dead if I am guilty of this offense, or any like it, or of any thought of wrong toward your daughter." Marcus sat down pale and caught his breath quickly. He was awe-stricken by his own act. "That is a solemn adjuration," said the inventor, after a short pause, "and should not be lightly taken." Marcus looked well at Mr. Minford. Unbelief was written in every hard line and wrinkle of that white, death-like face. "Do you doubt me now?" he asked sharply. His sensitiveness on the subject of personal honor and veracity was painfully acute. He had never told a lie in his life. "Oh, no," replied Mr. Minford. "I do not say that I doubt you," in a tone expressive of the greatest doubt. "I shall be truly glad to receive counter-proofs from you." "You have heard my solemn appeal to God, sir. Between gentlemen of honor, that should be sufficient." The inventor's thin lips, from which the last drops of blood had disappeared within the last half-hour, curved in a satirical smile. Marcus interpreted it as a reiterated doubt and a sneer upon his honor. For the moment he lost control of his temper, and was about to make a remark that he would have regretted immediately after, when the door yielded to a gentle pressure, and Pet entered the room. Her face was pale, her eyes were dull, and the lids hung droopingly, weighed down by 24 hours of wakefulness by the bedside of her sick teacher. The faint blue crescents beneath, those strange shadows of the grave, which sometimes seem the deepest when the eyes above are giving the brightest light, imparted a frail, delicate beauty to her countenance. They were the last master touches of nature in working out that portraiture of weaned and sleepy loveliness. As she put her foot in the room, Mr. Minford and his guest telegraphed a truce with their eyes, and assumed a cheerful look. Little Pet timidly ran to her father and kissed him, and then shook hands with Marcus. He observed a shrinking in her touch. She averted her eyes. "Your clothes are damp, and your feet wet, my darling," said the father. "Are they?" answered Pet, looking down at her saturated garments and glistening shoes. "I had not noticed them. Oh, I am so happy that she is well now. The doctor called at the house just before I left, and said she was out of all danger. He ordered me home. Very sensible of the doctor. Another hour of this watching might have killed my poor child. So I took a last look at my dear teacher, who was asleep, and kissed her, and came right away through the rain. It was foolish to do that without an umbrella and overshoes, my child. But as you were always forgetful of yourself, your father will not be forgetful of you at any rate." The inventor glanced significantly at Marcus. That glance, so full of distrust, entered his soul. He longed to say something, if only a word of common civility, to the young girl, but he felt that there was now an impassable barrier between them. "But what is the matter, pet?" exclaimed the father. She had dropped into a chair, and her head fell on one side. He sprang to catch her. So did Marcus, but the inventor reached her first and seized her in his arms, directing another of his speaking looks at Marcus. Pet roused herself at the touch of her father's hands, sat erect, and opened her large blue eyes. "I am so sleepy," she said. "Of course you are, my blessed, and to bed you must go at once. That is my prescription. But first, always first, a cup of tea." The inventor darted to the stove, snatched up the teapot, poured out a cup of the universal restorer, scalding his forefinger in the hurry, milked and sugared it just right, and bore it to his daughter, who was nodding again. She drank it dutifully, like medicine. Children do not comprehend tea. We have to grow up to it. It is the appointed balm of fatigued and sorrowing middle age. In its function of medicine, the strong draught revived her, giving a twist to her pretty features, and sending a lively shudder through her slender frame. Pet rose from her seat quite briskly. "Now to bed at once, no delay, and mind you put on all the blankets, and your heavy shawl atop of them." "Yes, father." Marcus blushed, twirled his hat, and made a motion toward the door. "You need not go, Mr. Wilkeson," said the inventor. "I beg that you will not. I wish to settle up that little unfinished business with you tonight." Marcus saw that the inventor was in earnest. He coughed, and hesitated what to say. But before he could say anything, Pet had kissed her father, and said good night, in a faint voice, to the guest, and already had her hand on the knob of the door which led to her little sleeping room. "Remember, darling, all the blankets, and your shawl. Tomorrow morning you will wake up bright and happy, and ready to enjoy a little surprise that I shall have for you." He jerked his thumb toward the machine. Pet understood him, and smiled sadly. "You need bed more than I, father," said she. "Nonsense, child," replied the old man, with a hollow laugh. "It is not for the patient to prescribe to the physician. There, good night now." He kissed her again with more tenderness. "Remember," said he, "there is a little surprise in store for you tomorrow." Pet said, "Heaven bless you, father," murmured another good night, and disappeared within her sanctuary, closing the door after her. "Now, Mr. Wilkeson," said the inventor, "we can finish our conversation." His voice sounded like a voice from the tomb. End of Book 6, Chapter 2. Book 6, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Clashing Orbs. The rain had ceased, and the moon was out. The dark, massy clouds that floated between her and the earth were doing their ghostly, phantasmagoric work. At one moment, clear white light like a shroud; at another moment, darkness like a pall. An owl lighting on the spire of Grace Church in his flight over the city might have seen the white edge of the shroud or the black edge of the pall, advancing in well-defined lines over the housetops and the parks and the two rivers, swiftly succeeding each other. It was as if the mighty invisible demons of the night were capriciously trying the effects of cerements on the sleeping city. It was as if they were perplexed between the soft beauty of the shroud and the somber majesty of the pall. A woman could not have tried on 2 shawls more often and more indecisively before making up her mind to buy. Little Pet's sleeping room, like every room that faced the south that night, was full of strange, spectral effects. The scrolls and the roses on the cheap yellow curtains that hung in the windows were changed to hideous faces of variable size and ugliness. Their grotesque shadows on the floor mingled with other faces, horrible as antique masks, wrought by the magic of the moon from the gigantic flowers that adorned the narrow strip of carpet by the bedside. Her dresses suspended from a row of hooks in the corner, and showing in gentle swells and curves the lithe, graceful form of the little wearer, like molds, would have looked to any open eye that dreadful night like women hanging against the wall. This startling idea would have been helped along by 2 or 3 shadowy bonnets depending from pegs above them. The white somethings carelessly tossed over a chair near the head of the bed were no longer the garments of youth, beauty, and innocence, but grave clothes, cold, shining, shuddering in that deathly light. The touch of the moon, like the presence of a sexton, suggested mortality. The narrow single bed, with its 4 black posts, looked like the fatal trestle, or bier. The slender body which lay upon it was still as death. The head nestled motionless in a deep indentation of the pillow. A slanting ray of the moon, coming between one of the window curtains and the window, fell upon the face and showed it white and waxen. The lips, still red, parted to the gleaming teeth, and the eyes not quite covered by the lids. One beautiful round arm curved above her head, and some of her soft brown hair rested in a little open palm. The other stretched down toward the center of the bed, as if fearlessly to invite the touch of those weird things with which imagination peoples the solemn night, which the wakeful eye in the still small hours sees moving in the darker corners, or passing swiftly by the bedside, or hovering in the air, wearing the semblance of one's dead friends, or filling large portions of the room with some formless presence of unutterable malignity and woe. It was only sleep to which the moon thus gave the pale polish of death. The gentle murmur of a childish breath broke the silence. The heavy bedclothes slowly rose and fell with the mysterious pulsations of warm life beneath. At intervals, a shudder shook the little figure of the sleeper. Her breath became louder and quicker, and her arms moved with sudden starts. Pet was dreaming, under the joint influences of an excess of blankets and a cup of strong tea. She was alone in infinite space. Above, below, on all sides, was a leaden atmosphere. Neither sun nor moon nor stars illumined it, but only some dull phosphorescent light, which seemed to be born of the murky, stagnant air. It was such a strange, sickly, wavering gleam as she had seen above decaying wood, fish, and other substances. All around was absolute stillness. Not a swallow waved his wing, nor an insect hummed in that barren immensity. Nature was hushed by some deadly spell. Yet the dread silence portended the near approach of horrors. She knew what they were, for she had been in this frightful region often before, and was familiar with its dread phenomena. They came. They were only 2 little black specks, like motes in the sunbeams, scarcely visible to her strained vision at first. She gazed upon them with the fascination of a charmed bird on the 2 small jet eyes of a serpent, but with this difference, that she knew the terrible peril that they brought. The moment that these 2 motes became visible to her in that dimly lighted mist, they commenced revolving around each other. They revolved slowly, and increased in size as they rolled on. The slowness of the motion and the swelling of the motes were elements of horror, but she could not take her eyes from those two black objects revolving like binary stars, until her breath should cease to come and go, and her heart to beat. As the motes enlarged, their orbits widened, and they grew and grew, performing greater and more awful circuits, still slowly, still noiselessly. The eternal, unbroken silence was another element of horror. The doomed spectatress of this solemn, maddening whirl would fain have shrieked, or even whispered, to break the silence, but she could not. Either her powers of articulation had disappeared in that region of universal dumbness, or the dead atmosphere was waveless and could vibrate to no sound. She knew, by harrowing experience, the scene that was to come, and she prayed inwardly to God to strengthen her for it. The two black objects swelled and swelled in even proportions, until they became as large as a full moon just seen above the horizon, then to the size of 2 full moons, and 12, and 100, and 1,000, still black, still noiseless, still revolving slowly, like a tardy and certain doom. Then a quarter of the leaden space was filled with their gigantic bodies, and the lurid air was darker. Then a half of the heavens was blotted out. She grew faint and sick, as she moved her head to the right and left, and up and down, and watched the dizzy revolutions of those vast orbs, between which she knew that she was to be crushed at last, as by the nether and upper millstones. Her inarticulate cries to God were unheard. It seemed as if there were no God for that accursed part of the universe. Majestically, slowly, silently ever, the orbs increased. 2 strips of the sky could be seen constantly changing positions, but always opposite to each other. These were the gaps, fast narrowing, which were to be filled up by the swelling worlds before her destruction was accomplished. Her long familiarity with the movements of the stupendous enginery of death enabled her to calculate to a nicety when the crash would come. She lay like the bound victim under the guillotine, watching for the axe to descend. The blackness of darkness above and beneath and around her, a suffocating compression of the stagnant air, a thrilling consciousness of the close approach of the 2 cruel orbs, a superlative stillness, and then a mighty attrition, in which the mortal part of the poor girl was about to be ground to atoms. When she awoke, she threw back the heavy blankets that oppressed her chest as if they were the crushing danger. She looked overhead, expecting to see a whirling globe within a foot of her face, but she saw only the ceiling, made visible by the pallid light of the room. Then she knew that she was in her own little room, and that this frightful adventure was only the old dream that came to her 2 or 3 times a year, as far back as she could remember. The same always, without addition or curtailment. End of Book 6, Chapter 3. Book 6, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Vision of Horrors. Little Pet was not the least superstitious, because her father had taught her from infancy to pay no heed to dreams or signs, and because he had allowed no housemaid or fussy old woman to inoculate his young daughter with her own senseless and cowardly fears. Pet smiled at the momentary terror which this strange old dream had caused, closed her eyes, and addressed herself again to sleep. But first she drew up the weighty blankets over her little frame, as her father had told her to do, She had already found out by experience that a hot application of blankets was the best remedy for a young cold. A low murmur as of conversation came from the adjoining room. Then she remembered that Mr. Wilkeson was there when she had come to bed. She said to herself, "It cannot be late, for he never stops after 10 o'clock." Then she began to think of some matters which had recently perplexed and distressed her greatly, but she was so sleepy that the thoughts came into her little head confusedly, and several times merged into dreams, and then came out again. The low murmur of the talk outside, like the distant hum of a waterfall or a mill, was sedative. The act of listening to it, as she did for a few moments with natural curiosity, was provocative of sleep. The conversation suddenly grew louder. The hollow voice of the inventor and the deep bass of Marcus Wilkeson could be heard alternating quickly. These words reached little Pet. The inventor: "We have had a long conversation, Mr. Wilkeson, and I will end it by saying that it is best for us to separate now and forever." Marcus, bitterly: "As you please, sir, but it is hard that a man's reputation should be at the mercy of any scoundrel who knows how to write a libel, and has not courage enough to acknowledge it." The inventor, pettishly: "I have told you a dozen times that I despise anonymous letter-writers. They are ever liars and cowards." Marcus: "But you respected this one enough to adopt his suggestions." The inventor: "So the magistrate uses hints that may be furnished him by professional thieves for the detection of crime, but he none the less loathes those who would inform upon their comrades." Marcus: "You believe therefore only what you have seen or heard for yourself." The inventor: "Nothing further, I assure you. In all matters of proof, it is my nature to be suspicious." Marcus: "But none of these accusations against me have been proved." The inventor: "Why protract this painful conversation? It is sufficient for me to say that we must part." Excitedly: "Good heavens, sir! Am I not the guardian of my daughter, and warranted in accepting or rejecting acquaintances for her? Must I make long explanations to everybody that I don't see fit to admit into my house and my daughter's society? Is not this a free country, sir?" Marcus, with deep despair in his voice: "Perfectly free, sir. I admit your rights, and I hereby pledge myself not to intrude upon you or her, at least until you are convinced of the great injustice of your conduct toward me, and invite me again to your house. But there is one thing more." The inventor, impatiently: "One thing more? Will this dialogue never end? Well, sir, what the devil is it?" Then he added, as if aware of the coarseness and gross impropriety of that expression: "Excuse me, sir, but it is late, and my machine is waiting." Marcus, slowly and firmly: "One moment, sir. I have sworn my innocence before God, with the most solemn oath known to man. I may have misconstrued your remarks, but I thought you still doubted me. It is my misfortune to be extremely sensitive upon the point of honor. Having relinquished your acquaintance and that of your daughter, it is now my duty to ask whether you presume to question my oath." The inventor, with increased impatience: "Why should I be bored with this cross-examination? I have never said I doubted your oath." Marcus, quickly: "That is not an answer. Do you believe me or disbelieve me? Am I a liar and perjurer or not? In one word, yes or no?" The inventor, laughing nervously:
Will you bully me in my own house, sir? There is the door. Out of it." There was a noise like the opening of a door. Marcus, between his teeth: "Never, sir. Never until you retract your imputation upon my honor." The inventor, losing all control of himself: "Curse your honor! If you had been more careful of it in your native village, where you are best known, it would not trouble you now. Come, there are the stairs." Marcus: "Once more, do you believe my oath or not?" The inventor, shouting: "No! No! 1,000,000 times no! Since you drive me to it, I believe you to be a crafty scoundrel, who has been trying to ruin my daughter. Out, sir, now, out!" Then was a sound of two men clenching and struggling toward the door. A noise followed like that caused by the sharp closing of the door, but the two men were still in the room, for their scuffling and their short, quick grunts of exertion could be heard with increased distinctness. The noise indicated that one was pushing the other toward the center of the room. Then followed the dull, nauseating sound of blows, apparently struck with fists upon heads and chests, mingled with noisier but still partly suppressed groans and defiances. The conversation which preceded the struggle had come to Pet's ears with such distinctness, and made such a terrifying impression upon her mind, that it seemed as if she could see the combatants. At the time when the clenching commenced, the vision was faint, as if she were looking into a dark room. But as the struggle proceeded, the room seemed to be gradually lighted up for her, and every grapple, every blow, every facial contortion of this horrible contest were plainly visible, and yet she was not in the room, but lying in her little bed, bound as in the awful dream of the clashing orbs. She knew she was there, and yet she felt that her eyes, all her faculties of observation, had been somehow transferred to her father's room, and that she was actually seeing and hearing the commission of a murder there. She tried to cry out, but her jaws were closed. She would have risen, entered the room, and thrown herself between the frenzied men, but neither hand nor foot could she move. Her body was fastened to the bed as if with adamantine chains, while her mind and soul were the voiceless spectators of a tragedy of which she knew that she was the cause. She could not even open her eyes. If she could have loosed but a muscle from the rigidity of the trance, she knew that her whole frame would be relaxed in an instant. Then she would have bounded, oh, with what speed, into the other room, where her immortal part was helplessly watching the conflict, and interceded at the risk of her life. Alas! Prometheus was tied to the rock not more firmly than she to that bed of anguish. The struggle went on. The inventor, though past the prime of life, and worn down by excessive thought, had some strength left. Its duration was brief, but it was not to be despised while it lasted. He grasped the tall figure of Marcus Wilkeson by the neck with one arm, and with the other struck dozens of blows upon his face and chest. The comparative youth and freshness of Marcus were unable to free him from the strong hold of this vigorous old man. Pangs of terror shot through the heart of the poor girl as she saw that her father was about to become a murderer. Then the tide of fortune changed. Marcus, bruised and black in the face, and panting with exertion, released himself from the inventor's clutch, and in turn caught him by the throat. With his long arm he held the furious old man at a safe distance. The unhappy girl was now agonized with fears for her father's life. "This is madness. Let us stop it." thus Pet heard Marcus Wilkeson say in panting accents. What demoniac spell was it that prevented her from shrieking, "Stop it! In God's name, father, stop!" "Never," said the undaunted old man. "Never till I have thrown you headlong downstairs. Liar! Villain!" With that, Pet saw her father hurl himself with the ferocity of a tiger on Marcus Wilkeson. Such was the suddenness and impetuosity of the movement that Marcus was pushed back several feet toward the door from the center of the room where the most obstinate part of the struggle had taken place. But the old man's supremacy was short-lived. The younger and stronger man suddenly stooped, caught the inventor with both hands under the arms, and thrust him toward the corner occupied by the mysterious machine. The inventor would have fallen on it, and perhaps have been instantly killed by contact with some portion of the brass or iron work, but for the interposition of the screen. This broke his fall. He scrambled to his feet, full of rage and foaming at the mouth. Marcus stepped back and said, "Now let it cease." Pet saw her father snatch something that looked like a club from some part of the machine. "This is my answer," he said, and precipitated himself with fresh fury upon Marcus. The younger man had expected the attack, and braced himself for it. He caught the inventor by the arm that held the club, or other weapon. They wrestled for its possession, the inventor with frenzy in every feature, Marcus with fixed determination, and silently. The weapon was now aloft, now below, now shifted in the twinkling of an eye to the right, and now to the left. At one time the inventor seemed to be on the point of securing it, at another Marcus. Suddenly Pet saw it whirl like a shillelagh above her father's head, with a strange noise like the quick winding of a clock. Then she heard a dull sound, as of striking a board with a brick, and she saw her father fall to the floor. At the same moment, the light in the room went out, and all was darkness. The pent-up agony at last found utterance. She shrieked, and instantly her eyes were open and her limbs free. She jumped out of bed, and was about to rush into the chamber of horrors, when she saw the bright light of the gas yet shining through the crack beneath her door. She listened. The house was still as the grave. Not a sound from all the world outside, except the striking of a fire alarm for the 7th District. The deep notes vibrated upon her quickened hearing like a knell. Then she remembered that, in the vision, the light had disappeared. Here it was gleaming under her door as brightly as ever. "Pshaw! What a silly girl I am," said she. "It was a nightmare. That's all." She raised her hands to her face. It was hot and dripping. Father prescribed too large a dose of blankets. No wonder I had this horrid dream. But notwithstanding the presence of the light and the absence of all noise, such as would be caused by the murderer in leaving the room and going downstairs, the impression of this tragic vision upon her mind was not to be dismissed with a "Pshaw." Pet would have derived much relief from opening the door and looking in, and seeing with her own waking eyes that her father was alive, at his usual seat in the corner. She placed her hand upon the latch. But then she remembered how her father had laughed at her 2 or 3 times before, when she was a younger girl, and not so wise as now, and had rushed into his room screaming with fright from a nightmare. She prided herself on having outgrown childish fears. She also remembered that her father had told her 2 days before that he was engaged in the most difficult mathematical calculations day and night, and kissing her had playfully said that she must not disturb him.
He is thinking over his problems now, thought little Pet. Dear father, I do wish he would give up that hateful machine. It will be the death of him. But he said I must not disturb him, and I will not. Mr. Wilkeson must have gone home a long time ago, and dear father is thinking, as he calls it, with his hand on his forehead in the old corner. Let me take one little peep through the keyhole, and go to bed again. Pet stooped, and looked through the keyhole. Within her range were the chair where Marcus Wilkeson had sat that evening, and the nail where, with bachelor-like precision, he always hung his hat. Neither Marcus Wilkeson nor his hat were in their accustomed places. What silly things these dreams are, thought little Pet. The keyhole did not command the corner of the room where the machine stood, and where the inventor pondered and toiled, but Pet felt as certain that he was there, coaxing thoughts out of his pale brow with that habitual caress of the hand, as if she had seen him. "Good night, dear father," she whispered softly. "May heaven watch over your labors, and keep you from all harm." With this pious prayer she slid into her warm nest. But before adjusting her limbs for sleep, she threw off a portion of the heavy blankets which had weighed upon her, and was soon sound asleep, and dreaming of a garden in which all the roses were beautiful new bonnets. Still the moon played her ghastly metamorphoses in the little chamber, and the figures on the carpet and the figures on the curtain writhed in horrible contortions of glee, as if they rejoiced over a calamity which had befallen that house. End of Book 6, Chapter 4. Book 6, Chapter 5 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What the morning brought. The child woke about 7 o'clock. She knew the time by the sun's rays upon the window curtains. In that strong, cheerful light, the phantom faces had shrunk back to great red bunches of flowers again. She thought of the absurd dream, or vision, as of something that had happened ages ago, and wondered that she had been foolish enough to be frightened by it. There was no noise in her father's room, but that was not strange, for he rarely retired to bed before 3 o'clock in the morning, even when he did not sit up all night, and slept till 8. His sleep, though short, was sound, and it was Pet's custom to prepare breakfast in her father's room without waking him. She washed her face, which looked rosy and bewitching in the little cracked mirror, and dressed her hair in 2 simple bands down the cheeks, and put on a white calico dress with small red spots and a white apron bound with blue. This was the dress that her father loved the best. She looked in the glass, and examined her damaged reflection with a charming coquetry, and said, "Pet child, you are looking well to-day. Now for breakfast." Pet walked to the door, humming her last music lesson in a low voice. She placed her hand upon the latch, and opened the door softly. As it swung on its hinges, and she began to obtain a glimpse of the room, she noticed the gas still burning, though the daylight filled the apartment. This was strange. A shudder passed through her frame, and her cheeks began to pale. "Pooh, what nonsense!" she said. She pushed the door wide open. Was it another mocking, maddening vision that she saw? She rubbed her eyes in wild affright, and then raised her hands aloft with a piercing shriek. There, before her, lay the dead body of her father. In the center of his ghastly forehead was a small wound, from which the blood had trickled over the temples, bedabbling his thin gray hairs, and forming a small red pool by his side. Near him, on the floor, was a club with an iron tip, which had done the dreadful deed. She recognized it at once as a part of the machine. The monstrous vision of the night was true. Her father was dead. Mr. Wilkeson was his murderer. She was an orphan. These agonizing thoughts flashed through her brain in the single instant. She felt her head turning, and her limbs failing under her. She had only strength to shriek, "Murder! Murder! Help! Help!" And then she fell headlong and senseless upon her father's dead body. End of Book 6, Chapter 5. Book 7, Chapter 1 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7th, Journeyings Against Fate. Chapter 1, Pea-Shooting as a Science. Be it said to the credit of Wesley Tiffles, that he always paid bills promptly when he could borrow money to do it. The funds that he had raised from Marcus Wilkeson and others for the Panorama had been faithfully applied to that great object. If he could have borrowed money from other people to repay those loans, that act of financial justice would also have been done, and so on without end, like a round robin. When Tiffles bestowed the last installment of compensation upon Patching, that individual shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "The paltry price of artistic degradation," said he. "Remember, I would have done this job only for a friend. The world must not know it is a Patching, though I fear that even on this hasty daub I have left marks of my style which will betray me." "You are safe, my dear fellow," said Tiffles. "I have already ordered the posters and bills, and the name Andrea Ceccarini will appear thereon as the artist. Ceccarini has an Italian look, which is an advantage, and, you will pardon me for saying, is rather more imposing than Patching." The artist was sensitive touching his name. It had been punned upon in some of the comic papers. He could not take offense at the innocent remark of a friend, but he felt hurt, and vindictively rammed the large roll of $1 bills into his vest pocket without counting them. Whenever it was practicable, Tiffles paid his debts in bills of that denomination. He had a theory that the amount looked larger, and was more satisfactory to the receiver. As Tiffles saw how lightly the artist regarded the money, not even counting it, he felt a momentary pang at the thought that he had paid him. The Panorama of Africa had not only been finished and paid for, but it had been exhibited to a large number of clergymen of all denominations at the lecture room of an uptown church. The clergymen, being debarred from attending secular amusements, as a class, had gladly accepted the invitation of Professor Wesley, Tiffles' panoramic name, and brought with them their wives and a number of children apiece. The Panorama was rigged up at the end of the lecture room, in front of the desk, under the personal supervision of a former assistant of Banvard's, and worked beautifully, saving an occasional squeak in the rollers. Tiffles, in his character of Professor Wesley, told his story glibly and with perfect coolness, interspersing the heavier details with amusing anecdotes, which made the ministers smile, and brought out a loud titter of laughter from the ministers' wives, and tremendous applause, including the stamping and the banging of hymn books, from the ministers' children. One of the children, with a love of mischief peculiar to that division of the human family, had provided himself with peas, and, taking advantage of the partial darkness in which the Panorama was exhibited, shot those missiles with practised aim at Professor Wesley, and now and then hit him in the face. The lecturer kept in good humor, and when, after a smart volley of peas, Reverend Dr. A. arose and suggested that these disturbances were disgraceful, and although he did not wish to meddle with the household government of his brethren, He thought that the children who were guilty of such outrages ought to be taken home, soundly whipped, and put to bed. When Reverend Dr. A., moved by just indignation, did this, the lecturer smiled, and blandly said, "Oh, no, he wasn't annoyed in the least," at the same time receiving a pea on his left cheek. He would trust to the generosity of his young friends not to fire their peas too hard, and he hoped that the reverend gentleman would withdraw his suggestion. Cries of "All right, brother," "We'll keep the boys quiet," "Go on," went up from all parts of the room. Reverend Dr. A., yielding to the pressure, sat down, and received, at that moment, one pea on the right eye of his gold spectacles, and another square on the end of his nose. The 2 peas were fired by his second son, John, who had been delivering this invisible artillery all the evening from the other end of the identical pew in which the Reverend Doctor was seated. He groaned in the spirit, and muttered something to Mrs. Reverend Dr. A. about the degeneracy of other people's children, which made that lady chuckle low under cover of the night, for she knew that her second son John was the pea-shooter, and had made vain efforts to stop him by pinching his leg, though the good matron could not help laughing at every fine shot achieved by her promising boy. Professor Wesley went on as requested, and so did the pea-shooting, until John's stock of ammunition gave out. The lecturer had ransacked the society, Astor, and mercantile libraries, and stuffed himself with facts touching the interior of Africa, so far as that mystery had been explored. Fortified with these facts, and a lively imagination, he found no difficulty in satisfying the curiosity of his auditors on every point, and answered questions of all sorts, which were fired at him even thicker than the peas, without the least hesitation. When the exhibition was over, every clergyman present signed a certificate declaring that they had been highly entertained and instructed by the Panorama of Africa, and Mr. Wesley's able lecture, that they considered the painting a masterpiece of moral art, and cordially recommended it to the patronage of an enlightened public. End of Book 7, Chapter 1. Book 7, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By Steam. Tiffles had selected as his first field of active operations the state of New Jersey. His large number of relatives, the Tiffleses, were prolific on the female side, and friends, and occasional creditors, scattered through New England and New York, effectually barred him from all that territory. New Jersey, then Pennsylvania, then the West, those were the great topographical features of his campaign. For his initiatory performance, he had chosen a quiet little town less than 30 miles from the city, on a line of railway. If his panorama was to be a hopeless failure at the very outset, Tiffles wanted to be within striking distance of New York. He was sanguine of success, but, like a prudent general, he looked after his lines of retreat. To this small town in New Jersey, with which the fate of the great enterprise was to be indissolubly linked, Tiffles had sent a large stock of posters and handbills. He had previously corresponded, free of expense both ways, with that universal business man of every American village, the postmaster, and through him had engaged Washington Hall, the largest hall in the place, capable of holding 600 people, at $5 for one night, with the refusal of 2 nights more. The name of the hall and the night of exhibition were written in blank spaces on the posters and handbills with red chalk, in a fine commercial hand by Tiffles himself, and for a small consideration the postmaster had agreed to stick up the posters on every corner, also on the post office and the 3 town pumps, and to distribute the handbills in every house. These labors the PM did not undertake to perform personally, though he had plenty of leisure for them, as well as for the local defense of the national administration, which was his peculiar and official function, but he turned them over to a semi-idiot, who occasionally did jobs of that kind, and who was willing to trust for his pay to the coming of Professor Wesley. The last letter from the postmaster ran thus: "Yours of the 6th received and contents, including for my personal expenses, duly noted. Washington Hall has been moped out for you, and is clean as a pin. 6 new tin candlesticks have been put up in the anteroom by the proprietor. This is liberal. All the handbills has been distributed, and the posters stuck up, some of 'em wrong side down, owin' to the bill poster bein' a little weak-minded, which will be a kind of curiosity, and an advantage to you, I think. I have sent tickets to the village pastors and their families, as you requested, and they read the notices last Sunday and advised everybody to go. I have got public opinion all right for you here. Now come on with your panorama of Afriky. Yours truly, B. Persimmon, P.M." This was cheering, and Tiffles only hoped that he would be able to secure so faithful an ally in every postmaster, for he had decided to do this preliminary work through that variety of public functionary, until the success of the Panorama would justify hiring a special courier to go in advance and smooth the way for him. All these preparations having been satisfactorily made, and the Panorama, with the curtains, the lighting apparatus, and the other properties, having been forwarded in 3 enormous boxes to the scene of the impending conflict with public opinion, Tiffles made ready to follow. And on the eventful morning of the of April, 1850 , he might have been seen at the Cortlandt Street ferry, accompanied by Patching, who had graciously consented to see how the thing worked on its first public trial. Patching pulled his enormous hat still farther over his eyes, so that he might not be recognized. This gave him an extremely questionable aspect, and the ticket-taker at the ferry peered under the huge brim suspiciously as Patching came in. He also attracted the attention of a detective in citizen's clothes, and was a general object of interest to all the people congregated in the ferry-house and waiting for the boat. "This is fame," muttered Patching, glancing at his scrutinizers from the shadow of the far-reaching hat. "This is what people starve and die for. It is a bore." He struck an attitude as if unconsciously, folding his arms and appearing to be in a profound reverie. Then, after another cautious glance about, he turned to Tiffles by his side and said, "It is useless. I am recognized. But remember your solemn promise. I had no hand in the painting of it." "Not a little finger, my dear fellow," cheerfully replied Tiffles, who had given the artist similar assurances of secrecy 5 times that morning. At that moment a hand touched Tiffles familiarly on the shoulder. He turned suddenly, for he was always expecting rear attacks from creditors. He saw Marcus Wilkeson. "Best of friends," said Tiffles, with unfeigned joy. "I am glad to see you. Of course you are going with us, though I hardly dared hope as much when I sent you the invitation." "To tell the truth, Tiffles, I had no intention of going till this morning, when it suddenly occurred to me that a little trip in the country, and the fun of seeing your Panorama and hearing you lecture, would drive away the blues. I had a bad fit of them last night." Here Patching turned and looked Marcus in the face, without seeming to recognize him. It was his habit, not a singular one among the human species, to pretend not to remember people, and to wait for the first word. Marcus indulged in the same habit to some extent, and, when he saw Patching looking at him without a nod or a word, He also was blank and speechless. "Don't you remember each other?" said Tiffles. "Mr. Patching, Mr. Marcus Wilkeson." The gentleman shook hands, and said, "Oh, yes. How do you do? It is a fine morning. Very. So much paler than when last I saw you, that I didn't know you positively." "Little ill, sir?" asked Patching. The artist was sure to observe and speak of any signs of illness on the faces of his friends and acquaintances. Some people called him malevolent for it. To be told that one looks pale always makes one turn paler. Marcus, extra sensitive on the point of looks, became quite pallid, and said, with confusion, "I have not been well for several days, and my rest was badly broken last night." Tiffles had also remarked the unusual deadly whiteness of his friend's complexion, and the air of lassitude and unhappiness which pervaded his face, but he would not have alluded to them for the world. He never made impertinent observations of that sort. "Unwell?" said Tiffles. "I had not noticed it. In the morning, all New York looks as if it had just come out of a debauch. Wilkeson will pass, I guess." This calumny upon the city was Tiffles' favorite bit of satire, and it had cheered up many a poor fellow who thought himself looking uncommonly haggard. Marcus smiled languidly, and turned away his head with a sigh. As his eyes swept about, they encountered the gaze of the man in citizen's clothes, previously noticed. At first Marcus thought he had seen this man somewhere before, and then he thought he was mistaken. The man evinced no recognition of Marcus, and an instant after, his sharp glance wandered to some other person in the large group waiting for the boat. Here the boat came into the slip, and, after bumping in an uncertain way against the piles on either side, neared almost within leaping distance of the wharf. A solid crowd of passengers stood at the edge of the boat, with their eyes fixed on the landing place, as if it were the soil of a new world upon which they were to leap for the first time, like a party of Columbuses. When the distance had been diminished to about 4 feet, the front row of passengers jumped ashore, and rushed wildly up the street, as if impelled by a rocket-like power from behind. These people could not have been more eager to get ashore if they had come from the other side of the globe, on business involving $1 million apiece, to be transacted on that day only. In fact, they were only lawyers, tradesmen, mechanics, and clerks living in Jersey City, and going over to New York on their daily humdrum business. It was not the business that attracted them, but the demon of American restlessness that pushed them on. They went back at night in just the same hurry, and made equally hazardous jumps on the Jersey side. They were mere shuttlecocks between the battledores of Jersey City and New York. Tiffles and Patching lifted up the thin carpet bags which reposed at their feet, and which contained an exceedingly small amount of personal linen and other attire, and went on board the boat, followed by Marcus, who was unencumbered with baggage. They entered the ladies' cabin. The thick crowd of people pressed into the cabin in their front and rear, and all about them, and scrambled for seats. There was a general preference for the part forward of the wheelhouse, because it was a few feet nearer New Jersey than the aft part. The rush to obtain these preferred places was like that of the opera-going world for the front row of boxes at a matinee. Ladies who obtained eligible seats settled themselves in them, spread out their dresses, put their gloved hands in position, and smiled with a sweet satisfaction at ladies who had got no seats. Those ladies, in turn, looked reproachfully at the gentlemen who were comfortably seated, and those gentlemen, with the exception of a few who rose and gracefully offered their seats to the youngest and prettiest of the ladies, in turn looked out of the windows, or at the floor, or at a paper, intently. A stranger to the ferry boats and customs of the country would have supposed that the passengers were bound for Europe instead of the opposite shore of North River. Marcus Wilkeson, Tiffles, and Patching did not participate in this contest for seats, but walked through the fetid and stifling cabins to the forward deck, where fresh, bracing air, glorious sunlight, and a cheery view of the river were to be had. But these charms of nature were apparently thrown away on the trio. They all leaned over the railing and looked steadily into the water. Tiffles was thinking up his lecture and other matters of the Panorama. Patching was misanthropically reviewing his career, and exulting in future triumphs over his professional enemies. Marcus was engrossed with some sad theme which once or twice brought tears into his eyes. A burst of noble music, a fine sentiment in a poem, a poor woman crying, keen personal disappointment, or any acute mental trouble had this strange effect on the optics of Marcus Wilkeson. The bell rang. Voices shouted, "All aboard!" The gangplank was drawn in. Several belated people jumped on, at the risk of their lives, after the boat had left the wharf, one man vaulting over 10 feet, and the voyage for Jersey was commenced. 3 minutes later, the inmates of the cabins began to go forward and pick favorable positions for jumping off on the other side. The scramble to evacuate the seats then was as sharp as the scramble to possess them 3 minutes before. A few more rounds of the wheels, and the boat thumped in the usual way against one row of piles at the entrance of the Jersey slip, and then caromed like a billiard ball on the other, each time nearly knocking the passengers off their feet, and shaking a small chorus of screams out of the ladies. When the boat was within a yard of the wharf, the jumping commenced, and all the able-bodied men, most of the boys, and some of the ladies, were off before the boat butted with tremendous force against the wharf, shaking both wharf and boat to their foundations, and giving to the people on both a parting jar, which they carried in their bones for the rest of the day. Once safely on the wharf, the scramble was continued in various directions and for various objects. Marcus, Tiffles, and Patching indulged in the eccentricity of not scrambling, and, when they reached the Erie Railroad cars, they found every seat taken, some by 2 persons, but many by 1 lady and a bandbox, or carpet-bag, which was intended to signify to the inquiring eye that the lawful human occupant of that half of the seat was absent, but might be expected to come in and claim it at any moment. The 3 companions understood this conventional imposture, and politely claimed the spare half seats from the nearest ladies. The fair occupants looked forbidding, and slowly removed their bandboxes, baskets, and other parcels to the floor beneath, or the rack overhead, and the disturbers of their peace and comfort ruthlessly took the vacated seats with a bow, signifying "Thank you." The seats thus procured were some distance apart, and so the 3 companions were precluded from conversing with each other. This suited the taciturn mood of each that morning. As for the ladies who filled the other half of the 3 seats, they might as well have been lay figures from a Broadway dry goods store, conversation with them being prohibited by the etiquette of railway traveling. A man may journey 250 miles in a car, with his elbow unavoidably jogging a lady's all the way, and still be as far from her acquaintance, unless she is graciously inclined to say something first, as if the pair were leagues apart. This is proper, but peculiar. The strange sadness that possessed Marcus that morning was intensified as the cars rolled on. There is something in the monotonous vibration of the train, and the recurring click of the wheels against the end of the rails, that provokes melancholy. Marcus looked out of the window at the flying landscape, and the distant patches of wood which seemed to be slowly revolving about each other, and was profoundly wretched. He was totally unconscious of the sharp, pale, nervous face by his side. The owner of the face was about 35 years old, though the lines on her brow and cheeks added an apparent 5 years to her age. If she had been put upon her trial for murder, the police reporters would have discovered traces of great beauty in her countenance. An ordinary spectator, having no occasion to spice a paragraph, would have made the equivocal remark that she had once been handsomer. This lady was dressed plainly, comfortably, and in good taste. Her hands, ungloved, were shapely, but red and hard with manual labor. On the second finger of her left hand was a little gold ring, much thinned by wearing. The eyes of this lady were regarding the unconscious Marcus obliquely, with a singular expression of mingled recollection and doubt. Sometimes her glance would drop to the ring, as if that were a link in the chain of her perplexed reflections. A sudden jolt of the car, as the train ran over a pole which had fallen on the track, roused Marcus to the existence of this face and those eyes. As he saw the eyes sternly bent on him, he thought that his staring out of the window, past the lady's profile, might have offended her. So, with a cough which was meant to serve as an apology for the unintentional rudeness, he turned his face away, and continued his gloomy reverie among the odd patterns of the oilcloth on the floor of the aisle. Still the thin, nervous lady watched him obliquely. A ride of 3/4 of an hour brought them to their destination, as they learned from a preliminary howl of the conductor through the rear door of the car. The engine bell rang, the whistle screamed, the clack of the wheels gradually became slower. "Only 1 minute. Hurry!" howled the conductor again. Marcus, Tiffles, and Patching were out of their seats and at the door with American dispatch. Before the car had quite stopped, they had jumped off. Marcus did not notice that behind him was a woman struggling between the 2 rows of seats with a bandbox, a work-basket, an umbrella, and her hoops, all of which caught in turn on one side or the other. Nor did the conductor observe that this burdened and distressed lady was trying to make her way out, for after looking from the rear of the train, and seeing that 3 persons had landed, and that there was nobody to get on, he concluded that it would be a waste of time to stop a minute, and so rang the bell to go ahead. The engine driver, equally impatient, jerked the starting lever, and the engine bounded forward like a horse, giving a shock to the train, and nearly upsetting the woman, who was still wrestling with her personal effects between the rows of seats. With a sudden effort, she freed herself, opened the door, and stood upon the platform. The engine had wheezed 3 times, and she hesitated to jump. She screamed shrilly. The sound entered the ears of Marcus Wilkeson, who was whisking dust and ashes off his clothes with a handkerchief. He ran forward and saw the predicament of his pale and nervous fellow-traveller. She screamed again, as the engine wheezed for the 8th time. Marcus extended his hand. "Jump," he said. "I'll catch you." She did jump, much to the surprise of Marcus and the 2 lookers-on, thereby indicating decision of character. Marcus caught her in his arms, bandbox, basket, and all, and the train hurried on. "Thank you, sir," said the lady with some confusion. Then she walked rapidly down the road toward the village, like one who lived there. "A customer for the Panorama, perhaps," said Tiffles. "I'm glad you landed her safely." Tiffles had got through his thinking, and was exhilarate again. He laughed so pleasantly that even Marcus relaxed his grim visage, and smiled. "Not a bad ankle, that," observed Patching, looking at the rapidly retreating form of the rescued woman. Patching, artist-like, was always discovering beauties where nobody else looked for them. Marcus had no eye for the charms of nature that morning, and he responded not to the remark which the artist had addressed to him. Whereupon Patching determined not to speak to Marcus again that day. They followed the mysterious female down the road which led to the village. On the fences, every few rods, were plastered posters announcing the Panorama of Africa for that evening at Washington Hall. Tickets 25 cents. Children under 12 years of age half price, etc., etc., as B. Persimmon, P.M., had said in one of his letters. Some of the posters were stuck upside down. This circumstance did not seem to prevent the population from reading them, for the party observed at least 2 boys, half prices, in the act of spelling them out between their legs. Tiffles was so absorbed in the contemplation of the posters, Patching in a critical survey of the scenery on both sides of the road, and Marcus Wilkeson in an introspection of his troubled heart, that none of them observed how often the thin, nervous female, walking rapidly ahead, looked over her shoulder at one of their number. End of Book 7, Chapter 2. Book 7, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pigworth, J.P. The village was composed of the usual ingredients in the usual proportions: law, dry goods, liquor, blacksmithing, carpentry, education, painting and glazing, medicine, dentistry, tinware, and other comforts of civilization were all to be had on reasonable terms. There were 4 churches with rival steeples, and 2 taverns with rival signs. The village contained everything that any reasonable man could ask for, except a barber's shop. It takes a good-sized town to support a barber's shop. As they marched into the village, they were conscious of attracting general attention. Men looked out of the doors, women out of the windows, and boys had begun to fall in procession behind. "Them are the performers," said one boy to another. "Wonder what that feller with the big hat does," observed a second. "Turns the crank, guess," was the response. Patching pulled his hat farther over his eyes, and smiled gloomily at Tiffles. "They little think who I am," he murmured. "What a solemn-collie mug that tall chap's got," said another youthful citizen. This made Marcus try to laugh genially at the boys, but in vain. "Say, Bill, isn't that little feller's shirt out o' jail?" Tiffles made a personal application of this remark. It was his constant misfortune to suffer rents in portion of his garments where their existence was least likely to be discovered by himself. As he could not publicly verify the suggestion of the impertinent small boy, he buttoned his coat tightly about him. How their identity with the panorama of Africa had been established was a mystery. Small boys divine secrets by instinct, as birds find food and water. The 2 taverns were the National House and the United States Hotel. Although the signs were large and clean, the taverns were small and dirty. There was no choice between them, except in the fact that the United States Hotel was directly opposite Washington Hall. Therefore the adherents of the Panorama cast their fortunes with that place of entertainment for man and beast, particularly beast. Mr. Thomas Pigworth, the landlord, was seated on the stoop of his hostelry, discoursing of national politics to a small group of his fellow citizens, who were performing acrobatic feats with chairs in a circle about him. Pigworth was a justice of the peace, and was always dressed in his best clothes, so as to perform his judicial functions at a moment's notice, with dignity and ease. He was tall, thin, bald-headed. T.J. Childen, landlord of the National, said hard things, as in duty bound, of his rival. Among others, that he had kept himself lean by running so hard for office for the last 10 years. To which slander Pigworth retorted that Childen was fat, which was true. A fine plump figure was Childen's, only because he ate everything in his house, and left nothing for his customers. The 3 newcomers mounted the rotten wooden steps to the stoop. Mr. Pigworth left his group of auditors, came forward, and received them with the affability of a retired statesman. "The landlord?" asked Tiffles. "I keep the hotel," said Pigworth. with a smile which intimated that he kept it for amusement rather than profit. "Room and board for 3 of us?" asked Tiffles. "Certainly," said Pigworth, with the air of a man who was doing them a favor. "Ef you want only one apartment, I can give you the one occupied last week by the Honorable Mr. Podhammer. You have heard of him?" "Of course," responded Tiffles, to cut short the conversation. "He spoke in Washington Hall there, on the Constitootion. He is smart on some things, but the Constitootion he doesn't understand. Not a word of it. I told him so." Tiffles was about to ask why, if the Honorable Mr. Podhammer didn't understand a word of the Constitution, he had the audacity to lecture on it, when he remembered that it was no uncommon thing for lecturers to talk of what they don't understand. Himself of Africa, for instance. "Be good enough to show us the room," said he. "I say, Judge," Pigworth, being a justice of the peace, was universally styled thus, cried a voice from the group. "Do you, or do you not, endorse my sentiments?" Pigworth turned majestically and spoke like an oracle. "I do not endorse your sentiments. I wish it distinctly understood that I do not endorse them. I endorse nothing but the Constitution. That instrument I endorse to any extent. Are you satisfied now?" This speech was hailed by cries of "Good! Good! That's so! Sound doctrine, that! The judge knows what's what!" Only one person, the questioner, a young man with a preternatural head, was unappeased. "A single word more," said this young man. "Do you, or do you not, subscribe to my views on the Homestead Law?" Pigworth looked at the 3 comers as if to say, "Mark how I crush him now." Then, pointing his long right arm at the rash youth, he replied, slowly but with fearful distinctness, "I do not subscribe to your views. Sooner would I lose this right arm than subscribe to them. There is only one view that I subscribe to. That view to which I subscribe," the judge spoke with increased dignity here, and rose on his toes, "that view is found in the Constitootion. You would do well to study the Constitootion, my young friend." This withering rebuke was greeted with shouts and clapping of hands from all but the young man, who muttered something about humbug, and looked glum. The landlord had another excoriating remark, which he might have flung at the young man and finished him up, but he magnanimously forbore. "Now, my friends," said the landlord patronizingly. He ushered them into a dirty entry, and piloted the way upstairs. "From New York, I suppose?" said the landlord. "Any political news?" "Really, sir, we don't meddle with politics," replied Tiffles sharply. The landlord looked at him with an expression of pity. "Oh, to be sure not. You belong to the Panorama. I recollect that the last circus folks that come here never talked about politics. Are you Professor Wesley?" "I am," said Tiffles. "I merely wanted to say," continued the landlord, "that 6 of my lodgers are goin' to the Panorama, on my recommendation. I have a wife, sister-in-law, and 5 children." Tiffles took the hint. "I will hand you a complimentary ticket for yourself and family," said he. "Oh, no, by no means," replied the landlord. "I wouldn't think of taking it." Mr. Pigworth then ushered his guests into the large, uncomfortable apartment known as the best room in all country hotels. The ceiling was low. There were 3 windows with small panes, the sashes of which rattled in the wind. A rag carpet covered the floor, an old bureau, topped off with a dirty white cloth, a rickety table, similarly draped, 4 cane-bottomed chairs, and a huge wooden spit-box filled with sawdust, stood at intervals around. 2 single beds occupied opposite corners. With reference to the beds, Mr. Pigworth remarked, "Podhammer and Gineral Chetley slept in that air one. Colonel Hockensacker and Judge Waterfield in t'other."
There was 4 other mattresses put down here that night, each of 'em with 2 of our most distinguished citizens on it. That convention was worth to me a good $100. With every respect for the precedent established by Podhammer and Associates, Marcus Wilkeson preferred to sleep alone, as he had done for 20 years. He privately expressed to the landlord a desire for one of the mattresses which had done duty during the convention. The landlord smiled, evidently regarding the request as eccentric and unreasonable, but nodded, all right. As for Tiffles and Patching, having shared the same couch several nights during the incubation of the Panorama, the problem of how to distribute 3 men among 2 beds gave them no concern. Pigworth then retired. Marcus Wilkeson's first act was to open the windows and mix some fresh air with the damp and mouldy atmosphere of the apartment. Patching's first act was to light his pipe, and throw himself on the nearest bed for a smoke. Tiffles' first act was to inspect the rent which the impertinent small boy had discovered, and make temporary repairs with a pin. Having done these things, and arranged their toilets hastily in a mirror, with a crack running through it like a streak of lightning, the 3 adventurers sallied forth, and crossed the street to Washington Hall. End of Book 7, Chapter 3. Book 7, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Stoop. Washington Hall was the only place of public congregation, excepting the churches, in the village. It was used on Sunday by a small but clamorous religious sect, on Monday by a lodge of Freemasons, on Tuesday by a lodge of Oddfellows, on Wednesday by the Sons of Temperance, and for the balance of the week was open to any description of exhibition that came along. It was originally built for a loft, and its reconstruction into a public hall was an afterthought. It was situated over a drug store, and was owned by the druggist, Mr. Boolpin, who was universally regarded as the meanest man in the village. As the 3 drew near the door, Mr. Boolpin, strongly smelling of aloes, and carrying a pestle in his hand, came out to greet them. He, in common with all the inhabitants, knew that the Panorama folks were in town. The small boys had borne the glad intelligence all abroad. A number of citizens who had been lying in wait issued forth with Mr. Boolpin, and looked hard at the 3. The proprietor of the hall, said Mr. Boolpin, introducing himself. "My name is Wesley," responded Tiffles. He then introduced Patching as Signor Ceccarini, and Wilkeson as Mr. Wilkes. Patching chuckled inwardly at the thought of the incognito, and imagined the sensation that would be produced by the accidental revelation of his real name. Marcus felt a momentary humiliation at having consented to this innocent imposture. Mr. Boolpin, having shaken hands solemnly with the 3, asked them to walk upstairs and look at the hall. They accordingly followed him up a series of creaking steps. "Everything in apple pie order," said Mr. Boolpin. "The 3 boxes containing the Panorama right side up with care, you see. I had them carted from the depot. Cost me $1. People thought they were coffins. Ha ha! 6 new tin candlesticks, you observe. Also the ceiling whitewashed. Also 10 extra seats introduced, making the entire capacity of the hall 350, giving 12 inches of sitting room to each person. No extra charge for these fixings, though I made them expressly on your account. There are some things about this hall to which I would call your attention." "Boo! Boo! Hallo! Hallo!" No echo, you perceive. Likewise notice the fine view from the window. Mr. Boolpin pointed to a swamp which could be distinctly seen over a housetop toward the east. The ventilation is a great feature, too.
Mr. Boolpin directed his pestle toward a trap door in a corner of the ceiling, through which a quantity of rain had come a night or two previous, leaving a large wet patch on the floor. "It's almost too cheap for $15 a night." "For what?" asked Tiffles. "For $15, replied Mr. Boolpin, twirling his pestle playfully. "Of course, not reckoning in the $1 that you owe me for cartage. It's too cheap. I ought to have made it $20. Why, Mr. Persimmon, the postmaster here, engaged the hall for $5. Here is his letter mentioning the price." Tiffles produced the letter and pointed out the numeral in question. "It's a 5 without any doubt," rejoined Mr. Boolpin. "But Persimmon had no authority to name that price. I distinctly told him $15. But here he is. Perhaps he can explain it." The three turned on their heels, and beheld, standing at the door, a short, dirty man in a faded suit of black, and a cold, shining satin vest. He wore an old hat set well back on a bald head, and his cravat was tied on one side in hangman's fashion. One leg of his trousers was tucked into the top of his boot, the other hung down in its proper position. The man's face and hands wanted washing. This was Mr. Persimmon, postmaster. The secrets of his popularity were, first, his addiction to dirt; second, his eccentricities of dress, heretofore enumerated; third, a reputation for political craft and long-headedness, not wholly unfounded, as his ingenuity in procuring the passage of resolutions supporting the policy of the administration in all the conventions of his party since he became postmaster fully proved. This political sage walked about town with post-office documents and confidential communications from Washington sticking out of all his pockets and under the edge of his hat. He had a slight stoop in the shoulders, which the local wits said had increased since he undertook to carry the administration. "Professor Wesley?" remarked Persimmon, extending a grimy hand. "Happy to see you." "You're most obedient," said Tiffles, a little stiffly, for the $15 annoyed him. It was a small sum to borrow, but a large one to pay. "Have you such a thing as a morning newspaper about you?" asked the postmaster. "Our bundle missed the train. As you may naturally imagine, sir, I am anxious to see how the grand mass meeting went off last night in your city. Perhaps you was there." Tiffles had never attended such a thing in his life, although he was aware that 2 or 3 grand mass meetings were held every week about all the year round, and a dozen nightly in times of political excitement. "No," said he. "But will you be good enough to tell me how much you hired this room for?" Persimmon thought how culpably ignorant some people were of the great political movements of the day, but did not say so. Descending from politics to the subject in hand, he replied, "Oh, $15, of course. You will find it stated in my last letter to you." At this moment, no one of the three observing the act, the long-headed postmaster tipped a slight wink to Mr. Boolpin, who returned that signal of mutual understanding. Tiffles handed the letter to the postmaster, pointing out the figure 5. "Can I believe my eyes?" said the postmaster. "True enough, it is a 5. Confound my absent-mindedness in not puttin' down a 1. It may here be said that similar instances of mental aberration were discovered in Mr. Persimmon's accounts toward the close of his official term. Tiffles was staggered, as he reflected that it would take 60 full tickets to pay the single item of rent. He had less than $half in his own pocket. Patching was, as usual, reduced to his last $5 bill. Marcus had incidentally observed, a few minutes before, that he had left his wallet at home, and had only a handful of small silver about him. Suppose the Panorama should fail on the first night, and be detained for debt? Tiffles had not thought of that. Tiffles remonstrated, entreated, suggested compromises, but all to no purpose. Bullpin was iron. The best arrangement that Tiffles could make was to postpone the final settlement of the terms until after the performance. To that Bullpin had not the least objection. "One more thing," said Bullpin. "If there is a row, and any seats or windows are broken, you are to pay the damages." Tiffles laughed faintly. "Oh, of course," said he. "But you never have rows here, do you?" He put the question with disguised interest. "Sometimes," carelessly replied Mr. Bullpin. "There was a Legerdemain man got his machinery knocked to pieces and his head broken. The mob was quite reasonable about the furniture, and smashed only 10 seats and 16 panes of glass. I charged the Professor $20 for damages, but took off $2 on account of his illness. Poor fellow, he was laid up more than a month. Then there was a band of nigger minstrels called the Metropoliganians. They were regular humbugs, and so the mob took them and tarred and feathered them in the back lot. Damage to furniture on that occasion was only $16, and I got every cent of it by holding on to their trunks. There have been a good many such little affairs in this village. I mention these 2 cases only as examples. And yet no people in the world is more peaceable, nor more easily satisfied than the people of this town," said the postmaster. "They only axes not to be imposed on, that's all." "A kinder-hearted people don't live on the face of this earth," added Bullpin, stating the case in another way. "But you mustn't give them less than 25 cents worth for a quarter." Tiffles replied to the effect that he would give them $1 worth apiece, but in his heart he foresaw, with that remarkable prescience which is occasionally vouchsafed to mortals, that the Panorama of Africa was doomed to be a bad failure, and he bitterly regretted that he had not tried some one of a dozen other immense speculations which he had thought of. But he determined to give one night's exhibition, whatever might be the consequences. "I may as well die for an old sheep as a lamb," thought Tiffles. During this conversation, Patching was secretly studying the effect of the swamp, visible from the eastern windows, and Marcus was looking at the cracked wall in a fit of abstraction. Tiffles had observed several times that morning a youth or man of singular aspect following him. Occasionally, on turning around suddenly, he would see this person at his elbow. Looking behind, at the close of the colloquy with the landlord, he again saw the strange youth or man. The being was nearly 6 feet high, and powerfully built, like a strong man of 25. His face was childish even to the degree of silliness. The mouth opened like a fly-trap. The eyes were small and intensely guileless. Only a few wrinkles, and a few hairs, which grew wide apart on his cheeks and chin, indicated his manhood. But the oddest feature was the falling away of his forehead, at an angle which a dirty greased cap pulled over his brow could not conceal. "Well, sir, what do you want?" said Tiffles. "If you please, sir," said the singular being, in a cracked voice, "you're the Panorama, ain't ye?" "Not exactly, my lad, but I own it. And who are you?" "My name's Stoop, if you please, sir." Mr. Bullpin broke out with a laugh which made the building reverberate. "It's the village idiot," said he. "He goes by the name of Stoop, which is short for stupid. Ha ha! Come now, clear out, stupid, and don't be bothering the gentleman." The boy man began to whimper, when Tiffles, recollecting an allusion to a semi-idiot in one of the postmaster's letters, said, "Stay, my lad, I believe I owe you something." "For pastin' up 200 posters, 50 cents, and distributin' 500 bills, 25 cents. Total, 75 cents. The idiot did not hold out his hand for the pay, and Tiffles conceived an instant esteem for him. An idea came to Tiffles. This idiot, as he was called, had shown intelligence in reckoning. He might have a deal of good sense under that dull exterior. Tiffles had observed in his travels that the idiot which Providence assigns to every town and village is not always the biggest fool in it. This idiot might have sufficient intellect to turn the crank of the Panorama, and render muscular aid in other respects. At any rate, he was able-bodied enough. "My lad," said Tiffles. "Stoop, if you please, sir." "Very good. Stoop. I think I can find some work for you behind the scenes tonight. Can you turn a crank?" "I've done it to grindstones, sir." "It's the same principle," said Tiffles, laughing. "I'll engage you." The idiot took off his greasy cap, and swung it in the air with joy. A smile irradiated his great, coarse face, and his small eyes twinkled. "Gosh golly!" he cried. "I'm goin' to be one of the performers. I'm so glad." He said this in a spirit of juvenile exultation to the dozen boys who stood gaping in at the doorway. This innocent bit of boasting provoked their derisive laughter, and a quantity of playful epithets and nicknames, which the idiot endured with marvelous patience, until one dirty little boy put the thumb of his left hand to his nose, twirled the fingers, and said, "Boo, boo, boo!" This act had the same effect on poor Stoop as the shaking of a red handkerchief at a bull. It enraged him. He sprang at the youth, and but for the sudden closing of the door by the offender, who had judiciously kept a hand on the knob, would have chastised him on the spot. The door not only arrested his progress, but suddenly checked his wrath. "I'm very sorry indeed, Professor," said he. "But, Gorifus, it makes me so mad." Messrs. Boolpin and Persimmon laughed heartily. "He's a perfect idiot, you see," remarked the former. "Coming the nose system at him always makes him mad." Tiffles did not understand how that was any proof of idiocy. But to prevent the recurrence of any difficulty between his new assistant and the populace of small boys, he thought it best to take possession of the hall, and lock the door. He therefore signified to Mr. Boolpin that they would at once proceed to put up the Panorama. Tiffles threw off his coat, thereby intimating that he would go to work at once. Messrs. Boolpin and Persimmon inquired, as a matter of form, whether their further assistance was needed, and were answered in the negative, whereupon they retired, Mr. Boolpin uttering a farewell caution against driving more nails in the wall than were necessary, and not to cut the floor under any circumstances, and the Panorama and its adherents were left alone. Mr. Boolpin had driven the uproarious boys before him with his pestle, administering sharp taps to the reluctant ones. Tiffles suffered no further annoyance from them that day, save an occasional "Boo! Boo!" shouted through the keyhole, and followed by an immediate scampering of the perpetrators downstairs. This well-known sound always roused the idiot to fury, and the peaceable persuasions, and even the gentle violence of Tiffles, were needed to keep him from relinquishing his work and springing to the door. He was a most intelligent and useful idiot. He could measure distances more accurately than either of the three, and could ply the saw, hammer, plane, or hatchet. Tiffles brought all these tools with him, like a carpenter. His strength and skill were so great that Tiffles found himself gratefully relieved from the necessity of lifting or directing. Marcus Wilkeson, who had also thrown off his coat with a manful determination to do a hard day's work, in the hope of tiring out and driving away the sadness that possessed him, put on the garment again, and sat on a front bench, vacantly staring like an idiot at the idiot, and all the while thinking gloomily of New York. Patching stalked the hall, and criticized the work as it progressed from numerous angles of observation, but even he confessed that he could make no improvement on Stoop's highly artistic disposition of things. The idiot worked on steadily and swiftly, and only two things interrupted him. The first was the "Boo!" yelled through the keyhole, as heretofore described. The second was the unrolling of portions of the Panorama as they were taken out of the boxes, fastened together, and attached to the rollers. As the canvas was unwound, Stoop would drop his saw, or hammer, or other tool, and gaze with his large mouth and small eyes wide open at the pictorial marvels successively disclosed. "Blame it," said he, "a'n't that splendid?" Or, "By jingo, look at that!" Or, "Thunder, don't that beat all?" The tigers' tails and the elephants' trunks, the alligators' snouts and the boa constrictors' convolutions, he recognized at once. He had read all about 'em in Olney's Jography. "He is an idiot of taste," thought Patching. "I wonder what they call him an idiot for," thought Tiffles. "It's a pity all the people aren't idiots," said Marcus Wilkeson to Tiffles. "Your Panorama would be patronized and appreciated then." It was Marcus' first approach to a joke that day. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Panorama of Africa was all up, the rollers and the curtain in good working order, and everything ready for the eventful night. Stoop had taken a lesson at the wheel, and turned it beautifully. Tiffles had arranged a system of signals with him. 1 cough was stop, 2 coughs were go on, 1 stamp was slower, 2 stamps were faster. Tiffles and Stoop rehearsed the system several times, the one being before the curtain, in the position of the lecturer, and the other behind it, at the crank. Nothing could be more satisfactory. "Only one thing puzzles me," said Tiffles to his friends. "Why do they call this smart fellow an idiot?" End of Book 7, Chapter 4. Book 7, Chapter 5 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An Audience Analyzed. The eventful night came on. Tiffles and friends fortified themselves with a poor supper, including numerous cups of weak black tea, at the hotel, and repaired, full of anxiety and misgivings, to the hall. The idiotic but intelligent Stoop had remained in charge of the Panorama, and feasted himself, intellectually, upon the splendors of that work of art, as disclosed by a single candle in front. All the candles in the hall and the entry were then lighted up, and produced quite a gorgeous illumination of the 4 windows fronting on the main street. This having been done, Marcus, who, having a more extensive acquaintance with the faces of bank bills than either of his friends, had kindly consented to act as money-taker and cashier, took his seat in a little box with a pigeon-hole in it, and his entire stock of loose change, amounting to 75 cents in silver, spread before him. Tiffles stood within the door of the hall, to see that nobody came in, especially small boys, who had not paid. Stoop remained behind the scenes, and was positively instructed to stay there. Patching wandered up and down the hall, as if he were an early comer and had paid his quarter, and had no personal knowledge of or interest in the Panorama. Performance was to commence at 8 o'clock. Doors were open at 5:30. Some time previous to that hour, the stairs leading from the street door to the hall were lined with the lads of the village, who amused themselves with making jocular remarks about the man in the cage there, meaning Marcus, and t'other man at the door, whose shirt was out of jail, meaning Tiffles. Marcus smiled grimly at his assailants through the small pigeon-hole, and Tiffles, who felt reckless in the sure view of a failure, laughed heartily at them, returned jokes as bad as they sent, but, in the height of his humor, begged them distinctly to understand that they could not get in without paying. At which the juvenile chorus sarcastically replied, "P'raps not. Mebbe you're right. You'll have to stop up the keyhole, mister. Mind I don't get down the chimbley," etc., etc. At precisely 47 minutes past 6, the first man made his appearance. He was a thick-set, pompous individual, with a gold-headed cane and gold spectacles, and climbed up the stairs with dignity and difficulty. He was followed by a pale little woman, 4 small children, and a stout, red-haired nurse, bearing in her arms a baby, which was laboring under an attack of the intermittent squalls. Marcus reconnoitered the party through his pigeon-hole, and nervously jingled the 75 cents in his hand. Tiffles stepped forward to the head of the stairs, in order that he might not be wanting in personal respect to his first patron. As this thick-set man ascended the stairs, the boys hushed their voices, but Tiffles distinctly heard several of them say, "It's the square." Though apparently awestruck in his presence, the boys did not forget to play a few practical jokes on the square's children, such as slapping them, and pinching their legs as they clambered wearily up. A peal of cries from his tortured offspring, particularly the baby, who received a pin in a sensitive part of its little person, so enraged the square, that he would have beaten all the boys with his gold-headed cane, had they not jumped away, laughing, and got safely out of the building, only to be back again the next minute. "You should not allow these boys to hang around the stairs, sir," said the pompous man, planting his foot on the topmost step, and bringing down his cane on the floor with the ring of a watchman's club. "It's trouble enough to come to your Panorama without being annoyed by all the young vagabonds in the village." "I'm sorry, sir," replied Tiffles, inwardly laughing, "but it would take 6 strong men to regulate the little rascals." "Then you ought to employ 6 strong men, sir. It's your business to see that your patrons are not insulted." Tiffles could only smile deprecatingly. "Every exhibition in this hall, for a year past," continued the man, "has been a humbug, an outrage on the common sense of mankind. Perhaps yours is an exception, though, to be candid, I have my doubts of it. Do I understand, sir, that you have traveled in Africa?" Tiffles indulged in the unjustifiable deception of nodding his head. "And you mean to say that the sketches for this Panorama were taken on the spot?" "Yes, sir, on the spot. In a horn." "In a horn? What's that?" "A technical phrase, sir, which it is hardly worth while to explain at length. Briefly, however, I may say that no more ingenious or satisfactory mode of taking sketches has been invented." "Oh, never mind the details. I hate the jargon of art. I only wished to assure myself that I am not to be imposed on. Well, I think I will risk it, and go in. You can put us on a front seat, I suppose." "First come, first served," said Tiffles, amiably, for he had reckoned up and found that this party brought him $1.25, counting the children as half prices and the baby free. "Under these circumstances we will go in, though I must confess I expect to be disappointed. You will excuse my plain speaking." The thick-set gentleman thereupon thrust a hand into a pocket, and produced, not a huge roll of bank bills, or a half pint of silver, as Marcus, who eyed him sharply through the pigeon-hole, had expected, but a card, which he poked at Tiffles. Tiffles recognized it at the first glance. It was one of 30 complimentary tickets that he had caused to be distributed among the leading men of the village that morning, by advice of the landlord, and it bore the name of C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire. "Welcome, sir, welcome," said Tiffles, as he observed the $1.25 disappear from his mental horizon.
and felt that, but for his indomitable good nature, he would like to kick C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire, downstairs; and Tiffles, nobly concealing his disappointment, showed C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire, and his domestic caravan to the best front seat. As he turned back to the door, he heard that gentleman say to his spouse, "That fellow looks like a humbug." A stream of people on the stairs gladdened his eyes. In one sweeping survey he figured up $3, but they proved to be 3 clergymen, with faded wives, large families, and female relatives stopping with them. Each of the clergymen graciously informed Tiffles, on delivering up his family ticket, that a panorama was one of the few secular entertainments that he could consent to patronize. They doubted very much whether they could have been persuaded to come, but for the recommendation of the evangelical brethren in the city. Tiffles bowed acknowledgment of the empty honor, and ushered the 3 clergymen and families to the front row of seats, of which C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire, and his train occupied as much as they could cover by spreading out. Mr. Skimmerhorn recognized in one of the clergymen his beloved pastor, and proceeded, in a pleasant, off-hand manner and a loud voice, to give a few of the reasons which inclined him to pronounce the panorama a humbug. "Being deadheads," sarcastically observed Tiffles to Marcus Wilkeson, "of course they come early, and take the best seats." The next customer was a poor but jovial mechanic, having a red-faced little wife slung on his arm. This humble individual paid down 50 cents in bright new silver to the grim treasurer, entered the hall, and took seats about halfway up. "It's a splendid affair, Sally, this 'ere pannyrammer, I'll bet anything." "Sha'n't we enjoy it, John?" returned that healthy young woman. More work for the amiable Tiffles, but none for the melancholy Wilkeson. 2 more clergymen with families, the county judge, the local railroad agent, all the members of the board of freeholders, and several other people, who, according to the landlord of the United States Hotel, were highly influential in molding public opinion, and were in the habit of receiving free tickets. "Very good for a school of comparative anatomy," said Tiffles to Marcus, in facetious allusion to the deadheads, "but decidedly bad for my panorama." Marcus responded with a dreary smile through the pigeon-hole. Then there came a few more mechanics and other plain people, and then a streak of fortune, an entire young ladies' seminary, headed by the preceptress, and divided into squads, each commanded by an assistant teacher acting as drill sergeant. They were admitted at half price, as per advertisement, and brought $5.62 into the treasury. Tiffles rubbed his eyes at the sight of such a troop of blooming faces, and his hands at the thought of the grand accession to his cash-box. The female seminary was accommodated with the 2 front rows of the best seats left. Following the seminary, in an unprecedented sequence of luck, was a boys' school, that came whooping up the stairway like a tribe of young Indians, in charge of a venerable sachem in spectacles. In the rush and excitement of the moment, several of them ran toll, a circumstance of which the old gentleman did not take cognizance when he settled with Marcus Wilkeson for their admission at 12½ cents per capita. Marcus had not noticed it, and Tiffles was far too generous to make a fuss about a few shillings. Then a party of 6 flashily dressed young men, who threw away their cigars as they came upstairs, and thrust their quarters through the pigeon-hole at Marcus Wilkeson, as if they were good for nothing, which proved to be true of 2 of them. Being informed of the fact by Marcus, the owners of the counterfeits winked at each other, and whispered, "No go," and then offered a broken bill on a Connecticut bank.
This also proved no go, whereat the sharp practitioners winked again and laughed, and this time paid out good current coin. These were some of the fast men of the village. They took seats behind the female seminary. Luck changed again, and brought in the landlord, Mr. Persimmon P.M., Mr. Boolpin, and 3 more free tickets, with their wives and families. Mr. Boolpin whispered in Tiffles' ear that he hoped there wouldn't be a row, but it was a hard-looking crowd that had just gone in ahead of him, and there were plenty more of them coming. The latter observation proved true. The next minute the stairs swarmed with a jovial party, under the leadership of a gorgeous person, who wore in the middle of his snowy shirt-front a cluster diamond pin larger than a 10-cent piece. This was one of the gentlemanly conductors on the railroad, and the mixed company which he had the honor to command was composed of ticket-sellers, freight-masters, brakemen, civil engineers, and clerks of liberal dispositions and small salaries in various walks of life. The party was slightly drunk, but not offensive. The gentlemanly conductor paid for himself and associates out of a huge side pocket full of loose silver. They rolled up the hall, and took the nearest spare seats to the female seminary. 7:75 p.m. arrived. The people in the hall began to stamp with a noise like thunder. Tiffles had marked the heavy boots of the conductor, and could recognize them in the din. Several deep hisses varied the monotony of the performance. There were no persons coming upstairs. The small boys, Tiffles observed with astonishment, had vacated the building some time before, and could now be heard whispering quietly around the door below. End of Book 7, Chapter 5. Book 7, Chapter 6 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Humors of the Many-Headed. Tiffles knew that his time had come, and he accepted the crisis. Requesting Marcus to pocket the funds, shut up the shop, and leave the door to take care of itself, Tiffles marched boldly to his doom. Previous to extinguishing the candles in the exhibition hall, he went behind the curtain, and there found the idiot sitting patiently at the crank, and rehearsing, in a low tone, the code of signals which had been adopted. Patching was also there. He shrugged his shoulders in the French style as Tiffles came in, but said not a word. Tiffles proceeded straight to a bottle which stood on a window-sill, and took a long drink from it, and then passed it to Patching, who mutely did the same, and in turn handed it to the idiot, who pulled at it with great gusto, in the manner of a rational person. Feeling that it would be superfluous to repeat his instructions to so sagacious an idiot, Tiffles immediately presented himself before the audience again, with a long stick or wand for pointing out the beauties of the panorama. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am about to exhibit to you the panorama of Africa. You have all heard of Africa." Voice: "Considerable." "True, my friend. Therefore you will be well prepared to enjoy the pictorial attractions which I am about to unfold." Voice: "Heist the rag." "My friend, who has no doubt paid his quarter, I respect your request. The rag is about to be heisted. But before that ceremony is proceeded with, I would ask the gentleman sitting nearest the candles to be good enough to blow them out." Never was request more cheerfully complied with. There was a scramble of 6 or 7 tall young men to each candle, and at several of the candles a brisk but friendly struggle took place between rival aspirants for the privilege. The room was then in total darkness, save a small gleam which came through the partly opened door from a solitary tallow in the entry, and the dull reflection of the panorama lights through the curtain. Some of the effects of this sudden extinguishment were extraordinary. The female seminary all screamed slightly, the boys' school all laughed, and several were heard to say, "Prime fun, ain't it?" The railroad conductor and his friends coughed fictitiously, and said, "Uh-oh! Ain't you ashamed? Look out for pockets! Thief in the house!" and other playful things, which put the entire audience in good humor. But the strangest and most unexpected occurrence was a grand rush, as of a herd of wild bulls, on the stairs, accompanied by the dousing of the one remaining light in the entry. Another moment, and over 100 of the choicest juvenile spirits tore into the hall, and knocked over each other and everybody else in a frantic contest for free seats. The young ladies' seminary screamed in concert, and all the elderly ladies cried, "Oh my! Good gracious! What's that?" "Only the boys," said Tiffles, with unruffled composure. "Let them come. It is a moral entertainment, and will do them good." After a pause of about 3 minutes, giving the boys time to seat themselves, and the screams, mutterings, and laughter of the rest of the audience to die away, Tiffles said, "Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will introduce you to Sunrise in the Bight of Benin." This was the preconcerted signal for the raising of the curtain, which office was performed by Patching, without a hitch. The gorgeous proem, or introduction to the panorama, was then for the first time disclosed to the public. Patching blushed as he thought of the vile pandering to popular taste of which he had been guilty. There was a dead calm for a minute. Tiffles was silent, in order that he might not interrupt the quiet admiration of the spectators. The spectators were silent, because they could not exactly understand the scene, and did not know whether to laugh, hiss, or applaud. The silence was broken by a boy in the back part of the hall. "I say, mister, is that a cartwheel on top of a stone wall?" "No, sonny, not exactly," said Tiffles. "What your uneducated eyes mistake for a cartwheel is the rising sun. The objects that your immature judgment confounds with spokes are rays. Your stone wall, it is hardly necessary to inform riper intellects, is a distant range of mountains. It is one of Ceccarini's happiest efforts." "Hurrah for Checkerberry!" cried another lad, mistaking the name of the high, imaginary, Italian artist. "Are we to understand, sir, that this is a rolling prairie in the foreground?" asked a deep voice, which Tiffles at once recognized as emanating from C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire. "Oh no, sir, it is the Bight of Benin, and I must say, though perhaps I am too partial, that Ceccarini never did a better thing." "The what of Benin?" asked the voice. "The Bight, or, in other words, as you may not be familiar with geography, the Bay of Benin." "Then why not say Bay, sir?" replied C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire, stung with the allusion to his want of geographical knowledge. Why this mystery about terms? There were cries of, "Go it, Square!" "Dry up, old boy!" "Propel with the show!" etc., etc. Tiffles adopted the latter suggestion, and, without answering the lawyer's insinuation, proceeded to point out the natural appearance of the waves, the truthfulness of the distant mountains, the absolute fidelity of the sunrise. And here let me answer an objection in advance. It may be said that this sunrise does not look like a sunrise in Jersey. Admit it. Neither do the snakes. Sensation. Neither do the snakes which I am about to exhibit. Increased sensation, and "Oh, me's!" from the young ladies' seminary. resemble the familiar green or striped serpent of your own peaceful fields. Neither do the tigers, which I shall presently have the honor of showing to you, renewed sensation, bear any marked affinity to the serene woodchuck that burrows in your happy hills. The sunrises and sunsets, the boa constrictors, the tigers, and the other phenomena of Africa are all immense, gorgeous, and peculiar. They must be judged by themselves, and not by comparison. My hearers will be kind enough to bear this in mind as we go on. He then went on to repeat a great many statistics concerning the population and resources of Africa. He had read up for these facts and figures under the impression that they would interest the solid portion of his audience, but he soon found out that he interested nobody, perhaps because the solid portion of audiences is a myth, and finally yielded to general requests of "push ahead," "fire away," "start your train," the latter from the gentlemanly conductor and friends. Tiffles therefore whistled once, and the panorama commenced moving slowly and steadily. The idiot, the rollers, and the lights all worked well. From the bight of the Nene, the voyaging spectators took an excursion up the river. The uninterrupted stretch of deep blue for water, and light blue for sky, and green for the farther bank, with occasional palm trees looking like long-handled pickaxes, seemed to satisfy them. At any rate, they looked on, and found no fault in words, which both Tiffles and Patching took for an auspicious sign. Tiffles kept step with his explanations. His method was this: when the palm tree came in sight, he would give a minute account of that noble tropical growth, and the many uses to which it and its products could be put. When a flock of wild ducks appeared sailing majestically on the river, he would entertain his auditors with a circumstantial description of how the natives caught wild ducks. A boat, or hollow log, with a human figure, suggested a reference to the progress which the African had made in marine architecture and the science of navigation. In this way Tiffles thought he was beguiling his customers. Some low sounds, like suppressed hisses, soon convinced him of his error. "I beg your pardon, Professor," said a thick-set voice, which he always recognized as coming from C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire, "but it seems to me that this portion of your panorama is a little monotonous. I presume that in this suggestion I express the sentiments of my fellow citizens here assembled." Cries of "Go on, Square!" "That's so!" mingled with a vigorous stamping of feet, and catcalls from the boys in the background, proved, alas, the truth of the conjecture. Tiffles coughed twice for the idiot to stop, and was sagaciously obeyed. "In behalf of Africa," he remarked, "representing her, as I may say, on this occasion, I would beg leave to apologize to the learned gentleman for the poverty of her scenery at this stage of the panorama. If Africa had been aware of the learned gentleman's preferences, she would doubtless have got up some stunning effects for him, in places where now you see only a river, a sky, and a strip of green bank, all unadorned, precisely as they are." The exquisite irony of this retort pleased the audience, and elicited general, though faint applause, and several cries of "Shut up, Skim!" "Got your match, old boy!" "Oh, let the man go on!" The last remark issued from the gentlemanly conductor, and fell with peculiar pleasure on Tiffles' ears. "One word more, and I am done," resumed the lawyer, who was professionally calm amid scenes of disturbance. "I only wish to elicit the truth. Have you and your artist, Mr. Chicory, I think you call him, or either of you, actually gone over the scenery here represented, We wish to understand that point. We have, both of us, gone over this scenery repeatedly." This was true, as both Tiffles and Patching, anticipating some such question, had stepped over the canvas back and forth, in rolling and unrolling it, several times. "Is the eminent counsellor satisfied?" "Oh, yes," said C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire, in a voice which signified that he knew the Panorama was a humbug, but unfortunately couldn't prove it. One cough, and the Panorama started again, but a little too fast. Tiffles stamped once, and the idiot reduced the speed, until it was too slow. 2 stamps brought it right. The river soon disappeared in the swamp, where the alligators' heads, protruding above the water, gave Tiffles an opportunity to describe several terrific combats which he had enjoyed with those pugnacious creatures. This entertained the audience for several minutes. "Have you no full views of alligators, sir?" asked a voice which Tiffles presumed, from its solemn inflection, to come from a clergyman. "None at all, sir. The African alligator persists in keeping out of sight. You never see anything but his head, except his tail as represented here." Tiffles pointed with his wand to something that looked like the end of a fence rail sticking out of the water. "True art, sir, sacrifices effect for truth." "Certainly, sir. Truth is what we are all after," replied the clergyman. But there was an indefinable something in his voice that indicated a wish for more alligator. Much more. The swamp ended in a dry jungle, interspersed with palm trees, elephants, lions, tigers, and serpents. Tiffles counted upon interesting his audience here. Snakes were first on the list. 2 heads with expanded jaws and forked tongues were looking at each other above the jungle, and 2 tails were interlocked, also above the jungle, a few feet off. This conveyed the idea of 2 boa constrictors fighting. Other heads and other tails. There was always a tail for every head, stuck up at regular intervals about. He stopped the Panorama with a cough, and said, "The entire population of this particular jungle are boa constrictors of unprecedented size and ferocity." Tiffles heard a rustle of fans and dresses not far off. It was the whole female seminary shuddering. There was also a general movement throughout the audience, as of people adjusting themselves to obtain a good sight. "These boa constrictors, so admirably delineated here," commenced Tiffles. "Where?" said the voice of a country gentleman. "I don't see any boa constrictors." "Nor I. Nor I. Trot 'em out. Show 'em up. Produce your snakes." Such were the remarks that resounded through the hall. "Oh, no! Don't! Please don't!" emanated from several girlish voices. "My fair auditors have no cause for alarm. I have no living snakes to show. I might have captured several hundred, and brought them to this country, and exhibited them, but, in deference to the well-known aversion cherished towards snakes by cultivated communities, I forbore to do so. The only boa constrictors that I have are now before you. These are their heads, these their tails," indicating the termini of the snakes. Now the spectators, or a large number of them, had suffered fearful expectations of seeing real snakes. When therefore it was announced that these harmless daubs, resembling at a distance some variety of tropical vegetation, were the only snakes they were to see, there was a feeling first of relief, and then of disappointment. The disappointment manifested itself in low hisses, and exclamations such as "Humbug!" "Gammon!" "Swindle!" Tiffles made several beginnings of excellent snake stories, of which he was the hero, but was checked by the tumult. Finding the snakes were not popular, he determined to try the tigers, lions, and other beasts of prey farther on. He coughed once emphatically, and the canvas moved like clockwork. Before it had journeyed 5 feet, somebody on the front row of seats coughed twice in precisely the same manner as Tiffles. The idiot, supposing the signal came from his employer, stopped. Tiffles, perceiving the mistake, coughed again, and the motion was resumed, when a double cough resounded from the front seat, and the motion ceased. Then Tiffles realized that his system of signals was understood by somebody. What should he do? He could not stop the free, universal right to cough. Therefore he stepped to the corner of the curtain, raised it, and said in a voice loud enough to be heard by the audience, "Stoop. Whenever I want you to stop, or go on, or faster, or slower, I will say so. You understand?" "Perfectly," replied the gifted idiot. "I say, boys, Stoop's in there," shouted the somebody that had coughed. "Stoop! Stoop! Bully for Stoop! Come out of that, Stoop!" was shouted all over the house. But Stoop remained faithful to his post, and calmly ground away at the crank. Suddenly it occurred to some boy to yell, "Boo! Boo!" Whereat the other boys laughed and took up the chorus, "Boo! Boo!" The canvas moved less steadily, slackening for a moment, and then shooting ahead, as if the propelling power were the subject of strange perturbation. The roguish boys, and the men too, and chief of them, that practical humorist of a conductor, observing this, screamed, "Boo! Boo! Boo! Boo!" all the louder. Tiffles knew that the critical time had come, and philosophically laughed at the ruin of his last grand project, as he had laughed at the ruin of 40 other grand projects in their day. The panorama stopped without a signal this time. A hoarse voice screamed, "Gorifus! Gosh thunder! By Jiminy!" The curtain was jerked aside, and Stoop rushed into the hall like a fury. Coming out of a place partly lighted into one totally dark, his first move was to run blindly into Tiffles, nearly knocking that gentleman off his legs. "Hold on, Stoop! Hold on!" shouted Tiffles, with what was left of his breath. But the idiot only screamed, "Gosh thunder! Gorifus!" and darted for the main aisle, intending to run amuck among his persecutors. There was a general scrambling of the boys to avoid this incarnated wrath. The whole female seminary, and all the ladies present, screamed together. End of Book 7, Chapter 6. Book 7, Chapter 7 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scenes not in the bills. The enraged idiot struck out right and left, without hurting anybody, the objects of his vengeance contriving to elude him in the dark. Most of the sturdy blows which he dealt, using his arms like flails, fell upon the railings of the seats, and only bruised his hands. Just as he had caught a boy by the collar and was about to take a twist in his hair, the door opened, and a light appeared. It came from 3 candles, borne by 3 men. This apparition caused the furious idiot to suspend hostilities on the instant. All eyes were turned toward the 3 men. All voices were hushed. There was a whisper in the air that something strange was about to happen. The man who entered first was a stranger, who moved and looked about in the quick, nervous way born of city life. The other 2 men were well-known residents of the village. Some of the audience had had unpleasant cause to know them. Having locked the door, and stationed his associates in a position to command the windows, the stranger walked quickly up the aisle, bearing his lighted candle, and said, in a loud voice, which fell strangely on the hushed assemblage, "Marcus Wilkeson will be kind enough to give himself up. Upon my honor, he cannot escape." This was said with a charming politeness. A tall figure arose at the wall end of one of the back seats. "I am Marcus Wilkeson." "What do you want with me, sir?" His voice trembled, and his face was livid. "To go with me to New York, Mr. Wilkeson," said the tall stranger quickly. "Thank you for your promptness in answering. The only clue that I had was the hasty measure I took of you this morning, when I was watching for an escaped convict at Cortlandt Street Ferry. Perhaps you remember seeing me there, sir." Marcus, though the sudden shock had almost stunned him, at once recalled the man who had eyed him narrowly at the ferry that morning. The two other candle-bearers had stepped forward as Marcus declared himself, and were about to lay hold of him, when the first man smilingly pushed them back, and said, "Don't touch him. It's all right. Mr. Wilkeson is a gentleman, and will go quietly." To Marcus he said apologetically, "Two Jersey constables I got to assist me. They don't do things exactly in the style of Detective Leffingwell." Marcus recognized the name, and so terrified was he at the thoughts which it conjured up, that his tongue clove to the roof of his mouth. The scene was like a horrid dream. "Everything is regular, sir," continued the detective. "We have a requisition for you from the governor of this state. It was obtained by telegraph from Trenton. You will excuse my dropping on you in this way, but I wanted to take you to New York tonight, as the inquest meets again at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." "The inquest? What inquest? Tell me, in God's name," said Marcus, finding his voice at last. "Inquest? There must have been a murder committed. What is it? Tell us, Mr. Policeman." The question was asked on all sides. "Now I didn't want a scene," said Detective Leffingwell, politely, "and I won't have one. Mr. Wilkeson and I understand each other." The word inquest dropped out of my mouth before I thought. "As heaven is above us, we do not understand each other," said Marcus. "Tell me, pray, tell me at once, or I shall go mad." "Anything to please you," replied the officer, "but I can't bear these explanations in public. It isn't my way of doing business." He then leaned forward and whispered in the ear of Marcus. "Great God!" was all that Marcus could say. Then he sank to the seat, and bowed his head in agony. Tiffles, who had forced his way to his friend's side during the excitement, threw his arms about him, and said, "Never mind appearances, Marcus. I'll stake my life you are innocent of the charge, whatever it is." "Oh, you're a humbug," remarked C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire. "Call me and my Panorama a humbug, if you please, but Mr. Wilkeson is a gentleman, and a man of honor." Tiffles' face beamed with a strange kindness. He looked up and saw the idiot standing near him. His small eyes filled with tears as he gazed, with an expression of intelligent pity, at the crushed man. Tiffles could have hugged the idiot, not only as the most sensible man, but the best-hearted one he had seen in the village. C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire, would have retorted severely, but his attention, and that of all the crowd, was drawn at that moment to a citizen who came forward, and, in a state of breathless excitement, said he guessed he knew what it all meant. He was in New York that afternoon, and read in one of the evening papers an account of a dreadful murder committed on an old man named Minford. The supposed murderer, the paper said, was a Mr. Wilkes or Wilkeson. "Now I hope you are satisfied," said Detective Leffingwell. looking around with contempt at his hearers. A slight scream was heard from the corner of a seat near by. From the beginning of this unpleasant affair, it was observed that a plainly dressed woman, a seamstress accompanying the family of a Mr. Graft, had become very pale and nervous, and had been seen to move uneasily in her seat. This woman had fainted away. She it was who had stared so strangely at Marcus in the car that morning. Mrs. Graft and her 2 daughters promptly removed the fainting woman to the entry, where the fresh air soon restored her, and she was sent home. "No wonder the women faint away, when you crowd round here so stupidly," said the officer, momentarily losing his temper. "Please stand back now, and let Mr. Wilkeson and me get out. We must leave for New York by the next train, and that starts in 15 minutes." The detective referred to his watch. "Are you ready, sir?" tapping Marcus gently on the shoulder. Marcus rose, and displayed a face haggard with grief. They all whispered, or thought, "He is guilty." "I am ready," said he, "but I call heaven to witness that I know nothing of this crime." The detective bowed courteously, and then said, "I also have summons for Mr. Tiffles and Mr. Patching, gentlemen connected with this panorama, as witnesses. They will please step forward." "I am Mr. Tiffles," said that person. "Wesley is my panoramic name." This disclosure caused a small sensation. "I knew the man was a humbug from the start," whispered C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire, to a friend at his elbow. "I'd like to prosecute him for swindling." "And I am Mr. Patching," exclaimed the artist, presenting himself. It should be here stated that, when the disturbances of the evening first set in, Patching, in pure disgust at the bad taste of the audience, had quietly dropped himself out of the second-story window at the rear of the stage, and had been skulking in the back lot ever since. Having heard outside of the arrest of Marcus Wilkeson on an unknown charge, he had plucked up courage and friendship enough to re-enter the hall and tender his aid and consolation to that unhappy man. He came in just in time to hear his name called. "So that's the chap they called Chicory, or Checkerberry," whispered C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire. "Anybody can see he is a swindler by his slouched hat and beard. Shouldn't I enjoy having a good case against him?" Pigworth, J.P., landlord of the United States Hotel, and Mr. Boolpin, proprietor, came forward with their little bills, and demanded immediate payment. This financial difficulty was arranged in 1 minute by the genius of Wesley Tiffles. After paying Stoop $1.50, that excellent idiot crying and vowing that he didn't want it, the rest of the proceeds, deducting enough for fares to New York, were divided equally between the 2 other creditors, and the panorama and all the appurtenances were left as a joint security for remaining obligations. The panorama was worth twice the debts, to be cut into window shades. After some grumbling, Messrs. Pigworth and Boolpin accepted the terms. 5 minutes later, the polite detective and his party started for New York. There was a great number of people at the station to see them off, but only one to say good-bye. That one was the man-boy, Stoop, who cried as if his great, simple heart would break. End of Book 7, Chapter 7. Book 8, Chapter 1 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, A Dramatic Interlude. Chapter 1, The Overture. It was the last of a delightful series of dramatic nights at Mrs. Slapman's. and her house was quite filled with embodied poetry, travels, dramatic literature, music, art, and the sciences. The dramatic arrangements of Mrs. Slapman's house were simple but effective. A curtain with rings, hung across the north end of the parlor, established the confines of the stage, which was on a level with the floor, and covered with green baize to represent rural scenes, or a 3-ply carpet to indicate refined interiors. Against the wall were rollers, from which scenes could be dropped, affording perspectives of country or streets or gilded saloons, as the necessities of the drama required. There were 6 of these scenes, all painted by Patching, to oblige Mrs. Slapman in his leisure moments, which were numerous, and they all exhibited evidences of his style. 6 sets of flies or side scenes matching with the rear views had been executed by a scene painter's assistant, whom Mrs. Slapman had taken under her patronage, and were thought by some persons superior to Patching's efforts. Such was the belittling criticism to which that great artist was constantly subjected. There was a space of about 4 feet between the top of the curtain and the high ceiling. The light from the parlor chandelier directly in front, aided by 6 gas jets behind the scenes, made the whole performance and performers as clear as noonday. This miniature theatre was constructed of portable frames, which could be put up or taken down in half an hour, and was the ingenious invention of the scene painter's assistant. When it was removed, the only traces of its former presence were 2 brass-headed spikes in the walls, from which the side curtains depended. These spikes imparted anguish to the mind of Mr. Slapman whenever he gazed upon them. Mrs. S. had heard him say that some people would look well hanging up there. By some people he was supposed to mean the gentlemen who participated in her dramatic entertainments. Mrs. S. bore the cruel remark meekly, merely replying that perhaps he had better try the strength of the spikes first, by suspending himself from one of them. The audience, usually numbering about 50, were seated in chairs which filled the parlor, with the exception of a space of 10 feet in front of the stage. A fair view of the entire proceedings could be had from all but the 2 back rows of chairs, the occupants of which were compelled to imagine the attachment of feet and ankles to the several characters of the drama. From the left wing of the stage a door opened into the hall, affording communication by the staircase to the ladies' and gentlemen's dressing rooms on the floor above. On the 3rd floor, it was known to some of the guests, was the private apartment of Mr. Slapman. A strong smell of cigar smoke, as of one fumigating sullenly and furiously, was the unvarying proof of his presence in the house. On this eventful night, he had been seen, at an early hour, pacing up and down the hall of his 3rd floor, belching forth clouds of smoke, like Vesuvius just before a fiery eruption. People who were in the sad secret of Mrs. Slapman's household sorrows looked at each other and smiled, but said nothing, for it was a point of good breeding not to allude to him in conversation. The newer guests, unaware of the melancholy facts in the case, supposed that the restless gentleman on the 3rd floor was some one of Mrs. Slapman's eccentric friends, working out an idea. Mrs. Slapman paid no attention to her jealous spouse, imagining that he would smoke away his wrath quietly as usual, and not interfere with the evening's amusement. Hitherto, on occasions, he had done nothing more disagreeable than to open the parlor door furtively, cast one wild look inside, and then suddenly withdraw his head, gently slamming the door after him. The play of the evening was written expressly for the occasion by a gentleman who had produced one melodrama at a Bowery theatre, and failed to produce a large number of melodramas at all the theatres in Broadway. Mrs. Slapman, a true patroness of genius, kindly permitted this gentleman to prepare all her charades, and gratified him on several occasions by bringing out some of the minor plays from his stuffed portfolio. By 8 o'clock all the chairs were filled, and the actors and actresses were still lingering over their toilet. After waiting 10 minutes longer, and crossing and uncrossing their legs repeatedly, the audience stamped and whistled very much in the manner of an impatient crowd at a real theatre. Mrs. Slapman relished these little ebullitions of natural feeling, because it made the illusion of her Thespian parlour, as she called it, more complete. At 8:15 o'clock, the orchestra, consisting of 2 flutes and a violin, issued from behind the curtain, and seated itself before some music stands ranged against the wall. The performers were amateurs, 2 bookkeepers and a cashier in private life, and could not have been hired to play for any amount of money, though they were always willing to favour a few friends. Mrs. Slapman humoured them in this whim, and they played regularly at her private theatricals. After a few nods and facetious remarks to their friends in the audience, familiarities from which a paid orchestra would have been totally cut off, the musicians dashed into a new overture, composed by Signor Mancusi, also expressly for the occasion. This musical composition had been rehearsed the week previous in the presence of a select party of amateurs and critics, and had been pronounced by the sub-editor of a weekly paper, remarkable for its breadth and colour. Under these circumstances, the overture was listened to with much interest at first, which abated as the music progressed. Touching the merits of colour and breadth, there might be some grounds of doubt, but none whatever concerning its length. It lasted until 20 minutes of 9, and, toward the close, faint scrapings of dissatisfaction were heard, which would have been more audible had Signor Mancusi not been present. As the last twang of the fiddle died on the air, Monsieur Bartin was heard by several persons to say, "Bah! A bad hash from Rossini and Aubert." The remark was reported to Signor Mancusi, and did not tend to enhance his friendly regards for the other gentlemen. End of Book 8, Chapter 1. Book 8, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curtain up! At 8:75 p.m. the curtain was rung up, and discovered a rustic scene, in the midst of which Mrs. Slapman, Fidelia, was seated. She was dressed in a white frock with low neck and a flat hat, and was trimmed out with red ribbons in all directions. She looked young and pretty. Only an anxious knitting of her eyebrows revealed the cares and troubles of intellect. Mrs. Slapman was applauded by a unanimous clapping of hands. She was seated in a red velvet rocking-chair, at a small but costly table, on which stood an expensive vase filled with flowers. These properties, though few, were intended to signify boundless affluence and luxury. Fidelia languidly waved a jewelled fan, and sighed. "Will he never come?" said she. She had hardly made this remark, when by a singular coincidence Alberto Overtop entered from the left wing, and threw himself, with as much grace as his tights would permit, at her feet. She emitted a small shriek, and gave him her hand to kiss, which he did with ecstasy. Alberto was habited like an Italian gentleman in good circumstances, and no one would have suspected his poverty if he had not commenced the dialogue by an affecting allusion to his last scudi, which brought tears to the eyes of the fair Fidelia. Such trifling questions as lovers alone can ask and answer then passed between them, and at last came the solemn interrogatory from the kneeling Alberto. "And will you always love me, dearest?" Fidelia turned her meek orbs toward the ceiling, raised her hand, said, "Forever," and was about to add, "I swear," when Bidette, Miss Wick, rushed upon the scene with the intelligence. "He comes." "Who?" asked Alberto. "My father," shrieked Fidelia. "Go! That way." She pointed with her small alabaster hand to the left wing. Alberto vanished as per request, while Fidelia, with well-affected calmness, commenced humming an opera air, and fanning herself. Bidette, the favorite maid, pretended to readjust a flower in her mistress' hair. These feminine artifices were to throw the coming father off his scent. But the father, Mr. Johnson, the junior of a small book-publishing house, was sharp-eyed, though he lacked spectacles. As he emerged from the right wing, he caught a distinct view of a pair of soles disappearing in the distance, and benignantly asked, "Who is that, my child?" The child answered, "Only the postman, pa." "Where is the letter?" he asked. "Please, sir," interrupted Bidette, observing her mistress' confusion, "there wasn't no letter. He mistook the house for another, sir." The father nodded his head to express his complete satisfaction with this explanation, and then told Bidette to leave the spot, as he had something of the utmost importance to tell his daughter. Bidette pouted, and withdrew, giving a bewitching shake of her striped calico dress, to signify her hatred of brutal fathers. This touch of nature drew plaudits from those among the audience who were but slightly acquainted with Miss Wick. The others looked on with critical indifference. The father took a chair, thrust out his legs like a reigning prince, and proceeded, in a story of unnecessary length, to tell his daughter that he owed 170,000 florins to Signor Radicaso, and would be a ruined man in 48 hours if that sum were not paid. Life in that event would be simply insupportable. He had procured a pistol to blow out his brains, but had subsequently concluded to make one more effort to save himself. He would, therefore, appeal to his daughter, as a father, and ask her to marry Signor Radicaso, and so liquidate the debt tomorrow. He did not wish to influence her choice, far from it, but if she did not consent, he should feel under the painful necessity of shooting himself on the spot. The father produced a pistol, and held it to his left ear. Fidelia, looking like a marble statue of grief, said in a low but perfectly audible voice, "Stay, I will wed him." This was enunciated with the calmness of despair. Not a gesture, not a twinge of the features, nor an accent to indicate emotion of any kind. It was in quiet efforts like these that Mrs. Slapman excelled. When the applause elicited by this stroke of genius had ceased, Mr. Chickson, Signor Radicaso, came rather awkwardly upon the stage. His eyes, and it might be added, his legs, rolled absently about, as if he were endeavoring to recall his part, or were in the inward act of composing a poem. "Your future husband, Fidelia," said the father. Fidelia rose from her seat, still imperturbable. Chickson advanced with a sliding motion, and then paused as if he had forgotten what to do. Mrs. Slapman was heard to whisper something, probably the cue, but he only rolled his eyes heavily in response. A look of displeasure marred her serene features, and instead of fainting away in Signor Rodicaso's arms, as she should have done, she dropped into the embrace of her father, taking that personage quite unexpectedly, and nearly knocking him off his chair. Chickson projected himself forward at the same time to catch her, and in so doing lost his balance and just escaped, by an effort, from sprawling on the floor. Then he looked helplessly at the audience, and there was no longer any doubt entertained that Chickson was slightly intoxicated. Getting drunk now and then was an infirmity of Chickson's genius. The stage manager had the good sense to ring down the curtain on this painful scene, and the next moment there was a dull sound, as of somebody falling on the floor behind the green baize. After an interval of 15 minutes, protracted by the unexpected indisposition of the poet, and the consequent necessity of entrusting Signor Rodicaso to other hands, the curtain rises again, and discloses Alberto, in a humble cot, surrounded by 3-legged stools, and other evidences of extreme poverty. He is seated on a rickety table, in preference to the greater uncertainty of the stools. His arms are folded, and his head droops upon his breast. In this attitude, he begins to soliloquize, and informs the audience what they did not know before, that, from a clump of shrubbery, he had seen fully as much as they, of the preceding scene. He does not blame Fidelia. Oh, no. In her cruel dilemma she could do no less. But he curses, and curses again, and continues to curse for some time, that fate which deprives him of the paltry means, 170,000 florins, to buy off the heartless monster, Rodicaso. Having wrecked himself upon destiny to his own satisfaction, he suddenly remembers that he has not eaten anything for 36 hours. He feels in all his pockets successively, but finds nothing. He then draws from his bosom a portrait of his father, set with antique gems. He gazes upon it reverently, kisses it, and says, "Shall I part with this sacred memento for vulgar bread? Never. Let me die." He restores the portrait to his bosom, folds his arms again, inclines his head, and shuts his eyes, as if preparing to expire comfortably. All this time, a fat red face, belonging to a corpulent body, has been watching the depressed lover from the right wing. As Alberto utters the last sad ejaculation, a thick hand attached to a short arm raises a kerchief to a pair of small eyes in this fat red face, and wipes them. Then the stout gentleman reflects a moment, nods his head approvingly, draws forth a wallet, opens it slowly, takes out some paper that rustles like banknotes, produces a memorandum book, writes a few lines on one of the leaves hastily with a pencil, tears out the leaf, encloses the leaf and the banknotes in an envelope, emerges with his entire figure into the full light of the stage, walks stealthily toward Alberto with a pair of creaking shoes that would have waked the soundest sleeper, places the notes on the table by his side, raises his hands to heaven, murmuring, "God bless the boy," and retires in the same feline but tumultuous manner. This mysterious visitor was Benvolio, Matthew Maltboy, a rich moneylender, uncle of Alberto, and commonly reported to be the tightest old skinflint in Venice. After a pause, scarcely long enough to allow his uncle's heavy footsteps to die away in the distance, Alberto came out of his reverie. His first act was to look at the ceiling, then at the floor, then all about him, everywhere but at the note on the table. At last, when nothing else remained to be scrutinized, his eyes naturally fell upon this valuable communication. "What is this?" he asked. Then he answered his own question by opening the letter and reading it as follows: Venice, October 16th. Dear Nephew, I have watched you, and know all. You are indeed the son of your father, and I am proud to add, the nephew of your uncle. Enclosed are 60,000 florins. Go to Gincarini Brothers on the Rialto, and buy up judgments that they hold against Rodicaso for 3 times that amount, and offset them against old Corpetto's debts. Rodicaso conceals his property so well, that none has ever been found to satisfy these judgments. Drive a sharp bargain, and show yourself a chip of the old block. Keep the balance for your wedding gift. Farewell, till we meet again. Bignolio. "Dear, dear uncle!" exclaimed Alberto, carefully buttoning up his pocket over the funds, and kissing the letter in transports of joy. "And only yesterday he would not lend me a scudi to get my dinner. Generous man, how have I wronged him? Now, Fate, I will floor thee and Rodicaso together." Exit Alberto rapidly by shortest land route to the Rialto. Overtop's acting throughout this difficult scene was of a superior order. Nothing could be more natural, for instance, than the buttoning up of his pocket over his uncle's gift, but neither that nor the other strong point, where he exulted in the finest tragedy tones over the anticipated downfall of Fate and Rodicaso, produced the slightest sensation among his hearers. Matthew Maltboy paid the penalty of his intimate relations with Overtop by an equal unpopularity. His fine rendition of the character of Bignolio might as well have been played to a select company of gravestones. There was a necessary interval of 20 minutes for the fitting out of the stage, during which time the amateur orchestra performed selections from Semiramide, but happily not loud enough to interfere with the easy flow of conversation all over the room. The second flutist, while looking over his shoulder angrily at the garrulous audience, executed a false note, which almost threw the first and only violinist into fits. In turning round to rebuke the errant performer, the violinist struck his elbow against a similar projection of the other flutist, and knocked a false note out of that gentleman too, besides momentarily ruffling his temper. This little episode diffused unhappiness over the entire music. End of Book 8, Chapter 2. Book 8, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Act 2nd. The spectators had been told that there were imposing stage effects in the second and last act, and they were not disappointed. The entire front was filled with furniture, real mahogany and brocade, leaving barely room for human beings to walk about. The background was a perspective of pillars, conveying the idea of unlimited saloons, all opening into each other. 3 Bohemian vases, filled with natural flowers, were placed on pedestals in places where they would be least in the way, if it were possible to make such a discrimination. But the great feature of the scene was a magnificent paper chandelier of 9 candles, which hung from the center of the framework, and made every spectator, while he admired, tremble with fear that it would set the house on fire. At a small table in front, covered by a rich cloth, sat the heroine, dressed in a gorgeousness of apparel that mocked her misery. Beneath the gems that studded her bosom, there was supposed to be unappeasable wretchedness, and the white brow, covered with a spangled wreath, was presumed to ache with mental agony. She was pale and beautiful. Murmurs of applause ran round the apartment. By her side was the faithful Bidette, armed with a bottle of salts. She bent affectionately over her mistress, and asked if she wanted anything. "Nothing, my child, but death," was the thrilling reply. Bidette was taken somewhat aback. She made a respectful pause. Then she said, "But, my dear, though you do not love Signor Rodicaso—" "In heaven's name, stop, child. You are piercing my heart with a hot iron. Name not love to me. Henceforth I erase it from the tablets of my brain. Now go on." With tranquil despair, "I was about to say, dear mistress, please, that Signor Rodicaso has a splendid town house, and a beautiful country seat, they say, and thousands of acres of land, which will all be yours." The eloquent grief of her mistress' face checked the maid. "Bidette," she said, "I shall want but a small portion of all his lands." "What do you mean, dear mistress?" asked the frightened maid. "Only enough for a grave," was the harrowing reply. This dreary dialogue was here interrupted by the appearance of the father in tights, knee-buckles, velvet coat, ruffles, a powdered wig, and a general air of having been got up for a great occasion. He carefully picked his way through the furniture to his daughter, and kissed her on the forehead. "Are you happy, my dear daughter?" he asked. "Happy? Oh, yes, father, I am so happy. See how I smile." So saying, she made a feeble attempt to smile, which was a most artistic failure, and brought out another tribute of applause. The father, not detecting the sad irony of the smile, replied, "It is indeed fortunate that you are enabled not only to achieve your own happiness by this marriage, but also to redeem what is dearer to me than all else in this world, my mercantile credit. But here they come." "Here they come" was the cue which was to bring in Signor Rodicaso and party, but the Signor was momentarily delayed by the giving way of 2 buttons in his doublet. When he had repaired damages with pins as well as he could, he emerged into view, accompanied by a notary and a pair of friendly witnesses. The Signor this time proved to be the author of the play, who had kindly consented at 5 minutes' notice to take the part in which the hapless Chickson had broken down. Stealing behind, in the shadow of the others, was distinctly seen, by all except the people on the stage, the burly form of Uncle Bignolio. To satisfy the conventional idea of dramatic concealment, his left leg was plunged in obscurity behind the scenes, while the rest of his figure stood out in bold relief. He was observed by those who watched him narrowly to send a pleasant wink and nod to Bidette, who responded with a scarcely perceptible pout. On the entrance of Signor Rodicaso and friends, Fidelia rose, turned toward them, and made a profound curtsy, as if to signify her abject submission. Signor Rodicaso bowed with equal profundity, and straightway proceeded to make a speech to the lady, in which he spoke of the wild idolatry that he had long felt for her, and alluded most despairingly to his own merits. If the Signor's statements could be relied on, he was totally unworthy of an alliance with the beautiful Fidelia. In fact, was a dog who would be proud only but to bask in the sunshine of her smile. This singular address, extending over 1 length, or 45 lines, excited little less astonishment on the stage than in the audience, for it was not set down in the acting copy, but had been improvised by the author to better the part of the Signor, which, as originally written, was destitute of long and effective orations. Fidelia smiled, and could only reply to this unpremeditated effusion by several modest inclinations of the head. The other actors and actress turned aside to conceal their grins. Uncle Bignolio alone fulfilled the requirements of his part by casting Mephistophelian leers at the Signor, and now and then stealthily shaking his fists at him. The father, not being apt at off-hand oratory, did not attempt any response to this speech, but merely bowed to express his perfect agreement in everything that had been said, and waved his hand toward a table in the rear of the stage, as if to say, "Let us proceed to business." The notary, taking the hint, seated himself at the table, opened his black bag, drew forth a document from it, and spread it out. Then he dipped a pen into an inkstand, and said, "We now await the signing of the contract of marriage between Signor Alessandro Arturo Rodicaso, gentleman, and Signorina Julia Innocenza Fidelia Corpetto, only daughter of Signor Francesco Corpetto, merchant." In the absence of any definite information on the Venetian formula adopted in such cases, the author had selected this style of announcement as being sufficiently stiff and imposing. Signor Rodicaso sprang forward with joyful alacrity to sign the contract, dashing off his name in 2 strokes, as is the invariable custom on the stage. The climax of the drama had now arrived, and everybody stood aside for the wretched Fidelia. Mrs. Slapman proved equal to the great occasion. Directing one look to heaven, as if for strength, and pressing a hand over the jeweled bodice which covered her bursting heart, she walked with firm steps toward the fatal table. Never in her life had she been more grandly simple. It was sublime. As Fidelia came up to the little table, she faltered, and leaned upon it to support herself, then with a nervous motion grasped the pen. Several times she dipped the pen in the empty inkstand, and each time her face assumed a look of more settled anguish. Then, bracing all her nerves for the decisive act of woman's life, she put down the pen boldly on the paper, and made one upstroke. Before she could make the other downstroke, which was necessary to complete her signature, a wild figure, with hair dishevelled, and other evidences of hasty purpose, burst upon the stage. Fidelia paused. All stood back, and gentlemen who had swords laid hands on them. "Who is this?" asked the father with mercantile calmness. "Who dares thus break in upon my happiness?" inquired Signor Rodicaso. "Know you not, young man, that you are committing a breach of the peace?" remarked the notary, regarding the intrusion with the eye of a lawyer. The wild figure answered them all at once. "I am Alberto, and I come to rend this impious contract. Thus, thus, thus," snatching the parchment from the table, tearing it to pieces, and trampling on it. Fidelia, astonished at the turn events were taking, leaned back in her chair, and looked on silently. Her time for fainting had not yet come. "Draw and defend yourself, caitiff!" exclaimed Signor Rodicaso, brandishing his sword. "Anywhere but in the presence of a lady," was the sarcastic reply. "Besides, I have claims on you, which perhaps may teach you to respect me." "Claims? Thou liest! What claims?" "These. Hast seen them before?" "Ha! ha!" shouted Alberto, shaking a bundle of papers in the face of his rival. "Allow me to examine them, if you please," asked Signor Rodicaso with forced calmness. "No, you don't," was the response. "But I'll tell you what they are. They are judgments to the extent of 170,000 florins. Dost hear? 170,000 florins. Against you. which I have bought for less than quarter price from Gencarini Brothers, number 124 Rialto. With them I offset the sum which this unhappy but excellent merchant," pointing to the father, "owes you. Here, sir, now you are released from yon monster's clutches." Hands package of judgments to the father, who, overpowered by the scene, takes and holds them in dumb amazement. An expression of silent joy begins to steal over the face of Fidelia, but her time for fainting had not yet come. "Boy," said Signor Rodicaso, with a composure that was perfectly wonderful, "there is another hand than thine in all this work. Thou art but a poor tool, and I despise thee." "Here is the hand," exclaimed the uncle Bignolio, drawing out his leg from its seclusion, and bringing his whole body into full view. "Dost know it?" He held up his right hand to carry out the idea of the author. "It is the hand of Bignolio the usurer," said Signor Rodicaso, despondingly, seeing now that the game was clearly against him. "Bignolio the usurer!" exclaimed the father, still wrapped in amazement. "Bignolio the usurer!" murmured Fidelia, whose woman's wit divined the mystery of his appearance. But her time to faint had not yet come. "Bignolio the usurer!" cried the notary, witnesses, and Bidette, in chorus. "Yes," returned that gentleman, "Bignolio the usurer, who now is proud to claim the dearer title of own uncle to his nephew Alberto. That nephew he this day receives into his partnership, and proclaims his only heir. Come to my arms, adopted son." Alberto flew to his uncle, and was silently embraced. Even at this moment, sacred to the interchange of the noblest affections, several persons in the audience distinctly saw the uncle's left eye wink over Alberto's shoulder to Bidette, who responded to the unwelcome familiarity, this time with an indignant frown. The nephew gently uncoiled his uncle, and addressed himself to the father. "Respected sir, I have long loved your daughter, and am not totally unprepared to believe that she may, in some slight measure, reciprocate my affections. I humbly solicit her hand in marriage." The father, with the characteristic decision of an old man of business, had already made up his mind. Alberto, the young partner and heir of the rich usurer of Venice, would be a more manageable son-in-law than the middle-aged though wealthy Rodicaso. The father said words to this effect in an aside, and then replied aloud, "Her hand is yours, and may your union be crowned with felicity. Come, children, and receive a parent's blessing." "My bitter curse be on you all. Boy, we shall meet again," shouted Rodicaso, striding off the stage, and followed by the notary for his pay, and by the laughter and scorn of the rest of the company. Fidelia's little cup of earthly happiness was now full. Her time for fainting had arrived at last. Everybody moved to clear a space for her. She rose and walked with an unfaltering step toward Alberto. There was no overdone rapture in her gait, no exaggerated ecstasy in her face. As a practised critic remarked, her calmness was the truest expression of her agony of joy. Alberto advanced half-way with a lover's ardor, and extended his arms. Then was her time to faint, and she fainted with a slight scream, sinking gently upon a faithful breast. The father raised his hands above the couple, and blessed them in the correct way, never seen off the stage. Uncle Bignolio wiped his eyes, and murmured, "Dear boy, how much he looks like his father now," a remark somewhat out of place, considering that Alberto's back was turned to the uncle. Bidette hovered near the happy group,
and danced for joy. It was a touching tableau, and the spectators applauded it in a way that tickled the heart of the author, who was watching the effect through an eye-hole of the left wing. End of Book 8, Chapter 3. Book 8, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How the Play Ended. Just as the curtain was to be rung down on the end of the play, a mad clatter of boots was heard behind the scenes. Then a man, dressed in complete black, and excessively pale, jumped upon the stage. His black hair was tossed all over his head, and his black eyes were rolling wildly. Thus much all the spectators saw at a glance. The strange man's first intention appeared to be to dash at the happy couple, but if so, he checked himself, and, standing at a distance of 4 feet from them, uttered these words: "Scoundrel, what are you doing with my wife there?" The man's whole figure could be seen to tremble. Many of the spectators, supposing this was a part of the play, though they did not see its precise connection with the plot, applauded what was apparently a fine piece of acting. "Good! Capital! Bravo!" were heard from all parts of the room, mingled with stamping and clapping. The man darted looks of concentrated hate at the audience. "Who is he?" "How well he does it!" "What splendid tragedy powers!" were some of the audible remarks that this called forth. It was also observed that a wonderfully natural style of acting was instantly developed among the other dramatis personae. Fidelia sprang from the arms of Alberto, and put on a lifelike expression of insulted dignity, mingled with astonishment. Alberto took a step away from the ghastly intruder, and was evidently at a loss what to do. His face was eloquent with bewilderment and mortification. The father looked confused and sheepish, and put his hands into his pockets. Bidette screamed a little, and fled to the opposite scenes. Uncle Bignolio whistled and smiled, and was evidently amused at the occurrence. All this done in 5 seconds, so delighted the spectators that they cheered and cheered again. "As good as a theatre," ejaculated a new friend of Mrs. Slapman's on the front row. The strange, disorderly man plunged forward with one leg toward Alberto, and then drew himself back suddenly, as if in a state of harassing indecision. Applause. Then he cast a diabolical look, worthy of the elder Booth in Richard III, at the young lover, and shrieked, "Wretch! Villain! I will. He hesitated to add what he would do, but shook his fists in a highly natural manner at the object of his hate. Great applause. "Sir," said Fidelia, stretching her proud young form erect, like a tragedy queen, "how dare you, sir?" Boisterous applause, and this remark from an elderly gentleman, the picture of Mrs. Siddons. The singular individual in black was seen to tremble with increased violence. His eyes rolled more wildly, while his face took on a chalkier hue. He stepped back as if to ensure his retreat. Then, mustering all his resolution, he said, Mrs. Slapman, you ought to be ashamed of yourself." The real character of the strange actor was now made evident, and the whole house was hushed in awe and expectation. There was not a man or woman present but knew too well the folly of mingling in a family quarrel, so they held their tongues, and enjoyed the scene. Mrs. Slapman turned to the audience. She was pale, but perfectly composed. She said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my husband, a very quiet and well-behaved man, whose only fault is excessive nervousness.
This fault, I am sorry to say, he encourages by constantly smoking cigars and drinking strong black tea. He has been indulging in both of these stimulants to-night, till he is quite beside himself. I trust you will excuse and pity him. He has no other vices that I know of." Then turning to her husband, whose hands had now dropped listlessly by his side, she added, "My dear, bathe your head, and go to bed immediately." He struggled to say something in the presence of this calm embodiment of satire, but could not. Hanging down his head and looking very silly, he slinked off the stage. "Now, ladies and gentlemen," said Mrs. Slapman, "after an interval of 15 minutes, we will proceed with the comedietta of A Morning Call, as if nothing had happened." When she had said this, Mrs. Slapman fainted, this time in earnest. She was caught in the arms of Fayette Overtop, who immediately, and with the utmost delicacy, resigned her to the arms of Miss Wick, Bidette, and of several other ladies, who came upon the stage and proffered salts, cologne, and other restoratives. The gentlemen present, actors and audience, unanimously decided that the best thing for them to do, under all the circumstances, was to leave the premises. This they did as soon as they could, reserving all discussion of the painful event of the evening for the free air of the street. As Overtop, very serious, and Maltboy, very jovial, were about to descend the steps to the sidewalk, they were met by a messenger, who desired them to go with him immediately to the station house to see some friends, names forgotten, who had been arrested, and had sent for them. Thither they went, and experienced the greatest surprise of the evening. End of Book 8, Chapter 4. Book 9, Chapter 1 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9th, The Inquest. Chapter 1. Coroner and Jury. The post-mortem examination had been held, and 3 doctors had sworn that deceased came to his death from a great variety of Greek and Latin troubles, all caused by a learned something which signified in plain English a blow on the head. Coroner Bullfast was so struck with the clear and explicit nature of the medical evidence, that he had it reduced to writing for his private regalement. The post-mortem examination, and the testimony of the 3 doctors, and of all the people in the house, except Patty Minford, daughter of the deceased, whose joint knowledge upon the subject amounted to nothing more than hearing somebody with heavy boots come downstairs about midnight, occupied the whole of the first day. Patty, or Pet, was so thoroughly unnerved by the events of that horrible night, that the coroner found it impossible to take her evidence on that day. She had fainted twice before she could make Coroner Bullfast clearly understand that Marcus Wilkeson, her benefactor, and her father's best friend, was the murderer. Having learned thus much, the coroner had put the police on the track of Marcus Wilkeson, and had postponed the further examination of the chief witness. Mrs. Krull, on learning of the tragic affair, had gone in person to the house of death, and taken Patty to her own home. The remains of the unfortunate inventor had been removed to the nearest undertaker's for interment, at the expense of Mrs. Krull. The apartments had been diligently searched, and the personal effects of the deceased examined, under the direction of the coroner. A number of documents had been discovered, which, in the coroner's opinion, threw a flood of light on the motives that led to the crime. A few dollars and a bull's-eye silver watch, found on the dead body, precluded the idea that the murder was done for plunder. With that quickness of perception for which Coroner Bullfast, like most of his official kind, was celebrated, he had formed his theory of the murder, and tremendously strong must be the future testimony that could shake it. On the morning of the second day, Coroner Bullfast and the jury reassembled about 10 o'clock in the room where the murder was committed. The coroner was a jovial man, with a bulging forehead, a ruddy nose, a large diamond breastpin, a real diamond of that superlative style only seen in its perfection on the shirt fronts of aldermen, contractors, and Washington market butchers, and the native New York manner of speaking, which is sharp and mandatory. The coroner began life as a stonemason, gained early distinction as a fireman, controlled several hundred votes in his ward, became a member of a political committee, and got a coronership as his share of the spoils. He had aspired to be a police justice, or city inspector, or commissioner of the Croton Board. To either of these positions, or, for that matter, to any position indefinitely higher, he felt himself perfectly equal. But other members of the committee, which was a kind of joint stock company for the distribution of offices, had prior and stronger claims than Harry Bullfast, and so he was put off with a coronership. He felt the slight acutely, but, like a prudent man, determined to so keep himself before the public in his performance of the office as to make it a stepping stone to something much higher, the city comptrollership, or a seat in the state senate, or in Congress, or, who could tell, the governorship of the Commonwealth, that grand possibility which every ward politician carries in his hat. The coroner was seated in the inventor's private armchair, with one leg thrown over the side of it, and the other stretched on the floor. He was chewing tobacco with manly vigor, and cracking jokes with a facetious juryman, who was assistant foreman of the Bully Boy hose, of which the coroner was an exempt and honorary member. The jury was composed of 6 men whom the coroner had picked from the large number of idle spectators found by him at the scene of the murder when he was first summoned. 2 of them chanced to be acquaintances of his. As to the rest, the coroner had not the remotest idea. They might have been beggars or pickpockets, for aught that he cared. They looked stupid, and he liked stupid jurors. "Them sharp fellers that thinks they knows more 'n the corner is a cussed nuisance," he often had occasion to remark. The jury sat near one of the windows, in a semicircle of chairs which had been borrowed from the first and second floors. Pending the resumption of their melancholy work, such of them as could read were reading newspapers containing reports of the first day's proceedings, from 2 to 10 columns long, wherein the scene of the mysterious midnight tragedy, as one paper called it, was represented in the most ingenious manner by printers' rules cut to show the dimensions of the rooms on the 3rd floor, the position of the fireplace, bed, washstand, chest of drawers, unknown machine in the corner, and other things which had no bearing whatever on the affair. The other jurors, who could not read at all, or had an insuperable aversion to that laborious occupation, were rolling their quids in silence, and looking wise. At a long table in the centre of the room were seated several young gentlemen, dressed with singular independence of style. From one point of view they looked like actors, bearing about them signs of fatigue, as if from heavy night work. Observed again, they resembled young lawyers of indolent habits and scanty practice, who had just dropped in to watch the case. From their conversation, no clue to their professional identity could be gathered. They were cracking jokes, propounding conundrums, and telling stories humorously broad to each other. Everything was to them a legitimate amusement. The proceedings of the day before were peculiarly rich in funny reminiscences, and one tall, bright, curly-haired fellow was evoking roars of suppressed laughter by his capital mimicry of 2 of the dullest witnesses. Another was drawing comic profiles of a sleepy juryman on a scrap of paper. He had previously dashed off a very happy sketch of the coroner, and shown it to that functionary, who had haw-hawed, and pronounced it devilish good, and in turn presented the young artist with a fine Havana cigar, which he playfully put in his mouth and chewed the end of. Yet there were about these young gentlemen signs of business, which an intelligent observer might have easily interpreted. From the outside breast pockets of each of them protruded a number of pencils, and from their lower side pockets, thick memorandum books with grey covers, or stiffly folded quires of foolscap. They were the reporters of the press, the gamins and good fellows of literature, fellows of inexhaustible resources, who carry their wits literally at their fingers' ends, who can do more than extract sunbeams from cucumbers, for they can make up thrilling facts out of nothing, who can thread their way through a crowd where a tapeworm would be squeezed to death, whose writing desk is usually another man's back, and who sketch out a much better speech between an orator's shoulder blades than he is making in front, whose written language is a perplexity, compared with which Greek is a relaxation, and Sanskrit a positive amusement, who deal in adjectives, and know their precise value, and how to administer them, as an apothecary knows the drugs that are boxed and bottled on his shelves, who are less men than parts of an enormous mill grinding out grist to be brand and bolted in the editorial rooms, made into food in the printing office and press vault, and served up hot for the public's breakfast next morning. Clever, witty, insatiable fellows they, for whom a planet ought to be set apart, where all the murders are wrapped in impenetrable mystery, and the smallest railroad accidents are frightful catastrophes. The east side of the room, where the dead body had been found, was preserved inviolate from the broom, mop, and other touch until the inquest was over. The strange machine stood in its accustomed place, flanked by the screen. It had been extensively handled and looked at, and passed for a new kind of clock. 2 large weights, which had fallen to the floor, and the interplaying cogwheels gave force to that conjecture. A large purple spot on the floor showed where the old man's life had ebbed away. Close by this spot, precisely where it had been picked up, lay the long oaken club with the iron tip, which, it was supposed, had done the dreadful deed. There were small splashes and spots on it, too. The fun of the reporters, the chat of the coroner and his friends, the readings and airy meditations of the jurors, were all suddenly checked by the appearance of Marcus Wilkeson, escorted by 2 police officers, and Messrs. Overtop and Maltboy, Patching and Tiffles. All 5 had passed the night in the station house. Messrs. Patching and Tiffles from compulsion as witnesses and probable accomplices, and Overtop and Maltboy as guides, philosophers, and friends. All looked seedy and criminal, as if there were something in the atmosphere of station houses to give a man the semblance of a vagabond and an outcast. Marcus Wilkeson was very pale, and, when he looked across the room, as he did upon his entrance, by a singular impulse, and saw the great blood mark and the club on the floor, he trembled with emotion. The keen eyes of the coroner caught these signs, and he immediately brought in a mental verdict of guilty. Some of the jury observed the same signs, and thought them suspicious. The reporters looked upon Marcus Wilkeson without emotion or prejudgment. They were so accustomed to seeing murderers, that they regarded them simply as a part of the business community, a little vicious, perhaps, but not so much worse than other people, after all. One reporter, attached to an illustrated paper, dashed off the profile of Marcus Wilkeson under the cover of his hat, and caught the dejected expression of his face to a nicety. End of Book 9, Chapter 1. Book 9, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Statement of the prisoner. The coroner received Marcus with that air of consideration which magistrates instinctively bestow upon persons charged with great crimes, and informed him, with some respect, that he was brought there to make any explanation that he saw fit, touching his connection with this 'ere murder. The party were then accommodated with seats near the jury, and facing the reporters. As Marcus looked up and saw those practised scribes sharpening their pencils, his heart sank deeper within him. The vision which had troubled him all night, of a broadside notoriety in all the city papers, rose before his mind, clothed with fresh horror. The dull sound of sharpening those pencils was like the whetting of the executioner's knife. The proper course was to have accepted an unsworn statement from the prisoner, but the coroner always administered oaths when prisoners were willing to take them. The repetition of that jargon, with a profane conclusion, for so it seemed in the slipshod way that it was said, which the coroner called an oath, was a positive pleasure to that official. As Marcus desired to take the oath, the coroner rattled off the unintelligible something, and handed him a Bible, which the prisoner pressed reverentially to his lips. Marcus, being now supposed to be sworn, proceeded, with what firmness he could muster, to answer the numerous interrogatories of the coroner. That official chewed hard, and, as it were, spit out his questions. His testimony in substance was this: that he was a friend of the deceased, and had loaned him $1,000 to complete a machine upon which he was engaged, pointing to the unfinished pile in the corner. That his relations with the deceased and his family, Marcus did not like to mention Pet's name, were entirely agreeable until an anonymous letter, charging him with improper motives in visiting the house, had poisoned the mind of the deceased against him. The giving up of this letter to the coroner, who read it to the jury, and then tossed it over to the reporters for copying, was a hard trial, but Marcus had resolved upon meeting all the troubles of the case halfway. The coroner here produced the second anonymous letter, which had been found on the person of the deceased, showed it to Marcus for identification, and then threw it to the reporters, as one would throw a choice bone to a cage full of hungry animals. Marcus explained that he had made every effort to discover the authorship of the letters, without success, whereupon the coroner shut his eyes knowingly, rolled his quid from right to left, and said that he was investigatin' 'em himself. Question by a juror: Was the letters post-paid? Answer: They were. The juror took the reply into his profoundest consideration. Marcus, resuming, stated that, on his last visit, the night of the supposed murder, he had found Mr. Myndert very much disturbed in mind by the unjust suspicions aroused by these letters. He had accused witness of the vile intentions referred to in them. Witness had denied the imputations with emphasis. The discussion was becoming quite warm, when the daughter of the deceased entered the room, and, being worn out with watching by the side of a sick friend, retired to bed in the adjoining chamber. The conversation, broken off by her entrance, was then continued, much in the same vein. Mr. Minford was in a distressing state of nervous excitement that evening, and talked loud and wild. Witness made an effort to keep his temper, and did so, though the peculiar injustice of the accusations were enough to arouse any man's anger. He reserved his show of wrath for the author of the anonymous letters, if he could ever catch him. He would not say that he had not replied to the deceased with the same warmth of manner, but as to threatening him or hurting one hair of his head, Witness had not done it, so help him God. Question by a juror: Was the key of the door in the keyhole that night? Answer: I don't know. Comment by facetious juror: Be me sowl, I thinks that wishkay had more to do with it than the door-kay. Don't you, Harry? Coroner: Bully for you. Clothing himself again with dignity, the coroner asked: "Der yer mean to say, Mr. Wilkingson, that yer didn't kill this man? Remember now, you're on your oath." The horrible bluntness of the question nearly felled Marcus to the floor. He placed his hand on his brow, now pale with the acutest anguish. Then he rose, and looking upward, said, "As God is my judge, and as I hope for heaven, I am innocent of this murder, or of any part in it." "If you please, Mr. Coroner, this gentleman and myself are counsel for the accused," said Overtop. "Oh, you're his counsel. Then the other two are the chaps arrested as complices." Patching writhed at this, nor were his feelings relieved by observing, with an oblique glance, that the artist of the illustrated paper was in the act of taking him. "I protest," said Wesley Tiffles, rising to his full height and throwing out both arms for a comprehensive gesture, "I protest against this arrest and detention as illegal. If the coroner will give me but a short hour of his valuable time, I can—" Coroner, puffing up: "The gentleman will be good enough to shut up for the present. When we are ready, we will hear what he has to say." Tiffles: "I protest, sir. I wish the gentlemanly and intelligent reporters to note that I protest." Coroner: "Are you or me boss here, hey?" Tiffles: "Oh, you, of course, sir." The protestant then sank into his seat, not wholly disappointed, for he had gained his object of making a little newspaper capital by tickling the reporters. He had also remarked, with pleasure, that while he stood erect, with both arms outstretched, the artist had secured his full length. Tiffles was fond of notoriety, however achieved, and he saw a good opening for it in this case. Overtop here suggested that it would be easy to prove their client's innocence. He would respectfully request his honor to procure the testimony of Miss Patty Minford, if she could be found. As she went to bed in the adjoining room early that evening, she must have heard some noise in connection with the murder, if indeed a murder had been committed. Overtop's legal education taught him to doubt everything. Coroner Bullfast was touched with the title of honor so skilfully applied by Overtop, and he answered, with uncommon sweetness, "I am expecting Miss Minford every minute, sir. She will speak for herself. For the present, sir, I am sorry to say that it was on her testimony alone that Mr. Wilkingson was 'rested." A look of new surprise and horror passed over the pale face of Marcus, and Overtop and Maltboy exchanged glances of astonishment. "Now, Mr. Wilkingson," continued the coroner, taking a fresh chew, "please drive ahead with your statement, if yer choose to. You're not bound to say anythink, yer know." An intelligent juror: "Will Mr. Wilkison tell us about what time he left this house that night, and where he went?" Marcus raised his sunken head, and shook it, as if to dispel a stupefaction. Then, in a faint and trembling voice, he replied that he looked at his watch just before bidding Mr. Myndert good night, and observed that it was 15 minutes past 11 o'clock. Question by a juror: What kind of watch do you carry? Answer, exhibiting the watch: An English hunter. Lever escapement, full jeweled. At any other time, Marcus would have smiled at the impertinence of the question, but he answered it gravely. Then he went on to say that Mr. Myndert had not replied to his good night, that he repeated the salutation, and extended his hand as a token of unbroken friendship, that Mr. Myndert refused to take it, and said that he had one last favor to ask of him, Marcus, and that was, never to cross his threshold again. That he, Marcus, responded, "I forgive you, sir. When on reflection you think that you have done me an injustice, as you will at last, send for me, and I will still be your friend." That he received no answer to this, save a shake of the head, and immediately went downstairs into the street. He was feverish, and his brain was in a whirl. Hardly knowing what he did, he walked the streets hither and thither. He could not tell what streets he traversed, but he kept up the exercise till he was tired. Then he became calmer, returned home, entered his house with a latch-key, and went to bed without waking any of the inmates. On going to bed, he observed that his watch marked 1 o'clock. An intelligent juror: You must have passed a large number of people in the streets between 11 and 1 o'clock. Did you see no one whom you knew? No one, but at a corner some distance from here, I could not say what corner, I noticed a policeman sitting on a barrel in front of a grocery, smoking. He was a short, fat man, and his legs hardly reached to the pavement. I remember him the more particularly because I stopped and lighted a cigar at his pipe. Just at that moment, the City Hall bell commenced striking a fire alarm. What was the district? Asked the juror, who was assistant foreman of the Bully Boy hose. The 7th. I counted the strokes. I walked on rapidly, and soon came up with another policeman, who was leaning against a grocery store. I said to him, "A cold night, Mr. Policeman," and I think he would remember that circumstance if he could be found. Just after I had passed him, the alarm bells struck the last round. 3 or 4 rounds had been struck. The assistant foreman of the Bully Boy hose, having referred to a memorandum book which he drew from a breast pocket, here exclaimed, "The alarm was at 25 minutes of 12. Nothing but a chimney in Whitehall Street. We run into 20 fellers, comin' back, and had a nice little row." "Ever belonged to the department, sir?" Marcus answered, "No," and the pyrophilist looked compassionately upon him, as upon one who had never known true happiness. "If you never run with the merchine," observed the coroner, "you don't know what life is. As for me, sir, it's my boast and pride that I have been a member of the New York Fire Department for more'n 20 years. It was the backin' of the boys that made me a coroner, and, thank God, I'm never ashamed to tell 'em so." The coroner spoke truly. So far from being ashamed to tell 'em so, he was always telling 'em so, never missing an opportunity, at political meetings, to inform the firemen that he was one of 'em, and that no mark of honor, even from the President of the United States, was equal to his fireman's badge. The continual telling of 'em so had aided in procuring for him his present official distinction, and was destined to earn higher honors for him at a future day. The coroner tore off a fresh chew from a half-hand of Cavendish which had been well gnawed at all the edges, and told Marcus that he might fire away again." Marcus then proceeded to state that, on the morning after the eventful night, he woke up early. His dreams had been horrible, and his waking reflections were no less distressing. The thought that Mr. Minford should have suspected him, thus unjustly, of the basest of crimes, and that they, who had been such good friends, should have parted in a way that effectually cut off reconciliation, and the other thought, that this mischief had been wrought by some unscrupulous enemy, when he had always fondly believed that he never could have a foe in the world. These thoughts, occurring with great force to a nervous and sensitive man, nearly maddened him. He felt that if he remained in the house that day, as usual, and brooded over his troubles, he would grow crazy. While he was pondering what to do, his eyes chanced to fall on an invitation which he had received from Mr. Wesley Tiffles, to meet him at the Cortlandt Street ferry at 7:15 that morning, and accompany him and his Panorama of Africa to New Jersey. The day before, when this invitation came to hand, he had determined not to accept it, but it now seemed to offer him a capital chance to see some excitement and fun. As these remedies were precisely what his mental malady required, he jumped to dress himself, and hurried out of the house, seeing nobody as he made his exit, and leaving no word of explanation. He took no luggage except a clean collar, as he intended to return the following day. He was even so careless and forgetful as to leave his purse behind him, and found on reaching the ferry that he had barely $2 in his pocket. Question by a juror: Was they bank bills? And if so, what bank was they on? Marcus answered the question to the best of his knowledge, and the juror sagely nodded, and took the reply under treatment. "I say, Tubbs," cried the coroner, "what's the use of askin' them kind o' questions?" Tubbs looked up from his ruminations, somewhat confused. The politic Overtop, that model of a rising lawyer, here put in a word for Tubbs, and said that the question, in his opinion, was a very pertinent one, for it went to test the memory of his client. If Mr. Wilkeson had just committed murder, he would hardly be in that calm frame of mind which is necessary to the recollection of small facts. He hoped that the ingenious gentleman would ask many more such questions. By these judicious remarks, Overtop gained one fast friend for his client on the jury. End of Book 9, Chapter 2. Book 9, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Justice goes to dinner. Wesley Tiffles was then examined. He commenced with an eloquent dissertation on the rights of man, and his own rights in particular, but stopped when he saw that the reporters tucked their pencils behind their ears, and waited for facts. The moment he began to talk facts, which are to reporters what corn is to crows, down came the pencils from their perches again, and went tripping over the paper. Mr. Tiffles' testimony would have consumed 2 hours, or 2 days, perhaps, if he had been allowed to go on unchecked. But the coroner had been invited to dine at a Broadway restaurant with a few political friends at 3 p.m. So he concluded, after Tiffles had talked 5 minutes, that he knew nothing about the murder, and could throw no light on it, and told Tiffles that he was not wanted further. "And you mean to tell me, sir, that I am not to be locked up in the station house to-night?" said Tiffles. "No, unless you're want ter be." "Of course not, of course not." But the interior Tiffles was disappointed at this sudden and unromantic termination of his case. A few more nights in the station house, or in the Tombs, would have given him capital material for a book, of which he had already projected the first chapter. He sat down and execrated his ill luck. Patching, the artist, was then interrogated, to the extent of 2 minutes, and corroborated Tiffles' testimony as to the sad and strange appearance of Mr. Wilkeson on the day after the supposed murder. Patching was then informed by the coroner that his further attendance at the inquest would not be required. Patching, on rising, had assumed the attitude of Paul before Felix, as set forth in some ancient cartoon, and in that position of mingled innocence, dignity, and defiance, the artist of the illustrated paper got a spirited sketch of him. Had Patching dreamed how capitally his long hair, peaked beard, thin nose, and bony forehead would be taken off, in a rough but faithful character portrait, he would have sunk in confusion. Happily, the newspaper artist was sitting almost behind his more pretentious brother of the canvas, and the latter knew not what had been done, until, the following week, he saw a striking intensification of himself staring into the street from numerous bulletin boards and shop windows. Before sitting down, Mr. Patching begged to explain to the jury, and to the public through the reporters, who did not take down a word of the explanation, that he had painted the panorama of Africa to oblige his friend, Wesley Tiffles. It was hardly necessary for him to say, in this community, that he was more at home among higher walks of art. "Are you a sign painter, Mr. Patching?" asked the coroner. "No, sir, I am not," said Patching, with dignified contempt. "Perhaps you're a carriage painter, then. Them's the fellers for picturin'. The woman in flowers on the bully boy's hose carriage was well done. Hey, Jack?" "That it was, Harry," returned the assistant foreman of the bully boys. "If Patching can do that sort of thing, he'll pass." Patching fixed looks of professional indignation on the coroner and the assistant foreman, and sat down gloomily amid the suppressed laughter of the irreverent reporters. The coroner then looked at his watch, and finding that the time was within half an hour of dinner, said that the inquest would be adjourned till the following morning at 10 o'clock. "But, your Honor," said Overtop, "that is, if you will allow me to make a suggestion, couldn't you give us an hour longer? Nothing has yet been heard from Miss Minford, who, you said, was expected to be in attendance to-day. Will you be good enough to send to Mrs. Kroll's house for her?" "Really, I can't wait," replied the coroner. "The young lady must be sick, or she would have been here before now." "But, pardon me, your Honor, we are anxious to have Miss Minford brought on the stand this afternoon, believing that her testimony alone will acquit our client." "You believe so because you don't know what it is. But, as I said before, it was on Miss Minford's statement that Mr. Wilkinson there was rested, and the best advice I can give him is to take a good night's rest, and get his nerves ready for the young woman's testimony tomorrow, for it'll be a staggerer." The coroner consulted his watch again, with evident impatience, and rose from his seat. Overtop essayed to speak again, but the coroner interrupted him with, "The inquest is adjourned till tomorrer, at 10 o'clock. Mr. Policeman, you will take the prisoner back to the station house." This speech was torture to Overtop and Maltboy, who, believing firmly in their friend's innocence, were convinced that a full investigation of the case that day would procure his acquittal. They turned eyes of exhaustless friendship and sympathy toward him. Marcus was in that half-comatose state which is the stupid reaction from an intense and painful excitation of the nerves. He was morbidly calm. The opinion of the coroner that Miss Minford's testimony would be a staggerer
had no more effect on him than it would have had on the most phlegmatic reader of the case in next morning's paper. "Then, your Honor, we must ask you to take bail," said Overtop. "Can't take bail. Can't take anything but my dinner to-day. For the third time, I say, the inquest is adjourned." The coroner hastily put on his spring overcoat. Overtop was tempted to make a fierce reply, but the legal discretion in which he was educated restrained him. The word had gone forth. The jurors rose, yawned, and grasped their hats. The reporters jammed their notes into their pockets, and precipitately fled from the room. The policemen escorted Marcus Wilkeson and his counsel, and Tiffles and Patching, to the carriage which brought them, and which still stood in front of the house, an object of tragic interest to a large crowd of men, women, and children, who had remained about the doorway during the inquest, and could not be dispersed by the policemen. "Which is he? Who's the murderer?" whispered 20 voices, as the party emerged from the stairs upon the sidewalk. "That's him. That chap with the big hat and long hair. You could pick him out of a million," said a shrewd observer. "What ugly eyes he's got." "They're sharp enough to stab ye," added a shop girl. "I seen some pirates hung, when I was a little gal," remarked an old woman, "and they were pooty compared to him." The object of these and other remarks was the unhappy Patching, who had not yet got over his wrath at the coroner, and was scowling and compressing his lips, very like a murderer. The policeman and his companions, all but the spellbound Marcus, could not help laughing at these ridiculous mistakes, but Patching turned upon the crowd and delivered among them one withering look of scorn, which fully confirmed them in the belief that he was a murderer of the deepest dye. And when the carriage rolled away, it was followed by a volley of groans, mixed with a few pebbles, handfuls of mud, and other missiles which happened to be lying around loose. "Here, boys, don't act that way," said the coroner, who had just made his appearance on the sidewalk. "Let the poor devil go. It's a case of murder, clear enough, and he won't slip through my hands easy, I can tell ye, if he is rich." The coroner spoke good-naturedly, for he saw several of his political adherents among the throng. "That's the talk. Good boy. You're the feller for us," were some of the warm responses. The coroner smiled, as he stopped to light a cigar from the pipe of a dirty admirer, and then, bowing obsequiously to the group, he stalked off in a rowdy way in the direction of his expected dinner. End of Book 9, Chapter 3. Book 9, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This recording is in the public domain. Light in the prison. On the return of the prisoner and friends to the station house, Marcus was gratified to find a number of old business acquaintances waiting for him in the anteroom. They were men whom he had known in his Wall Street epoch, and had always set down as good enough friends in prosperity, but cold-shouldered creatures in an hour of trial. He was mistaken, as many men are mistaken, in judging the hearts of business men from their white and careworn faces. They came with warm hands, sympathetic words, and offers of bail money and other aid, if wanted. There were short notes from 2 or 3 other old fellows, whom he had not seen for years, telling him that they were at his command. These expressions of good-will touched Marcus to the heart. He learned that, in the self-conceit of his retired and studious life, he had done injustice to these citizens of the whirling world. With 1,000 thanks for the kindness of his callers, he told them that their friendly services were not needed, that his innocence would surely be made to appear, and that, to the day of his death, he should never forget them.
Upon this assurance, repeated 2 or 3 times, his business friends withdrew with characteristic business impetuosity, wishing him a speedy release from his disagreeable position, which is the roundabout phrase for prison. A policeman who had charge of this station house during the absence of his superior officer, here informed Marcus that an old lady and a young one, an old gentleman and a lad, had called. The old gentleman and the lad would drop round again during the evening. The old lady and the young one were waiting for him in the captain's room. He entered the captain's room, his companions staying outside, and saw, as he expected, his half-sister Philomela, and a young woman dressed in the height of cheap fashion, who was no other than Mash, the cook. His sister rose and extended her hand to him severely, and said with a solemn voice, "Brother Marcus, I am sorry to see you here. I hope you are not guilty of this crime?" "Hope!" said Marcus, stung to the quick. "Why not say at once that I am guilty? It is strange that the only relative I have on earth should be the first to doubt my innocence." "Oh, no, Marcus, you do me an injustice there. I do not for a moment doubt your innocence. But you know I always advised you to give up your moping habits at home and go into active business like other men of your age. If you had been in business now, you wouldn't have had time to get mixed up in the affairs of this old man Minford and his daughter, and would have escaped this disgrace. I trust, Marcus," she added emphatically, "I trust this will be a lesson to you." Poor Mash, the cook, had been playing with her bonnet strings and trying to check her tears, but the unnatural effort was too much for her, and she burst out crying. "Oh, Mr. Wilkeson," she said, between her sobs, I'm so sorry to see you here. But, I know you're innocent. Boo-hoo. "Thank you, Mash," replied Marcus, quite affected at this sudden outbreak of sympathy. "You speak like a true woman. But don't cry any more, my good girl. I shall be released tomorrow." Marcus said this confidently, though he had not the least idea how his acquittal was to be obtained. "Oh, I hope so, Mr. Wilkeson. Boo-hoo. I wish I could go to prison in your place. Boo-hoo." Mash had derived this preposterous idea of vicarious imprisonment from the story of The Buttery and the Boudoir, which was now drawing near its conclusion, and gradually killing or marrying off its heroes and heroines. Marcus could not help smiling at the romantic notion. Miss Philomela laughed sarcastically, and exclaimed, "You must take pattern from me, girl, and control your feelings. My brother doesn't want crying women about him at this time." "Don't be too sure of that, sister. Tears come naturally from a woman. They are her best evidence of sympathy, and therefore precious to one who needs it." Mash, the cook, gave vent to a fresh shower of tears at this encouraging remark, and made Miss Philomela shrug her shoulders in disgust. "Oh, don't be silly, Mash," said Miss Philomela, losing all patience with the cook. I, boo-hoo, can't help it, marm." "Nonsense," said the superior female. "As for you, Marcus, you should not encourage such folly when you have troubles that demand our sober and earnest attention. With reference to the past, I might say a great many things, but I forbear. To be serious now, for once in your life, what can I do for you?" "Will you do what I ask faithfully?" asked Marcus. "Yes, faithfully, I promise." "Then, my sister, be so good as to go home immediately, and send me a spare shirt and a change of clothes. Mash can bring them. And lest another interview should prove too severe a trial for your female sensibility, I beg that you will not come here again." If I want you very much, I can send for you." "You are very unkind, very unkind. But I will not make any remarks. You know that nothing would give me greater pleasure than to serve my brother. For though you have faults, I suppose you will not deny that you have some little faults. You are still my brother." Marcus smiled, and thought how foolish it was to quarrel with the whimsical but not bad-hearted woman. "Well, sister Philomela, you can see for yourself that I am not ill-used here. Comfortable bed, rousing fire, and warm meals from the restaurant round the corner. The lieutenant, called sergeant of police under the recent Metropolitan Act, who is in command of this station house, turns out to be an old friend of my boyhood, and treats me more like a guest than a prisoner. And I must say that, but for the idea of a prison, I could live as pleasantly here as at home. Even you can do nothing to lighten my captivity. But I promise that if I am held by this coroner's jury, which of course I shall not be, and am sent to the Tombs, then I will tax your sisterly affection to the utmost." At the mention of that dreadful place, the Tombs, Mash broke into sobs again. The touching experiences of Gerald Florville in that house of despair, as set forth in The Buttery and the Boudoir, were poignantly brought to her mind. Miss Philomela looked serious as the Tombs loomed up in her mind, and she would have said something condoling, but for the irritating conduct of the cook, who annoyed her so much that she decided to leave. She abruptly shook hands with her half-brother. "It is very easy," said she, "to point out how certain mistakes might have been avoided, but let the past go. If you are not acquitted to-morrow, I shall call here again, notwithstanding you don't seem very desirous to see me. Now, good-bye. Come, hurry up, Mash." Marcus shook hands with his half-sister, and also with Mash, who wept afresh. In the ante-room, Miss Philomela saw Overtop and Maltboy, upon whom she bestowed a half-smile, and Tiffles, whom she treated to a cordial grimace, not unmingled with a blush. Tiffles, on his part, was profoundly polite, and inquired if she were going home. Learning that she was, he remarked that he had occasion to walk in the same direction, and accompanied her as she left the station-house. Mash followed at a short distance behind, not because she did not think herself fully as good as Miss Philomela, but because she wished to indulge unchecked in the mild luxury of tears. A new visitor was now announced. He was a curly-headed, neatly dressed boy of 19 years. His face was one that is handsomer in promise than in fact. Marcus recognized him as the Boy Bog, whom he had not seen for several weeks. The boy had developed a remarkable talent for making money honestly. For 2 months he had attended a night school, and was fast correcting his awkward English, and attaining to other knowledge. Prosperity and schooling together had given him quite a polish. The rough boy was coming to be a presentable youth. He advanced timidly toward Marcus, who shook hands with him. He sat down before the fire, and commenced fumbling his cap in the old way. With the exception of that trick and his shyness, there was little of the original Boy Bog about him. "Mr. Wilkeson," said he, giving his cap a twirl, "I am very sorry to see you here, because, I may say, I know you are innocent." The positive manner in which the boy asserted this, charmed Marcus. "I thank you, my dear Bog," said he. "But how do you know it? For though I am innocent, I may have some trouble in proving it." The boy drew a small folded note from his pocket. "I'll explain, sir," said he. Marcus here called in his counsel. Messrs. Overtop and Maltboy, and his good friend the lieutenant of police, who had just arrived in the outer room, in order that they might hear the explanation. The boy was embarrassed by his audience, but the anxious look of Marcus, and a few kind words from the lieutenant of police, reassured him. Bog then proceeded to tell what he knew of the strange young man's acquaintance with Miss Patty Minford, which was very easily told, since it did not amount to much, and concluded by opening the letter given to him by the young man for delivery to Miss Minford, and handed it to Marcus. Marcus glanced at the writing, expecting that it would resemble that of the first anonymous letter addressed to Mr. Minford, which he drew from his pocket for comparison. But the writing was totally different in inclination, thickness of the downward stroke, and all other respects. He read it aloud, his counsel and the lieutenant of police listening attentively. "I don't know much about the case yet," said the lieutenant, "but jumping at a conclusion, I should say that this sneaking chap was jealous of your intimacy with the Minford family, that he wrote the anonymous letters to the old man in a different hand, and that he either committed the murder or knows something about it. His motive for annoying Miss Minford I can understand, for this city is full of just such well-dressed scoundrels. But the motive of the murder I can't comprehend. But mark me, this fellow has some knowledge of it, and we must hunt him up. And first, let us compare the letters." Marcus handed the 2 letters to the lieutenant, who, with Overtop and Maltboy, gave them a close examination. One was written on faint blue paper in a buff envelope, the other on white paper in a white envelope. Every curve, cross, and dot was minutely compared, but not the faintest resemblance between the 2 letters could be discovered. "No more like than chalk and cheese," said the lieutenant. "My theory is knocked on the head." "Let me examine the envelopes again," said Overtop. They had inspected them less carefully than the contents. As soon as Overtop had placed the 2 envelopes side by side, his eyes lighted up with the pleasure of a great discovery. "What fools we are!" he exclaimed. "There it is. Don't you see? Don't you see? A regular Hogarthian line of beauty under the name of each." All stared at the envelopes, and at once recognized the similarity between the graceful curved lines. They looked somewhat like the letter S laid on its side, and more like the arm of a rocking-chair. Marcus had a sudden inward vision of the writer. One of those convictions which defy all logical analysis flashed upon his mind. "Do you know where this strange young man lives, Bog?" asked Marcus. "No, sir. I followed him 2 or 3 times, because I thought he wasn't acting just right toward Miss Minford." Here Bog blushed. "He always went into drinking-houses and billiard-saloons, and wants into a place where they say the worst kind o' gambling is allers, I mean always, going on. But he knew me by sight, and I was afraid he would ask me about that letter which I didn't deliver for him. So I had to follow him a good piece behind, and sometimes I lost track of him. Then again, he would keep a tramping round from one drinking place to another, but never getting drunk that I could see, till 12 or 1 o'clock at night. By that time I felt I ought to go home, and so I never tracked him to his lodgings, if he has any. But it's my belief he travels in the night, and sleeps in the daytime, like the cats." "Good so far," said Marcus. "You have already given us a general description of this fellow's dress and appearance. Now tell me whether his face is pale, his mustache small and curved up in points, his eyes light gray, and never looking straight at you, his nose small, thin, and sharp. And now I think of it, has he not got a small scar on one of his cheeks?" "Why, Mr. Wilkeson," exclaimed the Boy Bog, "that's the very chap." "Who is he?" asked the lieutenant of police, "that I may have him arrested at once." "He is the son." End of Book 9, Chapter 4. Book 9, Chapter 5 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sorrow of White Hairs. At that moment the door opened, and the venerable form of Myndert Van Quintem appeared before them. Marcus cast a hasty glance, importing silence, at his companions, and rose to receive his old friend. Mr. Van Quintem's face expressed the tenderest compassion. He clasped Marcus's hand, and said, "My young friend, it deeply grieves me to see you here, for I feel, I may say I know, morally, that you are innocent of any part in this murder." "Thank you for your confidence," said Marcus. "I hope, when Miss Minford and certain other witnesses are examined tomorrow, to prove my innocence conclusively." "So you will, I am sure. When I say that I know you are innocent, I found my belief on my short but pleasant acquaintance with you. But I cannot guess, from the evidence at the inquest yesterday and that of today, just published in the afternoon papers, who committed the murder, or what was the motive of it. Have you any clue to the mystery?" Yes, replied Marcus, "we think we have a clue, but so slight that it is hardly worth mentioning. My friends here are going to follow it up." "And in order that we may do so without any delay," said the lieutenant, "please give us the name of that sneaking letter-writer." Marcus coughed, looking at the lieutenant knowingly, and said, "Oh, that's no consequence. It's a false scent, depend on it." The old gentleman, as he entered the room, had caught Marcus Wilkeson's words, "He is the son," and had observed the slight confusion with which Marcus had stopped saying something. He now noticed the glance enjoining silence, which Marcus had directed at the lieutenant of police. Mr. Van Quintem turned pale, as a harrowing suspicion came into his mind. "Mr. Wilkeson," he said in a trembling voice, "will you answer me one question truly?" I will," replied Marcus. "Then tell me, in heaven's name, do you know of anything that connects my son with this monstrous crime?" "I have had a dreadful presentiment, all along, that he had something to do with it. The end of his wrong career will be the gallows. I have dreamt of it for years. Oh, God, that I should have begotten such a profligate and miscreant into the world." The old man made another pause, and then said, with a calmness that surprised his hearers, "Now I am ready to hear all." "And you shall," said Marcus, "though it pains me, my dear friend, to tell you what we know of your son. I will say, however, that there is no proof directly connecting him with the murder. He is cunning and covers his tracks," said the wretched parent. "I know him well." Marcus then exhibited the letters. Mr. Van Quintem compared them carefully, but could not detect the least trace of resemblance. But on examining the envelopes, at the suggestion of Fayette Overtop, he at once recognized the Hogarthian curve as a mark which he had always observed on his son's letters. I could almost swear to this mark, and yet it is possible that he did not write the letters. Bad as he is, I will wait for further proofs. Please tell me all that you know, Mr. Wilkeson." "With regard to the letter written to Miss Minford," said Marcus, "there is, unhappily, but little doubt, as this lad, who was well acquainted with the Minford family, can inform you. The Boy Bog, very reluctantly, and with many awkward breaks and swingings of his cap, repeated the history of the first letter, and described the young man's person most minutely, and told how he had followed him in his wild rambles about the town. The old man listened sadly and quietly, only now and then interrupting the boy's narrative with questions that were seemingly as calm as a judge's interrogatories. "He is a murderer. Something in the air tells me that he is," murmured the old man. "And he is my son." The inexpressible heart-broken sadness with which he uttered these words brought tears to the eyes of his hearers. "It may be, my dear Mr. Van Quintem, that your son did not write the anonymous letters to Mr. Minford, notwithstanding the point of resemblance which we think we have detected. While sitting at my window, I have often noticed him in his room scribbling at a desk, as if he were practising penmanship. Perhaps if you examine the contents of the desk, you may get some further light on the subject. It is wonderful. Most people would say impossible that a man should write 2 letters so entirely dissimilar as these. My son always excelled in writing. It was one of the branches that he took prizes in at school. I will examine the desk, but I fear I shall only confirm my strong suspicions that he is a murderer. Oh God! Oh God! Why did he not die with his sainted mother? Far better would that have been. It is a hard thing, gentlemen. It is a very hard thing. But if this boy of mine does not surrender himself to the hands of justice tomorrow, I shall myself denounce him to the afflicted man, overcome with the terrible conflict between a sense of public duty and a lingering, inextinguishable parental affection, fainted, and fell into the arms of Marcus, who sprang to catch him. While he was still insensible, the lieutenant of police and the Boy Bog slipped out of the room and started off on a search for Myndert Van Quintem, Jr. End of Book 9, Chapter 5. Book 9, Chapter 6 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What paper, types, and ink can do. When Marcus and his council, accompanied by the faithful lieutenant of police, arrived in a close carriage at the scene of the inquest, at the hour of adjournment next morning, they saw a convincing illustration of the power of paper, types, and ink. The morning journals, with whole leaded pages of evidence, and new diagrams of the house and fatal room, and the enterprising illustrated weekly, with portraits of the deceased, the prisoner, his counsel, Tiffles, Patching, Great Hat and all, Patty Minford, the coroner, the foreman of the jury, a full-page design of the murder, as it was supposed to have taken place, representing the infuriate Wilkeson, club in hand, standing over the prostrate body of the inventor, from whose forehead the gore was pouring in torrents. All these delightful provocatives of sensation had done their full and perfect work. At that moment, Marcus Wilkeson was known to the world of readers in New York, and the whole country round about, as the murderer of Eliphalet Minford. On the second morning of the inquest, an immense crowd of people were assembled in front of the house. They had been collecting since 5 a.m., when a party of 6 Jerseymen, having sold off their stock of nocturnal cabbages at Washington Market, had taken position of vantage before the house, from which they and their wagons were afterward dislodged with great effort by a squad of police. Some butcher boys, also returning from their night's work at market, were next on the ground, and selected adjacent awning posts and trees as good points of observation. Mechanics and shop girls, going to their labor, recklessly postponed the duties of the day and stopped to stare, awe-stricken, at the house. A knot of people in a street is like a drift of wood in a river. It chokes up the stream, and catches all the other wood that is floating down. The police had in vain tried to clear out this human throng. They had waged the following contests with their fellow citizens since 6:00 a.m. First, they had driven the Jersey market wagons to the street corner below. Second, they had tumbled the butcher boys out of the trees, where they hung like a strange species of fruit. Third, they had cleared a space of 10 feet square in front of the house. Having done thus much, the police paused from exhaustion, and endured the jokes of the populace with philosophic disdain. 3 policemen guarded the door, within which no one was admitted but the coroner, the jury, witnesses, a few political friends of the coroner, who exhibited passes from him, and about 25 reporters, 15 of whom really belonged to newspapers, and the remainder had a general connection with the press, which could never be clearly defined and established. To the magic word "reporter," accompanied by the flourish of a pencil and a roll of paper, the 3 policemen smiled obsequiously and unbarred the way. Seeing how well this plan worked, 2 gentlemen of inelegant leisure, and at least 1 pickpocket, provided themselves with rolls of paper and pencils, and, giving the password, were admitted. As the carriage rolled round the corner of the street, bringing Marcus in full view of these acres of men, women, and children, all waiting for him, the little courage which he had plucked up failed him, as plucked up courage generally does. The sound of mingled laughter, jokes, oaths, and exclamations of impatience reached his ears. "Great heavens!" he cried. "And I am to face all these people!" If his features could have been seen, at that instant, by some person who thought himself skilled in physiognomy, he would have been unhesitatingly pronounced guilty of several murders. Marcus sat in the rear part of the coach, and he leaned back to avoid observation. As the carriage entered the outskirts of the throng, they became aware that it contained the man of their desires. 5 small boys, who had run all the way from the station house, had brought the exciting intelligence. The vehicle was at once surrounded by clamorous people. "Say, mister, which is the murderer, hey?" asked a red-shirted fellow of Matthew Maltboy, whose corpulent figure squeezed the thin form of Fayette Overtop into a corner of the front seat. Maltboy was not quick at thinking, but on this occasion a brave thought came into his head before he could turn to the speaker. "I am the prisoner," said he. "I knowed you was the red-shirted reply, "by your ugly face." "Thank you," said Matthew meekly. "That's the chap that killed the old man. Him with the big chops," said the red-shirted individual to his numerous red and other-shirted friends about. "What, that fat cuss with the pig eyes?" "'Zactly. He's the puffic image of his portrait in the Weekly, isn't he? Like as 2 peas." There was truth in this, for the artist who sketched the portraits had inadvertently placed Marcus' name under Matthew's portrait, and vice versa. "Well," said another man, an expert in human nature, "I'd convict that fellow of murder any time, on the strength of his looks. Never were the worst passions of our nature more prominently shown than in that bad face." Having said which, the speaker looked about for somebody to contradict him, and was disappointed in finding no one. Marcus Wilkeson said, "Here, Matt, none of that generous nonsense, if you please. I am the prisoner, my good people." As Marcus spoke, he stretched forward, and exhibited his face to the gaze of the red-shirted querist and his companions. "No, you don't," said that fiery leader. "This blubbery chap is the one. We knows him by his picter." "No use disputing them, Mark," said Maltboy with his indomitable smile. The friendly struggle was soon terminated by their arrival at the house. Here the human jam was tremendous, but the police, under the direction of the lieutenant, succeeded in getting their convoy safe within the entry. The door was then closed, and 5 sturdy policemen stood outside to guard it. On entering the room, everybody and everything were found just as they had been the day before, a day that seemed to Marcus a month ago. The jury were idling over the newspapers, or lazily turning their quids. The coroner, who looked a little the worse for his dinner of the day before, was bandying jokes with the facetious reporters. The other reporters were sharpening their pencils and laying out their notebooks. Some, the younger ones, were listening with a species of reverence, which they would soon outgrow, to the official jesting of the coroner. Others were squabbling over the right and title to certain chairs which possessed the extraordinary advantage of being a foot or two nearer the coroner than the other chairs. This is a grave cause of dispute among the reporters, and has been known to give rise to a great many hard words, and threats of subsequent chastisements, which are always indefinitely postponed. The coroner nodded, and said "Good morning" to the comers, and assumed a temporary official dignity by taking down his right leg from the arm of the chair over which it gracefully depended. He also fortified himself by thrusting a sizable chew into a corner of his mouth, as if he were carefully loading a pistol. But neither the coroner, nor the jury, nor the reporters, nor a few private citizens who had obtained entrance by special dispensation, and sat gaping about the room, attracted the attention of the prisoner. Before him was one in whose presence all other persons faded into nothingness, the fair disturber of his peaceful life, the arbitress of his fate, Patty Minford. End of Book 9, Chapter 6.